In the dark abyss of a post-apocalyptic world, where zombies roam freely and resources are depleted, human civilization teeters on the brink of collapse. The protagonist, who had resigned himself to despair and death, finds himself unexpectedly reborn on the eve of the outbreak. This time, however, he possesses a staggering fortune of 1 trillion spirit coins. Do not underestimate these seemingly useless spirit coins in a world where order has disintegrated and strange phenomena abound. They become the pivotal force capable of altering. 8. While others are locked in a desperate struggle for mere sustenance, the protagonist discovers that spirit coins can be exchanged in a mysterious underground marketplace for remitable powers, rare supplies, and even the ability to command enigmatic entities for his own purposes. As the narrative unfolds, armed with the unparalleled resources of his trillion spirit coins, the protagonist forges a path through adversity, establishing his own dominion. Yet, each transaction carries with it an element of unknown peril, and the secrets lurking behind the spirit coins gradually come to light. In this bizarre and treacherous world, will the protagonist succeed in rewriting destiny with the power of spirit coins, leading humanity towards a glimmer of renewed hope? Chapter 1. The beginning of the trillion ghost coins. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the classroom was ablaze with light, while the world outside lay shrouded in darkness. This was the hour when the senior high school students engaged in their evening self-study, with only 10 minutes remaining before its conclusion. Within the classroom, Chunmu abruptly opened his eyes, gazing around in bewilderment. After a brief moment of shock, he regained his composure and whispered in disbelief, "I have actually been reborn." Chunmu vividly recalled that he had survived until the 5th year of the bizarre apocalypse. In this strange world, anomalies prevailed, transforming humanity's existence into a hellish nightmare. In the face of numerous deathly scenarios, even the slightest infraction of the rules could provoke a terrifying assault from the anomalies. For those fortunate enough, they might merely suffer dismemberment, while the unfortunate would find themselves devoured by the very entities that haunted them. In this apocalyptic realm, survival hinged upon either forging contracts with the anomalies, possessing extraordinary artifacts, wielding exceptional wisdom, or acquiring ghost coins. Of course, none of these resources but strength, intellect, or ghost coins were easily attainable. Particularly elusive were the ghost coins. The ordinary variety proved useless, while the truly coveted ones were the coins from the underworld that emerged following the apocalypse. Securing such ghost coins was akin to scaling the heavens. Once one possessed these enigmatic ghost coins, they would navigate the apocalypse with unparalleled ease. With a sufficient quantity of coins, even the king of anomalies would bow before you. In his previous life, Chunmu had fortuitously survived for 5 years, and through a twist of fate, he discovered the underworld bank. Rumors circulated in the wasteland, suggesting that the underworld bank concealed trillions of ghost coins. With 1 trillion ghostly coins in hand, the apocalypse transforms into a paradise. All the malevolent spirits become your servants. At that time, Chunmu was tormented to the brink of madness by the bizarre scene surrounding him. He resolved to take a daring gamble and seize a fortune from the bank of the underworld. Having survived for 5 years in this desolate world, Chunmu possessed a certain degree of skill. He wielded a spatial ring, one of the rarest artifacts, capable of holding countless ghostly coins. However, as Chunmu made his move, he inadvertently triggered the bank's defenses. In an instant, infernal flames erupted, threatening to consume him entirely. On the verge of despair, Chunmu steeled himself, activated the spatial ring, and with a mighty roar, he managed to draw the entire bank of the underworld into the ring. Yet, his triumph was short-lived as the searing flames soon claimed his life. In his final moments, Chunmu let out a self-deprecating laugh. At that instant, he had become the richest person in the apocalypse, only to meet his demise before he could spend a single coin. That he was not willing to accept this fate. To his astonishment, Chunmu found himself reborn. Regaining his senses, he quickly examined his fingers. In the next moment, sheer joy illuminated his eyes. He had been reborn, and the ring still remained. Moreover, to his greater astonishment, the bank of the underworld within the ring was intact. He could freely access the billions of ghostly coins contained within. Perhaps due to some extraordinary circumstances, Chunmu had brought the ring, the bank of the underworld, and the trillion ghostly coins with him upon his rebirth. What an extraordinary start, with a trillion ghostly coins at his disposal. Even after enduring 5 years in a post-apocalyptic world, Chunmu found it challenging to quell the surge of excitement within him. After 5 minutes, he finally managed to calm his racing heart and began to survey his current situation. He raised his gaze towards the electronic clock in the classroom, which displayed the month of June. If Chunmu's memory served him correctly, the bizarre apocalypse had descended 5 years ago in May, meaning that the strange world had already been in existence for a month. However, everything appeared as usual. His classmates were engrossed in self-study. The homeroom teacher was at the podium grading papers and motivational slogans for the exams due. Rened the walls. Outside on the playground, tranquility reigned. Chunmu was not surprised by this. The bizarre apocalypse had indeed arrived a month ago, but its impact was still relatively minimal. The majority remained untouched, and the norma order persisted. But he understood that the effects of the bizarre apocalypse were gradually expanding. Initially, only a handful of individuals worldwide were affected, compelled to participate in strange scenarios and struggle for survival within their rules. Those receiving bizarre tasks needed to arrive at the designated scene within a specified time frame. These scenarios varied in scale. Some were solitary tasks, while others required multiple participants. Eventually, 2 years into the bizarre apocalypse, an entire city's populace could find themselves thrust into a singular strange scenario, transforming it into a hellish experience. Completing tasks within these bizarre scenarios could yield rewards, yet such fortunate individuals were but a minority. Even for those who managed to survive, countless more bizarre scenes awaited them in the future. As time progresses, an increasing number of individuals find themselves ensnared in bizarre scenarios, leading to the disintegration of order in an atmosphere of pervasive anxiety. Reminiscent of apocalyptic desolation, if Chunmu's memory serves him correctly, we are currently experiencing the eerie calm before the tempest. Within a month at most, chaos will ensue, and humanity will bear witness. Oh, the horrors of an uncanny end of days. The bizarre scenarios can be purchased, and the strange can be employed. In the span of a month, I must acquire as many peculiar scenes as possible, hire more anomalies, and obtain a greater array of tools. Chunmu is acutely aware that amidst this apocalypse, although he possesses a significant amount of ghostly currency, strength is paramount. Otherwise, prior to his rebirth, despite amassing trillions in ghostly coins, he still succumbed to the inferno of hell. Casting a glance around the classroom, he observes the subtle transformations occurring within each individual over the course of this month. Though the students have textbooks sprawled before them, few are engaged in studying. Rather, many whisper among themselves, their faces betraying expressions of fear and unease. It is evident that they have heard whispers of these bizarre scenarios and have begun to grasp some of the rules of this uncanny apocalypse within just a month. For instance, participation in bizarre tasks is mandatory. Failure to partake results in death. These strange tasks appear at random, and whether one receives such tasks, when they do, and how often they are summoned all hinge upon one's fortune. Yet, no one has fully realized that the uncanny apocalypse has already descended. They still cling to the hope of a return to stability, wishing that all will soon pass. Consequently, students continue to attend classes, and teachers persist in their lessons, as the facade of normalcy is tenuously upheld. Suddenly, a piercing scream reverberated through the classroom. A girl, who had been engrossed in conversation with her deskmate just moments ago, now wore an expression of sheer terror as she pointed with trembling fingers at her desk. Upon her desk lay a blood-red note, inscribed with the words, "Mysterious task, midnight canteen." Simultaneously, 2 other students in the classroom found identical notes adorning their desks. The appearance of such notes signified that they had been unfortunate enough to be chosen for a bizarre task, requiring them to venture into an uncanny setting to complete their mission. Chunmu glanced at his own desk, where the same note read, "Mysterious task, midnight canteen." Unlike the others who were engulfed in dread, Chunmu was unfazed. A flicker of excitement danced in his eyes, for prior to his rebirth, he too had received this peculiar task. He same hour. Chapter 2. Midnight Canteen. The blood-red note boldly outlined the task description. Within the campus at the witching hour, There exists a canteen that opens only at midnight. As the clock strikes 12, a pungent aroma wafts from the kitchen, while plates of crimson dishes are laid upon the tables, illuminated by the flickering glow of candles, awaiting a peculiar clientele. You are a server at the midnight canteen. Ensure you arrive at the school canteen before the stroke of midnight. As a competent server, tardiness is an unforgivable transgression. Chunmu glanced at the time. It was now 9:30, leaving him with 2.5 hours until the task commenced. The journey to the canteen would take merely 10 minutes, ample time to arrive punctually. In stark contrast to Chunmu's composure, the others appeared to be engulfed in terror. The classroom had erupted into chaos for the past 2 weeks. Rumors of the bizarre task had circulated among the students, and now, in this very moment, it seemed to be unfolding before their eyes that, oh my goodness, I can't believe this is actually happening. What should we do? Hurry and call the teacher. I heard that those assigned the bizarre task can actually die. What good would that do? Can't you see the homeroom teacher sitting there? He's powerless to help. In the face of such horror, we can only hope they find a way to save themselves. Not going. Are you eager for death? Just a few days ago, in my apartment complex, a man received a bizarre task and was too terrified to go. Guess what happened? As soon as the task commenced, a red line appeared around his waist, and he was split in two, reportedly struggling in agony for over 10 minutes before he succumbed. Those chosen are truly unfortunate. Such a terrifying task. Who knows how many will survive until tomorrow morning? I hope I'm not selected. My luck has always been rather favorable. Chunmu noticed that his desk mate cast a sympathetic glance in his direction, her eyes betraying a hint of schadenfreude as she subtly shifted away, fearful of being tainted by his misfortune. Chunmu had long since become accustomed to this behavior. Such is human nature. Those who had not been chosen fancied themselves as mere spectators, relishing in the misfortunes of others, oblivious to the fact that they too were ensnared in the same predicament. Chunmu was aware that his deskmate would receive a peculiar task in 2 weeks, after which she would be torn apart by the sinister entity known as Li Gui. As the school bell rang, students in the classroom hastily shouldered their bags and departed. They had not been selected for the task, and each hurried away, fearful that the midnight eatery's ominous assignment might befall them. Gradually, the number of students dwindled, and the lights in the classrooms flickered out, leaving only Chunmu's classroom illuminated. A few classmates who had received the task huddled together, each clutching a slip of paper, their faces etched with terror and despair, their hands trembling uncontrollably. Apart from Chunmu, the others were all girls from his class. This did not surprise him, as the humanities class he was in was predominantly female. At that moment, the girls appeared ghostly pale, quaking in fright, with 2 of them even stifling soft sobs. In contrast, Chunmu remained remarkably composed. The trials he had endured during the 5 years of the apocalypse had fortified his spirit. What storms had he not weathered? Moreover, he possessed an immense fortune in underworld currency, and having previously undertaken this very task, there was little for him to fear. What occupied Chunmu's thoughts was how to acquire the Midnight Eatery. If his memory served him correctly, the Midnight Eatery was a promising investment with considerable potential. For appreciation that in the later stages of the apocalypse, it had recruited numerous elite ghost chefs, transforming into a renowned high-end establishment. Countless famished specters flocked there, even willing to serve as enforcers for a single sumptuous meal. Thus, Chunmu resolved to navigate the bizarre and treacherous apocalypse, commencing with the acquisition of the Midnight Diner. The diner, situated across from the school playground, found several individuals arriving early to await its opening, eager to avoid tardiness. The night enveloped the diner in pitch darkness and an eerie silence, devoid of any signs of life. Time ticked by, each second stretching into eternity. With the toll of 3 somber bells, midnight arrived. In the inky blackness of the diner, several flickering candle flames suddenly illuminated the space, revealing fleeting shadows that danced in the dim light. Concurrently, a faint yet distinct scent of blood wafted through the entrance. Welcome, young servers, to the Midnight Diner. A figure clad in a uniform emerged from the door. Chunmu recognized her as the manager of the diner, a female specter. The manager wore a striking red uniform, complemented by a form-fitting skirt had it not been for the faint trace of blood at the corner of her mouth. she would have appeared quite beautiful. The female manager surveyed Chun Mu and his companions, her gaze lingering on him amidst the trembling girls, whose anxiety starkly contrasted with his calm demeanor. Her eyes narrowed slightly, seemingly taken aback by his composure. "The time for work has arrived, dear new servers. I am the manager of the Midnight Diner. To ensure the smooth operation of your duties, I must elucidate the rules of the diner, which you are required to adhere to without exception. 1. The commands of the diner manager must not be disobeyed. You are to execute my orders with unwavering loyalty. Point 2. Those who come to partake are guests. It is imperative to treat guests with utmost courtesy. Any request they make must be fulfilled unconditionally, even by me. Work hours are set at 2 hours, during which you are not permitted to leave the cafeteria or damage any items within. Failure to comply will result in punishment." After outlining the rules, the manager gestured for Chun Mu and his companions to enter the cafeteria. Chapter 3. The Perilous Patron. Upon entering the cafeteria, the scent of blood intensified. In the dimly lit space, several private rooms were visible. The female manager addressed Chun Mu and his group, stating, "You have 3 minutes to change into your server uniforms." With that, she pointed to a nearby room, the door of which bore the inscription "Changing Room." Chun Mu calmly nodded, exhibiting no signs of fear, and pushed open the door to the changing room. The girls exchanged glances, their faces pale with trepidation. They clenched their jaws and followed closely behind Chun Mu. Inside the changing room, a pungent odor pervaded the air. Several uniforms hung on the walls, each stained with varying degrees of blood. Chun Mu was the first to enter, selecting the cleanest uniform to don. The girls, arriving a moment later, could only choose from what remained after Chun Mu's selection. Within just over a minute, they had all changed into their uniforms. Upon seeing them dressed for work, the female manager nodded, clearly pleased with their swift response. She then led them to the entrance of a private room, stating, "There's a guest inside for the next hour. You are to fulfill the patron's requests as servers." With that, the manager opened the door, gesturing for Chun Mu and his companions to enter the room. In the center of the private room, there lay a round table, at which sat a peculiar being with only half a head. At that moment, this strange entity was bowing its head to partake in a meal, emanating a putrid odor from its decaying body. It could be seen grasping a spoon, pouring a bowl of viscous soup into its shattered mouth, with some of the liquid spilling onto the table. "You, clean up the spilled soup," it commanded, pointing with what remained of its finger at one of the young women present. The girl, named Zhao Mengmeng, turned pale at being singled out, casting a look of desperation toward Chun Mu. Chun Mu noticed her gaze, and Zhao Mengmeng displayed a pitiful expression, instinctively pressing her body closer to him, gradually leaning against his arm as she whispered with a trembling voice, "Chun Mu, im so scarlet. Could you please help me?" As a classmate, Chun Mu was well aware of Zhao Mengmeng's character. Though she appeared innocent and charming, she was in fact quite cunning, adept at leveraging her beauty for personal gain. She had simultaneously courted several boyfriends from different classes, proving herself to be a master of time management. Upon hearing her plea, Chun Mu exhibited a look of disdain. Having survived in this bizarre world for 5 years, he was no naive fool. Did she expect him to risk his life for her? That would require a level of insanity he did not possess. Zhao Mengmeng had initially believed that with her feminine allure, she could easily manipulate Chun Mu, much like she had done with other infatuated suitors. Zhao Mengmeng had employed this tactic numerous times, effortlessly manipulating several wealthy heirs from other classes. However, Chun Mu was entirely impervious to her charms. After being decisively rebuffed by Chun Mu, Zhao Mengmeng feigned a pitiful demeanor, yet her eyes betrayed a flicker of resentment. Left with no alternative, she inhaled deeply, gritted her teeth, and approached the peculiar figure. Upon reaching its side, Zhao Mengmeng discovered that there were no rags in sight. In order to comply with the strange figure's command, she resorted to using the sleeve of her uniform to meticulously wipe up the spilled soup from the dining table. The cold, viscous liquid soaked her sleeve, emanating an unbearable stench that nearly made her retch. Gritting her teeth against the nausea, she ultimately managed to clean the table. The strange figure appeared satisfied and produced a ghostly coin from its pocket, presenting it to Zhao Mengmeng. "This is your tip," it declared, Instantly, Zhao Mingming's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Since the onset of the bizarre apocalypse a month prior, she had certainly heard whispers regarding ghostly coins. It was said that within these peculiar tasks, ghostly coins served as immensely potent tools. Possessing such a coin could alleviate numerous troubles encountered during these strange missions. Indeed, there were accounts online of individuals who, despite having breached rules during these tasks, were granted leniency by the strange forces through the use of ghostly coins. With such formidable power, it was no wonder that these coins attracted countless admirers. Yet, the means of acquiring them were exceedingly challenging, leading to their extreme scarcity. Online, there were even wealthy individuals who had offered exorbitant sums, such as 1 million, merely to obtain a single ghostly coin. Zhao Mingming gazed at the ghostly currency in her hand, as if it were a talisman, her lips curling into an expression of exhilaration. She cast a glance at Chun Mu and the other girls, her eyes betraying a hint of mockery and disdain. In her perspective, possessing the ghostly currency elevated her above Chun Mu and his financially destitute companions. The other girls also displayed envy in their eyes. They had only heard whispers about the extreme rarity of ghostly currency, and now Zhao Mingming had astonishingly acquired TLY coin as a gratuity. Meanwhile, Chun Mu maintained a demeanor of calm, as if he could see through the illusion. In this bizarre undertaking, there exists no such thing as a free lunch. Chun Mu had previously engaged in a midnight diner task. He understood that accepting the eerie, ghostly coin would come at a cost, and Zhao Mingming was far too premature at her delight. Suddenly, the peculiar entity at the dining table seized an empty plate and directed its attention toward Zhao Mingming, stating, "I have finished this dish, please remove the plate." For me. In her state of excitement, Zhao Mingming hesitated not, one hand clutching the ghostly currency while the other grasped the plate, proceeding toward the exit. However, she failed to notice the entity's foot extending from beneath the table, obstructing her path. As she took merely 2 steps forward, the entity's foot tripped her, causing her to stumble and fall to the ground, the plate slipping from her grasp. A cacophony ensued as the plate shattered upon impact with the floor. Mere moments later, the door to the private room swung open, and the female ghostly manager, alerted by the calm motion, stepped inside. Upon witnessing the shattered fragments of the plate strewn across the floor, the manager's skeletal expression instantly darkened. Casting a glance at the several attendants, he exclaimed in an irate tone, "Who has broken the plate? Destroying the restaurant's property will incur consequences." Zhao Mingming's complexion turned ashen, her gaze shifting towards the peculiar guests seated at the table's edge. At that moment, half of the guest's face revealed a mocking expression. Clearly, this enigmatic patron was no benign presence. He had deliberately caused Zhao Mingming to stumble, eager to witness the ensuing spectacle. Zhao Mingming glanced at Chun Mu, the location of the shattered plate directly at his feet. Suddenly, with a clenched jaw, she pointed accusingly at Chun Mu, declaring, "It was him. He is the one who broke the plate." Chun Mu furrowed his brow, taken aback by the audacity of this woman. He had not anticipated her shamelessness after he had refused to sacrifice himself for her. She harbored resentment and sought to implicate him in her blunder. However, Chun Mu was not overly surprised, for in the 5 years of this bizarre apocalypse, he had witnessed such treachery before. Betrayal, backstabbing. He had encountered the capriciousness of human nature far too often. Zhao Mingming's attempt to frame him was merely child's play in his eyes. Moreover, he understood that at the very moment she sought to cast blame upon him, her fate was already sealed. Chapter 4. The Path to Survival and the Rules. Upon hearing Zhao Mingming's attempt to shift blame, the enigmatic female manager did not believe her. Instead, her tone grew increasingly irate. "Do you take me for a fool?" she demanded, pointing to a corner of the room, where an eye-like object was intently observing every movement within the private chamber. "What have you done? I have seen everything clearly." Faced with the failure of her ploy to implicate Chun Mu, Zhao Mingming's face turned pale, her body trembling with fear as if it had become a sieve. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she hastily rummaged through her pockets, retrieving a tip of ghostly currency. This spectral sum had just been bestowed upon her by a mysterious patron. Although reluctant to part with it, Zhao Mingming, in a desperate bid to save her life, raised the ghostly tip and exclaimed to the female manager, "I have ghost money. I will compensate for the broken plate. Seeing the ghostly currency in Zhao Mingming's hand, the female manager inquired, "Are you certain you wish to use that ghost money to pay for the restaurant's plate?" Yes, yes. Zhao Mingming nodded fervently, fearing that the manager might change her mind. She hurriedly handed over the ghostly tip. After accepting the spectral currency, the female manager nodded, and at that moment, Zhao Mingming finally breathed a sigh of relief, believing she had escaped death. However, Chunmu shook his head, aware that Zhao Mingming had overlooked her final opportunity for survival. Her fate was now sealed. As if to confirm his fears, before Zhao Mingming could revel in her fleeting relief, the female manager's tone shifted back to one of fury. However, your ghost money is insufficient. The plate requires 2 ghost coins, yet you have only provided me with 1. Should your ghost coins be insufficient, I shall demand payment in the form of half of your corporeal being. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mingming's eyes widened in terror as fear and despair surged within her. She had never anticipated that 1 ghost coin would be inadequate to cover the cost of the plate. The bizarre diner was merely toying with her, intent on her demise. Overwhelmed, she collapsed to the ground, a steaming pool of liquid escaping her. It was evident that she had been so frightened that she lost control. Observing this, the peculiar figure at the table clapped its hands in satisfaction. It relished the spectacle of a server transitioning from terror to joy, and ultimately to despair. The other young women, pale with fright, recognized the peril posed by this strange diner, who clearly sought to bring harm to the servers. The cafeteria favored its guests to an extreme, requiring servers to compensate even if a customer intentionally broke a plate. Unfortunately for Zhao Mingming, should any of the others be chosen by the bizarre diner, their fate would mirror hers. This was an utterly inescapable predicament. Would the peculiar diner strike again? Could they possibly survive until the task's conclusion? An overwhelming sense of despair descended, enveloping everyone in a shroud of helplessness and fear. Everyone, that is, except Chunmu. At this moment, Chunmu remained remarkably composed, exuding an air of confidence as though he had already discerned the truth of the situation. Chunmu possessed ghost coins. And beyond that, he understood that this was not an insurmountable deadlock. What appeared to be a hopeless situation actually concealed a path to survival. This path lay within the rules themselves, and he, Chunmu, had already grasped the means to navigate the task's challenges. The bizarre diner licked its half-lip, seemingly left wanting for more. The despairing collapse of a server was insufficient to satiate the bizarre patron, who yearned for more. Suddenly, the eccentric diner pointed at Chunmu, extracting a ghostly coin from his pocket, which he unceremoniously placed into Chunmu's hand, cackling, "This is your tip." A collective gasp escaped the lips of several girls, who discerned the sinister intent of the peculiar patron. He had already chosen his second victim, Chunmu. Zhao Mingming, sprawled on the ground, wore a look of schadenfreude. She understood that her demise was inevitable, yet the prospect of witnessing Chunmu meet his end alongside her filled her with a vengeful exhilaration. "You refused to accompany me to the grave earlier. Now it appears you shall perish as well." Under the gaze of the onlookers, the strange diner seized another plate and, with a resounding crash, shattered it upon the floor. Pointing at the fragmented dish, he addressed the restaurant manager, declaring, "This plate is broken. I demand that this server compensate for it." The server he referred to was, of course, Chunmu. Faced with the patron's brazen insolence, one girl, overwhelmed by fear and indignation, could no longer contain herself and cried out, "That plate was not broken by Chunmu. For him to pay is unjust." Chunmu glanced at her. Her name was Yi Chuxue, the class monitor. Her words stemmed from a sense of fairness and a self-preserving instinct, as she feared that should this continue, she would be next in line for demise after Chunmu. Regardless, Yi Chuxue possessed a modicum of righteousness, reminiscent of others Chunmu had encountered who spoke out for those in need. However, a year after the bizarre apocalypse, Chunmu had not been seen again. Those with a sense of justice had perished in the relentless series of peculiar tasks. Nevertheless, the female, enigmatic manager did not heed Yi Chushua's protests. She turned to Chunmu and stated, "The servant must obey all commands of the guest. If the guest shatters a plate, you must compensate for it." To her astonishment, Chunmu did not argue but instead nodded calmly, saying, "Of course, I possess 1 spirit coin. 1 spirit coin is insufficient to cover the cost of the plate. I am aware of that, yet I never claimed I would reimburse for this plate." Chunmu spoke slowly, leaving several girls exchanging bewildered glances, struggling to comprehend his words. Did he refuse to compensate for the plate? Was he preparing to openly defy the enigmatic manager? Could it be that Chunmu had lost his sanity? The female manager furrowed her brow, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth, as if she were ready to rend Chun-Mu to pieces. If you refuse to compensate for the plate, then death is your only fate. I understand your urgency, but please, do not rush, Chun-Mu replied with a radiant smile, waving the spirit coin in his hand. Bring forth your menu. I would like to order a dish to sample. The other girls remained perplexed by Chun-Mu's words, some even believing he had been rendered speechless by fear. In such dire circumstances, he was still contemplating ordering a dish? Yet, observing Chun-Mu's unyielding demeanor, they were left uncertain about his true intentions. The expression of the female, enigmatic manager shifted slightly. It seemed she began to grasp something. Her gaze toward Chun-Mu now tinged with surprise and caution. Chun-Mu spoke slowly. I have already discerned the path to success in this task. Chapter 5. How to repay virtue with virtue. Chun-Mu continued. The key to the task lies concealed within the rules you, the manager, articulated at the outset. The second rule states, those who come to consume are guests. One must treat guests with utmost courtesy. Regardless of their requests, they must be met unconditionally, even by the manager. The guest has offered me a mere 1 ghost coin as a tip, while the plate requires 2 ghost coins for compensation, rendering the tip insufficient to cover the cost of the plate. It appears to be an unsolvable predicament. Should the initial receiver utilize 1 ghost coin to compensate for the plate, it would amount to a surrender to fate. Thus, the crux of the solution lies in a leap of thought. One must transcend the fixed mindset of being a mere servant, who says that one cannot alter their identity in such a peculiar scenario. Reflecting on the second rule, if I were not a servant but rather a guest, it would imply that I could make any request, including a refusal to compensate for the plate. But how does one become a guest? The first sentence of the second rule states, those who come to consume are guests. This may seem trivial, yet it hints that by consuming in the cafeteria, one can attain the status of a guest. As a servant, I currently am, but if I were to partake in consumption within the cafeteria, according to the rule those who come to consume are guests, my identity would transform into that of a guest. Therefore, the proper use of this 1 ghost coin is not for compensating the plate, but rather for consumption. Manager, I request a plate of peanuts for 1 ghost coin. As a guest, I demand to refuse the compensation for the plate. Upon finishing his statement, Chun-Mu handed the 1 ghost coin to the female ghost manager. The female enigmatic manager displayed a look of astonishment as she meticulously gazed into Chun-Mu's eyes, discerning within them a profound sense of confidence, composure, and tranquility. She could scarcely believe that such a youthful man exhibited such remarkable calmness and sophistication, effortlessly perceiving the concealed path to survival. Such audacity and sagacity left even her astounded. Is this your first encounter with an enigmatic task? She could not help but inquire. Indeed, it is my first in this lifetime, Chun-Mu replied truthfully, for this was, in fact, his inaugural venture into the realm of the bizarre since his rebirth. As for his previous existence, where he survived for 5 years in a strange apocalyptic world, that belonged to another chapter of his life. In truth, the path to survival was conceived by Chun-Mu after meticulously reviewing his past missions. During that time, a peculiar patron had mercilessly slain 2 attendants before relenting. Chun-Mu had been fortunate enough to escape selection, thus preserving his life. However, with 5 years of experience in the strange apocalypse, even without prior knowledge, Chun-Mu retained confidence in his ability to discover a path to survival, albeit at a somewhat slower and more cumbersome pace. Furthermore, possessing an immense fortune of 1 trillion ghost coins, he had already intended to acquire the Midnight Diner. In his eyes, the Midnight Diner was already his domain, so there was no cause for alarm. At worst, he would merely need to enhance his cash flow capabilities. I must concede, you are quite remarkable, the female enigmatic manager said, taking a ghost coin into her hand, her tone softening considerably. Individuals endowed with capability and wisdom command respect wherever they may be, and the realm of the enigmatic was no exception. On the ground, Zhao Mingming, upon witnessing this astonishing scene, finally regained her composure. She hurriedly called out to the female manager of the supernatural establishment, "Return my first ghostly coin to me. I refuse to compensate. I, too, wish to place an order. I deserve to be treated as a distinguished guest." However, the female manager coldly rebuffed her, stating, "Your first ghostly coin has already been given to me. It is non-refundable." The glimmer of hope faded from Zhao Mingming's face, replaced by a surge of resentment and despair that twisted her features into a grotesque expression. She cast a venomous glance at Chun-Mu and, In a tone laced with bitterness, exclaimed Chun Mu. You have long discerned the path to survival. Why did you not share it with me? You scoundrel. In uttering these words, she failed to contemplate how she had orchestrated Chun Mu's demise while simultaneously attempting to frame him. Chun Mu shrugged nonchalantly, retorting, Why should I save you? Moreover, you wish for me to perish in your stead while also seeking to tarnish my name. How can one repay kindness with enmity? Furthermore, even if I were to reveal the path to survival, the moment you sought to implicate me, your fate would be sealed. The primary rule dictates that the cafeteria manager's orders must not be defied. You are obliged to faithfully execute her commands. When the cafeteria manager inquired about who shattered the plate, your failure to respond truthfully violated the rule of loyal execution of the cafeteria manager's orders, marking you as a doomed individual. Upon hearing Chun Mu's words, Zhao Mingming was rendered speechless. His remarks once again astonished the female manager, who had not anticipated Chun Mu's keen observation. He had discerned Zhao Mingming's breach of the foremost rule. Such meticulous perceptiveness should not be underestimated. On the other side, several other girls were still grappling with their astonishment. How could such a seemingly fatal predicament be effortlessly unraveled by Chun Mu? Among them, two younger girls gazed at Chun Mu with eyes brimming with admiration. It is conceivable that, without Chun Mu's intervention, countless lives could have been lost this evening. One might even assert that Chun Mu had salvaged them from certain doom. Just as the female manager was poised to depart, Chun Mu abruptly called out to her, urging her not to rush away. I have matters to discuss. What matters? The female manager paused, her tone considerably softened compared to before. Fetch your boss. I wish to confer with them. Chun Mu stated. Boss. A look of discomfort crossed the female manager's face. Our boss seldom makes an appearance. If you have any requests, you may convey them to me, and I shall endeavor to fulfill them. And what if I wish to purchase your cafeteria? Chun Mu replied, his smile radiant and confidence unwavering. At this proclamation, the female manager was once again taken aback. She was astonished by Chun Mu's audacity. How could this man be so bold as to suggest acquiring the midnight cafeteria outright? Such a notion was nothing short of fanciful. Nevertheless, Chun Mu's earlier demeanor had earned her some respect, prompting her to patiently elucidate. The rules state that I must fulfill all customer requests, but matters concerning the sale of the midnight cafeteria exceed my authority. In her view, Chun Mu appeared to be attempting to exploit the rules, seeking to acquire the cafeteria without compensation, effectively coaxing it into his possession. It is evidently impossible. The female manager of the establishment is merely an employee and lacks such authority. However, Chun Mu's subsequent statement left her even more astounded. Indeed, I am aware that you do not possess this authority, which is precisely why I requested you to summon your superior. I never implied that I wish to acquire a midnight diner for free. You have misunderstood my intentions. What I meant to convey is that I intend to purchase this diner using ghostly currency, and your boss will not refuse. Chapter 6. He is unexpectedly wealthy. The female manager scrutinized Chun Mu, acknowledging his intelligence and depth of character. Yet, she could not fathom that he possessed the means to buy the midnight diner. Although it was true that the diner was struggling and on the brink of closure, acquiring it would undoubtedly require an investment of over 10 million ghostly coins, a sum that was astronomically high. Could this young man truly have 10 million ghostly coins? Such a claim would be met with disbelief by anyone. Was he attempting to deceive her? Chun Mu revealed a mysterious smile, gently caressing the ring on his finger before slowly extracting a stack of ghostly coins from within. Indeed, he was about to wield his financial prowess. The bank of the underworld within the ring held trillions of ghostly coins, which Chun Mu could utilize at his discretion. In this bizarre apocalyptic realm, there was no concern about imprisonment for robbing the underworld bank. Possession equated to ownership. This was also the reason Chun Mu had taken the perilous gamble of robbing the underworld bank in the first place. Upon witnessing Chun Mu produce a substantial stack of ghostly coins, the female manager was momentarily taken aback before scrutinizing them in disbelief. The coins emanated a potent aura of ghostly energy, unmistakably genuine ghostly currency. This substantial stack of ghostly currency amounts to at least 100,000. Casually producing such a sum, he truly possesses immense wealth. Observing Chun Mu's composed demeanor, the enigmatic female manager began to believe that this man might genuinely wish to acquire the midnight canteen. At this moment, her gaze toward Chun Mu was imbued with a complex array of emotions. Previously, Chun Mu's display of calmness and intellect had only evoked a modicum of admiration from her, without any further impact. After the task concluded, they would likely part ways, perhaps never to meet again. Yet now, With Chen Mu presenting such a considerable amount of ghostly coins and expressing a desire to purchase the midnight canteen, the implications for the female manager were profound. The canteen had recently fallen into dire straits, with the owners so financially strained that even wages could not be disbursed. The female manager's salary had been in arrears for 6 months, along with the wages of other peculiar employees and chefs, all owed for over half a year. The 100,000 ghostly coins that Chen Mu nonchalantly produced represented an amount that the female manager could only hope to earn in over 2 years. Consequently, her attitude towards Chen Mu transformed into one of respect, even tinged with a hint of obsequious humility, starkly contrasting her previous cold demeanor. Esteemed Mr. Chen, I am Li Xiao, the manager of the canteen. Please allow me a moment. I shall summon our owner immediately. With that, Li Xiao pulled out a chair from the table, respectfully assisting Chen Mu to sit down, then bowed and hurried away to fetch the owner. Once Li Xiao departed, a profound silence enveloped the private room. Chen Mu remained seated, while the peculiar diner who had previously sought to vex him now appeared exceedingly uncomfortable. The current standards of the Midnight Diner are rather low. Those who frequent this establishment are often peculiar and impoverished, with little money to spare. Upon encountering Chen Mu, who exudes wealth, the strange patrons are seized by a pang of fear, apprehensive that he might spend his money to extinguish their lives. If that were to occur, their fate would be sealed. Contemplating this grim possibility, one peculiar individual rummaged through his pocket and produced a long-preserved cigarette, offering it to Chen Mu in a bid for favor. Mr. Chen, I am but a petty scoundrel. I hope you can overlook my previous transgressions. Get lost. Chen Mu leisurely expelled the single word, and the peculiar figure, as if granted a reprieve, hurriedly apologized while scurrying away in terror. Chen Mu had no intention of letting him off easily. However, he refrained from pressing too hard at present, concerned that such pressure might provoke a desperate reaction, endangering his own life. Once he acquires the Midnight Diner, he intends to dispatch a mere employee to eliminate this peculiar menace, uprooting the threat entirely. As for Zhao Mingming, Chen Mu harbored no intentions of rescuing her. The axiom remains, how can one repay kindness with enmity? In the private room, the other young women felt an air of unreality. What was happening? Were they not engaged in a perilous task fraught with danger, tiptoeing through treacherous terrain in search of survival? Why had the atmosphere shifted so abruptly in Chen Mu's presence? The female peculiar manager wore a sycophantic expression, and the patrons appeared utterly terrified. In light of this, it seemed as though the identities of Chen Mu and the peculiar beings had exchanged places. Chen Mu assumed the role of the oddity, while the others resembled frightened souls. Feel free to choose a seat. You shall not face any danger tonight. Chen Mu assured the young women, gesturing for them to take their places at will. These individuals are classmates, and Chen Mu harbors no animosity towards them. The girls are quite amiable. They have previously assisted Chen Mu with her assignments, and the class monitor, Yu Xue, even stood up for her moments ago. Consequently, Chen Mu has no intention of making things difficult for them. After all, she is not psychologically twisted, unlike the peculiar creature encountered earlier, which seemed to derive pleasure from causing trouble. A few girls took seats beside Chen Mu, their gazes filled with gratitude and admiration. In their eyes, Chen Mu's performance this evening was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only had she effortlessly discovered a path to safety, but she had also amassed a considerable amount of ghost money, prompting even the eerie figure to flatter her excessively. Familiar classmates appeared enigmatic to them at that moment. A mysterious, strong presence naturally captivates the attention of the opposite sex. Two girls contemplated initiating a conversation with Chen Mu, but upon witnessing her serene demeanor, they hesitated, feeling that she would not be interested in them. After approximately 5 minutes, the door to the private room swung open, revealing Li Xiao, accompanied by the owner of the Midnight Diner. The owner, clad in a suit and tie, topped off with a hat, exuded an air of sophistication. The only drawback was the absence of flesh on his head, revealing a skull. The skeletal proprietor approached Chen Mu with an air of refinement and inquired, "Sir, I am the owner of the Midnight Diner. Are you interested in purchasing it?" Chen Mu nodded in response. The skeletal owner exhibited a shrewd expression and began to entice her, saying, "Mr. Chen, as you can see, my diner is currently facing some operational difficulties." The skeleton boss is a master of deception, weaving elaborate tales in an attempt to persuade Chen Mu to take on this venture, ultimately positioning him as the unwitting fool. However, as a reborn individual, Chen Mu is acutely aware that the skeleton boss's words, albeit misleading, contain a kernel of truth. Furthermore, After recruiting several exceptional chefs, the Midnight Diner expands rapidly, ultimately evolving into the formidable Midnight Hotel, renowned across the land. The Underworld Bank and the Midnight Hotel, these are the formidable powers that reign in this bizarre apocalyptic world. With their innovative dishes and delectable cuisine, alongside the Midnight Hotel's unique culinary creations, they attract countless strange beings, all vying for a taste. In this vast world, the epitome of exquisite flavor can only be found at the Midnight Hotel, singular and unparalleled. On one occasion, the Midnight Hotel hosted an event, offering a chance to win a coveted spot at an elite buffet prepared by the hotel's top chefs using the finest ingredients, an exclusive opportunity. In pursuit of a complimentary dining experience, 10 extraordinary beings banded together, willingly serving as enforcers for the Midnight Hotel. The hotel, unrestrained in its approach, utilized these beings as disposable assets, with rumors circulating that one of them even fell in battle. People were willing to exhaust their fortunes to secure a place at the Midnight Diner. Chapter 7. Seizing the Midnight Diner at First Glance. The prospects for the Midnight Diner's development are exceedingly bright, and I have great faith in its potential. Shenmue nodded in satisfaction. The skeleton boss, overjoyed, mistakenly believed it had successfully swayed Shenmue, hastily adding, "Mr. Chun, I must mention that the Midnight Diner is rather expensive. I wonder if you possess the means." It was apprehensive about Chun-Mu's financial capability. "Name your price," Chun-Mu replied, his expression serene. 800. No, 7 million. 7 million underworld coins. The skeleton boss ventured cautiously. In general, the Midnight Diner, despite its mismanagement, is valued at 10 million ghost coins. However, due to significant losses, the skeletal owner, eager to rid himself of this burdensome asset, reluctantly agreed to a reduction of 3 million. This figure is already quite close to the skeletal owner's bottom line, which stands at 650,000. He would not sell for less. "I will add an additional 500,000, offering 750,000 ghost coins to acquire the Midnight Diner," Shenmue declared. "How about we reduce it by 500,000 more? Or perhaps just 30,000? You know," the skeletal owner began, only to abruptly halt, thinking he had misheard. "What? You want to add 500,000? The buyer is voluntarily increasing the offer?" He initially assumed that Shenmue sought to negotiate a further reduction, but now he was bewildered by this unexpected escalation. Had he not witnessed Shenmue casually produce 100,000 ghost coins, he might have thought the young man was jesting. Shenmue nodded, affirming, "Indeed. I will give you an extra 500,000, but I have a small request. All the employees of the Midnight Diner must remain. You cannot take them away." At this moment, the skeletal owner was once again left in a state of shock. The Midnight Diner had been struggling, with employee wages already in arrears for over half a year. Shenmue could easily choose to forego these employees, thereby avoiding the payment of their overdue salaries. Naturally, the skeletal owner had no interest in retaining them, intending to pack up and flee. As for the staff owed wages, they could simply be abandoned, left to wander as lost souls. Yet now, Shenmue was proactively insisting on retaining these employees, willingly taking on this scorching hot potato. This implies that Shenmue must at least compensate the employees for their overdue wages, a staggering sum of 50,000 Ming coins. Initially, he voluntarily offered an additional 50,000, and now he is also taking on these employees, resulting in a loss of 100,000. What a rare instance of folly. The skeletal boss gazed at Shenmue with increasing admiration, perceiving him as an angel sent to rescue him. "Mr. Chin, your discernment is truly impeccable. I assure you. Acquiring the Midnight Diner is undoubtedly the most astute decision you have ever made." The skeletal boss extolled Shenmue, weaving a tapestry of flattery. At that moment, Shenmue had become the wisest person in the world. He relished the skeletal boss's praise, yet he was aware that he was no fool. His actions were driven by his own calculations. The additional 50,000 he offered to the skeletal boss was not due to an abundance of funds with nowhere to allocate them. Rather, it was because he had secured something worth 80,000 for merely 70,000, thus making a considerable profit. He believed in sharing the wealth, ensuring that the skeletal boss felt satisfied. Otherwise, the skeletal boss might harbor resentment and intentionally delay matters for a month or two. During that time, the bizarre apocalypse would progress rapidly, allowing the Midnight Diner to turn a profit. If the skeletal boss changed his mind and refused to sell to Shenmue, it would result in significant losses for him. As for assuming responsibility for the employees, there were promising talents among them. including 2 of the 5 future chefs for the hotel. Additionally, this spared Chun-Mu the trouble of recruiting new staff, saving him considerable effort. Chun-Mu believed that during perilous times, he had extended a helping hand to these employees, thus sparing them from a fate as wandering souls. Their loyalty to him was undoubtedly profound. When considered in this light, the additional expenditure of 1 million was, in essence, a lucrative investment. As Chun-Mu anticipated, upon hearing his words, the others gazed at him in disbelief. A mere phrase from Chun-Mu had rescued them from the tragic destiny of becoming lost spirits, and with this realization, Li Xiaoxiao's eyes brimmed with gratitude. "Mr. Chun, when do you plan to make the payment?" inquired the skeletal boss, treading cautiously. In its eyes, Chun-Mu had become the unwitting benefactor, deserving of utmost hospitality, for they could not afford to provoke his ire. Thus, within this bizarre task, an unusual atmosphere unfolded. As the principal antagonist of the peculiar mission, the skeletal boss regarded Chun-Mu with an air of deference, as if Chun-Mu were the true master, while it played the role of a cautious servant, wary of transgressing any rules. "I shall pay you now, 7,500,000, Chun-Mu declared, stroking the ring on his finger. With a mere thought, stacks of ghostly currency materialized in the room, neatly arranged against the wall. A dense aura of the supernatural permeated the air. These were brand new notes from the underworld bank, exuding an unparalleled allure. The skeletal boss's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of such an abundance of money. After a brief moment, it looked at Chun-Mu, exclaiming in awe, "Are humans truly this wealthy now? Let us sign the contract. Once completed, this money shall be yours." Chun-Mu replied nonchalantly, "Very well, Mr. Chun, please hold on. I will retrieve the contract at once." Initially, the skull boss intended to delay, selling some items from the midnight diner before transferring them to Chun-Mu. However, upon Chun-Mu's generous addition of 50,000 Ming coins and his swift action, the skull boss was moved. With empathy, facing such a prompt buyer, the skull boss wasted no time and promptly produced the contract, inscribing his name upon it. As Chun-Mu received the contract, he noted its peculiar paper, which exuded a rich aura of ghostly energy. Within this ethereal essence lingered an irresistible force, the power of rules. In this bizarre apocalypse, the power of rules supersedes all other forces. To transgress these rules incurs significant repercussions, even for the King of Strange. Beyond the rules inherent to the tasks, numerous other regulations govern this strange world. The contract before him serves as a manifestation of such rules. Chun-Mu inscribed his name upon the document. At that moment, a surge of potent, ghostly energy coursed through him, granting him a remarkable sensation, as if he were a sovereign capable of commanding the entirety of the Midnight Diner. The Midnight Diner was now his possession. In this instant, Chun-Mu ascended to the position of the supreme boss within the Midnight Diner, his words embodying the very essence of rules in this uncanny realm. Chapter 8. My words are the rules. Embracing this overwhelming sense of control, Chun-Mu found himself entranced. He was now the master of the Midnight Diner, a reality whose implications in this strange apocalypse he understood better than anyone else. After acquiring the Midnight Diner, Chun-Mu's ownership does not signify the cessation of its bizarre occurrences. In other words, others will still receive tasks from the Midnight Diner. Those individuals must adhere to certain rules upon entering, and whether they breach these regulations, the ultimate authority rests with Chun-Mu. In essence, if Chun-Mu desires someone's demise, they will undeniably be unable to escape alive. Conversely, should he wish to safeguard an individual, even if they face perilous situations within the Midnight Diner, they shall remain unharmed. To put it succinctly, Chun-Mu embodies the deity of the Midnight Diner's realm. The sense of control that accompanies such power draws countless individuals to him. It is conceivable that, as the peculiar apocalypse unfolds, an increasing number of people will receive tasks from the Midnight Diner. Consequently, their fates will lie firmly in Chun-Mu's hands. Suddenly, Chun-Mu felt an uncanny sensation, as if he were becoming one with the surreal end of days. If one day he could acquire all bizarre scenarios and employ all anomalies, would that not imply he would become the singular sovereign of this apocalyptic world? Of course, such aspirations are still distant. Chun-Mu is not one to reach for the stars, preferring to proceed step by step. With 5 years of experience in this uncanny apocalypse, he harbors no doubt that he can swiftly transform the Midnight Diner into the Midnight Hotel. Following the signing of the contract, the Midnight Diner severed ties with the skeleton boss, becoming entirely Chun-Mu's domain. The skeleton boss, recognizing the situation, departed hastily after receiving 750,000 underworld coins. At this moment, the private room contained only Qinmu, Li Xiaoxiao, and the few girls partaking in the tasks. As for Zhao Meiming, she had already met her demise for violating the rules earlier. The remaining girls exchanged glances, finally realizing that Qinmu had indeed acquired the Midnight Diner. Was it not astonishing that merely an hour ago he had been a mere waiter, and now he had transformed into the enigmatic figure of the scene's Grand Master? Such an unexpected twist left them utterly astounded, rendering Qinmu even more mysterious and formidable in their eyes. Qinmu spoke. In this peculiar task, the fourth rule of the Midnight Diner is as follows. He paused, glancing at his watch, which read 1:04 a.m. At 1:04 a.m., all waiters may leave the Midnight Diner. Should one choose to depart, it shall be considered the completion of the task. If this rule conflicts with any other, this rule shall take precedence. With a calm demeanor, Qinmu announced his first rule, asserting his dominance with a commanding presence. After a moment, the class monitor, Yi Chuxue, cautiously inquired, Qinmu, may we leave? Thank you, Qinmu. Several girls expressed their gratitude, their hearts still racing from their narrow escape as they exited the diner. As expected, upon their departure, they faced no repercussions, indicating that Qinmu had indeed assumed control over this bizarre scenario. Meanwhile, the staff of the Midnight Diner gathered in the dining hall, aligning with Qinmu's intentions. When he emerged from the private room into the hall, over 20 peculiar figures stood awaiting him. The bizarre visages were an eclectic assortment, featuring decaying corpses, ethereal phantoms drifting in the air, and an elder with two heads in humanoid form. As a human approached, the oddities began to murmur amongst themselves, casting peculiar glances at Qinmu. Li Xiaoxiao, acting as the manager, addressed the employees, saying, "This is our new boss, Qinmu. The boss has promised to compensate us for the wages that have been long overdue. As long as everyone works diligently under the boss, we shall not be wronged." Upon hearing this, the employees, who had suffered from wage delays under the previous employer for over 6 months, erupted into cheers after a brief moment of astonishment. In their eyes, Qinmu not only refrained from dismissing them, but also offered them remuneration, elevating him to the status of a true benefactor. In stark contrast to the harshness of their former employer, Qinmu's treatment of them was 100-fold more benevolent. "Do not call me boss, address me as master." In preference to the more commercial title of boss, Qinmu favored the term master. Subsequently, he held a spirit currency in his left hand and a contract in his right, commencing the process of signing contracts with each of the peculiar employees. With each contract signed, Qinmu gained dominion over them. They were bound to obey his commands and forbidden from inflicting harm upon him. Simultaneously, Qinmu assessed the abilities of his employees. In the realm of the bizarre apocalypse, the strength of these anomalies could be classified into 5 tiers: Anomaly King, Anomaly General, Anomaly Leader, Anomaly Soldier, and Anomaly Commoner. Among the entire staff, only Li Xiaoxiao and 2 other chefs barely reached the level of Anomaly Soldier. It was still insufficient. Their power remained too feeble. Qinmu shook his head in resignation. He had originally intended to seek out a peculiar entity to form a contract with, which would allow him to possess a strange companion for self-defense at any moment. Despite having signed numerous agreements, Qinmu understood that contracts and covenants were fundamentally different. Contracts were limited to the peculiar setting of the Midnight Diner, within its confines. The staff were obliged to follow his commands and could not harm him. However, once outside the Midnight Diner, the contract ceased to hold any power. To ensure a peculiar being would always obey his summons, the most effective approach was to establish a covenant. Yet, an individual could only forge a covenant with one peculiar entity, making Qinmu particularly mindful of this opportunity. After acquiring the Midnight Diner, Qinmu's strength had considerably increased, a boon bestowed upon him by the diner itself. Now, he possessed power equivalent to that of a peculiar citizen. The entities before him were of such low caliber that entering into a covenant with them would be a sheer waste. He sought at least a peculiar general for such an alliance. During the contract signing, Li Xiaoxiao had stepped away for a moment. When Qinmu focused his gaze, he realized that the peculiar being she was holding was none other than the entity that had attempted to harm him earlier. It was merely of the peculiar citizen level, possessing minimal strength, and Li Xiaoxiao could easily handle it. At this juncture, the peculiar being truly regretted its actions, realizing it had awakened a significant trouble. Chapter 9. I am magnanimous and never hold a grudge. Overnight, upon witnessing the terrified entity, Qinmu glanced at the respectful Li Xiaoxiao and nodded in satisfaction. He addressed the quaking peculiar being, saying, "Do not be alarmed. I am a magnanimous person and never hold a grudge beyond a single night." Upon hearing Chun Mu's gentle tone, the strange entity felt a slight easing of its previously taut heart, promptly showering him with flattery. Yet, deep within, an undercurrent of resentment toward Chun Mu began to brew. Although it dared not harm him, it prepared to create some trouble for him when the opportunity arose. Little did it anticipate that Chun Mu's next words would plunge it into an abyss of despair. "I am not one to harbor grudges overnight. So let us end it tonight. I wish for a world devoid of its presence by dawn." Realizing its impending demise was inevitable, the strange entity could no longer feign composure and erupted in curses toward Chun Mu. However, before it could utter more than a few words, it was swiftly taken away by Li Xiaoxiao to meet its end. After signing the contract and disbursing the payment, the hour had grown late, past 2 in the morning. Amidst the farewell of the staff at the midnight canteen, Chun Mu departed from that place. The bizarre apocalypse had only just begun, aside from the peculiar scenes. Other areas were not particularly perilous. While the midnight canteen was undoubtedly a sanctuary, Chun Mu could not remain in seclusion indefinitely. He needed to seize the early moments of this uncanny apocalypse to swiftly bolster his strength. Thus, for the upcoming month, Chun Mu resolved to leverage his prior memories to seek out peculiar items in various strange locales, enhance his abilities, and forge contracts with formidable anomalies. As he left the midnight canteen, a refreshing evening breeze enveloped him, dispelling his weariness. Before him lay a tranquil campus, illuminated in the distance, with the nighttime city exuding a serene calmness. Behind him, however, lingered the stench of blood from the midnight canteen. Tranquility and terror were but a hair's breadth apart. Unbeknownst to most, the bizarre apocalypse was gradually descending, the familiar orders slowly unraveling. Perhaps this was the calm before the storm. The school gate stood illuminated, the security room's lights still aglow. Upon seeing Chun Mu exit the campus, the elderly man inside remarked, "Young man, studying so diligently? Burning the midnight oil until 2 in the morning?" Chun Mu offered a faint smile. "Study?" His academic performance had never been remarkable before the onset of the bizarre apocalypse. While he was not among the lowest achievers, he certainly did not excel. However, following the arrival of this strange new world, such concerns had become trivial. Academic grades and examination scores held no value in this peculiar era, not even equivalent to a single ghostly coin. Survival. That was the paramount objective amid the bizarre apocalypse. Only after ensuring survival could one contemplate development. "Sir, could you please open the gate for me?" Chun Mu addressed the elder in the security room. "Certainly," the old man replied. "It's rare to see a student as diligent as you." With that, he opened the gate for Chun Mu. Chapter 10. The Phantom Taxi Stepping onto the street. Chun Mu searched for a taxi in the western direction. The deserted thoroughfare at dawn was eerily quiet. Most people still lost in slumber, the night enveloping everything in darkness. "It's truly inconvenient without a vehicle. I must find a way to procure one," Chun Mu mused. After waiting for 5 minutes, at last, a taxi emerged from the inky blackness, gliding towards him. Before he could raise his hand, it came to a halt beside him. Chun Mu opened the door and settled into the back seat. "Driver, take me to Wangjiang Community." Wangjiang Community was Chun Mu's home, an aging neighborhood over a decade old, with small, dilapidated apartments where he resided alone. Nevertheless, with his spatial ring, storing and organizing his belongings was remarkably convenient. The house at home is both old and small, and Chun Mu has no intention of continuing to reside there. As the eerie apocalypse descends, Chun Mu, possessing a fortune of 1 trillion ghostly coins, naturally contemplates improving his living conditions by selecting a more splendid dwelling. Throughout the journey, the driver remains taciturn, uttering not a single word from start to finish. Furthermore, as time progresses, Chun Mu keenly observes that the taxi's speed is increasingly accelerating. Soon, the velocity surpasses 12, then 13, and finally reaches 16. "Sir, you are driving too fast," Chun Mu interjects with urgency. At that moment, a realization dawns upon him, causing his gaze to sharpen. He inhales deeply, detecting a faint scent of blood. Upon the rear window, there exists a handprint impressed in blood. Although faint, it is challenging to discern due to the darkness of the night. His 5 years of experience in this bizarre apocalypse informed Chun Mu that something is amiss with this taxi. If his intuition is correct, this should be the infamous ghostly taxi of the eerie apocalypse. In this strange world, humanity primarily faces 3 threats. Firstly, there are the bizarre tasks. Those chosen for such tasks receive a blood-red note, dictating that they must complete the assigned task or face death. These peculiar tasks usually possess explicit rules, within which one might seek a path to survival. However, such paths are often obscure and fraught with peril. The task Shenmue recently participated in falls into this category. Secondly, there are the wandering spirits and eerie apparitions. As the eerie apocalypse encroaches, numerous restless spirits roam the earth. Should one abide by the rules, these spirits cannot inflict harm. Yet, the stipulations governing these spirits are typically vague and unclear. The enigmatic spirits will not reveal the rules in advance. One must navigate through trial and error or heed the experiences of others. For instance, there exists a spirit that masquerades as an elderly woman, soliciting your assistance in taking out the trash. Should you oblige, the spirit gains the opportunity to attack you. In such scenarios, unless one possesses greater strength or can successfully evade, the dire consequence is death at the hands of the spirit. Furthermore, there are peculiar scenes. In addition to entering these uncanny realms by following the directives on a note, individuals may inadvertently stumble into them. For example, a roadside shop may be invaded by the bizarre, transforming it into a surreal scene. Should one step inside, adherence to the rules and completion of the tasks within becomes imperative for escape. Take, for instance, the taxi currently in question. It is, in fact, a peculiar scene. Shenmue unwittingly boarded this taxi, thus entering this surreal realm. However, he remained unperturbed. His 5 years of experience in this strange apocalyptic world had equipped him with considerable knowledge. Within these uncanny settings, survival is achievable as long as one does not contravene the established rules. Regarding the spectral taxi, Shenmue had encountered numerous tales. In this bizarre apocalypse, the spectral taxi serves as an exceptional mode of transportation. While seated within, one is impervious to attacks from other entities until reaching the intended destination, akin to possessing a temporary invincibility buff. The rules governing the spectral taxi are rather straightforward. If one possesses ghost coins, payment can be made according to the fare. If not, one must swiftly discern the taxi's abnormality and, before its speed escalates, hastily exit through the door to escape. The ethereal taxi's initial speed is languid, allowing its first passenger to escape with only minor injuries. However, the taxi's velocity escalates rapidly, reaching breakneck speeds, potentially even surpassing the speed of sound. At such tremendous speeds, leaping from the vehicle becomes a perilous endeavor. Thus, one is compelled to remain seated until the destination is reached, obediently settling the fare. What if one possesses no ghost coins? The driver may resort to lethal measures. In this bizarre apocalyptic world, some individuals, in their haste to arrive at a specific location, actively seek out an ethereal taxi. When adhering to the established rules, these taxis offer remarkable convenience for travel. As previously stated, in this surreal realm, the possession of ghost coins signifies two vastly different experiences. At this juncture, the taxi's speed has already surpassed 19, swiftly arriving at Shenmue's residence in Wangjiang Community. It is only at this moment that the driver finally speaks. You have arrived. Pay up. 1. Ghost coin. For many, 1 ghost coin represents a substantial sum. Moreover, as the strange apocalypse has only just commenced, few possess such currency, making it nearly impossible for anyone but Shenmue to produce a ghost coin. Yet, Shenmue remains unperturbed, choosing not to pay, simply sitting calmly in the back seat. Observing Shenmue's reluctance to settle the fare, the driver becomes incensed. Its head abruptly twists at an unnatural angle of 18 degrees, fixating a menacing glare upon Shenmue in the back seat. Pay up, or face death. Shenmue clearly discerned the driver's visage. It was that of a middle-aged man, yet his eyes had been cruelly gouged out, leaving behind 2 gory sockets. Astonishingly, he maintained a steady grip on the wheel despite his lack of sight. Remarkable, indeed, Shenmue mused, a playful smile gracing his face, betraying no hint of fear. Enough of the idle chatter. If you can't settle the fare, prepare for your demise. Suddenly, the driver extended his hands, intent on grasping Shenmue's throat. Hey, how can you be so certain that I lack funds? Shenmue chuckled, his gaze piercing into the driver. Under Shenmue's penetrating stare, the driver felt increasingly uneasy, his movements becoming more frantic. Then hurry and pay. 1. Ghost coin. Failure to pay is a violation of the rules, and you shall perish. I will twist your head off. Yet, Shenmue remained unperturbed. Are you in a rush? Listen to me. Do not be hasty. for there are more pressing matters to attend to shortly. I know that even if I were to offer you one ghost coin, you would refuse it. For if you accepted the ghost coin, it would be you who violated the rules." As he spoke, Chunmu indeed retrieved a ghost coin from his ring, brandishing it before the driver's eyes. The sight of such wealth ignited a yearning in the driver's expression, mingled with a tinge of apprehension. Chapter 11. Be my personal driver. Undoubtedly, 1. Ghost coin represented an immense temptation for the driver. However, as Chunmu rightly pointed out, the taxi driver dared not accept it. He could only gaze longingly, paralyzed by his fears. Chunmu revealed a familiar smile, one that graced his lips whenever he discerned the truth of a situation. He spoke slowly, "As far as I am aware, the rules of the Netherworld taxi state that one can safely disembark as long as the fare is paid. Clearly, a mere few minutes of travel does not warrant the payment of a single nether coin. The amount you mentioned, a single nether coin, is not the fare. It is merely a tool you wield to intimidate your passengers. Should a customer possess a single nether coin sufficient to cover the fare, yet be frightened into believing they lack it and thus choose to forego payment, then you would have the opportunity to eliminate them. Am I correct, dear driver? Engaging in such petty tricks with me? You are rather inexperienced. The true fare is reflected in the digits displayed on the meter. Therefore, dear driver, kindly shift your body to the side and reveal the meter that you have obscured." Upon hearing Chunmu's words, the driver displayed an expression of astonishment. With its eyeless gaze, it scrutinized Chunmu from head to toe. It discerned that this seemingly innocuous young man was, in fact, well-versed in the peculiar rules of the apocalyptic realm, possessing a profound depth of character, a formidable presence. To grasp the rules of the Netherworld taxi merely a month into this bizarre existence was a testament to an extraordinary insight. Finally, the driver recognized that it had encountered a formidable opponent, shifting its body aside to reveal the concealed meter, 1145 nether coins. After a series of actions involving payment, receipt, and change, Chunmu had settled the fare. Logically, he should have been able to disembark. Yet, he remained seated in the back, unmoving. "You may leave now." The driver urged Chunmu to exit the vehicle. The piece of paper money, known as inbi, clutched in Chunmu's hand, presented an irresistible temptation for the driver. With each passing second that Chunmu lingered, the inbi danced tantalizingly before the driver's eyes, igniting a yearning within. "Is there much inbi? Do you desire it?" Chunmu inquired. "Certainly, I desire it," the driver replied coldly, "but you could never part with it." It was common knowledge among all that inbi held significant importance, particularly for humans, as it was both precious and rare, enabling survival through numerous bizarre tasks. Given its extraordinary value, how could this human possibly consider giving it away? The driver perceived Chunmu's actions as mere boasting or a playful jest, thus maintaining an icy demeanor. "Who says I cannot give it to you?" Chunmu smiled. "Not only can I give it to you, but I can offer you even more. All I require is a small sacrifice." The driver felt a flicker of temptation. Yet reason cautioned that such generosity was implausible. Humans were not known for their magnanimity. "What sacrifice?" the driver queried. "Be my chauffeur. I shall pay you 20,000 inbi a month. Perform well, and there will be performance bonuses." Ghostly taxis were a rarity in the eerie apocalypse, with only one permitted per city. Chunmu found himself in need of a reliable driver, should he require immediate transportation. It could take him 7 days and nights to locate a ghostly taxi within the city. Serendipitously, he encountered this driver, who possessed commendable driving skills and was of a caliber suited for ghostly combat, granting him a temporary invincibility buff while seated in the vehicle. If I were to secure this vehicle, it would equate to having a driver at my beck and call, accompanied by a bodyguard of formidable prowess. For Chunmu, this arrangement is exceedingly advantageous. What do you say? 20,000 dark coins a month, plus bonuses? The driver displayed a look of astonishment. In his role as a ghostly taxi driver, he barely earned over 3,000 dark coins a month, often facing delayed payments. Working tirelessly throughout the year, his annual earnings barely exceeded 30,000 dark coins. Yet here was Chunmu, elevating his salary nearly tenfold with the promise of additional bonuses. Furthermore, the driver would not be burdened with daily labor, only needing to cater to Chunmu alone. Could such fortune truly exist? The driver regarded Chunmu with a mixture of skepticism and intrigue. Chunmu, undeterred by the doubt, retrieved 5 dark coins from his ring, adding to the previous one. Dark coins, totaling 6, and handed it to the driver. "This is your salary for 3 months, paid in advance." At this moment, the peculiar driver finally grasped that this young man was not jesting. He truly possessed such wealth. The driver, incredulous, accepted the 6 dark coins with trembling hands. He could scarcely believe his extraordinary fortune in encountering a millionaire who would employ him as a private chauffeur. Let us draft a contract. We should formalize our agreement, Chenmu suggested. After signing his name, the ghostly taxi transformed into Chenmu's exclusive vehicle, with the driver becoming his personal chauffeur. Ever ready at his service. Boss Chen, here is my phone number. Feel free to call me whenever you need, and I shall arrive within 5 minutes. The driver courteously handed a black phone to Chenmu, featuring a blood-red button. As long as Chenmu remained within the city, pressing the crimson button would summon a spectral taxi dedicated solely to him within a mere 5 minutes. The driver promptly exited his vehicle, approached Chenmu's door, and, with a gracious bow, opened it for him, shielding his head from the roof to prevent any mishap. The driver was acutely aware that should other spectral taxi drivers from different cities learn of his exceptional fortune, they would be overwhelmed with envy. Such a generous and affluent employer deserved nothing less than impeccable service. Chenmu relished the attentive care of the driver. Had anyone witnessed a ghostly figure so eagerly assisting him into his car, they would surely be left agape. Boss Chen, if you have any luggage, do not hesitate to ask me to fetch it for you. I will gladly carry it down from upstairs, the peculiar driver remarked, bending slightly in a display of servitude. Chenmu replied with a slight nod. I need you to pick me up here promptly at 10 o'clock in the morning. I have matters to attend to. Absolutely. Boss, you can count on me to be reliable in my duties. This long-lost sense of familiarity and warmth enveloped Chenmu, and after a refreshing shower, he comfortably reclined on his bed, rejuvenating his spirit. Chapter 12. The next target at 9:30 in the morning, Chenmu awoke from his slumber. The bed at home was exceptionally comfortable, the pillow perfectly suited to his needs. After a restful sleep, he felt invigorated and full of energy. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, Chenmu retrieved a loaf of bread from the refrigerator. As he nibbled on the bread for breakfast, he contemplated his forthcoming plans. This was the onset of a bizarre apocalypse, a time when numerous hidden items within strange scenes remained untouched. At that moment, people were keen to avoid these uncanny scenarios, let alone venture into them in search of concealed treasures. It would take a year for humanity to realize that without these items, without strength, death was inevitable. Only then would many dare to risk their lives, deliberately entering these peculiar realms to seek out various hidden artifacts. During this perilous quest, some would discover rare items of the highest tier, soaring to greatness. Chenmu, however, was late to the realization. It was only 2 years into the bizarre apocalypse that he began to grit his teeth and actively explore these strange environments. By then, much of the rare artifacts had already been swept away. At this juncture, the number of bizarre scenes was gradually increasing, and within them lay treasures yet to be claimed. As a reincarnated individual, Chenmu was acutely aware of the locations of these treasures and the methods to acquire them. He could not allow himself to miss out on the rarest items. Thus, his immediate priority was to hastily enter these uncanny scenes before others caught on. To seize rare artifacts and enhance his own strength. Which strange scene to explore first? After a moment of contemplation, Chenmu suddenly recalled a place, the Fog Museum. Originally a city museum, it had transformed into a bizarre scene known as the Fog Museum following the arrival of the strange apocalypse. The enigmatic Duke and his family reside within the Mist Museum. Each member of this formidable family possesses extraordinary strength, with even their servants exhibiting prowess at the level of spectral soldiers, while the butler himself has attained the rank of spectral commander. As for the Duke, he embodies the power of a spectral general. Aside from the spectral king, the spectral general stands as the most potent entity in this bizarre apocalyptic realm. In numerous smaller towns, the most formidable anomalies are often attributed to the strength of a spectral general. Given the formidable nature of such a boss, one can only fathom the perilous atmosphere within the Mist Museum. High risks are inherently intertwined with high rewards. Within the confines of the Mist Museum lies a spectral general-grade artifact known as the Death-Heavy Armor. According to the descriptions of this uncanny setting, the Duke was once a mighty commander, having fought countless battles throughout his life. Now, he has retreated from the battlefield to seek solace within the museum. The Death-Heavy Armor is the very armor he donned in his prime. The protective capabilities of armor worn by a spectral general are indeed formidable. The Death-Heavy Armor inherently grants immunity to spectral damage. It is noteworthy that items capable of providing such immunity are exceedingly rare. No matter how resilient human-made objects may be, They cannot withstand the onslaught of spectral attacks. Many formidable beings, even those who have reached the rank of spectral commander, possess no defensive artifact, without any form of protection. It is not uncommon for a commander-level human to fall victim to a surprise attack from restless spirits after violating the established rules. In this bizarre apocalypse, the existence of rules renders defensive artifacts far more crucial than offensive ones. Once donned, this armor grants immunity from the harm inflicted by spectral citizens and soldiers, while also providing substantial immunity against spectral commanders. This means that ordinary spectral entities would find it exceedingly difficult to inflict harm upon Shenmue. Unless he were to contravene the rules within the uncanny setting, Shenmue need no longer fear encounters with restless spirits. Moreover, the death armor possesses an extraordinary effect. It grants immunity to one instance of damage resulting from a rule violation, with a cooldown period of 1 month. It is essential to recognize that the bizarre realm is governed by numerous rules. Those who frequently tread near the river are bound to get their shoes wet. Even the mightiest among us cannot remain perpetually vigilant. There will inevitably be moments of transgression. In such instances, the death armor can preserve one's life by shielding them from the repercussions of breaking the rules. This remarkable effect has drawn countless formidable individuals seeking its power. A year and a half into this peculiar apocalypse, throngs of strong warriors journeyed to the Mist Museum, eager to acquire this coveted item. However, despite their intelligence and capability to complete tasks, the rewards offered were disappointingly mundane, utterly lacking the death armor. Some have even attempted to undertake more perilous missions within the museum, risking their lives in the process. Yet, upon completion, the Duke still failed to bestow the death armor as a reward. Eventually, desperation led some to resort to theft or robbery. Ultimately, one individual succeeded in obtaining the death armor, but the manner in which they did so left everyone astounded. Upon completing a bizarre task and encountering the Duke, this person boldly proposed purchasing the death armor with soul coins. At that moment, a revelation struck the onlookers. The Duke was, in fact, a fallen noble, desperately in need of financial support. A careful rereading of the Mist Museum's description unveiled subtle hints within the account of the bizarre realm, suggesting that the Duke had once been a general, now retired and living in obscurity. These descriptions subtly indicated that the Duke had experienced a glorious past but now found himself in decline, embodying the essence of a destitute aristocrat. And it is precisely this impoverished noble who requires money the most. This individual, through the acquisition of ghostly currency, has managed to procure an item of eerie caliber, earning him the reputation of having made one of the most fortuitous trades of the year. Shenmue promptly resolved that his next endeavor would be to conquer the enigmatic realm of the Fog Museum. With this thought in mind, he decided to make a trip to the marketplace to procure some gifts. It is often said that one who receives a favor is less inclined to be indifferent. Thus, if he were to visit unannounced, he could expect a cold reception. However, should he arrive bearing gifts, the demeanor of his hosts would likely transform, facilitating the acquisition of the death-heavy armor. When contemplating the nature of gifts for the bazaar, it was clear that a typical shopping mall would not suffice. He needed to seek out a marketplace that had morphed into a strange scene. Shenmue pondered for quite some time, finding himself at a loss. In his previous life, he bore no memory of such places. This was hardly surprising, as he had lived in dire financial straits, navigating the treacherous landscape of a distorted apocalypse like so many others, with little opportunity to indulge in leisurely shopping. Naturally, he remained unaware of any such peculiar marketplaces. Yet, this was not a matter of great concern. Soon the driver would arrive, and he could simply inquire. The driver, who traversed the city daily, would undoubtedly possess the knowledge he sought. Chapter 13. The Fallen Mall. At precisely 10 o'clock in the morning, the ethereal taxi driver knocked at Shenmue's door. Upon opening it, he was met with the sight of the driver, who regarded him with utmost respect, a food package in hand. "Mr. Chun," the driver announced, "I have come to pick you up. I thought you might not have had breakfast yet, so I took the liberty of bringing you some refreshments." With a courteous gesture, the driver extended the bag towards him. Shenmue felt a surge of surprise. He had not anticipated such thoughtfulness from the driver. "The conditions I proposed appear exceedingly enticing." The driver is unwilling to relinquish this job under any circumstances. Upon receiving the bag and opening it, he discovers a breakfast of youtiao, soy milk, and a tea egg, still warm. Shenmue had only nibbled on a dry, hard piece of bread in the morning, so this warm meal is a welcome surprise. "Thank you, you are thoughtful," he acknowledged with a nod of satisfaction. The driver's spirits lifted at the praise from his employer, His happiness was intertwined with that of his boss. If the boss felt appreciated, he too felt content. However, he refrained from sharing with Chin-Mu the unsettling experience he had as a breakfast vendor. Serving a peculiar figure with hollowed eyes who requested a cup of soy milk, a piece of youtiao, and a tea egg, an encounter that left a profound impact on him. As he savored his breakfast, Chin-Mu glanced at the driver standing respectfully nearby and inquired, "By the way, do you know where I might find a mall? Preferably a high-end one. The more luxurious, the better. A place to shop for the unusual. Money is no object. Boss, I know of a decadent mall on the outskirts of the city. The items there are quite expensive. It is a newly opened, large luxury shopping center. I've heard it is the most upscale amongst several surrounding cities." "A decadent mall? Excellent. That is precisely where I wish to go. Let us proceed," Chin-Mu declared after finishing his breakfast. Before departing the house, he selectively gathered some items and stored them in his spatial ring. Moments later, Chin-Mu entered the ethereal taxi. The driver, clad in white gloves, respectfully closed the door and drove towards the decadent mall. One must admit, riding in an ethereal taxi is indeed a comfortable experience. The speed is remarkable, but what truly stands out is its exceptional smoothness. Not only is it smooth, but it is also astonishingly silent. Despite the cacophony of honking from cars outside as they zoom past, the interior remains blissfully undisturbed. Last night, while riding, I detected a faint metallic scent lingering within the vehicle, accompanied by bloodstains on the window. However, this morning, the sanguine aroma had dissipated, replaced by a gentle floral fragrance. The bloodstains had been meticulously wiped away. The exclusivity of such service is indeed unparalleled. Chin-Mu finally comprehended the allure that wealthy individuals found in seeking out spectral taxis during the previous bizarre apocalypse. If one has the means, the comfort is simply extraordinary. Regrettably, the sole spectral taxi in this city had been chartered by him, leaving others, no matter their wealth, unable to relish in such an experience. In less than 10 minutes, the taxi came to a smooth halt at the destination. Upon disembarking, Chin-Mu looked up to find himself facing a 6-story abandoned building. It was only then that he recalled the existence of such a derelict structure on the outskirts of the city, originally intended to be a grand shopping center. Alas, due to urban planning and various other factors, the project had been left unfinished. Who would have thought that after the peculiar apocalypse, this place would transform into a site of eerie occurrences? "You stay with the car. I'll just pop in to grab a few things," Chin-Mu instructed the driver as he approached the abandoned building. The driver had initially considered entering to protect his employer, but upon reflection, he realized that his boss possessed a depth of insight that surpassed his own. Leaving the taxi, the driver recognized that, at best, he only had the strength of a minor spectral soldier, and in the face of true danger, he would be of little use. Let the driver remain in the vehicle. Even if the boss encounters trouble, the driver can swiftly drive in to rescue him. What a formidable, almost invincible advantage that is. Truly, the boss demonstrates an astuteness that surpasses that of ordinary individuals. The moment Chin-Mu stepped into the fallen mall, he distinctly sensed a sudden drop in temperature. Despite it being the peak of summer, the air within the mall was unnaturally frigid. Surrounding him was a palette of grim, dark hues. A blood-red handprint marred the entrance of the mall. At that moment, a chilling breeze approached, causing Chin-Mu to shiver involuntarily. Following the direction of the cold, he beheld a woman clad in a crimson uniform, her face adorned with a disconcerting smile as she approached. Her grin was somewhat ghastly. Upon closer inspection, her lips were stretched unnaturally to her ears, displaying a horrifying expression directed at Chin-Mu. "Welcome to the fallen mall, sir. Is there anything you wish to purchase?" The woman in the red uniform said, blood trickling from the corners of her mouth, rendering her appearance even more terrifying. If it were an ordinary person, they would have likely been paralyzed with fear at such a sight. Yet Chin-Mu maintained an air of tranquility. The woman, believing Chin-Mu to be stunned by fright, stepped forward, eagerly grasping his arm to prevent any thought of escape. "Sir, do not entertain the notion of fleeing. Once you procure something from the mall, you may naturally depart from here," she said, her gaze fixed on him as though he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. "Heh, do not attempt to play such games with me." Chin-Mu smiled at the woman, remarking, "If I am not mistaken, this is the first rule of the fallen mall. Customers are free to leave after making a purchase. You are quite astute, sir. Come, indulge in some shopping. Once you have made your purchase, you shall be free to depart," the woman urged seductively, pressing Chin-Mu to buy something. "There's no need to rush me. Your rules are rather intriguing. Allow me a moment to ponder." If I am correct, one can also leave safely without making any purchases, Chinmu replied with a chuckle. Upon hearing this, the woman's expression shifted, and she regarded Chinmu with caution, surprised that he had discerned the flaw so swiftly. With a smile, Chinmu continued. Such rules are commonplace in these bizarre apocalyptic times. The stipulation suggests that as long as one makes a purchase, they may exit the mall. However, this is merely a misleading directive, subtly urging you to buy something. Yet, the moment you do, you find yourself ensnared by the very rules you sought to navigate. There are those who enter for the first time, encountering such regulations, and in their panic, they hastily buy an item, desperate to escape. Yet, those individuals either lack the necessary currency or find the items prohibitively expensive. I surmise you have a second rule. Should one lack sufficient funds to complete a transaction, they shall perish within the fallen mall. These two rules form a treacherous snare, and I suspect many have fallen victim to it. The key to breaking free lies in the fact that the rules do not state one cannot exit the mall without making a purchase. Therefore, for those lacking currency, the wisest course of action is to turn and leave at this very moment. Chapter 14. This young man exhibits a certain arrogance. Chunmu discerned the flaw in her demeanor, and a look of astonishment crossed the woman's face. She retracted her wide smile, which had nearly reached her ears, and with a tone of resignation, she remarked, "Sir, you are quite astute. Indeed, many unfortunate souls have met their demise here. However, since you have already perceived the path to safety, I shall not impede your departure." Upon uttering these words, the woman released Chinmu's arm, signaling that he was free to leave. Leave? Why should I leave? Chinmu shrugged nonchalantly. I merely came to make a purchase. What I mentioned earlier was merely a practice exercise. I fear that if I become too accustomed to my own arrogance, I might eventually fail to recognize even the paths laid out by the rules. The woman gazed at Chinmu in disbelief. This young man had unveiled the secrets of the rules with a single utterance, dismissing them as mere practice. What audacity! More crucially, his ability to instantly unravel the path to safety suggested that he possessed a level of insight and wisdom that justified his arrogance. You claim you are here to shop? The woman inquired. Indeed. Take me to your most expensive store, Chinmu replied with the calmest of tones, articulating the most audacious request. Were anyone else to make such a declaration, the woman would consider them reckless, as the most expensive shop would casually demand expenditures in the hundreds of thousands of ghost coins, an amount most ordinary individuals could scarcely afford. It would be tantamount to courting death. Yet, as Chinmu asserted this, the woman sensed that he possessed the confidence to back it up. A mind as sharp and composed as his would not venture into peril recklessly. Could it be that this young man truly possessed hundreds of thousands of ghost coins? Somehow. The woman gazed at Chinmu and realized that he was quite handsome, wealthy and composed. Such men are indeed appealing. With this thought, the woman in the red uniform smiled again and affectionately linked her arm with Chinmu's, enthusiastically leading him into the shopping mall. They ascended to the 6th floor, the most luxurious section of the decadent mall. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the woman introduced Chinmu to the various offerings, beverages, clothing, jewelry. An array of extravagant items, all high-end luxury brands from the realm of the enigmatic, available to those with sufficient wealth. However, the woman kindly cautioned Chinmu. Everything here is quite expensive. If you purchase anything and fail to pay, it could cost you your life. If you prefer something more affordable, there are cheaper goods on the 2nd floor. I will be stationed on the 1st floor, so feel free to seek me out if you have any questions. With that, she departed, heading back to her post. Having understood the situation on the 6th floor, Chinmu began to contemplate what gifts he should present to the Duke's family to win their favor and facilitate his acquisition of the death-heavy armor. The Duke would likely appreciate fine cigars and wine. Chinmu recalled a previous visit where he learned about the Duke's wine cabinet, dedicated to collecting fine red wines. However, he later discovered that the Duke had fallen on hard times, and his cabinet was now empty. Thus, one of the Duke's wishes was to acquire numerous exquisite red wines to replenish his collection. Bringing a substantial amount of fine wine to the Duke would surely delight him. With this in mind, Chinmu stepped into a shop specializing in wines. As he entered, a saleswoman greeted him warmly. "Sir, what kind of wine are you looking for?" "Here, we offer a selection of red wine, white wine, and beer, meticulously tailored to suit peculiar tastes, becoming renowned luxuries in the realm of the bizarre." The saleswoman enthusiastically extolled the virtues of her offerings, eager to persuade Chinmu to make a purchase. Should Chinmu find himself unable to pay, his fate would be sealed here, allowing her to claim her commission. She harbored no belief that Chun Mu possessed the means to indulge in such extravagant libations. In recent days, several Na'vi souls had entered, only to leave their lives behind when they could not settle their debts. In her eyes, Chun Mu was merely the next unsuspecting fool. Please package your finest red wine for me. I would like 1 bottle. Chun Mu's insistence on procuring a gift stemmed from a significant motivation. He had once heard whispers of another artifact of extraordinary caliber hidden within the Mist Museum. However, the Duke remained tight-lipped on the matter, leaving the outside world to speculate, with no one having truly obtained it. Should he acquire 2 such remarkable artifacts? It would undoubtedly be a monumental gain, a veritable windfall. Upon hearing Chun Mu request a bottle, the saleswoman chuckled inwardly, recognizing yet another Na'vi patron. Here, a single bottle of red wine cost between 10,000 to 20,000 ghost coins, with the most expensive reaching a staggering 100,000 ghost coins per bottle. There was no way this young man could afford it. Before long, the saleswoman had prepared the package. It was at this moment that her true intentions were unveiled, as she revealed a triumphant smile, anticipating Chun Mu's inability to settle the bill. Sir, this bottle of red wine will total 230,000 ghost coins. Please proceed with your payment. Otherwise, you may find your head left here as collateral. Chun Mu produced a stack of bills and remarked, Isn't it just 230,000? This sum is well within my means. The saleswoman barely glanced at him and replied, Sir, that is ghost money. You need to pay with ghost currency for this 230,000. Just a few days prior, a wealthy young heir, much like Chun Mu, had impulsively purchased over 1 million. It was only during checkout that he realized he was required to pay with ghost currency, specifically that from the bizarre apocalypse. In that moment, the young heir stood frozen in shock, utterly flabbergasted. The saleswoman assumed Chun Mu was another affluent heir, possessing a wealth of cash but lacking the peculiar ghost currency from the strange world. However, Chun Mu remained undeterred, calmly stating, Indeed. What I am offering you is ghost money. Upon hearing this, the saleswoman incredulously lowered her gaze to the stack of bills Chun Mu had presented. It truly was ghost money, exuding an intense aura of the supernatural. At that moment, it was the saleswoman who found herself rendered speechless, standing there in disbelief. How could this be possible? How could anyone possess so much ghost currency just a month into the bizarre apocalypse? This individual was extraordinarily wealthy. This scene far exceeded the saleswoman's comprehension. She looked at Chun Mu in disbelief, at a loss for words. To offer over 200,000 in ghost currency was a transaction that surpassed her authority as a mere salesperson. It necessitated the presence of the store manager. Chun Mu remained unperturbed, allowing the saleswoman to assist him as he comfortably settled onto a sofa, sipping a freshly brewed cup of tea, patiently awaiting the manager's arrival. With a swift motion, he cleared the store of its red wine, leaving only a scant few bottles remaining on the shelves. Given the exorbitant price of these wines, even the most formidable of beings seldom indulge in such luxury. The owner of the Midnight Diner, a being of considerable rank, had refrained from savoring a bottle of this wine for over a year, despite his elevated status. Only during the prime of a duke's reign could one afford to purchase dozens of bottles in one go. Chapter 15. A shopping frenzy as they awaited the manager's arrival. The sales attendant knelt beside Chun Mu, offering him a leg massage to alleviate any potential boredom. Should anyone else witness this scene, they would likely be infuriated. In the presence of the uncanny, one typically treads lightly, avoiding any proximity to strange phenomena. Yet here, he was being treated like royalty, with a peculiar entity attending to his needs. The injustice of it all was palpable. Moments later, the manager of the fallen mall hurriedly approached. A client of over 200,000 was already classified as a golden tier customer. For the mall, an expenditure of 100,000 elevates one to silver tier status, granting access to VIP services and a personal reception from the manager. Spending 200,000 secures golden tier status, while those who spend 500,000 or more are deemed black gold clients. The silver tier clientele of the fallen mall is exceedingly rare, each one a powerful entity within the city. As for golden clients, given that the uncanny apocalypse had only commenced a month prior, even the mightiest beings had yet to reach the threshold of 200,000 in a single month. Chun Mu is the first golden customer in the shopping mall, a fact that the mall manager takes with utmost seriousness. Mr. Chun, congratulations on becoming our inaugural golden customer. Here is your VIP golden card. The manager states as he hands Chun Mu a card that radiates an aura of gold. Unexpectedly, Shenmue declines the golden card, pushing it aside. Hold your horses. There is something more pressing at hand. I have yet to finish my purchases. My shopping has only just begun. Where are your most expensive jewels? Please package them for me. Shenmue adheres to the principle that the most expensive is synonymous with the best. Indeed, this holds true. One gets what one pays for. And to attain the finest goods, one must be willing to pay the highest prices. Upon hearing that Shenmue intends to buy jewelry, the manager, eager not to lose this opportunity, promptly instructs his staff to bring out the most luxurious pieces in the store. They present a necklace made of exquisite crystal, shimmering with a pale blue glow that captivates the eye. Regrettably, this crystal necklace possesses no extraordinary attributes. It does not enhance defense or attack. Yet, its exorbitant price of 1 million underworld coins is irresistible. No woman of taste could possibly refuse such a splendid piece. Shenmue considers it a gift for the Duchess, recalling her fondness for jewels. However, after the Duke's downfall, she had to part with her treasures to settle debts. Presenting her with this necklace would surely bring her immense joy. Wrap it up beautifully, he instructs. Shenmue tosses 1 million underworld coins to the manager, who hurriedly arranges for the necklace to be elegantly packaged in a lavish gift box. After some contemplation, Shenmue purchased several exquisite watches, each of considerable value, expending an additional 2 million. Ultimately, it was calculated that within a mere half hour, he had squandered over 50,000 of the ethereal currency in the decadent marketplace. Indeed, true to its name, it was a veritable den of indulgence, where money flowed like water. Having packaged these gifts, Shenmue placed them into his spatial ring. As he gazed at the ring in his hand, the manager of the marketplace revealed a look of envy. Such a spatial ring was an extraordinary artifact, possessing vast capacity, making it exceedingly convenient for storing various items. To possess such a formidable ring undoubtedly indicated that the young man hailed from an exceptional background. A customer with such a powerful background was not someone to be trifled with. After completing his purchases, Shenmue suddenly felt a newfound appreciation for the marketplace, realizing that it would likely attract many unusual patrons in the future. Why not seize the opportunity and acquire the marketplace outright? With this thought in mind, Shenmue addressed the manager. Is your owner present? I wish to inquire about purchasing this decadent marketplace and would like to know the asking price. By the way, do convey that I am not lacking in funds. Money is not an issue. Upon hearing this, the manager initially appeared stunned by Shenmue's financial prowess, followed by a look of consternation. However, Shenmue paid little mind to this. When he had previously purchased the Midnight Diner, it was due to its modest size, indicating that the proprietor was not particularly formidable, merely tending the shop daily. Yet, the owner of such a large marketplace would undoubtedly possess significant power, at least at the level of a master of the bazaar. It would be entirely normal for beings of such caliber to embark on business trips. At this moment, the manager cautiously inquired, Mr. Chun, how about I issue you a Supreme Black Gold card? A Supreme Black Gold card? What is that? Shenmue asked, feeling somewhat perplexed. He acknowledged that in his previous life, he was rather unsophisticated, thoroughly versed in the rules of survival. Yet he had never had the opportunity to engage with such elite offerings. Allow me to explain. In the realm of the decadent mall, the VIP cards are categorized into 3 tiers: silver, gold, and black gold. Above these lies an even more prestigious option known as the Supreme Black Gold card, which is reserved solely for the most esteemed clientele. Unlike the other 3 cards, the Supreme Black Gold card not only necessitates meeting specific spending criteria, but it also requires that the holder possesses a sufficiently formidable background. The Supreme Black Gold card serves as an affirmation of the holder's esteemed status. Many peculiar individuals, upon citing this card, will instantly recognize your elevated identity. It is a symbol of status and prestige. Holders of the Supreme Black Gold card enjoy numerous privileges. Beyond shopping rights, they are granted various other exclusive benefits. For instance, Mr. Chen, should you be selected by a mysterious note to partake in the bizarre tasks of the decadent mall, possessing the Supreme Black Gold card would elevate you to the status of the mall's supreme authority during these tasks, allowing you to alter the rules at your discretion. Furthermore, should you choose, you could exercise the privileges of the Supreme Black Gold card to intervene in the tasks of others. Moreover, if you wish to explore the mall, we can clear it of all other customers in advance, accommodating only your esteemed presence. You may also issue subcards based on the Supreme Black Gold card, akin to writing a check. Others holding your subcard would gain access to the privileges associated with the Black Gold card upon entering the mall. If you wish to meet our esteemed boss, Rest assured that as long as the boss is present in the mall, your wish can be fulfilled at any time, thanks to your prestigious black gold card. As the manager of the mall, I possess the exclusive authority to issue this esteemed card. Should Mr. Chen express his desire, I shall gladly provide him with one. Upon hearing the manager's words, Chen Mu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Then please assist me in acquiring one. Unfamiliar with the implications, Chen Mu was unaware that this seemingly casual request for a black gold card was a coveted prize for many peculiar individuals. Something they could only dream of. Chapter 16. An Oath of Loyalty to the Boss. Before long, a plethora of gifts had been meticulously prepared. Chen Mu took a moment to assess his purchases, concluding that he had nearly acquired everything he intended to. All these items were destined for others. Money paved the way, and jewels illuminated the path. Chen Mu navigated this realm with remarkable finesse. However, he refrained from indulging in personal acquisitions. Firstly, these gifts were intended for the peculiar, and he had no use for them himself. Secondly, Chen Mu was a staunch pragmatist. Would items such as fine wine, jewelry, or adornments enhance his prowess? Certainly not. These items were readily available in the mall, accessible to anyone with sufficient funds. He possessed ample wealth. What he lacked was strength. If they could not bolster his abilities, what purpose would they serve? Chen Mu was solely interested in items that could enhance his power. Should there exist a tool capable of augmenting his strength, he would be more than willing to invest generously in it. After concluding his shopping, Chen Mu reconsidered and asked the manager for 5 shopping cards, each loaded with an amount of 5 ghost coins. These shopping cards were intended by Chen Mu to incentivize the employees at the midnight canteen. He wanted them to understand that as long as they diligently served their boss, he would not shortchange them. The mall manager, being quite generous, readily offered to cover the cost of the 5 shopping cards Chen Mu presented, stating that the value of each card would be on the house, courtesy of the mall. Naturally, the manager was keen to please such a significant client as Chen Mu. Chen Mu graciously accepted the manager's kindness without hesitation. The mall manager respectfully accompanied Chen Mu from the 7th floor down to the 1st. On the 1st floor, a young lady in a red uniform had initially intended to strike up a conversation with Chen Mu upon his arrival. However, upon noticing the sycophantic manager following closely behind him, she promptly abandoned her plan. She had initially assumed that Chen Mu was merely affluent, but she was taken aback to discover the depth of his connections, as even the mall manager felt compelled to escort him personally. It is important to note that the mall manager was already of considerable standing, with only the formidable mall director above him. The fact that someone of such stature was personally seeing Chen Mu off spoke volumes about his influential background. The young lady began to reflect on her earlier demeanor. Had she perhaps been too brusque? Did she intimidate him upon his arrival? Regret washed over her as she pondered that had she known earlier, she might have employed a bit of feminine charm to entice Chen Mu. A person like him, possessing both wealth and connections, coupled with a calm demeanor and a hint of good looks, is indeed a rare find. Securing a relationship with someone of Chen Mu's caliber would be immensely advantageous. Unbeknownst to Chen Mu, his mere presence had elicited such intense contemplation from the young lady. Outside the mall, the driver had been waiting for quite some time. Upon noticing that Chen Mu had yet to emerge, the driver couldn't help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Could it be that his employer had encountered difficulties? Perhaps overwhelmed by the extravagant purchases, unable to settle the bill, and thus detained? Considering Chen Mu's generous demeanor, the driver believed this unlikely, yet unease lingered in his heart. At that moment, Chen Mu finally appeared from the shopping center. Behind him, the mall manager, accompanied by a cadre of sales associates, bowed in unison, exclaiming, "We bid farewell to the esteemed Supreme Black Gold Mr. Chen, and we eagerly await your next visit." Upon hearing the phrase Supreme Black Gold, the driver felt a jolt of realization. To his knowledge, the highest tier was merely black gold, which required astronomical expenditures. His previous employer had only reached the silver level. This was Chen Mu's inaugural excursion to this decadent mall, and within just half a day's time, he had ascended to the status of a supreme black gold customer. Clearly, this title surpassed even that of black gold. What kind of background did his employer possess to wield such influence? Once Chen Mu entered the vehicle, the driver turned and inquired, "Sir, where shall we head next?" "Ah, not so fast. Allow me to show you something," Chen Mu replied, as he retrieved a small square box from his spatial ring and handed it to the driver. "What is this?" the driver asked, his curiosity piqued. "Open it and see. It's a gift for you," Chen Mu smiled. The driver unfastened the box, revealing a sleek black watch nestled within. The watch's surface glimmered with an elegant sheen, clearly crafted from materials of substantial worth. The second hand ticked away rhythmically, and as he held it, the driver could feel the rich mechanical essence within. It was evident that this timepiece was of considerable value. On the link of the watch, a small inscription is engraved, Guida Chui Fei. Guida Chui Fei, a renowned luxury brand in the realm of the peculiar, is celebrated for the exquisite craftsmanship of its timepieces. Naturally, the prices are exorbitant, with the most affordable model costing no less than 20,000 nether coins. It can be said that possessing a Guida Chui Fei watch is a dream that many in the peculiar world dare not even contemplate in their lifetime. Coincidentally, he has a penchant for watches and can eloquently recount the various styles of Guida Chui Fei. Regrettably, as a taxi driver earning merely over 3,000 a month, after expenses, he has little to no savings. For him, Guida Chui Fei remains an unattainable aspiration. In his daily life, he can only indulge in counterfeit versions to satiate his dreams. He never anticipated that on his first visit to the Fallen Mall, the boss he had just met would surprise him with a Guida Chui Fei watch as a gift. Not the entry-level model priced at 20,000, but a mid-range version exceeding 50,000. Suddenly, the peculiar driver felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Having lived for several decades in this strange realm, he has always found himself at the very bottom of society, forced to wear a smile while never experiencing the sensation of being respected. His previous employer exuded an air of arrogance, paying him only the bare minimum and frequently delaying wages for as long as 6 months. Since the onset of the peculiar apocalypse, the exploitation by his boss deepened, with an ever-increasing workload each month. This compelled him to resort to desperate measures, soliciting more nether coins from passengers just to meet his employer's demands. He was acutely aware that his former boss had never regarded him with any semblance of respect. Thus, when Chenmu sought to recruit him, he readily acquiesced without a moment's hesitation. Little did he anticipate that on his very first day of work, his new employer would bestow upon him a coveted piece of Guida jadeite. Could it be that his boss had been attentively observing him, aware of his affinity for timepieces? It must indeed be so. His employer had always exhibited a composed demeanor, with keen observational skills. He surely had taken note of his interests. While it was entirely reasonable for his boss to recognize his penchant for watches, the fact that he had gone so far as to purchase one for him was utterly unforeseen. In that instant, the peculiar driver experienced the profound sensation of being respected. Under Chun Mu's guidance, he not only received a more generous remuneration, but, for the first time in decades of eccentricity, tasted the essence of respect. With such a boss, what more could he desire? If he could not dedicate himself wholeheartedly to his employer, he would feel like a traitorous ingrate. Thank you. Thank you, boss. The peculiar driver managed to suppress the tremor in his voice, striving to maintain a semblance of normalcy. I'm glad you like it, Chenmu replied. Now, for our next destination, please take me to the city's museum. It is said to have transformed into a museum of bizarre scenes shrouded in mist. Certainly. I pledge my unwavering loyalty to you, boss. Chapter 17, The Driver. Without eyes embracing an unwavering commitment to his employer, the peculiar driver navigated the streets with heightened fervor, his speed remarkably enhanced compared to his usual pace. In less than 10 minutes, the uncanny taxi traversed the entire city, arriving at the western outskirts. The museum was situated in this area, just beyond which lay a vast expanse of the city's cemetery. Chenmu gazed through the car window, observing the surrounding environment. Though it was 11 in the morning and the sun blazed fiercely overhead, a layer of gray mist enveloped the distant museum, casting a pallid shadow over it. The fog obscured the sunlight, emanating a chill that rendered the misty museum somewhat eerie and foreboding. It appeared that the museum had succumbed to a peculiar contamination, transforming it into a bizarre scene known as the Misty Museum. Chunmu nodded in satisfaction. Had he arrived earlier, before the transformation into this uncanny spectacle, it would have been a fruitless endeavor. In this strange apocalypse, many peculiar scenes do not manifest immediately. For instance, the midnight diner, which originally served as the school cafeteria, remained ordinary until a month before the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, when students would still dine there after classes. Just 2 days prior to receiving their unusual mission, the cafeteria fell prey to a strange contamination, morphing into the midnight diner under the cloak of night. Similarly, the Misty Museum underwent a transformation a week after the bizarre apocalypse began, becoming the eerie site it is now. To reach the Misty Museum, one must traverse a winding road through the woods. As they navigated this forested path, The trees overhead completely obscured the sunlight, plunging the road into a dark, chilly gloom, thick with a gray, cold mist. For ordinary vehicles, even with high beams activated, penetrating the fog was nearly impossible, visibility diminished beyond half a meter. In such circumstances, one had to either crawl through the dark mist at a snail's pace, careful not to veer off the road, or disembark and attempt to navigate on foot through the dense fog. Either choice proved to be a torment, both psychologically and physically. However, Chunmu, seated in the eerie taxi, harbored no worries regarding this matter. As the taxi itself was an enigmatic entity, its headlights effortlessly pierced through the fog, rendering the view ahead remarkably clear. Yet, Chunmu mused that for the peculiar driver, who was devoid of eyes, the concept of visibility seemed irrelevant. It appeared that the driver did not rely on sight to navigate the vehicle. This peculiarity, however, benefited Chunmu, allowing him to observe his surroundings distinctly. As they rounded a bend, he noticed a conspicuous tire mark on the road, which abruptly ended at the precipice of a nearby cliff. It seemed a hapless soul had driven too swiftly in the fog and plummeted down the ravine. Speaking of speed, the enigmatic driver was even swifter. With an admirable work ethic, he maintained an astonishing velocity, gliding around corners without a hint of deceleration. In mere moments, they had traversed the forest road and arrived before the strange museum. "Boss Chun, we have reached our destination," the enigmatic driver announced, turning to Chunmu. "Are you truly intent on proceeding further? You have not received the crimson note, indicating that you are not obliged to partake in the museum's arcane tasks. However, I must caution you, should you advance beyond this point and enter the museum's domain, you will be compelled to engage in these peculiar undertakings. Only by surviving these tasks may you hope to depart." In response to the driver's well-meaning warning, Chunmu nodded, affirming, "I understand, but I must visit the Fog Museum." Observing the resolute glint in his employer's eyes, the eerie driver proposed, "Shall I accompany you on this journey?" Chunmu waved his hand, politely declining the peculiar driver's offer. The Mist Museum, as an eerie locale, was under the strange dominion of the Duke's family. The driver himself was unconventional. To venture forth without caution would only provoke the Duke's wrath. Just as two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, the bazaar should not intrude upon the territories of other oddities. Ultimately, the driver alighted from the vehicle, opened the door for Chunmu, and respectfully watched him depart. Alone, Chunmu proceeded towards the Mist Museum. As he traversed through the thick fog, a sense of trepidation enveloped him. To be frank, if he could acquire the death armor, even wandering alone in this place would instill him with confidence. It seemed that possessing strength was indeed paramount. This realization only fortified Chunmu's resolve to obtain the artifact. After taking a few steps, he entered the domain of the Mist Museum. Surrounding him was a desolate wilderness, shrouded in dense fog, the temperature plummeting and causing involuntary shivers. The Mist Museum loomed ahead, resembling a castle from medieval Europe, with several black crows circling above, occasionally emitting chilling cries. Outside the grand entrance of the museum stood a few individuals clad in modern attire. Chunmu was not surprised, if his assumptions were correct. These individuals had received the ominous crimson notes, compelling them to grit their teeth and partake in the bizarre task. Among them were 3 men and 1 woman, their pallid faces betraying their anxiety and fear. One man, appearing to be in his 50s, balding with a prominent belly, caught Chunmu's eye immediately. He recognized him as the renowned local businessman, Wang Dafu, frequently featured in the local newspapers. When the bizarre apocalypse descends, even the affluent are not spared. All tremble beneath the shadow of death. Of course, this excludes those with ample offerings of ghost money. Aside from Wang Dafu, there are 2 young men. One with hair dyed a striking yellow, the other sporting a vivid green hue, clearly allies in mischief. The last among them is a young woman, fashionably attired in revealing garments and heavily made up, shivering in Wang Dafu's embrace. By age, she could easily be his daughter. Yet Chunmu knows all too well that she is not. Likely, she is the mistress he maintains. Upon Chunmu's arrival, all eyes turn towards him. The 2 young men, upon spotting a peer, hastily greet him, seemingly eager to draw him into their fold. "Hey, buddy, have you received this strange mission called the Fog Museum?" One of the young men inquires. Betrayal and treachery are commonplace in such peculiar tasks. Sometimes, companions can prove far more terrifying than the bazaar itself. It is only in the early days of this uncanny apocalypse that some still entertain thoughts of forming alliances, believing that camaraderie could enhance their chances of survival. Little do they realize, such individuals meet their demise the quickest. Meanwhile, the mistress in Wang Dafu's arms gazes at Chun Mu with palpable fear. Darling, are you frightened? Fear not. I have weathered countless storms. This trifling matter is but a trifle for me. Wang Dafu murmurs oily reassurances, attempting to comfort the woman. Even as his own voice betrays a tremor, the young woman pointed at Chun Mu, her voice trembling as she spoke. I just saw him get out of a taxi. But the taxi driver. At this moment, fear flashed in her eyes. The driver had no eyes. Chapter 18. The Museum of Mist. Upon hearing her words, Wang Dafu was taken aback. Not only him, but even the two individuals with yellow and green hair were startled. A taxi driver without eyes? Could it be that the driver was otherworldly? Who would dare to ride in a cab driven by such an entity? Could it be that the newcomer, Chun Mu, was also uncanny? Instantly, their gazes converged on Chun Mu. However, outwardly, he appeared quite ordinary, not at all resembling something strange. Otherworldly skin would exhibit a chilling pallor, but Chun Mu's complexion was delicate and rosy, clearly possessing warmth. How could a warm-blooded individual be considered otherworldly? Once they were assured that Chun Mu was not strange, they all felt a slight relief. Nonetheless, they couldn't help but notice that Chun Mu's demeanor seemed somewhat unusual. To put it simply, he appeared excessively calm. With his hands in his pockets, he stood there, surveying the Westerners with an indifferent gaze, before continuing to maintain his tranquility. His composure starkly contrasted with the trembling Westerners. This young man did not resemble someone encountering an uncanny scene for the first time. His serenity even made Wang Dafu feel somewhat inadequate. He sensed an entirely different aura emanating from Chun Mu. Such an aura is forged through countless brushes with life and death, a quality that is far beyond what a young man of this age could possess. Under the scrutiny of several onlookers, Chun Mu furrowed his brow slightly and uttered calmly, "Please refrain from staring at me. If I were truly peculiar, would you still be standing here alive?" He continued, "Rather than speculating about my identity, it would be more prudent for you to consider your own circumstances and contemplate how to survive in the upcoming task." His words, tinged with a hint of arrogance, were accompanied by an unruffled demeanor. The green-haired youth sneered at Chun Mu and remarked to the blonde beside him, "Puff, this guy is such a fool. Even in a bizarre mission, he still puts on airs." The blonde nodded in agreement, saying, "Exactly. We try to bring him into our fold. Yet he remains aloof and unwilling. Out here, without the support of comrades, let us see how he survives this strange endeavor. Those who prefer to go solo meet their demise the quickest. As long as we, as brothers, look out for each other, we shall prevail." Wang Dafu expressed his displeasure, reassuring his companion in his arms, "Do not fear. He is merely an arrogant young pup." He continued, "Youngsters like him, lacking in capability and resources, are often fearless in their naivety. Stick with me. The resources I possess far surpass what this young one can offer." Upon hearing Wang Dafu's words, his companion felt a wave of calm wash over her. Acknowledging Wang Dafu's substantial influence and his ability to resolve matters effortlessly, admiration blossomed on her face. In her early 20s, she willingly played the role of Wang Dafu's mistress, drawn by his abundant resources and extensive connections. Though their luck had faltered by being selected for the bizarre task at the Fog Museum, she was relieved to find that Wang Dafu had also been chosen. Xiaosan heard that Wang Dafu, leveraging his connections and status, had expended a considerable amount of resources to acquire an exceedingly rare ghostly currency. With this currency in his possession, it was said that one could navigate bizarre tasks with ease. This revelation instilled a sense of security in Xiaosan. In a bid to ensure that Wang Dafu would not abandon her, Xiaosan devoted herself to pleasing him thoroughly that morning, hoping that his possession of the ghostly currency would enable him to assist her during the strange tasks. "Brother Fu, you must take me along to spend your ghostly currency." She cooed, "I like you so much, you cannot forsake me." "Of course, how could I ever abandon you? As long as you behave, once this bizarre task concludes, I shall divorce and marry you," Wang Dafu replied. He had invested several million into acquiring the ghostly currency, which he now concealed in his trousers. The reason for such a hiding place was primarily to prevent theft. The pockets of his jacket and trousers were simply too vulnerable, and should someone pilfer it, he would incur significant loss. After much contemplation, he concluded that his groin was the least likely spot to be discovered. Thus, he had a pocket specially sewn into his underwear, which housed his precious ghostly currency. At a distance, Chun Mu listened intently to their exchange. He surmised that since acquiring the midnight diner, His abilities had elevated him to the status of a strange citizen, inadvertently enhancing his hearing as well. The revelation that Wang Dafu possessed ghostly currency surprised Shenmue. However, considering Wang Dafu's position and influence, it was certainly plausible that he could afford to procure a few hundred pieces of such currency. What Shenmue remained unaware of was that the ghostly currency in Wang Dafu's possession was merely a single piece with a nominal value. If Shenmue were to find out, he would undoubtedly burst into laughter. Although ghost money is indeed precious, attempting to bribe the Duke with just one piece is preposterous. I advise you to keep it discreetly tucked away, and perhaps refrain from embarking on this eerie quest altogether, lest it backfire. At that moment, Shenmue felt an unusual weight in his hand. Upon glancing down, he discovered a blood-red note that had mysteriously appeared. This revelation did not surprise him. Having ventured into the realm of the Fog Museum, he was bound to receive an eerie quest, even if it had not been presented to him earlier. Eerie quest. Fog Museum. Quest description. Deep within the shadowy mountains, shrouded in mist, lies an ancient museum. Each night, piercing screams echo from within its decrepit walls. Those who approach the museum often speak of a potent scent of blood. The Duke, once a distinguished, enigmatic figure, has retired from the battlefield, seeking solace here with his family and servants. The aged museum has become their residence. As a friend of the Duke, you have come to visit an old acquaintance who has chosen seclusion. Within the Fog Museum, the warm-hearted Duke and his family, having anticipated your arrival, have prepared a delightful dinner for you. After a long journey, you stand at the Duke's doorstep, where the butler awaits your arrival. Please approach and knock on the grand door. The butler will grant you entry, and you shall indulge in intriguing games and a cozy dinner. Bear in mind, the Duke has little patience for tardy guests, so do make haste. As Shenmue perused the note, the others had already approached and arrived at the entrance of the Mist Museum. The grand door before them exuded an ancient and robust aura, reminiscent of castle architecture. In Shenmue's recollection, the museum did not possess such an exterior. Clearly, with the museum's transformation into a bizarre setting, the external decor had likewise undergone a metamorphosis. A series of knocks echoed, thud, thud, thud. Green-haired one stepped forward to rap upon the door of the Mist Museum. At that moment, Huang Mao, who fancied himself a close ally, discreetly retreated a step, seeking refuge behind his so-called brother. Suddenly, a creaking sound pierced the air as the door swung open from within. A frail and pallid arm emerged from the gap. Chapter 19. A Precious Gift. The excited old steward. It was evident that this was an eerie hand. Witnessing this, the expressions of the group shifted subtly. For all but Shenmue, this was their first encounter with the uncanny. As the door fully opened, its owner stepped forth, a peculiar old man with grizzled hair, impeccably attired in a steward's uniform. This strange elder was the Duke's steward. "Ah, new guests have arrived, please. Do come in," he invited, his tone amiable yet his demeanor remarkably composed, lacking any overt warmth, as if adhering to a customary formality. It was apparent that the old steward regarded this new batch of guests merely as a routine obligation. Shenmue understood the underlying reason all too well. The explanation was simple. The influx of visitors had become overwhelming, since the locale's transformation into a bizarre realm. No less than 20 to 30 groups had graced its doors in a mere fortnight. Having received an influx of guests, the elderly steward has transitioned from his initial enthusiasm to a state of numbness. Furthermore, the impressions of these visitors within his mind are far from favorable. It is commonly said that one should never arrive empty-handed. This is the most fundamental form of courtesy and respect, even amidst the bizarre. Yet, the 2 to 3 dozen groups of guests that have come forth, without exception, have arrived with empty hands. They exhibit a complete lack of politeness and respect. In truth, the steward has misjudged these individuals. They are here to undertake peculiar tasks, struggling for survival on the brink of death. How could they possibly bring gifts? The mere act of not carrying weapons for self-defense is already a testament to their respect for the uncanny. The steward reminisces about the time when the Duke was still in power. Every guest who visited then arrived bearing an abundance of presents. Even he, the old steward, benefited from receiving gifts worth hundreds of ghost coins. It is indeed a lamentable fall from grace, as the once mighty Duke now lives in obscurity, and guests have become so discourteous. The green-haired, yellow-haired, Wang Dafu, and his mistress entered one after another. Due to the steward's peculiar nature, these individuals regard him with caution, not daring to meet his gaze, and instead, they lower their heads and keep their distance. This behavior, in the steward's eyes, only serves to amplify the sense of estrangement and disdain directed towards him. Yet another group of impolite guests. The steward shakes his head in resignation, preparing to close the grand door. Just then, he suddenly notices that one guest has yet to enter. Chen Mu stands outside, wearing a broad smile as he gazes at the steward. Why are you not coming in? If you do not enter soon, I shall close the door, and you may never return, the steward states, his brow furrowed and tone unyielding. To be barred from entering signifies the inability to complete the peculiar task, leaving one with no recourse but to await death. It is evident that the old steward holds a similarly unfavorable impression of Chen Mu, who belongs to the same group of guests. Do not be upset, dear steward. I have indeed arrived, Chen Mu chuckled, taking a couple of steps forward and entering through the grand doorway, presenting a beaming smile as he stood before the old steward. Why are you still standing before me? Hurry along to the hall and take a seat. Do not impede my closing of the door. Ah, dear steward, please do not be hasty. This is my first visit, and I apologize for the intrusion. Consider this a small token of my sincerity, an offering of apology. Chen Mu spoke with utmost finesse, and while conversing, he retrieved a small box from his spatial ring, cheerfully placing it into the hands of the old steward. The old steward, recognizing the significance of a spatial ring at a glance, surmised that one who possesses such an item undoubtedly holds an extraordinary status, likely with a notable background. Witnessing Chen Mu's thoughtfulness, who presented a gift upon arrival, the steward's furrowed brow relaxed, and his impression of the young man improved significantly. This young man is commendable. He is not only well-connected, but also displays remarkable courtesy. Oh, it is nothing at all. I am not disturbed in the least. Why such formality? The old steward revealed a benevolent smile, accepting the small box from Chen Mu. He gently opened it, taking a glance inside. It was a sight that startled him. Nestled within the exquisitely luxurious box lay an extraordinarily refined watch. Gui de Chui Fei, the premier luxury brand from the realm of the bizarre. Having witnessed many wonders before, the old steward immediately recognized the watch's considerable value. It was a high-end piece from Gui de Chui Fei, priced well over 100,000 underworld coins. At this moment, the old steward's emotions transcended mere astonishment. It is worth noting that during the zenith of the Duke's power, the gifts bestowed upon the steward by visiting guests scarcely exceeded a few hundred ghost coins. Only on one occasion did he receive a gift worth 1,000 ghost coins. Such a high-end watch, valued at 100,000 ghost coins, could only be gifted to the Duke himself during his prime. Furthermore, considering that the Duke had long since fallen from grace and the steward was merely an old servant, it was utterly astonishing that this young man would present him with a watch worth such a fortune. Was it possible that there had been a mix-up, and this extravagant gift was intended for the Duke? With that thought, the steward hastily closed the box and handed it back to Chen Mu, saying, "There must be a mistake with this esteemed guest's gift. It ought to be for the Duke. I am merely a steward. How could I possibly be worthy of such a precious item? I assure you, the gift is indeed for you, the steward. You have devoted your life to the Duke's service, and I hold great respect for that. This humble token is merely a gesture of my appreciation." Upon realizing that the gift was genuinely meant for him and receiving such compliments from Chen Mu, the old steward felt an immediate sense of elation, regarding Chen Mu with newfound admiration, finding him increasingly agreeable. Rest assured, Mr. Chen, though I am just a steward, my words carry weight within the Duke's household. Feel free to visit. I guarantee your safe departure from the Mist Museum. Should you suffer even the slightest injury, it would reflect my inadequacy in hosting you. The old steward vowed emphatically to Chen Mu, assuring him that amidst this peculiar setting, his safety was beyond question. Chen Mu trusted the words of the old steward, who indeed held a certain position of authority. Even if Chen Mu were to slap the Duke, the old steward could ensure that Chen Mu would leave unscathed. By the way, Mr. Chen, are those individuals with you? If so, I could extend my hospitality to them as well. I merely encountered them by chance. We are not acquainted, Chen Mu replied. He was no saint, after all, and it was evident that those individuals bore ill will towards him. How could he possibly use his goodwill to assist them? In other words, simply refraining from allowing the old steward to inconvenience them was already a significant act of kindness within this peculiar task. Upon hearing Chen Mu's words, the old steward grasped the underlying meaning. Since those individuals were strangers to Chen Mu, there was no need to attend to them. Carefully stowing away his watch, the old steward warmly gestured for Chen Mu to proceed. Mr. Chen, please follow me. Those individuals are already seated in the hall. The Duke's banquet was still a while away, and prior to that, A small game would take place to entertain the guests as they awaited the evening's festivities. Chapter 20. Hide and seek a small game. Chunmu recalled his previous visit, which had occurred after 8 in the evening, just before the commencement of the Duke's banquet. Such a possibility existed. Under the guidance of the old steward, Chunmu entered the Duke's drawing room. The drawing room was transformed from the ground floor of a museum, showcasing various artifacts. Medieval short swords, knights' helmets, and yellowed parchment were displayed, each element exuding an air of antiquity. The entire first floor of the museum is enveloped in a dim yellow hue, creating a rather somber atmosphere, with only a couple of fireplaces flickering gently, casting a feeble golden glow. At this moment, several individuals from the west are already awaiting in the hall. They stand in the center, beneath an elegantly designed European chandelier. Their expressions a mix of vigilance and curiosity as they survey their surroundings. Upon the arrival of the venerable steward, their gazes converge upon him, for he embodies the essence of a minor antagonist in their mission. However, the ensuing scene leaves them utterly astounded. The steward leads Chunmu to an antiquated sofa, inviting him to take a seat, and inquires with a warm smile, "Mr. Chun, would you care for a beverage? We have hot water and black tea." "I shall have some black tea," Chunmu replies nonchalantly. "Very well, please hold on for a moment." Shortly thereafter, the steward returns, bearing a tray with a single teacup. He places the cup beside Chunmu and lifts the lid, revealing steaming black tea within. Chunmu takes a sip. This beverage is meant for the living, not for the peculiar, and thus it possesses a delightful flavor. The others stand in disbelief, observing Chunmu leisurely savoring his tea, leaving them to ponder whether he is here on a life-or-death mission or merely on holiday. Such impeccable service from the steward? And tea, no less? Yet, after waiting for what seems like an eternity, the steward does not extend the same courtesy to the others. It appears that his attentiveness is reserved solely for Chunmu. They are all here for the same eerie undertaking. Why should there be such a disparity in treatment? 10 minutes later, Chunmu had finished his tea when the old butler appeared once more. He surveyed the gathering and spoke. "Esteemed guests, the Duke's banquet is still being prepared. To help you pass the time, His Grace has arranged a delightful little game for you. This game is called Hide and Seek. To ensure your enjoyment, please adhere to the following rules. 1. The game will commence in 5 minutes and will last for 2 hours. It will conclude automatically at the end of this period. 2. Once the game begins, the security personnel of the Fog Museum will emerge. They will patrol the premises and eliminate intruders. Be cautious not to be detected by them. 3. During the game, do not leave the first floor of the Fog Museum. Straying beyond this boundary will lead to dire consequences. 4. If, by unfortunate chance, you are discovered by the security, do your utmost to evade them, but refrain from touching any of the museum exhibits while doing so. 5. Except for the floor and walls, all immovable objects are considered the Duke's exhibits. 6. Exhibits must not be moved or touched. Any individual who dares to do so will face the Duke's wrath. These are the rules of the game. Prepare yourselves, for it shall commence shortly. With that, the old butler bestowed an enigmatic smile upon the group and departed from the first floor. In the vast expanse of the museum, only Chunmu, Wang Dafu, the woman, and the green-haired and yellow-haired individuals remained. The mechanical clock on the wall ticked away, and the group fell into a contemplative silence, meticulously recalling the butler's instructions. The atmosphere began to take on an eerie quality, as the temperature in the air gradually dropped and the ground became damp, suggesting that something was about to emerge. The woman clung tightly to Wang Dafu, hoping he could save her. However, Wang Dafu was equally at risk, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He acknowledged that this game was far more exhilarating and tense than any business competition he had previously faced, for the stakes were his very life. Green-haired and yellow-haired individuals were no better off. They had heard that in such strange tasks, one must adhere to the rules. Moreover, they had learned that some rules concealed pathways to survival. If one could uncover these paths, even the most arduous tasks could be navigated with ease and laughter. Yet, discovering such pathways was not something the average person could accomplish, especially at the onset of this bizarre apocalypse, where everyone was a novice and finding a way out seemed an insurmountable challenge. "Brother, this old steward is exceedingly ruthless. The rules are excessively stringent, leaving us no avenue for escape," Green-haired lamented, his tone laced with trepidation. "Indeed, one cannot touch the exhibits, which is somewhat understandable, but apart from the floor and walls, everything else that cannot be moved is an exhibit. Does that not imply that while we seek refuge, we cannot even touch cabinets or sofas? How are we supposed to play?" Yellow-haired echoed, his expression equally grim, questioning whether the old steward had singled them out for this ordeal. In stark contrast to the tension and fear radiating from his companions, Chen Mu remained remarkably composed. At that moment, he strolled through the museum, deep in thought, meticulously observing his surroundings while the game had yet to commence. This is a typical display of an experienced individual. Rather than wasting time in futile lamentation, it is far more prudent to observe the surroundings in advance, thus enhancing one's chances of success. Although there is assurance from the old steward that Chen Mu will depart alive, he is nonetheless striving to find a path to survival. Chen Mu understands clearly that if he neglects to engage his intellect for an extended period, his expertise will swiftly diminish. Should he encounter exceedingly challenging rules in the future, his fate could become dire. As he contemplates the game's regulations, he acknowledges their severity, which imposes significant constraints on humanity. The prohibition against touching the exhibits implies that when confronted by security, he cannot retaliate with nearby objects, but must instead resort to passive evasion, all while being cautious not to collide with tables or chairs. Under such circumstances, concealing oneself for 2 hours appears immensely daunting. No, there must be a way out. Based on Chen Mu's experience, sometimes the pathway to success is cleverly concealed within the stringent rules. If one fails to discern the escape route, the harsh regulations could lead to demise. However, with sufficient experience and wisdom, one can glimpse the way forward, rendering the stringent rules beneficial for survival. Thus, what exactly are these demanding regulations hinting at? Just as Chen Mu was lost in thought, the clock on the wall abruptly emitted a deep sound. 5 minutes had elapsed. A chill enveloped the air. A faint white mist began to manifest within the museum. Amidst the ethereal fog, it seemed as though something was about to emerge. The game had commenced. Chapter 21. Methods to remain unvanquished. Such a bizarre spectacle sent a wave of terror through Wang Dafu's mistress, prompting her to scream in fright. Oh! Wang Dafu was taken aback. The loud shout from the mistress seemed intended to attract the attention of the security guards, didn't it? If she wished to meet her demise, she ought not to drag him into it. With a sharp slap, Wang Dafu silenced her. The 2 young men with green and yellow hair began to conceal themselves. The entire first floor of the museum was shrouded in a thick, white mist. Within the haze, dark figures emerged intermittently. Some of these shadows were human, while others were the eerie security personnel. On the other side, Chen Mu furrowed his brow. From the silhouettes in the mist, he deduced that there was more than one of these strange security guards, with their numbers exceeding 2. This peculiar task was proving to be quite challenging. Based on Chen Mu's past experiences, if that individual did not find a path to survival, no more than 2 would likely emerge unscathed, a death rate exceeding 95. However, should a route be discovered, the mortality rate would plummet, allowing several individuals to complete the task with relative ease. Such is the allure of a path to survival. Chen Mu diligently sought a way out, not with the intention of rescuing those few individuals, but rather to hone his own ability to identify paths to survival. If he could uncover hidden routes under such stringent rules, he believed his skills would be significantly enhanced. 1 minute into the game, the security personnel began to emerge from the mist. The first of the eerie guards appeared behind Wang Dafu. This figure bore a striking resemblance to a decaying corpse, clad in a tattered security uniform. Its body had deteriorated severely, exposing its innards. With each step it took, putrid fluid oozed forth, mingling with a nauseating stench that made one retch uncontrollably. This foul odor served as a grim reminder to Wang Dafu. Damn it! Wang Dafu let out a fierce curse. Without a moment's thought, he shoved his mistress towards the security guard and turned to flee. It was only after his mistress was pushed away that she realized what had transpired. Stunned, she looked at Wang Dafu in disbelief, unable to fathom his callousness. Just moments before the task commenced, they had exchanged vows of eternal love and sweet nothings. Yet, within mere minutes, everything had drastically transformed. Like birds of a feather, they had once shared the same nest, but when calamity struck, they flew their separate ways. Such scenes are all too common in a bizarre apocalypse, where the ugliness and selfishness of human nature are laid bare amidst the surreal challenges. Helpless, the woman could only stagger to her feet, the overwhelming fear triggering a surge of adrenaline that overcame her trembling legs, allowing her to flee in another direction. Fortunately, the peculiar security guard pursued Wang Dafu, granting her a fleeting moment to catch her breath. Meanwhile, Huang Mao and Lu Mao were not faring any better. A skeletal security guard stood in their path, blocking their escape. "Brother, hold your ground. I'll circle around and ambush it from behind," Huang Mao said with a serious expression. Lu Mao nodded. Having been friends for over a decade, their bond was unbreakable. Despite the fear gnawing at his insides, Lu Mao gritted his teeth and stood firm. Drawing the skeletal guard's attention, Huang Mao gave his friend a reassuring pat on the shoulder before preparing to flank the skeletal guard for a surprise attack. As the skeletal guard drew nearer, Lu Mao's legs began to tremble. He fixed his gaze on the guard's back, eagerly anticipating his friend's emergence for a decisive strike. However, mere seconds later, the green-haired individual found himself cornered against the wall by the security guard, while the yellow-haired one had yet to make an appearance. "Are you waiting for that yellow-haired fool?" The skeletal security guard taunted with a mocking tone. "I saw him run past me. He had no intention of ambushing me. He merely aimed to lead you to your demise so he could escape." Upon hearing this, the green-haired man remained skeptical, yet as the skeletal guard drew ever closer, he despairingly realized that he had been betrayed by his so-called brother. 10 years of brotherhood. "How could you betray me?" he shouted in anguish. But before he could utter another word, his body was torn apart by the skeletal guard. Hearing the cries from behind him, the now distant yellow-haired man wore a scornful expression. What a fool, still believing in brotherhood at a time like this. Brothers are merely meant to be betrayed. At this moment, Chen Mu stood before a clock, his expression serene. As he observed through the white mist, a peculiar guard drew nearer. Yet Chen Mu exhibited no signs of panic or evasion. After 5 minutes of deep contemplation, he gazed at the clock before him, and a moment of clarity struck him like a revelation. Exhibits. Immovable objects. No one must touch. The Duke's punishment. Each critical clue emerged in his mind like pearls, strung together to form a necklace. Reflecting on those stringent rules, Chen Mu suddenly comprehended that indeed, beneath the harsh regulations lay the pathway to survival. He, Chen Mu, had discerned the hidden route to life. The exhilaration of escaping from the brink of despair filled him with indescribable joy. He observed the approaching enigma with an expression that bore no trace of fear, but rather was imbued with unwavering confidence. As the shadow and the mist drew nearer, Chen Mu inhaled deeply and executed an exceedingly peculiar maneuver. He remained motionless, akin to a statue. This was the path to survival that Chen Mu had discerned. The secret of survival lay concealed within the 6th rule. Exhibits must not be moved or touched. Anyone who dares to do so will incur the Duke's wrath. At first glance, this rule appeared to be a constraint imposed upon humanity, designed to prevent touching the exhibits and thereby complicating the act of hiding. Initially, Chen Mu was confounded by this regulation, deeming it excessively harsh and the task daunting. However, his extensive experience, 5 years' worth, taught him that the more stringent the rule, the more likely it was to harbor a hidden nuance. Indeed, upon deeper contemplation, Chen Mu discerned the subtlety within the rule. Anyone who dares to touch also included the peculiar security guards. In other words, even the bizarre guards were forbidden from touching the exhibits, lest they face punishment. This revelation contained an exhilarating implication. In this game of hide-and-seek, a human could indeed remain invulnerable. But how could one maintain this invulnerability, eluding capture by the uncanny guards? The answer was simple: by transforming oneself into an exhibit. Thus, the question arose, was it feasible to metamorphose into an exhibit? Chen Mu discovered that it was indeed possible, and the method was veiled within another stringent rule. Chapter 22. Sir, your T. Another stringent regulation, the 5th rule, states, except for the floor and walls, all immovable objects are the Duke's exhibits. Once again, we encounter a seemingly harsh decree. On the surface, it appears to restrict human activity. Apart from the floor and walls, individuals are forbidden from touching anything else. However, from a different perspective, this rule subtly implies a metaphorical transformation of individuals into exhibits. If one remains stationary, under this regulation, they become an exhibit in the Duke's museum. Thus, by synthesizing these rules, Chen Mu deduces a path to survival. When confronted by the peculiar security personnel, there is no need to flee or hide. Simply standing still transforms one into an exhibit of the Duke. The bizarre guards cannot touch the exhibits, and consequently, they are unable to apprehend you. By remaining motionless for 2 hours, one can secure an invulnerable position in this game of hide and seek, ensuring survival until the conclusion of the game. Nevertheless, the astute Chen Mu also discerns a hint of peculiarity within the mission's regulations. For the first time, a suggestive rule emerges. The so-called suggestive rule aims to lead players into making errors, thereby obstructing their quest to uncover the correct path to survival. For instance, the fourth rule states, if, by unfortunate chance, you are discovered by the guards, do your utmost to evade them, but in the process of evasion, please do not touch the museum's exhibits. This exemplifies a quintessential suggestive rule. It subtly implies to players that upon encountering the peculiar guards, they must exert every effort to avoid them. Evading security necessitates running and moving, rendering one incapable of remaining still, thus precluding the possibility of becoming an exhibit. Should a player place excessive faith in this rule, they might very well miss their chance for survival. As the bizarre apocalypse lingers, the challenges presented by its peculiar tasks escalate gradually. Shenmue silently contemplated this. It came as no surprise to him. After all, he was a survivor of 5 years within this uncanny world. 5 years. Such an extensive duration had transformed the tasks into formidable and grotesque trials. Inductive rules? What trivialities! There existed even contradictory rules, and some were outright erroneous. Shenmue recalled his most arduous experience, during which he encountered a task replete with 23 rules. Absurdly, all 23 were erroneous. Believing in even one would spell doom, an invitation to a slow demise. To carve out a path to survival, Shenmue had to deduce the hidden routes based on these flawed rules. By piecing together several incorrect pieces of information, he identified the contradictions and sought the implied avenues for escape. This endeavor tested both his physical and mental fortitude, yet he persevered. Thus, the game of hide-and-seek before him seemed trivial in comparison. Within the 2-hour task duration, he discerned the route to success as soon as the task commenced. Shenmue felt assured that the path he had uncovered in this peculiar challenge would not lead him astray. Consequently, as the enigmatic security approached, his expression remained remarkably composed. As anticipated, the peculiar security guard halted at a distance of 1 meter, gazing intently at Shenmue, yet hesitating to approach. Shenmue stood before it, and it dared not close the gap. This was the exhilaration of discovering the path to survival. Once the secret of this path was grasped, navigating through the bizarre tasks became as effortless as swimming in water. After a moment of scrutiny, the uncanny guard regarded Shenmue with considerable trepidation. It refrained from making any rash movements, for under the rules, Shenmue had already become an exhibit of a duke. It dared not harm him. After a brief standoff, the strange guard turned away, preparing to depart. Shenmue finally exhaled in relief, for his conjecture about the path to survival had proven correct. However, before he could fully relax, he suddenly felt a hand patting him on the back. To his astonishment, this hand was pale and cold, unmistakably not human. It was a bizarre hand. Something strange was making contact with him. How could this be? Shenmue's expression changed. Within the confines of the rules, he was an exhibit, and the strange entities were prohibited from touching the exhibits. Could it be that his deductions were erroneous, leading him to a false path of survival? This thought crept into his mind, causing his heart to sink. How could his deductions possibly be flawed? With 5 years of experience in the realm of the bizarre, the likelihood of making a mistake was exceedingly low. Shenmue held firm confidence in himself. In order to endure in this peculiar apocalypse, self-assurance was an essential quality. Just as he was lost in contemplation, a strange voice suddenly emerged from behind. "Sir, your tea?" "Tea? What tea?" Shenmue was utterly bewildered. A peculiar figure approached. Emerging before Shenmue, it was evident that this figure was not a security guard. Rather, it was clad in the attire of a servant, holding a tray aloft. Upon the tray rested a steaming cup of tea. "The steward is concerned that you may be parched, and has sent me to deliver this warm tea to you." The servant intoned, "The Mist Museum is cold and damp. I implore you, Mr. Chen, to take care to keep warm. Those peculiar security guards cannot harm you. Should you wish to withdraw from the game, you may do so at any time." Having spoken, the servant placed the hot tea beside Shenmue. Observing the scene before him, Shenmue came to a realization. This enigmatic being was not a guard, but rather a servant of the Duke, sent to provide him with refreshments. But wait, what an odd atmosphere this was. While others faced perilous uncertainties in their bizarre tasks, he was afforded such special treatment. With warm tea at his side and the freedom to depart at will. The game of hide and seek, though termed a game, it seemed that for Shenmue, it was the only true game indeed. The disparity in treatment was quite striking. Truth be told, Shenmue had never before experienced such preferential treatment. In the bizarre apocalypse, he had been just as destitute as the others, wrestling with the same existential threats. How could he possibly enjoy such hospitality? Ah, how delightful it was to have ghostly currency in this strange world. Shenmue couldn't help but exclaim inwardly. At that moment, not far from Shenmue, Wang Dafu's mistress stumbled toward him in a frantic escape. After becoming separated from Wang Dafu, she had been hiding alone within the Mist Museum, living in constant trepidation. Her arms bore bruises from the floor, and she appeared quite disheveled. Little did she expect to encounter Chenmu at this juncture. She had initially intended to approach Chenmu for assistance, hoping to rescue herself from her predicament. However, to her surprise, before she could advance, she witnessed Chenmu being encircled by two peculiar figures. In front of him stood an uncanny security guard, while behind him lurked a bizarre attendant. Just when she thought Chenmu was destined for doom, an unexpected twist occurred. The enigmatic security guard hesitated, clearly intimidated by Chenmu, and promptly turned away. As for the strange attendant, it was even more absurd. He presented Chenmu with a cup of hot tea. Was this individual there to serve Chenmu? Observing her own disheveled appearance in contrast to Chenmu's calm and composed demeanor, along with the peculiar service he received, the woman felt for the first time the stark disparities within this bizarre apocalypse. How could the gap between individuals be so vast? Chenmu's image in her eyes transformed from that of a mere young slacker to an enigmatic and formidable figure. In comparison, Wang Dafu seemed utterly feeble. If Wang Dafu was unreliable, perhaps it was time to seek a new ally. With this thought, the woman glanced at her own figure, tamed her hair, and adjusted her blouse to enhance her allure. She contemplated employing her feminine charm, wondering if Chenmu might take notice of her. If she could align herself with Chenmu, she would undoubtedly thrive in this strange and perilous world. Unbeknownst to her, Chenmu perceived her subtle maneuvers as mere trifles of cunning. Chapter 23. The stark disparity between individuals after tidying her attire. The woman approached Chenmu with a beguiling demeanor. Chenmu had already sensed her presence. As she drew near, a flicker of wariness appeared in his gaze. He was uncertain of the ploys she might be concocting. The young woman approached Chenmu, exuding an air of exuberance despite being unaware of his name. With an impulsive embrace, she attempted to draw him closer, her intentions evident. She was seeking a protector. However, Chenmu found himself largely disinterested in her garish appearance, preferring a more innocent demeanor. More crucially, he perceived an unsettling lack of cleanliness about her, prompting concerns about potential illness. In this peculiar apocalyptic era, where societal order had crumbled and medical supplies were increasingly scarce, the imperative to avoid sickness became a vital survival strategy. He recalled a notorious figure from the previous timeline, a powerful individual who succumbed to syphilis after narrowly escaping death on perilous missions. Chenmu was determined not to follow in those unfortunate footsteps. Perhaps you should seek out Wang Dafu, he stated coldly, and rest assured, I will not expend my resources to assist you. Without hesitation, he dismissed her advance. Concurrently, the scruffy figure of Huang Mao stealthily approached Chenmu, his demeanor weary after the betrayal of a friend, sweating profusely from his attempts to evade detection. He appeared far more disheveled than the woman. Upon catching sight of Chenmu, his composure shattered. Chenmu, impeccably dressed and cradling a steaming cup of fragrant tea, presented an image of calm and collectedness, devoid of any trace of disarray. Moreover, there was a woman, shamelessly throwing herself at Chenmu. What a madness! Is this some kind of joke? We are in a bizarre mission. I nearly lost my life, relying on betrayal to survive. So how is it that you can live so comfortably? Are you here to undertake a life and death mission, or merely to indulge in a game? For Chenmu, it seemed like a mere game of hide and seek. And to top it off, he had even attracted the mistress of Wang Dafu. The disparity between individuals. The explosive mentality of the yellow-haired man was hardly different from that of a mistress at that moment. What capabilities does this enigmatic young man possess that allow him to thrive so effortlessly? Contemplating this, the yellow-haired man approached Chenmu step by step. Chenmu had already noticed him. He pushed away the mistress clinging to him, his gaze now tinged with caution. Before the mission had even commenced, Chenmu discerned the ruthless nature of the yellow-haired man. Recognizing he was no good, Chenmu had an acute sense for character. After 5 years of navigating this strange apocalypse, he could easily gauge a person's temperament. As expected, it was not long before the yellow-haired man's green-haired companion vanished without a trace. Chenmu could surmise that the green-haired man had undoubtedly met his demise, and the reason for his death was certainly intertwined with the yellow-haired man. Chenmu had always actively distanced himself from such dangerous individuals to avoid unnecessary trouble. However, should the yellow-haired man be foolish enough to harbor ill intentions towards Chenmu, he would not hesitate to retaliate. Chenmu understood a crucial principle. If one does not eradicate the root of the problem, it will inevitably resurface. Brother, I see how formidable you are. Why not take me under your wing? Rest assured, my dear brother, I am a person of utmost loyalty. Whatever you ask of me, I shall never decline. The young man with the yellow hair grinned broadly, immediately addressing Chun Mu as brother. Chun Mu's response was tepid. He could never accept such a treacherous individual as a subordinate. Doing so would be akin to inviting a wolf into the fold. If I were to command you to perish this very moment, would you not honor your word and comply? Chun Mu remarked coolly. The young man was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless by Chun Mu's retort. At that moment, Xiao San had also been rebuffed by Chun Mu. The yellow-haired youth, casting a glance at Xiao San's figure, felt a surge of desire and extended an invitation to form a team. Isolated and abandoned by Wang Dafu, and with Chun Mu showing her no interest, Xiao San, in her helplessness, pondered briefly before accepting the yellow-haired youth's offer. They stealthily evaded the security guards as they ventured deeper into the fog-laden museum, hoping to find a suitable hiding spot. Watching the two depart, Chun Mu exhaled in relief, thankful that he had avoided entanglement in any troublesome affairs. In his eyes, such companions were of little worth, and he deemed it unnecessary to associate with them. How about some hot tea? Chun Mu inquired. Our esteemed guest must not be neglected. The elderly steward, stroking his branded watch, expressed high praise for Chun Mu's thoughtfulness. It was evident that the exquisite Guida emerald watch had left a splendid impression on the steward regarding Chun Mu. The servant had been dispatched by the steward to deliver tea. Master steward, the tea has been served. While I was on my way, a peculiar security guard caught sight of Chun Mu. However, he did not flee but rather stood still, unperturbed. Chun Mu's countenance remained remarkably serene, devoid of any semblance of shock. Thus, I surmised that he had already discerned the path to survival within the task. The enigmatic attendant remarked. He has indeed discovered the way to live? The elderly steward was taken aback. The path to survival in this task was merely to stand still. He had not anticipated that Chun Mu could unveil the route to survival so swiftly at the outset of the mission. It appeared that Mr. Chun possessed considerable wisdom. The elderly steward could not help but express his admiration as he glanced at his watch, his expression growing even more perplexed. Initially, he had assumed that Chun Mu lacked strength and had gifted him the watch in hopes of receiving leniency during the peculiar task. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Before he could even extend his generosity, Chun Mu had already uncovered the path to survival. With such intellect and capability, what need did he have to fear for his survival? There was no necessity for him to offer gifts, especially ones of such great value. Could it be that? The elderly steward pondered. Perhaps Chun Mu intended his gift as a genuine gesture of friendship, aiming to cultivate their relationship? Yes, that must be it. One was a relationship of mutual utility, while the other had transcended into the realm of friendship. Naturally, the latter profoundly moved the elderly steward. Chun Mu was indeed a good person. To establish a bond of friendship, he bestowed upon him such a precious gift. It had been a long time since he encountered such sincerity in a friend. As the saying goes, twilight bears witness to the devout. Even in the Duke's misfortune, he was willing to forge a friendship. This bond of camaraderie, the elderly steward graciously accepted. This friend, he was determined to cherish. Chun Mu had not anticipated the remarkable self-strategizing abilities of the old steward. The task had merely commenced, yet the steward had already regarded Chun Mu as a friend. For Chun Mu, this was quite advantageous. Acquiring the death-heavy armor would become significantly easier with such camaraderie. As friends, requesting an item of the illusory general level from the Duke was hardly an excessive demand, was it? Chapter 24. Why are you so comfortable? Go. Deliver some pastries to Mr. Chun, the old steward instructed the attendant. In the presence of a friend, mere tea was insufficient. One must, of course, present exquisite pastries. Thus, within the Mist Museum, an extraordinary scene unfolded. Chun Mu lounged leisurely on the sofa, with a steaming cup of tea on his left and a plate of delicate pastries on his right. In this setting, one could easily mistake him for being on vacation, and none would question it. As for the peculiar security personnel, they wisely refrained from disturbing Chun Mu. After all, they were employed under the Duke. Who would dare to interrupt the esteemed guest of the Duke? Life was evidently much more leisurely for Chun Mu, while others were not faring as well. On the other side of the Mist Museum, the blonde-haired man and his accomplice had formed an alliance, stealthily evading the watchful eyes of the security guards with trepidation. Wang Dafu, dragging his corpulent form, was also cautiously hiding. Clearly, none of them had discovered a path to safety. As time passed, the rigor of the security searches began to wane. Had they maintained the intensity present at the game's inception, none of these individuals, apart from Chenmu, would have survived. The difficulty of the Mist Museum's tasks was not yet so merciless. After half an hour of hiding, the absence of security personnel allowed a slight sigh of relief to escape the lips of the blonde-haired man and his accomplice. In their eyes, the most arduous moments of the task had already passed. They could finally exhale and await the conclusion of their endeavor. As they relaxed, the yellow-haired individual began to entertain questionable thoughts. He had long been infatuated with the third party, and now, confined together in a space after having endured the pressures of life and death, he felt a pressing need for release. The third party was acutely aware of his desires and, eager to secure his assistance in the forthcoming task, was more than willing to oblige. After all, she had engaged in such activities countless times before. However, what she failed to disclose to him was that she had indulged excessively in the past and had contracted several ailments. Whether the yellow-haired man would fall ill remained a matter of fate. With the security presence diminished, the Misty Museum was eerily quiet. Even the sound of a needle dropping echoed far and wide. Thus, despite the distance, Chenmu still discerned the commotion between the yellow-haired man and the third party. Even the seasoned Chenmu was taken aback. How reckless could these two be, daring to indulge in such antics amidst a bizarre task? Were they seeking a swifter demise? It is crucial to recognize that peril abounds in such enigmatic missions. Even the most experienced veterans must remain perpetually vigilant. In these peculiar undertakings, survival is paramount. The audacity of these two, playing such games without regard for the distractions that could prevent them from recognizing danger, is perplexing. One cannot help but ponder whether they are courageous or merely ignorant. According to Chenmu's experience, this game of hide-and-seek was a classic example of a pressure-driven task. This means that at the onset of the mission, there would be extreme pressure, with numerous bizarre security entities emerging, rendering the challenge exceedingly difficult. This phase would last for approximately 10 minutes. More than an hour later, the difficulty of the task would suddenly diminish, and the eerie security personnel would virtually vanish. During this interval, even if players chose to recline on the ground and succumb to slumber, they would awaken unscathed. However, do not be misled into thinking this is a benevolent turn of events. On the contrary, it is a most insidious tactic. A genuine trap lies ahead. As the task approaches its conclusion in 10 minutes, the difficulty will surge dramatically, surpassing even the initial challenge. A multitude of bizarre security guards will suddenly emerge, and as players grow complacent, they often fail to perceive the looming peril, leading to frequent fatalities. This is the treachery that defines the task. Time ticks away. Only 10 minutes remain until the task concludes. True to Chenmu's predictions, the difficulty escalates abruptly. At this moment, Wang Dafu is concealed in a corner, the hour of tranquility rendering him even more vigilant. After all, Wang Dafu is a businessman, having navigated the turbulent waters of commerce for decades. Far more cautious than Huang Mao and Xiao San. This vigilance has saved his life. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he perceives a dark figure emerging from the mist behind him. The eerie security guard. Without a moment's hesitation, his heart leaps into his throat as he hastily retreats to escape. Meanwhile, Huang Mao and Xiao San are not so fortunate. Xiao San, nestled in Huang Mao's embrace, continues to whisper sweet nothings, hoping for his attention. Huang Mao, ever compliant, casually agrees, for promises cost him nothing, and he has made countless such pledges before. Abruptly, Xiao San lets out a startled cry, her eyes wide with terror as she gazes at something behind Huang Mao. What is it? She exclaims, alarmed. Irritated, Huang Mao glances over his shoulder. At that moment, a chill ran down Huang Mao's spine upon catching a glimpse of the eerie security guard behind him. Run, he shouted, attempting to flee. However, to his horror, he realized that he had been so relaxed moments before that he had not even bothered to put on his trousers. The few seconds wasted could prove fatal. As the strange security guard drew closer, Huang Mao glanced at his companion and, gritting his teeth, pushed her towards the guard. What are you doing? She gasped, stunned by the abrupt turn of events, stumbling at the guard's feet. If one must perish, it cannot be me. Little did she expect that within a mere 2 hours, she would be betrayed by two individuals. Raising her head, she found the eerie guard towering over her. A mocking expression etched on his face. In the next instant, blood splattered. 10 minutes, neither long nor short. For Chenmu, it was merely the time it took to sip half a cup of tea. For Wang Dafu and Huang Mao, however, it felt like an eternity. At last, as the heavy chimes echoed, the 2 hours came to an end. The game of hide-and-seek was over. In the hall, Chun-Mu savored the last sip of tea and the final bite of pastry, exuding calmness and elegance. One must admit, the Duke's taste was impeccable. The tea and pastries were delightful, a fitting afternoon repast. Observing Chun-Mu enjoying his afternoon tea, Wang Dafu and Huang Mao looked on with envy. We are on the brink of death, yet you indulge in an elegant tea time. Is there no justice in this world? All of us are participants in this peculiar task, so why do you seem so at ease? Chun-Mu regarded Huang Mao and Wang Dafu, silently calculating. Aside from himself, there were indeed 6 others engaged in this game of hide-and-seek. Clearly, only 2 had survived. This bizarre task had proven perilous. Chun-Mu chose to disregard the jealousy directed towards him by Wang Dafu and Huang Mao. Their misfortunes were not his doing, if blame were to be assigned. It lay with this strange apocalyptic world, not him. Furthermore, the 2 survivors were hardly virtuous. Both had betrayed their comrades. Only the despicable could endure in such an eerie world. This was the moral decay brought about by the strange apocalypse. At that moment, Huang Mao finally grasped why Chun-Mu had displayed indifference before the mission commenced, reluctant to ally with others. It appeared that Chun-Mu had long recognized that. In this bizarre task, there existed no allies, only a struggle for survival and treachery. What was Chun-Mu's true identity? And why did he possess such profound insight into this unsettling world? In this instant, though Chun-Mu had done nothing, his persona became shrouded in mystery in the eyes of the 2 men. Their gazes towards him were laced with apprehension. Moreover, between Huang Mao and Wang Dafu, there flickered a mutual distrust and wariness. No one dared to mention the notion of forming teams again, each wary of the other, fearing that they might be the next to be betrayed. Just then, the old steward arrived. He surveyed the disheveled Wang Dafu and Huang Mao, alongside the composed Chun-Mu, and slowly remarked, "Esteemed guests, the game has concluded. Unbeknownst to many, do you hold a fondness for the game of hide-and-seek? The Duke has already prepared a sumptuous banquet for all on the 2nd floor. Once the feast is partaken, the esteemed guests shall be free to depart. Come with me, for the banquet is about to commence." Chapter 25. This gift is rather extravagant. At last, the banquet approaches. Chun-Mu instantly felt invigorated. The opportunity to meet the Duke at the banquet and possibly acquire the rare and enigmatic grade artifact hinged upon his performance during the evening. The mere thought of the enigmatic grade artifact, the death-heavy armor, filled Chun-Mu's eyes with longing. What makes this particular artifact so alluring, however, does not lie solely in its physical defense. To speak candidly, while items capable of withstanding bizarre damage are indeed rare, they are not so scarce as to incite a frenzy among countless strong individuals. The true allure of the death-heavy armor rests in its unique ability to contravene a singular rule. When donned, the user of the death-heavy armor can defy a rule within an enigmatic task without incurring punishment. This skill has a cooldown period of 1 month. It is imperative to understand that in the realm of the bizarre apocalypse, rules are an inviolable force. Regardless of one's strength, violating these rules is impossible. Even the most formidable of bosses within the bizarre scenarios, when seeking to eliminate an individual, are rendered powerless against one who adheres to the rules. This illustrates the formidable nature of rules. Even the mightiest of bizarre bosses can only revise the rules to their advantage. They cannot defy them. Those who transgress the rules, be they human or bizarre, must face retribution. No one, whether human or bizarre, can withstand the might of the rules, except for the death-heavy armor. According to Chun-Mu, the death-heavy armor is the sole artifact capable of withstanding the power of rules. Such an extraordinary effect has drawn countless formidable individuals who would risk their very lives to procure it from the Duke. Chun-Mu is no exception. Despite his immense strength and the possession of trillions of underworld coins, he cannot guarantee that he will never violate the rules. Should he inadvertently stumble and breach a rule, the death-heavy armor would become his ultimate safeguard. This safeguard must be obtained. Under the guidance of the steward, they arrived at a staircase. Ascending the stairs, they reached the 2nd floor of the Fog Museum. This floor featured a spacious hall, designated by the Duke for hosting grand feasts. The steward addressed the group, stating, at the Duke's banquet, there are certain rules that must not be broken. Otherwise, the Duke may become quite displeased, and the consequences could be dire. 1. Show respect to the Duke and Duchess. Do not engage in any insulting behavior. 2. You must not refuse the food offered by the Duke. You are required to consume it all. Failing to do so will result in punishment. The Duke does not favor excessive regulations, hence these 2 rules must be strictly adhered to. Yet again, an enigmatic task awaits. Mu furrowed his brow, realizing that the Fog Museum is no ordinary place. A peculiar scenario unfolds, featuring a game of hide-and-seek, followed by a banquet, two strange tasks. After this, the steward led the trio into the banquet hall. Mu meticulously observed his surroundings. Above the hall, a European-style chandelier hung gracefully, its classic design illuminated by flickering candles. In the center of the hall, a crystal long table was elegantly set, adorned with fine cutlery and flickering candles. Undoubtedly the dining table for the evening's banquet. The elderly steward guided several guests to the table, assigning them their seats. Mu found himself positioned at the head of the table, in close proximity to the Duke's principal seat. This was a mark of the steward's hospitality, facilitating Mu's conversation with the Duke. In contrast, Wang Dafu and Huang Mao were seated at a considerable distance, clearly assigned to the positions of ordinary guests. After a brief wait, the Duke and Duchess finally made their entrance. The Duke was garbed in a quintessential European medieval style, exuding an air of nobility. A closer inspection of his visage revealed a pallid and frigid complexion, a strikingly eerie countenance. The Duchess, donned in a voluminous gown, also reflected the medieval attire. Yet she appeared quite enchanting, still possessing the allure of youth, despite being in her 40s. Dear guests who have traveled from afar, I have prepared a sumptuous banquet for you, the Duke and Duchess proclaimed with forced smiles, a clear indication that they had rehearsed this routine numerous times. Without indulging in excessive pleasantries, the Duke commanded the nearby attendants to serve the evening's feast. A cadre of peculiar servers, clad in aprons stained with what appeared to be blood, began to present dish after dish upon the dining table. As soon as the plates were placed, Mu was assaulted by an overwhelming metallic scent. His expression shifted subtly. The fare for the evening was decidedly unsettling. Indeed, the dishes before them were filled with crimson broths, within which floated pieces of flesh and eyeballs, and even severed limbs. Wang Dafu and Huang Mao nearly retched at the sight. What on earth is this? This must be meant for some abomination. Before them lay dismembered arms, legs, eyes, and chunks of flesh, and both Wang Dafu and Huang Mao's expressions shifted dramatically as they fought the urge to retch. They exchanged glances, struggling to fathom how they could possibly consume such repulsive offerings. Allow me to allocate the food for you, chuckled the Duke. At that moment, Mu interjected, Duke, Duchess, please hold for a moment. Before the banquet commences, I have a few modest gifts to express my sentiments, though not of significant value. I hope the Duke and Duchess will accept them graciously. A feather sent from 1,000 miles carries the weight of affection. With that, Mu began to retrieve his prepared gifts from his spatial ring. A flicker of delight danced in the Duke's eyes. Among the numerous guests, finally, there was one who understood the essence of courtesy. Moreover, this guest seemed to possess some standing, given the possession of a spatial ring. From the ring, Mu produced 2 small boxes and presented them to the Duke and Duchess in turn. The Duke opened the box nonchalantly, having held a high position for many years and seen much of the world. Given Mu's assertion that the gifts were not extravagant, he held no lofty expectations, merely appreciating the thoughtfulness behind the gesture. However, upon unveiling the contents, the Duke's demeanor shifted entirely. A rare and exquisite emerald, the limited edition watch, valued at 10,000 nether coins. The Duke gazed at Mu in astonishment. Was this truly deemed insignificant? Such extraordinary nether coins were not simply conjured from thin air. To present a gift worth tens of thousands of coins upon their first meeting was already a remarkable display of generosity. Was this young man so affluent that his perception of value was skewed? To offer a gift worth 10,000 nether coins as a mere greeting. It is worth noting that even during the peak of his influence, the gifts received by the Duke seldom exceeded 700,000 to 800,000 dark coins. Yet, when Mu made his entrance, he presented a remarkable jadeite worth an astonishing 100,000 dark coins. The Duchess, upon opening the small box, wore an even more astonished expression. As the Duchess, her gifts had always been somewhat inferior to those received by the Duke. Guests primarily bestowed their offerings upon the Duke, while the Duchess merely received supplementary items, typically worth a mere few thousand dark coins as a token gesture. However, the Duchess never anticipated that Mu would gift her a crystal necklace valued at 100,000 dark coins. Chapter 26. Is this even possible? The Duchess, well versed in the ways of the world, immediately recognized that this exquisite crystal necklace had been procured from the infamous Fallen Market, a high-end establishment in the realm of the bizarre. Previously, she often frequented the fallen market with other distinguished ladies. However, even for the Duchess, the prices within the fallen market were often daunting. For instance, she had once harbored a great fondness for this very crystal necklace. Yet, upon encountering its steep price tag of 1 million dark coins, she hesitated. Despite the Duke's elevated status, his position as a marshal general meant his financial resources were not as ample as one might assume. Moreover, the Duke had a large family to support, stewards, attendants, and retainers, all of whom required a significant outlay of dark coins. Consequently, few were truly capable of indulging the Duchess's shopping desires. Although she cherished the crystal necklace, its price was rather disheartening. After a month of indecision, the Duchess ultimately chose to forego the purchase. In the present day, the Duke has fallen from grace, rendering the exquisite crystal necklace utterly unattainable for the Duchess. However, she never anticipated receiving such a delightful surprise at tonight's banquet. Before his rebirth, Chunmu had recalled the Duchess's preferences and thus selected a gift that perfectly aligned with her tastes. Instantly, the atmosphere at the dining table transformed. The Duke donned a beaming smile, gazing at Chunmu as though he were his dearest brother. The Duchess, too, radiated a brilliant smile, regarding Chunmu with the warmth reserved for a future son-in-law. "Come now, my lady, please serve Chunmu," the Duke remarked. Chunmu understood the implication. The Duke was subtly granting him leniency. The established rule dictated that all food allocated by the Duke must be consumed. Yet it did not stipulate that the food distributed by the Duchess had to be finished. In other words, the distasteful dishes could be entirely disregarded by Chunmu. The Duke, being a man of stature, could not overtly flaunt his leniency like the old steward. Chunmu couldn't help but admire the Duke's finesse. Even his act of kindness was executed with remarkable sophistication. The Duke, perceptive as ever, recognized that Chunmu was aware of his indulgence. This brought him immense joy. After all, a wise individual is one who can navigate such subtleties. Chunmu's intelligence, coupled with his generosity and apparent formidable background, marked him as an excellent potential partner. As the Duchess reveled in the joy of receiving the crystal necklace, her fondness for Chunmu grew ever stronger, completely disregarding the Duke's subtle gestures of leniency, and instead openly indulging in her role. The Duchess clapped her hands, signaling the attendants to present some cake, which was then distributed to Chunmu. The meaning was unmistakable. Those repugnant items should not be placed before Chunmu, for it would be quite unpleasant for him. Favoritism, indulgence. The Duchess might as well have inscribed these two words upon her visage. This sudden shift left Wang Dafu and Huang Mao utterly astounded. Goodness, is it possible to play it this way? A spark of inspiration ignited in Wang Dafu's mind as he recalled the precious piece of ghost money nestled in his trousers. Ghost money, indeed, was a treasure. He had heard that in this bizarre apocalypse, nothing was more valuable than ghost money. With ghost money in hand, the uncanny would bow before you. Thus, Wang Dafu had expended considerable effort, depleting years of cultivated connections, to acquire a mere piece of ghost money. Now, the moment to utilize it had arrived. What trinkets could Chunmu possess that could rival the worth of his ghost money? Clearly, Wang Dafu was only aware of the supreme value of ghost money, believing that all else paled in comparison. Chunmu had presented two gifts capable of eliciting delight from both the Duke and the Duchess. Surely, if he unveiled his even more precious ghost money, the Duke would be compelled to fawn over him. With this thought in mind, Wang Dafu cleared his throat and rose to address them. "Your Grace, your Duchess, I possess an even more precious gift for you both." With that proclamation, in front of the gathered assembly, Wang Dafu boldly reached into his trousers. To everyone's shock, he produced an item reeking of urine and presented it before the Duke as if it were a prized possession. The Duke glanced down and thought, "Are you here to humiliate me?" Though the Duke had fallen from grace, he remained an eccentric noble, for even a famished camel is larger than a horse. He still possessed hundreds of thousands of ghostly coins. "What do you mean by presenting me with a single ghostly coin? It is an affront. You are humiliating me." What further deepened the Duke's sense of indignation was when Wang Dafu audaciously retrieved that solitary ghostly coin from his trousers. Such an outrageous act instantly provoked the Duke's fury. To dare insult the Duke at a banquet, drag him out, and execute him, the Duke commanded his attendant. Without hesitation, the attendant seized Wang Dafu and began to drag him downstairs. Why would he be taken away for execution after presenting a single ghostly coin? Chunmu found it somewhat amusing. Wang Dafu's antics were indeed absurd, leaving even Chunmu astounded. Having survived for 5 years in this peculiar apocalyptic world, Chen had never witnessed such a spectacle. He admitted that Wang Dafu's display had broadened his horizons. After Wang Dafu was taken away, the banquet continued. The Duke and Duchess still wore beaming smiles as they served cake to Chen Mu. When it was time to offer food to the blonde-haired youth, the Duke turned to Chen Mu and inquired, "Is this person your friend?" Chen Mu shook his head, stating, "I do not know him." As he had reiterated, Chen Mu was unfamiliar with the blonde-haired youth and had no desire to expend his resources to assist him. Moreover, given the animosity the youth harbored towards Chen Mu, any notion of lending help was even more unlikely. Observing the repugnant food on his plate and then glancing at the exquisite cake on Chen Mu's, the blonde-haired youth was left in tears. The disparities in the game of hide-and-seek were tolerable, but why did the treatment at the banquet remain so starkly divergent? Why must I endure such repugnant fare while Chen Mu savors exquisite cake and even has the option to forgo it entirely? The resentment within Huang Mao surged once more. His gaze towards Chen Mu now infused with intense jealousy. This jealousy was laced with a hint of spite and malice. Why should Chen Mu enjoy such comfort? Why could Chen Mu not assist me without expectation? Once the bizarre task is underway, I shall ensure Chen Mu meets his demise. With all those splendid possessions, including that spatial ring, if I eliminate Chen Mu, everything will belong to me. In future peculiar tasks, I too could revel in the same carefree existence as Chen Mu. As these thoughts swirled in Huang Mao's mind, he cast venomous glances at Chen Mu, already plotting his assassination. Chen Mu had long since noticed Huang Mao's malevolent stares. Ah, does he harbor murderous intent towards me? Fully aware of Huang Mao's intentions, Chen Mu deliberately chose to let him be, awaiting the trouble Huang Mao would inevitably bring. Such foolish behavior was not characteristic of Chen Mu. If Huang Mao sought his own demise, he need not blame Chen Mu for his ruthless response. Silently, Chen Mu retrieved his phone and dialed the number of the peculiar driver, instructing him to await Huang Mao outside. The peculiar driver was extraordinarily capable. Eliminating Huang Mao would be a trivial task. Chen Mu understood a fundamental truth. If one merely cuts the grass without uprooting it, it shall regrow with the spring breeze. Chapter 27. Is there something wrong with this taxi? The banquet continued. Huang Mao, pinching his nose, swallowed the revolting food in large bites, while Chen Mu engaged in light-hearted banter with the Duke and Duchess, appearing entirely unfazed by the bizarre setting. During the course of their dialogue, Chen Mu occasionally showcased his wealth, causing the Duchess's eyes to gleam with admiration. The Duke, too, found himself intrigued by Chen Mu's offerings of ghostly currency. The Duke, now in a state of destitution, was in dire need of a substantial amount of this spectral currency to uphold a semblance of dignity in his life. At this moment, Chen Mu appeared, possessing an abundance of ghostly coins, clearly a figure of considerable means. The pressing question was how to procure these coins from Chen Mu. What could he possibly offer that would entice someone of Chen Mu's stature? Common items would surely fail to capture his interest. Presenting something of inferior quality would merely serve to insult Chen Mu. Suddenly, the Duke recalled possessing a remarkable artifact of the highest caliber, a deathly heavy armor. This exceptional item was sure to pique Chen Mu's curiosity. The Duke silently prayed that Chen Mu would find it appealing, otherwise, he was at a loss as to how he could acquire the much-needed ghostly currency. An hour later, as the nauseated yellow-haired man swallowed the last remaining eyeball, the banquet finally drew to a close. The old steward approached, addressing the yellow-haired man and Chen Mu. Esteemed guests, we thank you for visiting the Mist Museum. I trust the Duke's hospitality has met your expectations. If you have no further business, you may now depart from the Mist Museum. The steward's words marked the conclusion of the Mist Museum's task. Out of the 5 participants, only 2 survived. Chen Mu was an exception, if we disregard him. Merely 1 individual from the remaining 4 had made it, a survival rate of 25. Upon hearing that the task had come to an end, the yellow-haired man finally breathed a sigh of relief. The blonde's belly had swollen into the shape of a ball, and his throat was filled with the stench of decaying blood. The mere thought of how much he had consumed sent his mind into a frenzy. Upon glancing at Chen Mu, he was struck by the absurdity of it all. Here was Chen Mu, who seemed to require no sustenance at all, and even when he did eat, it was merely cake. Once again, the blonde's composure shattered. Just wait, he thought. How could you be so comfortable when I am suffering so? Once we exit the Mist Museum, I shall seize everything that belongs to you. So far, Chen Mu had not displayed any prowess, which had led the blonde to a false impression. He believed Chen Mu was merely a man possessing ghostly currency. With his fair complexion, he appeared to lack any real strength. Chun Mu was merely relying on his ghostly currency to flaunt himself in this bizarre setting. Once outside this strange scenario, a single strike would suffice to end Chun Mu. With this thought, the blonde cast a fierce glance at Chun Mu before swiftly descending the stairs to leave. He had no desire to linger any longer in the Mist Museum. Eager to find a place to conceal himself outside and wait for Chun Mu to emerge so he could strike him down. The Duke had also perceived the blonde's hostility. After the latter departed, he turned to Chun Mu and remarked, "Mr. Chun, it seems that this blonde individual harbors quite an animosity towards you." "Indeed, I have noticed," Chun Mu replied. He then continued, "Moreover, he appears to be plotting my demise. Duke, have you not observed? One of the knives from the table has been secretly taken by him. He is likely already preparing to kill me." Upon hearing this, the Duke expressed a look of surprise. The Duke was engaged in conversation with Chun Mu, oblivious to the moment when the yellow-haired individual stealthily appropriated a dining knife. Remarkably, Chun Mu managed to converse with both the Duke and the Duchess, while simultaneously remaining acutely aware of the yellow-haired man's subtle movements. Such keen observational skills left the Duke feeling somewhat inadequate. "Mr. Chun," he offered, "if you are concerned, I could arrange for someone to deal with him." The Duke extended his assistance, demonstrating goodwill towards Chun Mu. With a smile, Chun Mu graciously declined, expressing gratitude for the Duke's kindness but asserting that it was unnecessary. "My men are already waiting for him outside." Upon hearing that Chun Mu had subordinates, the Duke regarded him with renewed respect. Thinking to himself that his initial conjecture was indeed correct, Mr. Chun possessed both a formidable background and strength. "Mr. Chun, I happen to have something of great value here. I wonder if you might be interested?" Chun Mu's heart leaped with joy at this, sensing that the Duke was becoming impatient and was ready to present the elusive artifact. "Please, do not rush. I shall take you to see it right away," the Duke said. At that moment, the yellow-haired man had exited the museum. The sound of the museum's doors closing echoed behind him, yet Chun Mu did not follow him out. Frowning, the yellow-haired man wondered if Chun Mu had been left behind. He had been anticipating an opportunity to eliminate Chun Mu, but with him lingering inside, how long must he wait? Observing his surroundings, he noted that the Mist Museum was enveloped by a dense thicket. The evening sky had darkened, and thick fog permeated the air, rendering it damp and chilly. Clad only in a short-sleeved shirt, the yellow-haired man was already shivering from the cold. To make matters worse, his stomach churned with discomfort from having consumed too much rotten meat. A searing pain twisted within his abdomen, akin to a knife's relentless torment. Beads of sweat formed on the brow of the young man, his discomfort intensifying. What on earth had that scoundrel, the Duke, made him consume? He could not linger here any longer. The agony threatened to consume him entirely. He had fought too hard for survival to succumb after the mission's conclusion. A tempest brewed in his stomach, and he realized he must hasten to the hospital. With this thought, he hurried towards the forest road. The path seemed interminably long. How much further would he have to walk? He contemplated summoning an ambulance, but upon checking his phone, he found there was no signal to be had. Just then, to his astonishment, he spotted a taxi parked at the entrance of the forest road. Fortune smiled upon him. Elation surged within as he pressed his hand against his abdomen and made his way towards the taxi. Perhaps it was the overwhelming pain or his lack of vigilance in this bizarre world. But he failed to question the presence of a taxi in the depths of the wilderness at such an hour. Upon reaching the vehicle, he wasted no time, flinging the door open and seating himself inside. "Driver, to the hospital. Quickly, I'm about to be in excruciating pain," he barked, his voice laced with urgency. "If you don't hurry, I swear I'll end your life." He brandished a concealed dining knife from his pocket, menacing the driver. In the back seat, he exhaled deeply, clutching his stomach as he gasped for air. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over him. A faint metallic scent of blood permeated the air within the vehicle. A realization struck him. Could it be that he had stumbled upon something sinister once more? A cold sweat broke out on his back as he stammered towards the driver. "Sir, is there something wrong with this taxi?" The driver, however, seemed oblivious, remaining utterly silent. The taxi accelerated, hurtling forward with increasing speed. Chapter 28. Shock. The eerie driver Huang Mao was the epitome of a bully, only daring to pick on the weak. Upon sensing the driver's strangeness, he fell silent, scarcely daring to breathe. Soon, the taxi veered into a dense forest and came to a halt in a secluded corner. "Sir, you have arrived at your destination," the driver rasped. I wanted to go to the hospital." Huang Mao gazed at the pitch-black surroundings, his face turning an ashen hue. The hospital was your chosen destination. But do you truly possess the right to choose in this taxi? This forest is the destination selected by the boss. The eerie driver coldly turned his head to face Huang Mao. Ah, how eerie. Upon seeing the driver's eyeless sockets, Huang Mao finally accepted the unsettling truth. This driver was indeed otherworldly. The boss has decreed that you should comprehend your fate clearly. The boss is Chen Mu. You have provoked someone you should not have. Be cautious in your next life. The eerie driver spoke frostily, pronouncing Huang Mao's doom. At this juncture, Huang Mao finally grasped the magnitude of the entity he had offended. Suddenly, he recalled that before the mission commenced, the mistress had mentioned that Chen Mu was delivered by an eerie driver. At that time, Huang Mao had dismissed it as nonsense, thinking, who could possibly be so formidable as to have an eerie driver willingly at their service? However, Huang Mao has now come to believe that Chen Mu is indeed extraordinary. Not only does he enjoy a lavish lifestyle within the Duke's residence, but he also has the peculiar honor of having a personal driver at his service. Just how formidable is Chen Mu? Had he known this earlier, he would have eagerly sought Chen Mu's favor. For this is a leg to cling to that is thicker than any mountain. He once contemplated eliminating Chen Mu, but in hindsight, such thoughts seem laughable and foolish. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Consumed by profound remorse and fear, Huang Mao met his demise in the pitch-black forest. Within the Mist Museum, Chen Mu, under the Duke's guidance, arrived at the Duke's office. Throughout the journey, the Duke pondered the appropriate price for the death-heavy armor. He was well aware of its rarity. To be frank, parting with such an item tugged at the Duke's heartstrings. Were it not for his dire financial situation, he would never consider selling it. In the office, the Duke sat at his desk while Chen Mu took a seat across from him. Chen Mu's gaze immediately fell upon the wall-mounted wine cabinet on the right side of the office, which now stood completely empty, devoid of any wine. Chen Mu was well aware of the Duke's tastes. Just as the Duchess adored necklaces, the Duke held a profound affection for fine wine. "My Lord Duke," Chen Mu began, "let us not rush into business matters. I have come not only with the earlier meeting gift, but also with a few additional tokens of appreciation for you." With that, Chen Mu reached into his spatial ring, and with a flicker of thought, he produced bottles of fine wine, neatly arranged upon the now empty wine cabinet. A bottle, 2 bottles, 5 bottles, 10 bottles, 20 bottles. Before the Duke stood a dazzling array of fine red wines, filling the wine cabinet to the brim. For a full 2 minutes, over 100 exquisite bottles of red wine transformed the once empty cabinet into a lavish display. Each bottle, worth no less than 10,000. And the most expensive ones fetching prices upwards of 1,000,000. Not even at the height of his opulence had the Duke ever indulged in such extravagant purchases. The thought of his current misfortune, coupled with Chen Mu's generous gift, brought a lump to the Duke's throat. His former subordinates no longer graced his doorstep. Yet Chen Mu's every gesture felt like a timely boon in the midst of adversity. In a world where kindness is rare and warmth is fleeting, Chen Mu's actions stood out like a beacon of hope. Fine wine, indeed. Mr. Chen truly regards me as a friend, the Duke mused. After a moment of contemplation, the Duke realized that to be stingy in response to Chen Mu's benevolence would be nothing short of foolish. Just for this act of kindness alone, he recognized that Chen Mu was a man of loyalty. Such a friend is indeed worth having. The Duke then moved the wine cabinet, revealing a hidden compartment behind it. He opened the secret space and retrieved a towering suit of armor, the death-heavy armor. "Mr. Chen, to be frank, this is a treasure I have cherished for most of my life," the Duke declared. "The death-heavy armor, an item of legendary status, possesses tremendous power, capable of defying the very fabric of rules. In the heat of battle, I vanquished 2 cunning generals to seize it. Now, in my solitude, I find myself devoid of companions. Mr. Chen has shown me such kindness. I am at a loss for how to repay him. Allow this deathly armor to serve as my humble gift." The Duke, a man of loyalty, embodies the camaraderie often found among formidable warriors. Thus, when he decided to act, he presented the deathly armor to Chen Mu. This left Chen Mu utterly astonished. The Duke's generosity was astonishing. This piece of armor could easily fetch over 20 million underworld coins, with offers soaring to 100 million at times for its acquisition. Such a precious item, and yet the Duke bestowed it upon him. As Chen Mu accepted the deathly armor from the Duke, his heart surged with excitement. Despite its seemingly heavy appearance, it felt as light as a gossamer wing in his grasp, easily maneuverable with a single hand. He removed his outer garment and donned the deathly armor. Upon contact, The heavy armor transformed into a cascade of radiant light, merging seamlessly with Chen Mu's being. He felt a warm current coursing through him, bestowing an immense power that defied the very fabric of rules. Chen Mu's strength surged rapidly, elevating him from the rank of a cunning commoner to that of a cunning soldier. Moreover, he could distinctly sense a substantial enhancement in his defensive capabilities. The deathly armor had become one with him, rendering him indistinguishable from a mere figure in a short-sleeved garment. However, at that moment, if someone were to stab Chen Mu with a knife, they would be astonished to find that the blade met his body as if striking solid steel. The death-heavy armor had fused with Chen Mu, and from henceforth, this singular weapon capable of withstanding the forces of the rules belonged solely to him. No one could seize it away. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, Chen Mu was filled with joy. He finally possessed the strength to protect himself. His earlier efforts in the fallen mall to procure numerous gifts had not been in vain. Not only did it endear him to the Duke as a friend, but the Duke also bestowed upon him this invaluable artifact. Chapter 29. The cunning shall be my support. Chen Mu understood the principles of reciprocity. The Duke, in his generosity, had gifted him the death-heavy armor, and thus, Chen Mu felt compelled to express his gratitude. At that moment, he reached into his spatial ring and produced 10 million underworld coins. My Lord Duke, the death-heavy armor is far too precious for me to accept without compensation. Consider this 10 million underworld coins as the purchase price. This gesture left the Duke once again astounded. 10 million underworld coins, neatly arranged, occupied nearly half a wall. Observing Chen Mu's magnanimity, the Duke could not help but reflect. Chen Mu is indeed a true friend. It was worth noting that even without offering money, Chen Mu could have taken the death-heavy armor. Yet, to ensure the Duke did not feel disadvantaged, or at least, that was how the Duke perceived it, Chen Mu had generously spent 10 million underworld coins. In the Duke's heart, his assessment of Chen Mu rose to new heights. He was not one to covet trifles, nor would he allow his friends to suffer loss. Chen Mu was truly worthy of deep friendship. The 10 million ghost coins alleviated the Duke's pressing dilemma, filling the void in his finances. In gratitude, the Duke presented a token to Chen Mu. Chen Mu, you are my dear brother. This token is bestowed upon you. Should you ever find yourself in dire straits, simply crush this token, and I shall instantly be aware of your location and rush to your aid. Upon receiving the token, a look of astonishment graced Chen Mu's face. Having acquired the deathly heavy armor, valued in the billions, for merely a few million in gifts, along with the 10 million ghost coins, he felt he had struck a remarkable bargain. Moreover, he was unexpectedly bestowed the Duke's token. Chen Mu understood well the immense value of the Duke's token. Truth be told, it was an artifact on par with the rank of a cunning general. It is important to note that while the Duke faced financial struggles, his prowess was formidable. The Duke was an entity of the cunning general level. Such power often denotes a major boss within a city, like the hidden overlord of the fallen mall, who commands countless enterprises and controls this elite realm of anomalies. Such a level of oddity can only be matched by the strength of a cunning general. This illustrates the formidable nature of cunning generals. In the entire realm of anomalies, there are only a scant few cunning kings who surpass them in strength. One could assert that the might of a cunning general stands as a near-peak force in this bizarre apocalypse. Possessing the token means that in moments of crisis, one can summon an anomaly of the cunning general level. Who, I ask, would dare to provoke him in this anomalous wasteland? Matters that cannot be settled with ghost coins shall be dealt with by the Duke, who can swiftly eliminate adversaries with a few decisive blows. This is a perplexing enigma, a peculiar situation where one finds solace in oneself. Within the depths of the Mist Museum's instance, Chen Mu has struck gold. For the next half hour, Chen Mu engaged in delightful conversation with the Duke. As their dialogue unfolded, the Duke grew increasingly fond of Chen Mu. This young man possessed an extensive knowledge, even articulating myriad topics that eluded the Duke's understanding. For instance, the Bank of the Underworld was a concept the Duke had never encountered. It is a premier eerie realm accessible only to the Eerie King, yet Chen Mu spoke of it with such eloquence as if he had witnessed it firsthand. In truth, Chen Mu not only had seen it, but the Bank of the Underworld currently resided within his spatial ring. Were he to divulge such information, it would likely leave the Duke utterly astonished. Nonetheless, Chen Mu remained prudent, guarding this core secret with utmost discretion. Even so, the Duke continued to express profound admiration for Chen Mu's insights, growing ever more convinced that he was a person of significant background and stature. Eventually, as their discourse shifted to the eerie apocalypse, Chen Mu shared his intentions. I plan to acquire more properties in the realm of the eerie apocalypse. However, I find myself burdened with an excess of underworld currency, uncertain of which investments would be most judicious. The abundance of wealth can be a perplexing dilemma. Should others overhear such declarations, envy would surely ignite within them. Yet, Chun Mu remained innocent. He was not boasting. This was indeed his genuine concern. Alas, perhaps this is the conundrum faced by the affluent. Quality resources are perpetually scarce. While Chun Mu possesses substantial underworld currency, time is a limited commodity. He can only partake in one eerie scenario at a time, necessitating a sequential approach to acquisitions. So, which bizarre scenarios are truly worthy of investment? Otherwise, in a year or two, when these strange scenes appreciate in value, and some of them are no longer available for sale, Chun Mu might miss the opportunity for acquisition. In this regard, the Duke, being a part of the bizarre, undoubtedly possesses more knowledge than Chun Mu. After pondering for a moment, the Duke remarked, I believe that schools are a worthy investment in the realm of the bizarre. In this peculiar apocalypse, those formidable beings of the strange often have offspring. Naturally, these offspring require education. Just as humans strive to enroll their children in prestigious institutions, so do the bizarre. A good school is a scarce resource for the higher echelons of the bizarre. These elite beings are willing to pay a significant price for their descendants' education. If you were to acquire a reputable school and assume the role of its principal, the children of these esteemed beings would undoubtedly seek your assistance to gain admission. In such a case, they would owe you a favor. Provided that the school you purchase is of high quality, countless powerful entities would be eager to solicit your help, and you would cultivate an abundance of goodwill within the bizarre community. When the time comes that you wish to request their assistance, it would merely be a matter of asking. The Duke's words enlightened Chun Mu. Indeed, while he currently possesses a considerable amount of ghost currency, it is, at its core, a means of seeking favors from the bizarre to facilitate his own needs. However, should he acquire a school, as the Duke suggested, the dynamic would shift. The bizarre would then be the ones seeking his assistance. The distinction between pursuing the bizarre and being pursued by them is indeed monumental. Like humans, the advanced anomalies also place great importance on their progeny, desiring to provide them with ample resources and a superior education. By securing the future of their offspring, they could traverse the bizarre apocalyptic world with impunity. Indeed, in Chun Mu's recollections, the renowned anomaly schools are all formidable forces that resonate throughout this peculiar era. For instance, the high school Chun Mu currently attends transformed into the Dark Knight Academy approximately a month ago amidst this unusual world. Within this strange apocalypse, Dark Knight Academy has flourished remarkably, establishing itself as a preeminent institution within mere months. Surveying the surrounding cities, Dark Knight Academy stands as the finest school among them. Upon realizing this, Chun Mu felt a surge of enlightenment, prompting the Duke to continue his guidance. Moreover, hospitals represent a scarce resource. Which anomaly is not prone to injury? When they are wounded, do they not require treatment at an anomaly hospital? If you were to become the director of such a facility, those injured anomalies would beseech you for care, thereby bestowing upon you a multitude of favors. In this way, who would dare to offend you in the bizarre apocalypse? Who would fear the lack of assistance in their healing? Chun Mu was instantly invigorated, reflecting on the Duke's astuteness in illuminating the path forward. It seems that this visit to the Misty Museum has yielded far more than he had anticipated. He expressed his sincere gratitude to the Duke for the insight. In just a day or two, his high school would transform into Dark Knight Academy, providing him the perfect opportunity to engage in an anomaly mission and acquire the institution. The Midnight Diner is also located within his high school, and during his time in the Fallen Mall, he had procured dozens of shopping cards which he had yet to distribute to his employees. Uncertain of the employees' work status, the distribution of these shopping cards is bound to astonish them. In this peculiar dystopia, there are hardly any employers willing to bestow shopping cards upon their strange employees. After acquiring the Night College, perhaps I shall seek out the enigmatic hospital as well. Chapter 30. The Duchess desires me as her son-in-law. After conversing with the Duke for a while, it became apparent that it was getting late, prompting Chun Mu to rise and prepare to depart. The Duke, ever so gracious, implored Chun Mu to stay the night, yet his invitation was gently declined. Reluctantly, the Duke requested the Duchess escort Chun Mu out. The Duchess guided Chun Mu down the staircase to the entrance on the ground floor. As he prepared to leave, Chun Mu hesitated for a moment, then retrieved a card from his ring. This card was entirely black, interspersed with hints of dark gold. Indeed, it was the coveted black gold card from the Fallen Mall. Having obtained the supreme black gold card, Chen Mu, by virtue of its privileges, was entitled to issue black gold cards to 10 individuals. He decided to present one such card, with a limit of 1 million, as a farewell gift to the Duchess. Upon beholding the black gold card, the Duchess's eyes sparkled with delight. Having frequented the Fallen Mall on numerous occasions, she was well aware of the card's esteemed status. During the Duke's prime, the Duchess had been unable to afford a black gold card and had to rely on a silver card for her purchases. Accompanying her on shopping trips was a peculiar noblewoman who, flaunting her black gold card, often looked down upon the Duchess, causing her considerable irritation. However, there was little she could do, as the rarity and prestige of the black gold card was undeniable. The Duchess had long coveted a black gold card, yet lacked the means to possess one. As the moment of parting arrived, Chen Mu unexpectedly presented her with a black gold card, a token she had longed for dearly. In the eyes of the Duchess, Chen Mu's image reached its zenith, such a considerate young man, endowed with remarkable capabilities and possessing striking good looks. What a pity he was not her own son. However, why could he not be her son-in-law? The Duchess felt a surge of excitement. Her daughter, an enigmatic vampire with a petite, doll-like stature and adorably pronounced canines, could indeed be a perfect match. Should Chen Mu take a liking to her daughter, it would certainly yield a golden son-in-law. Upon exiting the Mist Museum, Chen Mu spotted his driver waiting at a distance. As soon as the driver saw Chen Mu emerge, he promptly brought the car over, alighting to open the door for him, even thoughtfully shielding Chen Mu's forehead from the car door with his hand. Has that blonde been dealt with? Chen Mu inquired nonchalantly. Rest assured, boss. The matters entrusted to me are handled with utmost diligence. That blonde will never resurface. He has already met his demise in those woods, the driver assured. Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction, pleased with his driver's performance. While he was inside the Mist Museum, the driver had not left, patiently waiting outside for a full 10 hours. After resolving the issue with the blonde, the driver did not indulge in idleness but promptly returned to the taxi, continuing to wait at the entrance of the Mist Museum. Despite the cold, mist-laden mountains and his thin attire, the driver bore no complaints. He was indeed a commendable subordinate. Chen Mu retrieved a neatly packaged cake from his spatial ring and offered it to the driver. This is the cake from the Duke's banquet, and it tastes rather delightful. I brought you a piece to savor. Upon hearing this, warmth surged within the driver's heart. His employer was truly considerate, remembering him even during a feast and bringing back a delectable treat. Amidst Chen Mu's series of thoughtful gestures, the driver had completely devoted himself to Chen Mu, vowing to follow him unwaveringly. Even if someone offered an exorbitant sum to poach him, he would remain steadfast. The driver carefully tucked the cake away, deciding to indulge later so as not to disrupt his employer's affairs. Boss, where would you like to go next? Very well, boss. The taxi surged forward, the driver deftly maneuvering along the winding mountain roads. The nighttime trails were eerie and foreboding, the pitch-black woods seemingly concealing countless unknowns. A car brushed past the taxi, heading toward the direction of the Fog Museum. Through the window, one could glimpse a group of young men and women inside that vehicle. Their eyes were unmistakably filled with terror and despair. Undoubtedly, they were the latest unfortunate souls chosen for the peculiar tasks at the Fog Museum. For them, the Fog Museum was akin to a hellish nightmare. Yet for Chen Mu, there was an odd sense of warmth. Both the Duke and Duchess treated him kindly. And the old steward was also quite generous. As Chen Mu gazed out at the passing scenery from the back seat, he contemplated the absurdity of his situation, reflecting on the stark disparities between individuals in this bizarre world. As Chen Mu arrived at a night market street, he instructed the driver to halt and wait in the vehicle. After stepping out, he approached a crepe stall. In the eerie pre-apocalyptic days, Chen Mu had delighted in visiting this very stall every evening after his study sessions, purchasing a crepe to savor as a late-night snack. Years have swiftly passed since then. Following the bizarre apocalypse of his previous life, the crepe stall endured only 2 months before succumbing to the chaos. In the midst of that peculiar era, he often reminisced about the joys of his past life, longing for the taste of a crepe, yet fate had denied him that chance. Now, reborn and fortuitously passing by, Chen Mu bought a crepe and consumed it with deliberate appreciation. The foot traffic in the night market was markedly diminished compared to times gone by. Once bustling, the market now saw only a smattering of pedestrians, with half of the stalls shuttered. It was evident that the repercussions of the bizarre apocalypse were increasingly profound, plunging the world into despair. Following despair comes fear, and after fear, chaos and hopelessness ensue. This moment, then, was but the last whisper of tranquility before the tempest. "Let us head to the midnight canteen," Chun Mu stated coldly, his words laced with a sense of resolve. He understood that the tranquil moments would never return. To survive in this strange new world, he must embrace the challenges that lay ahead, growing ever stronger through each trial. His ambition was to become the ruler of this bizarre apocalypse. 5 minutes later, the taxi entered the school grounds, where the adjacent teaching building remained brightly illuminated. Clearly, order still prevailed within the institution, with students engaged in their lessons. However, unbeknownst to Chun Mu, the students in those classrooms had long since lost their focus on learning. That night, Chun Mu's performance at the midnight diner had already become the talk of the entire class, thanks to a few girls. His status within the class had transcended to an almost legendary stature. Some students even speculated whether Chun Mu was a mysterious figure of great influence. Those who had crossed paths with him silently hoped that he would overlook their past transgressions and refrain from seeking retribution. Chapter 31. The employees are rallying. The school remained quite ordinary, save for the transformation of the cafeteria into the midnight diner. The institution had yet to morph into a realm of shadows. A taxi pulled into the school grounds, halting outside the midnight diner, as Chun Mu instructed the driver to rest in the vehicle. Stepping out, he made his way towards the entrance of the diner. Upon entering, Chun Mu immediately sensed something amiss. Ordinarily, this time should have been peak business hours for the cafeteria. However, a glance around revealed a sparse gathering of patrons. It did not take long for him to discern the cause. In the center of the dining hall stood a fearsome ghost, its countenance menacing. Surrounding this spectral figure were several of Chun Mu's employees, including Li Xiaoxiao. Li Xiaoxiao, the manager of the midnight diner, had been responsible for coordinating the arrangements for Chun Mu and his companions during their previous venture. At that moment, she appeared troubled, gazing helplessly at the formidable ghost. Chun Mu furrowed his brow, acutely aware that the spirit's power was far from ordinary. It was at least of the rank of a spectre captain. The hierarchy of supernatural strength was classified from highest to lowest as follows: Spectre King, Spectre General, Spectre Captain, Spectre Soldier, and Spectre Commoner. Currently, Chun Mu held the status of a Spectre Soldier. In the midnight canteen, the most formidable presence is the manager, Li Xiaoxiao, who possesses an uncanny level of skill. However, when faced with a ghost of a higher echelon, her abilities fall short. It seems this ghost has sinister intentions, potentially disrupting the peace of the establishment. Such an intrusion could severely impact Chun Mu's business. With a ghost of this caliber causing turmoil, it is no wonder that patrons are reluctant to dine here. To dare to create a disturbance in my canteen, this ghost must be desperate for trouble. Furrowing his brow, Chun Mu strides toward the source of the disturbance. "Boss, someone is causing a ruckus," he inquires. Li Xiaoxiao then recounts the entire situation. After listening intently, Chun Mu finally grasps the sequence of events. The root of the issue lies in the fervent dedication of his employees. Since acquiring the midnight canteen, Chun Mu has not only retained his staff, but has also reinstated their wages, earning their heartfelt gratitude. In these trying times, their employer has shown them kindness rather than resorting to layoffs, prompting a collective desire to repay his generosity. How can they express their gratitude? By working diligently. With such a benevolent boss, they are determined not to disappoint him. Thus, the entire team of the Midnight Canteen embarks on an unwavering work ethic. The waitstaff strive to provide exceptional service, ensuring every guest feels at home. Customers unanimously acclaim the Midnight Canteen as the establishment with the finest service. Meanwhile, the cleaning crew diligently maintains the premises, filling the air with a peculiar, yet strangely alluring, scent. Patrons cannot help but sing praises, noting that the cleanliness of the Midnight Canteen, with its unique aroma, perfectly aligns with their tastes. Such immaculate restaurants are indeed a rarity. The chefs in the kitchen exude an intense passion as they delve into the development of new dishes. One female chef has ingeniously crafted a novel creation that fuses sashimi with hot pot, giving rise to the signature dish of the Midnight Diner, the explosive boiled blood liver. Upon its debut, this dish swiftly captivated the palates of countless diners, establishing itself as a renowned specialty. Consequently, under the collective efforts of the entire staff, the flavors, service, and ambience of the Midnight Diner reached an unparalleled pinnacle, drawing in an endless stream of patrons. The business of the Midnight Diner flourished magnificently. In merely one day, the revenue soared to 500,000 ghost coins. Chun Mu's Midnight Diner reaped astonishing profits, amassing a fortune in ghost coins. This was certainly a boon. Although Chun Mu was affluent, he would never scoff at the prospect of more wealth. The more ghost coins, the better. With the flourishing business, jealousy from competitors was inevitable. The ominous specter before him, named Tu Li, was the proprietor of a nearby five-star hotel where many supernatural beings dined. As the midnight diner thrived, Tu Li's clientele dwindled drastically, jeopardizing his own business. How dare an ordinary diner encroach upon my territory? Fueled by his own arrogance, Tu Li sought to disrupt the midnight diner, aiming to sabotage Chun Mu's success. Upon seeing Chun Mu, Tu Li addressed him. So you are the proprietor of the midnight diner? A mere human daring to engage in supernatural commerce? I advise you to recognize your position and promptly sell the midnight diner to me. I offer 1 million ghost coins for your establishment. The final words of Tu Li were laced with veiled threats. 1 million ghost coins? The essence of the matter is sheer audacity. At the time, Chun Mu acquired it for a staggering 7 to 8 million ghost coins. Now, the midnight diner can earn a profit of 500,000 ghost coins in a single day. To think one could purchase it for a mere million ghost coins? Why not simply resort to theft? I shall utter 3 numbers. You may swiftly depart, and I shall overlook it. Chun Mu spoke with a nonchalant demeanor, exuding an air of tranquility. And you think you can challenge me? A mere human of the Spectre soldier rank. Do take a moment to contemplate my prowess. I possess the might of the Spectre General. Annihilating you would be a trivial task. After uttering these words, Tu Li prepared to strike at Chun Mu. Boss, be careful. Li Xiao, perceiving the impending danger, rushed to shield Chun Mu. The surrounding employees seized their weapons, ready to fight alongside Chun Mu at a moment's command. Though they were merely Spectre civilians, akin to moths drawn to a flame, they understood well that without Chun Mu, they would have long since become wandering spirits. Now that Chun Mu faced peril, they could not abandon him. The employees' loyalty filled Chun Mu with gratitude, even among humans. Such fidelity was rare in this bizarre post-apocalyptic world. However, Chun Mu gently pushed Li Xiao aside, facing Tu Li's assault head-on, displaying not an ounce of trepidation. His gaze was imbued with resolute confidence. Bang! Tu Li's strike landed fiercely against Chun Mu. Yet, he stood firm, unwavering. It was Tu Li who was forced back several paces, halted only by the sheer force of the impact. A mere novice at the Spectre General rank dares to act pretentious before me? Chun Mu stated coolly, utterly disregarding Tu Li's presence. The surrounding employees were astounded, including Li Xiao, who gazed incredulously at Chun Mu. How could their boss, possessing a prowess akin to that of a Spectre warrior, withstand a formidable blow from a Spectre leader? It seemed impossible. In Chapter 32, one might find it hard to believe that I could frighten a Spectre into taking its own life. The hierarchy among Spectres is as vast as a chasm, with a Spectre leader capable of vanquishing 10 Spectre warriors single-handedly. Logically, Tu Li could effortlessly crush Chun Mu's. A blow of such magnitude should have left Chun Mu either dead or grievously injured. Yet, the reality was that Chun Mu emerged unscathed, while Tu Li was forced back several steps. This simply defied belief. Indeed, it was beyond comprehension. However, exceptions exist in all circumstances, and Chun Mu was that exception. Chun Mu possessed a Spectre General-grade artifact, the Death-Heavy Armor. Wearing this armor rendered him impervious to harm from any Spectre leader. Even some newly ascended Spectre Generals found it impossible to breach Chun Mu's defenses. Its might was unequivocal. The Duke had once fought for several days and nights against 10 Spectre Generals for this very armor. In retrospect, the Death-Heavy Armor was undoubtedly worthy of such fierce contention. Chun Mu couldn't help but reflect on this. Even Tu Li, despite his ignorance, could sense that something was amiss with Chun Mu. What manner of being was this mere human? Tu Li's words were laced with apprehension. I shall repeat myself. I will count to 3, and you will leave this place. Chun Mu replied coldly. This time, no one doubted Chun Mu's resolve. Everyone believed that if Tu Li refused to depart, Chun Mu possessed the capability to force him out. The employees gathered around Chun Mu, their faces reflecting deep admiration for their master. Their boss, who had concealed his formidable strength, astonished them all. This revelation intensified their unwavering resolve to follow Chun Mu to the ends of the earth. Tu Li, however, remained hesitant, unwilling to depart so easily. He scrutinized Chun Mu, a glimmer of hope flickering in his heart. Perhaps Chun Mu's prowess lay solely in his defenses, and his inherent strength was not as formidable? Yet, Chun Mu's subsequent actions utterly shattered Tu Li's bravado. With a subtle gesture, Chun-Mu touched a ring and produced a palm-sized token from it. This token was entirely black, entwined with a dense, eerie aura. The intensity of this aura manifested as a dark mist, and a mere glance was enough to intimidate anyone with the immense power concealed within. Thule recognized it instantly. It was an uncanny token, specifically belonging to an eerie general. An eerie general. Such a being possesses the capacity to dominate an entire city. In the presence of such a formidable entity, Thule appeared as nothing more than a mere clown. With a mere flick of a finger, the eerie general could extinguish Thule's existence. How could Chun-Mu possess the token of an eerie general? It is essential to understand that tokens hold immense significance and rarity for eerie generals. Each eerie general can only possess one token. When an eerie general bestows their token upon another, it is tantamount to declaring, "This person is my closest ally. Anyone who dares to harm them is waging war against me." In essence, anyone who obtains the token of an eerie general wields the power to summon them. Should Chun-Mu choose, he could shatter the token and summon the eerie general to fight on his behalf. Who could possibly possess such an extraordinary token of authority? In that moment, Thule finally comprehended the magnitude of the entity he had provoked. Had he known earlier that Chun-Mu wielded such a powerful insignia, even a millionfold courage would not have sufficed to challenge him. Even if Chun-Mu had demanded Thule to kneel and serve, he would not have dared to utter a word of dissent. Thule, relying on his formidable strength, had always preyed upon the weak while fearing the strong. Those who bully others with their might harbor an even greater trepidation towards those who surpass them. "Mr. Chun, I shall take my leave immediately." Thule dared not meet Chun-Mu's gaze. The arrogance he had displayed moments earlier evaporated as he knelt before Chun-Mu, rolling himself away from the cafeteria floor. As he rolled, he remarked, "Mr. Chun, I noticed your floor was dirty. Allow me to assist in cleaning it with my body." The once haughty Thule transformed into a figure of utter subservience within less than a minute of Chun-Mu's presence. The stark contrast left all onlookers astounded, their jaws agape. Witnessing this spectacle, the patrons stared at Chun-Mu in disbelief, unable to fathom that a mere human could possess such immense power. Withstanding the formidable blows of the enigmatic adversary and holding the token of authority, Chun-Mu had instilled a profound fear in his opponent. They acknowledged that among all the humans they had encountered, none were as formidable as Chun-Mu. Surely, once they departed and spread the word, no one would dare to cause a disturbance at the Midnight Diner again. In fact, upon learning of Chun-Mu's reputation, they would likely avoid him in any peculiar circumstances and would even feel compelled to attend to his needs respectfully. Yet, the most astonishing scenes were yet to unfold. After being expelled from the Midnight Diner, Thule found himself at the entrance, increasingly engulfed by fear. As a peculiar entity, he was acutely aware of how powerful beings tormented their weaker counterparts. He often engaged in such torment himself, rendering the lesser entity's existence a living hell. Having offended Chun-Mu, who was backed by a formidable entity, Thule recognized the ominous implications of his actions. The close relationship between Chun-Mu and his patron was evident from the insignia he bore. If the powerful entity behind Chun-Mu learned of Thule's transgressions, the repercussions could be dire, subjecting him to unspeakable suffering. The mere thought of such a horrifying scenario sent shivers through his entire being. The prospect of living in such abject terror for the rest of his life was utterly despairing. No, he could not bear this hellish dread. In that moment of despair, Thule trembled as he gazed back at the Midnight Diner, and, to his own astonishment, he summoned the resolve to strike his own head with a fierce blow. With a sharp crack, Thule perished at the diner's threshold, overwhelmed by the fear of retribution from the powerful entity. He chose to end his life before Chun-Mu's establishment. The resounding noise of his demise caught the attention of the other peculiar beings within the diner. As they rushed out, each wore a mask of shock. They were utterly astonished. Thule had committed suicide. He had been so frightened by Chun-Mu that he took his own life. A formidable entity had succumbed to the fear instilled by a mere human. This was an unprecedented phenomenon. Since the onset of the peculiar apocalypse, such a scene had never occurred. Even Chun-Mu was left in stunned disbelief. What have I done? Have I truly frightened a powerful entity to death? A first in history, and likely a last. Chun-Mu spent 5 years navigating the bizarre apocalypse, encountering numerous formidable individuals. However, he had never heard of anyone managing to frighten the strange to death. Remarkably, he has set a record. From now on, when people mention Chun-Mu, they will recall how he caused a strange entity to take its own life. Not far away, A few intrepid students gazed curiously in this direction. The entrance of the midnight diner stood wide open, allowing some of them to witness the entire event. Chunmu? Isn't he a senior in the 3rd year of high school? This school now boasts yet another legend about Chunmu. Chapter 33. The boss is truly a living llama. Dispose of the body and cast it far away, Chunmu instructed one of the employees. Without hesitation, the employee dutifully complied, moving the lifeless form of Tu Li aside. Following Tu Li's demise, the upscale hotel he managed naturally fell under Chunmu's control, becoming an extension of his establishment. Consequently, the Midnight Diner acquired a new branch, effectively doubling its daily revenue. What astonished Chunmu the most was the new dish developed in the diner's kitchen, the explosive boiled blood liver. This dish emerged as a sensational hit, and in Chunmu's memory, as the Midnight Diner evolved into the Midnight Hotel, it became an enduring classic. Conservatively, this dish is projected to generate billions in profit for Chunmu in the future. How could such a classic dish be developed so swiftly? It had only been a single day. To create a renowned dish in just one day? The speed is simply astonishing. Soon, Chunmu summoned the chef to inquire about her remarkable achievement. It turned out that this exquisite dish had long been developed by the chef. However, the previous employer, in a fit of madness, had withheld wages for over 6 months. Consequently, the chef refrained from unveiling the dish. Upon Chunmu's arrival, not only did he refrain from dismissing her, but he also rectified the unpaid wages, deeply moving the chef and prompting her to finally present the dish. After listening, Chunmu nodded. Within a single day, the dish was showcased and subsequently spread among diners, igniting a fervent popularity. It seemed an incredibly brief time frame, merely a day. Yet, in the realm of the bizarre, a day for them differs significantly from a human day, as they possess no concept of rest. To put it simply, a day in the bizarre consists of 24 hours of relentless labor. This explains why, regardless of when individuals enter these peculiar scenes, they invariably encounter the extraordinary. The bizarre has no notion of respite, perpetually engaged in work. What is this 8-hour workday? What are weekends? What about social insurance and housing funds? None of that exists. Some employers do not even provide wages to the bizarre. Their rationale is that if they offer you a job, why should they also pay you? So, you have both employment and remuneration, reaping all the benefits? This represents the logic of many employers in the bizarre realm. In a world where might makes right, the employees of the bizarre, lacking sufficient strength, can only submit to the exploitation of their employers. The competition and oppression in the bizarre world are far more ruthless and brutal than in the human realm. Thus, the 24 hours of the bizarre equate to 4 days of human labor. In just 4 days, it seems quite reasonable to promote the dishes. Observing his diligent employees, Chunmu felt that necessary rest was indeed essential. Working 24 hours a day was undeniably cruel. As long as his employees remained loyal and committed to their tasks, Chunmu would ensure they were well compensated. It was time to distribute the previous shopping cards to the staff. With this thought in mind, Chunmu said to Li Xiaoxiao, "Gather all the employees. I have an announcement to make." Soon, dozens of employees from the Midnight Canteen congregated. Chunmu then presented a pile of shopping cards and addressed them. "We are excited to unveil a new benefit for our Midnight Canteen staff. Every employee will receive a shopping card loaded with 5 mysterious coins. Each month, we will add an additional 1 mysterious coin to this card. As long as you work at the Midnight Canteen, you will enjoy this benefit." Upon hearing this, an eerie silence fell over the crowd. The employees exchanged bewildered glances. Completely perplexed. Benefits? What are benefits? The boss already pays us a salary. Why offer additional benefits? So we receive both a salary and benefits, reaping all the rewards? What then does the boss earn? Listening to the murmurs of his employees, Chunmu was left speechless. Truly, they were a group of compliant workers. Accustomed to the oppressive nature of their unusual employer, they had begun to self-castrate, entering a state of self-hypnosis as compliant workers. In other places, there are no benefits. That is merely a peculiar matter. Yet, in my Midnight Diner, every employee is entitled to enjoy advantages. Moreover, as long as one works diligently, the benefits will only improve in the future, Chunmu proclaimed loudly. After his declaration, he instructed Li Xiaoxiao to distribute shopping cards to the employees. The boss truly provided them with benefits. Astonishingly, these shopping cards were from the renowned Fallen Mall. Had it not been for the boss's shopping cards, the vast majority of these employees would never have the opportunity to shop at the Fallen Mall throughout their lives. The boss is genuinely so good to us. In that moment, the peculiar employees present were all moved to tears. They profoundly felt that Chun Mu and the other eccentric bosses were entirely different. He is a boss who sincerely cares for them. From this day forth, the working hours at the Midnight Diner will be revised. Every one of my peculiar employees deserves the right to rest. From today onward, the daily working hours will be reduced from 24 to just 2 hours. The remaining 4 hours can be devoted to activities of your choice: rest, sleep, shopping. Each peculiar employee need only work a mere 2 hours each day. This announcement by Chun Mu struck like a thunderclap among the peculiar employees. Rest? What is rest? I have worked for 10 years without a break. Working 24 hours a day, was that not expected? Good heavens, our boss is truly remarkable. This is the first time I have heard of a boss granting time off to the peculiar. 4 hours of vacation every day. So much time, it seems, cannot possibly be exhausted. The peculiar employees found it hard to believe that their employer treated them with such kindness. They were provided with work, compensated with wages, and granted benefits, along with 4 hours of rest each day. All the advantages were bestowed upon them. A sense of guilt blossomed within the employees. Having reaped all the benefits, what would become of their employer? Such thoughtful consideration from their boss was unprecedented. In the entire realm of the bizarre, there was no employer quite like this one. Observing the employees' excited expressions, a flicker of exhilaration surged within Chun Mu. He was thrilled to have discovered a wealth of resources. Such splendid resources. In the peculiar apocalypse, these unique employees were the finest of resources. The oppression faced in this bizarre world was so severe that these peculiar employees had been molded into exceptionally qualified assets. Working merely 2 hours a day, which would be deemed inhumane in the human realm, was, to these extraordinary resources, an immense blessing. It was the first time they had ever heard of having leisure time. Chun Mu could hardly fathom the impact of his enterprise once it flourished, introducing an 8-hour workday, weekends, and benefits such as insurance and healthcare. What a sensation it would create in the peculiar apocalypse. These once ordinary benefits were unimaginable luxuries to those who had endured relentless oppression. These advantages would become Chun Mu's instruments, empowering him to navigate through the bizarre apocalypse. Imagine a formidable entity working tirelessly, devoid of any benefits. At this juncture, as long as Chun Mu offers an 8-hour workday, weekends off, and triples the salary, anyone with a semblance of rationality would eagerly embrace the opportunity to serve him, filled with gratitude and loyalty. Chun Mu would thus command a devoted and industrious cadre amidst the bizarre apocalypse. This is a strategic maneuver of unparalleled finesse. Enticement can often prove more effective than coercion. Should any other peculiar entities seek to eliminate Chun Mu, his legion of followers would staunchly oppose such endeavors, resolutely defending him to the bitter end. Victory is assured. The reason Chun Mu has not immediately instituted the 8-hour workday is primarily that he wishes to gradually enhance employee benefits. If he were to maximize such perks all at once, the allure would be diminished, leaving his peculiar employees with little to anticipate in the future. By initially offering a mere 2-hour workday, the enthusiasm among his staff is palpable. Once the work hours extend to 12, then 8, coupled with weekends off, these eccentric employees would undoubtedly find themselves kneeling in reverence, calling him Papa Chun Mu. Moreover, it is vital to note that these peculiar individuals are exceedingly easy to exploit, and Chun Mu is keen to take advantage of this. With such prime opportunities laid before him, neglecting to seize them would be utterly irrational. As Chun Mu's enterprise is in its nascent stage, he is currently in dire need of manpower, unable to recruit an abundance of employees instantaneously. Thus, he has opted to impose upon his current followers, compelling them to work 2 hours each day to fill the staffing void. Ultimately, the advancement of Chun Mu's enterprise is paramount. He seeks dominance in this bizarre apocalypse, not to engage in acts of charity within it. Boss Chun allowed them to work merely 16 hours a day, providing a generous 8-hour respite, and they were profoundly grateful for it. Amidst the chorus of cheers, Chun Mu felt as though he were indeed a benevolent figure, excessively kind to his employees. Suddenly, an eccentric employee, overwhelmed with excitement, boldly proclaimed, "Boss Chun, you truly are our living king of hell." This exclamation resonated with the sentiments of others, inciting a wave of agreement. Indeed, Boss Chun, you are our living king of hell. Living king of hell. In the lexicon of the eccentric, this title was a term of endearment, a compliment. When an eccentric refers to you as a living king of hell, take heed. They are not casting aspersions, but rather elevating you to the status of a savior. Conversely, should an eccentric call you their little angel, do not rejoice, for it is a venomous curse. Perhaps this illustrates the cultural disparities between the eccentric and humanity in this bizarre apocalypse. Shenmue felt that the title of living king of hell carried a somewhat infernal connotation. Chapter 34. It is time to change houses as the employees cheered. Shenmue felt an exhilarating rush. Grasping his hands, he experienced, for the first time, the intoxicating essence of power. Indeed, the sensation of wielding authority and being surrounded by adulation was transcendent. With a mere thought, Shenmue could dictate the fates of his employees. When he delighted, their lives flourished. When he raged, they endured suffering. In this bizarre apocalypse, power was particularly alluring. With power in hand, not only can one ensure their own survival, but also dictate the fates of others. In his previous life, Shenmue endured a bizarre apocalypse for 5 years. He was incapable of mastering the destinies of others. And at times, even his own survival was uncertain, often at the mercy of a formidable enigma that could easily extinguish his life. Reborn into this world, Shenmue resolved to seize power, to wield the supreme authority in this uncanny apocalypse. Soon, he announced the adjournment of the meeting, urging his employees to return to their tasks. Although it was already past midnight, the staff displayed an admirable enthusiasm and vigor. Such efficiency in labor would undoubtedly evoke envy from the bosses of other peculiar realms. As for Shenmue, he yearned for a restful slumber. After a long day, he sought solace in a staff dormitory within the midnight cafeteria. To be candid, sleeping in a dormitory could hardly compare to the comfort of a hotel, let alone the warmth of his own home. As he lay on the bed, he pondered whether it was time to invest in a splendid residence. The dilapidated apartment from his past was no longer an option he wished to entertain. His status in the bizarre apocalypse was destined to rise, necessitating a grand villa with a swimming pool. Shenmue contemplated where such a villa might be located within the city. After some reflection, he recalled a particular estate on the outskirts, known as Shanshui Courtyard, once a luxurious enclave for the city's wealthiest elite. It was a place he had often heard of during his school days, renowned for its opulence prior to the onset of the bizarre apocalypse. At that time, one of Qin Muxin's dreams was to one day reside in a picturesque courtyard, possessing his very own villa. Clearly, for Qin Muxin back then, this was merely a dream, perhaps destined to remain just that. After the arrival of the bizarre apocalypse, the picturesque courtyard seemed to have encountered some issues, having been overtaken by the strange, transforming it into an eerie scene. While others trembled in fear of the bizarre, Qin Muxin felt quite the opposite. It was the bizarre that feared him. With billions of ghostly coins at his disposal, he was untroubled by ordinary oddities. Contemplating, he found himself quite fond of the environment there. If he could acquire that eerie scene and transform it into his own property, he would finally have a place to call home. Of course, he first needed to complete the Nightshade Academy dungeon and secure it for himself, as that was of utmost importance. After a good night's sleep, he planned to head to class the next day to familiarize himself with the situation. If his memory served him correctly, the Nightshade Academy dungeon was set to commence tomorrow evening. By then, every faculty member and student in the school would receive a blood-red note, compelling them to partake in the Nightshade Academy mission. At that moment, it would be an opportune time for Qin Muxin to acquire the Nightshade Academy. Chapter 35. The elevated status in class. The next morning, Qin Muxin awoke feeling refreshed. The pressures accumulated in the bizarre apocalypse had dissipated overnight, rejuvenating his spirit. The fatigue that once enveloped him vanished entirely. After dressing, he enjoyed a light breakfast in the midnight canteen. At Shenmue's insistence, the dishes sold at the midnight canteen contained no human flesh. Instead, they were prepared with various animal organs. As a human, Shenmue felt a certain aversion to serving human meat in his own establishment. Moreover, for the spectral entities, human flesh was not the most coveted delicacy. Only the lower echelons of these beings, unable to afford other meats, would resort to consuming human flesh for sustenance. The midnight canteen aspired to ascend to the upper echelons, becoming the premier establishment in the spectral apocalypse. Abandoning the sale of human meat early on would be advantageous for the canteen's future development. Given these considerations, the midnight canteen no longer offered human meat. Hence, Shenmue felt at ease dining in the canteen early in the morning, without fear of being disgusted. Breakfast consisted of steamed buns, fried dough sticks, and soy milk, all meticulously prepared by the kitchen staff according to Shenmue's preferences. After finishing breakfast, Shenmue departed from the midnight canteen, and proceeded towards the teaching building. Returning to the long-missed campus, Chen-mu experienced a sense of tranquility and relaxation. It was currently the time for morning self-study, and the playground was deserted, devoid of students. The students were all in the teaching building, with the sound of reading voices emanating from the classrooms. Cherish these last moments of serenity, Chen-mu mused. Tonight, the Dark Knight High School instance will commence, transforming the school into a living hell. Just then, a middle-aged man with a bald head and a prominent belly approached from the other side of the playground. This man was the dean of students, and upon spotting Chen-mu loitering on the playground, he was overcome with rage. He bellowed at Chen-mu, "Hey, you student! Get over here. What class are you in? I'm going to write down your name." However, as Chen-mu drew closer, he recognized Chen-mu's face. This face seems somewhat familiar. The name of this student appears to be Chen-mu. Oh my. The director of education was taken aback. In recent days, rumors about Chen-mu have proliferated throughout the school, growing increasingly exaggerated. It is said that Chen-mu is unperturbed by the bizarre occurrences, having acquired the midnight canteen, and that he frightfully caused a peculiar entity to perish. Such tales have reached the ears of the director, who has heard quite a number of them. Everyone in the school is aware that Chen-mu is no ordinary individual. The director had initially contemplated fostering a relationship with Chen-mu. After all, the eerie apocalypse grows ever more perilous, and many have sensed an impending crisis. Establishing a friendship with someone like Chen-mu would be akin to securing a talisman in this strange world. It is not only the director, but even the principal who wishes to cultivate a rapport with Chen-mu. Reflecting on his earlier outburst towards Chen-mu, the director was filled with trepidation. Should Chen-mu harbor a grudge and seek retribution, it would be all too effortless for him. With this thought in mind, the director hastily donned a smile, bowing in an obsequious manner. "Ah, is that not student Chen-mu? Greetings, greetings. My apologies for my earlier demeanor. I am the director of education for the senior class, Jiang Chizhou. You may simply call me Xiao Jiang. Chen-mu, should you encounter any difficulties at school, whether it be bullying from a classmate or unkindness from a teacher, do not hesitate to bring it to my attention. I assure you, I will resolve it for you." Observing the sycophantic demeanor of the director, Chen-mu felt somewhat speechless. Had he only been away for a single day, and already the director had begun to fawn over him? One moment he had been shouting at him, and the next he transitioned into a mode of obsequiousness, truly adept at shifting between extremes. "Very well, Director Jiang. Please, go about your business. I shall just wander around." "Very well. Take your time. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to come to my office and inform me," the head teacher said with a warm smile. Watching Chen-mu walk away, before long, Chen-mu arrived at his class, senior year, class 27. This morning was designated for Chinese language reading, and the Chinese teacher, who also served as the class advisor, Mr. Song, was at the podium grading papers while the classroom resonated with the sound of students reading aloud. The moment Chen-mu stepped into the classroom, the lively chatter of reading was abruptly silenced. All the students set aside their books and turned their gazes toward Chen-mu, their eyes reflecting a hint of reverence. Even Mr. Song, upon seeing Chen-mu, displayed an unexpected smile. How extraordinary! Chen-mu was taken aback. It was well known that he had a penchant for arriving late. Whenever he was tardy and encountered Mr. Song, he would invariably receive a scolding followed by an hour of standing in punishment. Yet today, despite his late arrival, Mr. Song not only refrained from reprimanding him, but welcomed him with a beaming smile. "Ah, Chen-mu has arrived. Have you had breakfast? If not, I can procure something for you," the usually stern Mr. Song inquired with genuine concern. No, I've eaten already," Chen-mu replied, waving his hands in dismissal. Mr. Song's attentiveness left him somewhat disconcerted. Mr. Song had long been aware of Chen-mu's situation. Initially, she had dismissed the bizarre rumors of an apocalyptic world as nonsense, believing everything to be quite normal. However, as time progressed and the occurrences of death escalated, a sense of dread began to fill her heart. Especially on the night before last, several students from her class inexplicably received crimson notes, summoning them to partake in the eerie tasks of the midnight canteen. In that instant, Teacher Song's worldview shattered. It dawned upon her that the bizarre apocalypse had indeed arrived. Moreover, there was no escape. No one could predict when the blood-red notes would descend upon them. Upon learning of Chen-mu's remarkable exploits, she was utterly astonished. She could hardly fathom that someone could possess such formidable strength. Consequently, in her eyes, Chen-mu transformed from a mediocre student into a formidable figure within this uncanny world. When she next encountered Chen-mu, much like the director of education, Her thoughts were consumed with how to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. It was not just her. The other students, upon seeing Chunmu again, were also filled with profound reverence. Particularly those who had previously looked down upon him could not help but feel a sense of trepidation, fearing that he might seek retribution. However, Chunmu was far too preoccupied for such trivial matters. Those earlier disputes were merely minor frictions among classmates, and as long as they did not provoke him further, he had no inclination to trouble them. Throughout the day, a throng of classmates surrounded Chunmu. Is it true what happened the night before last? They say you scared those eerie beings half to death. Not only that, but I also heard that Chunmu has acquired the midnight canteen. Goodness, that is simply astonishing. In an instant, Chunmu's status within the class elevated him to an extraordinary existence. Particularly at noon, the principal and a multitude of teachers visited the classroom, bearing gifts to pay their respects to Chunmu. The principal, bearing gifts, came to visit the students, a most astonishing spectacle. In all the years at the school, Chunmu was the first student to receive such treatment. This extraordinary act left Chunmu somewhat bewildered. Chapter 36. The lethal examination. As time passed, nightfall descended. Throughout the day, Chunmu lost count of the multitude of classmates, teachers, and leaders who came to familiarize themselves with him. Two exceptionally beautiful girls, the class flowers, began to express their affection for Chunmu under the surreal pressures of this bizarre world. However, Chunmu had no time to indulge in such distractions. Drawing from his past experiences, he knew that at 8:30 that evening, the Dark Knight Academy instance would commence. Every student in the school was required to participate in this strange task. As the clock approached 7, then 7:30, and finally 8 o'clock, Chunmu keenly sensed a faint metallic scent of blood permeating the air. The sky outside the classroom turned pitch black. The night breeze howled, and though it was the height of summer, the temperature had dropped significantly. Some students clad in short sleeves were shivering from the cold. At 8:30 in the evening, the Dark Knight Academy instance began. Simultaneously, all students received a blood-red note. Strange task. Lethal examination task description. The once tranquil school has suddenly transformed into the Dark Knight Academy. The students here must undertake a lethal examination. Remember, the first rule of survival at Dark Knight Academy. Pass the examination. Only those who excel in the examination have the right to live. Task requirement. The lethal examination will commence at 9 o'clock. Before 9 o'clock in the evening, all students who receive the crimson slips of paper must arrive at the examination hall punctually. Each individual's examination venue is their respective classroom, where they will sit in their designated seats, awaiting the commencement of the test. Failure to arrive on time will be deemed a failure of the examination, resulting in the forfeiture of life. Upon seeing the crimson slips in their hands, the students were all visibly shaken. Oh heavens, this is an eerie task. How unfortunate am I to have been chosen for this bizarre ordeal. Goodness, I too have been selected. Have you all been chosen? I also received a slip of paper. I have heard that students from other classes are compelled to participate in this perilous examination. If all goes as expected, the entire student body of the school is inescapably doomed this time. God, please save us. I do not wish to perish. Do not seek divine intervention. Chunmu is the true deity. It is better to rely on Chunmu for salvation than to hope for divine aid. The classroom was in an uproar, the entire educational building echoing with commotion. In the corridor outside the classroom, one could frequently witness students weeping profusely. It was evident that being selected for the eerie task had driven many students to the brink of psychological collapse. They could hardly fathom that the apocalyptic scenario had arrived so swiftly. They once believed they could remain as mere spectators, watching others undertake the bizarre tasks while they themselves would be spared. Yet, they forgot that this is an apocalypse. In such dire times, no one can remain unscathed. Death may come knocking at the door in the very next moment. Some students, attempting to outsmart the situation, chose to take leave and remain at home upon learning of the midnight diner task the previous day. They thought that by vacating the premises of the school, they could evade being selected for the eerie task. In a certain residential community, within a bedroom, a young girl lay upon her bed, fixated upon a crimson note in her hand, paralyzed by fear. After a brief moment, she finally cried out, "Dad, I've been chosen for a bizarre task. Save me. I don't want to die." This girl was merely a student on leave from school. Like Chunmu and others, she had received the ominous invitation to a deadly examination at 8:30. Upon seeing the note in her hand, her parents were equally horrified. "Hurry. I'm going downstairs to drive. Change your clothes quickly. We must reach the school before 9. If we delay, it will be too late. Move swiftly. Moments later, the parents hastily drove their private vehicle, rushing their child towards the school. At the school gate, dozens of private cars, along with various motorcycles and electric bikes, were parked chaotically. Chunmu stood in the back of the classroom, gazing through the window at the frantic parents outside the school entrance. Alas, in this strange apocalypse, how can one escape? It is either life or death. Chunmu sighed involuntarily. Those who sought to evade the bizarre task were often the ones who met their demise the quickest. Only by confronting the initial bizarre task might one have a chance at survival. This deadly examination represented a challenge for Chunmu. In his memory, he had previously partaken in such a bizarre task, but that time he had met with failure. Back then, he was just as panicked and bewildered as these students. Confronted with the treacherous deadly examination, Chunmu had failed to find a path to survival, ultimately finding himself and his classmates ensnared in a dead end. The so-called dead end, in stark contrast to the path of life, is the most perilous route within the enigmatic trials. Once one embarks upon a dead end, the most dreadful outcome ensues. At that time, Chunmu and his companions indeed faced the direst of consequences. Chunmu distinctly recalls that, following the fatal examination, the classroom transformed into a sea of crimson. Mangled limbs and gushing blood were scattered everywhere. A few classmates, fortunate enough to survive, were left traumatized, their minds shattered. Chunmu himself was profoundly shaken. He had nearly succumbed to the horrors of that day. It can be said that his survival was purely a stroke of luck. Now, the lethal examination looms before Chunmu once again. However, the Chunmu of today is no longer the same as he was back then. Having endured 5 years of trials in a bizarre apocalyptic world, he has matured immeasurably. A stark contrast to his former self. 5 years ago, I failed. 5 years later, this time, I shall unearth the path to survival. Chunmu resolved within himself that he must discern the flaws in the rules of this deadly examination. For him, it represents a formidable challenge. 2 students departed yesterday on a flight, leaving this city behind. What awaits them can only be the grim fate of death. As the clock struck 9 at night, what once stirred excitement among the students now echoed as the harbinger of doom. All students sat in their seats, awaiting the onset of the examination. They had faced countless tests before, yet none instilled as much terror as this one. The sound of the examination bell resonated through the school's loudspeakers. With the chime, the rhythmic clacking of high heels echoed along the corridor outside the classroom. It was evident that the invigilator was drawing near. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of 3 firm knocks reverberated as the classroom door was pushed open from the outside. A woman clad in a uniform entered, cradling a stack of examination papers in her arms. Greetings, students. I am your invigilator. The fatal examination begins now. Chapter 37. The insidious rules. As the teacher announced the commencement of the exam, the students in the classroom collectively held their breath, a palpable tension enveloping the atmosphere. The instructor ascended to the podium, unwrapping the bundle of papers in her grasp, distributing them into individual portions. I am a stringent educator. In my examinations, anyone who contravenes the invigilation will face dire consequences. The examination rules are as follows. 1. No one is permitted to view the contents of another's paper. If you divulge the contents, you shall face execution. 2. During the examination, exiting the classroom is prohibited. 3. No harm may come to the invigilator. These are the entirety of the examination rules. Now I shall distribute the papers. The students present were seasoned veterans of examinations, having faced countless tests throughout their academic journey. Thus, upon hearing the examination regulations, a perceptive student immediately discerned a critical omission by the invigilator, an omission that forms the bedrock of all examinations. Cheating is strictly forbidden. The prohibition against cheating encompasses a myriad of infractions. For instance, whispering to one another, utilizing mobile phones, or vacating one's seat. In other words, under the rules of this fatal examination, such actions are permitted. Students are allowed to whisper, to use their phones, and to leave their seats. Could it be that such blatant loopholes exist within the rules? No, it cannot be that there are such obvious oversights. Unless the invigilator believes that even if students are able to converse with one another, utilize their mobile phones, and leave their seats, they would still be incapable of cheating. Students have never encountered an examination in which such liberties could be taken without the risk of deceit. A palpable sense of foreboding permeated the atmosphere. As numerous students sensed the lurking peril of this fateful exam, the invigilator began to distribute the examination papers, one by one. Upon receiving their papers, The students were rendered speechless by the content before them. This was not an examination they had previously encountered. Their astonishment deepened when they noticed that, alongside the examination paper, the invigilator had also included a sharp dagger. Each candidate was allotted one examination paper and one gleaming dagger. Soon, the paper reached Chenmu. The invigilator cast a glance at him, placed the paper on his desk, and handed him a dagger. Chenmu swiftly scanned the paper. Indeed, the content remained unchanged, identical to that which he had received in his past life. Deadly examination paper. Candidate class, senior year, class 27. Candidate name, Chenmu. Dear candidate, welcome to the deadly examination. During the course of this examination, please familiarize yourself with the contents of this paper. Have you noticed that your classmates seem somewhat different from before? Indeed, within your class, an enigmatic presence has infiltrated. It now lurks within the examination hall, silently observing you. Examination task. Within 2 hours, identify this enigmatic being and eliminate it to succeed in the examination. Failure to identify and eliminate the being will result in failure of the examination. After the examination period concludes, half of the surviving students in the class will perish at random. It is imperative that you meticulously review the following rules at the commencement of the exam, as they are of utmost importance. Rule 1. The entity shall not attack unless provoked. When harmed, it will retaliate. Rule 2. During this perilous examination, all students' abilities are suppressed. No one can vanquish the entity when it strikes. Rule 3. The dagger in your possession can inflict mortal wounds upon the entity when plunged into its form. Rule 5. When you believe you have discovered the answer, the entire class may cast a vote on whether to submit their papers. Upon majority approval, present your work to the proctor, who will determine its correctness. A wrong answer will result in failure. I shall elucidate how to identify the entity. Typically, it exhibits the following characteristics. 1. The entity is lethargic and will remain still until detected. 2. It may occasionally emit peculiar sounds. Pay attention to these eerie noises to trace its presence. 3. Like humans, the entity possesses 2 arms and legs, making it difficult to discern its true nature at a glance. 4. A practical method to ascertain the entity's identity is to stab your dagger into its body. If it is indeed the entity, it will emit black smoke. These are the entirety of the examination's contents. This is an extraordinary test. After perusing the questions, astonishment and disbelief flickered in the eyes of the students. Has someone in the class transformed into the entity? Who could it be? Identifying the entity is the key to passing this examination. Suddenly, the students glanced at one another, attempting to discern any signs of abnormality in each other's eyes. However, no one dared to speak. Their communication was solely through glances. The previous examination regulations weighed heavily on their minds. Although speaking was not explicitly forbidden, no one wished to be the first to break the silence. After all, uttering words during an examination constituted a violation of the rules. As Chenmu gazed at the numerous regulations inscribed on the paper, he found himself lost in contemplation. The complexity of the current rules surpassed those of previous assessments. When accounting for the few perplexing statements, the total had reached an astonishing 10. This marked a significant escalation in the difficulty of the task. The perilous examination's challenges far exceeded those of the Midnight Diner and the Fog Museum. The scale of this deadly test was indicative of the vast number of individuals involved. Failing to discover the correct path to survival would yield catastrophic consequences. Throughout the entire high school, no class had successfully identified a way out. The cost of such failure had been grievously steep. Following the deadly examination, the entire Dark Knight High School had transformed into a veritable mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Such a horrifying sight was beyond the realm of imagination. Thus, it was imperative to focus intently on the examination and endeavor to uncover a path to survival. Chenmu scrutinized the rules within the test paper and commenced his reasoning. Soon, from rules 1, 2, and 3, he began to distill conclusions. Rules 1, 2, and 3 essentially conveyed that anomalies could not inflict harm unless they were provoked. Once detected, these anomalies would commence their slaughter, and none could withstand their onslaught. Even a dagger would prove ineffective against such entities. Thus, it is only natural to arrive at a conclusion. Upon discovering a bizarre entity, one must act swiftly and decisively, delivering a lethal strike without affording the entity an opportunity to retaliate. Should the entity counterattack, all will perish. What appears to be an ordinary conclusion is fraught with an underlying sense of danger that Chenmu perceives. This peril can only be fully appreciated when combined with the fourth method of discerning the entity. The technique for identifying the entity involves plunging a dagger into its form to ascertain whether it emits a plume of black smoke. Now, if I suspect an individual to be a bizarre entity, what course of action should I take? The answer is straightforward. I must drive the dagger into their body. However, I cannot merely pierce a limb or gently graze the skin for my assessment. For if the individual indeed harbors the entity, an injury would incite a massacre, one that no one could withstand. Thus, the solution becomes evident. If I suspect someone to be an entity, my optimal approach is to thrust the dagger forcefully into their cranium. A single fatal blow. Now, should that person not be an entity, there is no doubt they would meet their demise. A dagger plunged into the skull leaves no chance for survival. Students who grasped these rules felt a cold sweat trickling down their backs. The rules of this deadly examination guide participants toward slaughter. This is but one of the hidden perils entwined within the deadly exam. Furthermore, the examination possesses rules that allude to death and carnage. Chapter 38. Misjudgment of Survival. Another concealed thread among the rules is encapsulated in the sixth regulation. When the number of remaining students in the class falls to half or fewer, the examination is deemed passed, and the test concludes automatically. Why might the number of students in the class dwindle to less than half? There are two possibilities. One is that the anomaly has been attacked and begins to slaughter the candidates. The other is that the candidates turn on each other. Indeed, the candidates may resort to mutual annihilation. In a previous deadly examination, Chunmu encountered such a scenario. As the examination neared its conclusion, if the anomaly had not been located, some candidates, under extreme pressure, would descend into madness. Failing the examination would result in the random death of half the participants, potentially including oneself. However, according to Rule 6, if the number of candidates in the class is reduced to half, the examination would be deemed successful, ensuring one's survival. One scenario is beyond one's control, while the other is within one's grasp. Faced with the looming threat of death, it is only natural for individuals to opt for the latter. Thus, the calculated slaughter began. This represents the most terrifying moment within the deadly examination. The myriad rules of the deadly examination challenged the existing order. In Chunmu's recollections, it was after the deadly examination that, upon realizing the current order could not provide protection, the fabric of that order began to collapse rapidly, heralding the arrival of a bizarre apocalypse. Meanwhile, in a classroom downstairs, the candidates grew restless and commenced their search for answers. Surely this examination allows for communication? Indeed, it does. You just spoke, and the invigilator did not intervene. Brothers, let us devise a plan to quickly identify the traitor among us. Yes, we are all classmates, and none of us wishes to meet our end. If anyone has turned into an anomaly, please step forward. For the sake of our camaraderie, do not make it difficult for everyone. Are you foolish? Once transformed into an anomaly, how could one possibly reveal themselves? We must find it. But how? With so many people, isn't it stated in the exam paper that the differences are imperceptible at first glance? How are we supposed to identify it? Soon, the classroom descended into chaos as the candidates engaged in animated discussions. Let me see your paper. Are you out of your mind? No way. That's against the rules. I don't want to die, and neither should you. Look at that boy. He hasn't moved from his seat. A voice rang out, and all eyes in the class turned towards him. Indeed, the boy sat motionless, gazing ahead like a wooden figure. Do you remember what the exam paper said? The anomaly is typically lazy and will remain still until you recognize its presence. Thus, the answer became apparent. He had transformed into the anomaly. Yes, he is completely still. It must be him. Teacher, we've identified the anomaly. Wonderful. This deadly exam is surprisingly simple. The rules were quite intimidating, terrifying. In fact, but who would have thought the answer was so straightforward? It was akin to those complex final questions that appear daunting but reveal their secrets upon tackling them. The candidates buzzed with excitement. Two strong boys brandished daggers and approached the immobile boy. Stab it. Quickly, plunge the dagger in. Let Wang do it. He is the strongest. It was their first time confronting an anomaly, and the tension was palpable. Amidst the cacophony of exuberant cheers, Wang bravely plunged the dagger into the young man's skull. Yet, the ensuing scene left everyone in a state of shock. Instead of a plume of black smoke, a torrent of crimson blood erupted from the wound. The jubilant cheers abruptly ceased, and a profound silence enveloped the classroom. All the students stared wide-eyed, their expressions a mixture of dread and disbelief. A murder. Someone has died. Wait, if he isn't peculiar, why is he so utterly still? Indeed, he doesn't utter a word. Even as Wang approached him with the dagger, he remained silent. How could a normal person react in such a manner? Look at his examination paper. One student exclaimed as they rifled through the deceased test sheets. Another student pointed and shouted, "His fourth rule is flawed." At this revelation, the class fell into a hushed silence once more. They finally comprehended why the slain young man had shown no reaction, even when faced with the dagger. In that moment, the examinees grasped the brutal and cunning nature of the lethal examination. The rules, like invisible shackles, bound each individual. One misstep could lead to death, while inadvertently taking the life of another candidate. Terror, horror, and despair began to permeate the classroom atmosphere. Fear mingled with the scent of blood as some candidates, unable to withstand the immense pressure, began to sob quietly. They finally comprehended the arduousness of seeking a path to survival amidst the bizarre tasks. The means of escape were meticulously concealed within a myriad of rules. It was evident that they had misjudged the way out. Such a scene unfolded similarly across numerous classrooms. In less than 20 minutes since the examination commenced, several candidates had already met their demise. Concurrently, a similar occurrence transpired in the classroom where Chun Mu was situated. One candidate remained motionless, drawing the attention of others. Some even brandished daggers, eager to act. There was no need to proceed. He was not a threat. Chun Mu spoke up, clarifying that the individual was merely bound by the fourth rule, rendering him unable to speak. Chun Mu articulated this based on his previous life experiences, where candidates had similarly plunged their daggers only to discover they had wrongfully taken a life. Upon hearing Chun Mu's words, some candidates were skeptical. However, considering Chun Mu's formidable reputation and reflecting on his rationale, they ceased their intentions. As anticipated, 10 minutes later, as the constraints of the fourth rule lifted, the candidate exclaimed, "I'm not a threat. I can speak now. Chun Mu, thank you for saving me." Chun Mu waved his hand dismissively, indicating it was no great matter. The gazes of the remaining students towards Chun Mu were now imbued with respect and astonishment. Some had initially doubted his prowess, believing his abilities were exaggerated. Yet, witnessing this event, their opinions shifted and admiration for Chun Mu only deepened. It seemed Chun Mu indeed possessed remarkable abilities. However, Chun Mu's expression remained far from relaxed, for he had yet to discover a path to survival. Half an hour had already elapsed since the examination commenced, and a third of the allotted time had slipped away. Restlessness and anxiety began to permeate the atmosphere. In the entire Dark Knight Academy, at least one-third of the classes had already been stained with blood. Under the oppressive weight of the sanguinary aura and the lethal examination, many candidates felt subtle shifts within themselves. The seeds of slaughter had begun to take root. Chapter 39. The anomaly is you. Half an hour, 10 minutes, 50 minutes. As the time for the examination approached its midpoint, not a single class within the Dark Knight Academy had successfully uncovered the hidden anomaly. Chun Mu's class fared relatively well, bolstered by his esteemed reputation. A sense of calm prevailed among the students. They engaged in animated discussions, and although the noise was tumultuous, no fatalities had yet occurred. Unfortunately, the same could not be said for other classes. In the class adjacent to Chun Mu's, within less than an hour of the examination, several candidates had already met their demise. Murder is akin to Pandora's box. Once opened, it cannot be closed. In this class, after the first student was slain, the bloodshed spiraled uncontrollably. They adopted a seemingly democratic method to facilitate the killings. Upon identifying a suspect, the entire class would cast their votes. Should the majority support the action, that individual would be executed to ascertain whether they were the anomaly. Each student, eager to preserve their own life and hasten the discovery of the anomaly, ensured that each vote overwhelmingly favored the decision, with nearly 90 in agreement. In this manner, it essentially manifests as a tyranny of the mob, where everyone lives in trepidation. Kill him. The silence of the accused only fuels the suspicion. Indeed, I am his friend. His demeanor is not typically this way. He must surely be possessed by something sinister. The crowd began to vote, raising their hands in support. A cacophony of hands shot up, undoubtedly surpassing the majority. Kill him! Kill him! Kill him! The fervent cries of the classmates crescendoed into a near frenzy, as they unleashed their inner fears and despair through this madness. Ultimately, after another boy was slain, a bespectacled student rose to his feet. He was the top scholar of the class, consistently achieving outstanding academic results. With a steady tone, the scholar addressed his classmates. Everyone, please calm down and listen to me. I have discovered the source of the anomaly." At this proclamation, the frenzied classroom fell into silence, all eyes turning toward the scholar. "You have found the anomaly? Who is it? Speak quickly. You excel academically. You are the brightest among us. Your words must carry weight." Under the urging of his peers, the scholar declared, "The anomaly concealed within this classroom is, in fact, right before our very eyes. She is sitting there, visible to all. Our proctor, you are the anomaly hidden within our class. The one we seek is indeed you." The surrounding classmates exchanged bewildered glances. "Scholar, what nonsense are you spouting? The rules clearly state that the invigilator is indeed peculiar." "Yes, we all recognize the oddity of the invigilator." With a faint smile, the scholar revealed a mysterious grin and confidently asserted, "Indeed, the truth is often rather simple. Everyone has overcomplicated matters to the extent that they have overlooked the fact that the truth sometimes lies right before our eyes. The rules merely indicate that there is a peculiar presence in our classroom. However, the regulations stipulated do not explicitly state that the peculiar entity cannot be the invigilator. Nowhere in the rules is the identity of the peculiar being disclosed. We have a peculiar presence in our classroom, and the invigilator is peculiar. Hence, it is only natural to deduce that the peculiar figure we are tasked to identify in the examination rules is none other than the invigilator." After the scholar articulately concluded, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Goodness, could it truly be that simple? How is that even possible? The peculiar task could not be so straightforward. Yet, upon reflection, the scholar's words seemed to bear a semblance of truth. The rules did not explicitly state that the peculiar entity we were to identify was not the invigilator. My word, there is indeed some merit to that argument. The scholar elaborated further, "This is the insidious nature of the rules. From the outset, they informed us that the invigilator is peculiar. Consequently, our collective thinking became skewed, leading us to believe that the peculiar entity we were to seek in the examination would require immense effort to uncover, and could not possibly be as simple as the invigilator. If the answer were truly the invigilator, would that not mean the examination paper effectively revealed the answer at the very beginning? After years of examination, students have become mentally rigid, subconsciously believing that no paper could possibly be this simple. Thus, we have all fallen into a cognitive trap, overlooking the most straightforward answers. Furthermore, I can present supporting evidence. Consider the third point regarding the peculiar characteristics. Just like humans, the peculiar entities possess arms and legs. Upon reading this, one instinctively perceives the peculiar as resembling their classmates. Consequently, for an entire hour, everyone has been observing their peers. However, has anyone contemplated that this statement subtly suggests that the peculiar is, in fact, the invigilator? The invigilator, like all of us, possesses arms and legs, thereby confirming that the invigilator is indeed the peculiar we seek. After such a compelling discourse, the entire class erupted in excitement. How insightful the top student is. Indeed, clever individuals can discern the truth at a glance. Wonderful, we shall all survive this. Quickly, we have found the answer. Let us submit our papers. Submit. Submit. Under the shadow of impending doom, candidates have become increasingly eager to escape. Upon hearing the answer provided by the top student, all examinees found it quite reasonable and were impatient to submit their papers. The invigilator, seated at the podium, observed the exhilarated students with an enigmatic smile. Yet, amidst the excitement, not one student, including the top scholar, noticed this smile. "Teacher, we wish to submit our papers." "Are you certain you wish to submit?" the invigilator inquired. "Absolutely." Almost all the students chorused in unison. "All right, time's up." The invigilator revealed a peculiar smile, stating that after collecting the papers, the answers would be announced, allowing them to discern their correctness. Meanwhile, in the classroom where Chun Mu was present, a student suddenly exclaimed with a flash of insight, "I've figured it out. The invigilator is the anomaly we are searching for." In truth, after an hour of adaptation, many students' minds began to engage in rapid contemplation. Some, akin to top scholars, reached the conclusion that the invigilator was indeed the anomaly. Chun Mu observed the exhilarated student and coldly shook his head, remarking, "No, your answer is incorrect." "Why?" the student asked, somewhat defiant. Trust me, those who submit that answer are already awaiting the grim fate of exam failure," Chun Mu replied. No sooner had he spoken than a cacophony of gasps and shrieks erupted from the adjacent classroom of top scholars. Chapter 40. The Path of False Life. These cries were not of jubilation, but rather a mixture of fear and despair. Just half a minute prior, the invigilator had finished collecting the papers. Indeed, this time, it was thanks to the top scholars. They are truly remarkable. No matter the exam, they always excel. In previous tests, it was impossible to copy from the top scholars. Who would have thought that this time, they could ride the coattails of the scholars and benefit from their answers? Haha, it seems our class was the first to finish. But what about Chun Mu's class next door? Why haven't they completed their exam yet? We have all submitted our papers. In my opinion, Chun Mu is merely a product of inflated praise. Truly remarkable individuals are to be found among our top students. Indeed, what is Chun Mu compared to our academic elites? Amidst the cheers of fellow classmates, the top student smirked, reveling in the adulation. However, at that moment, the invigilator's expression suddenly turned frigid. I declare that your examination answers are incorrect. Upon uttering these words, an eerie silence fell upon the classroom, as every examinee turned in disbelief towards the podium. They thought they must have misheard. Incorrect answers? How could that be possible? The notion of error seemed unfathomable. The invigilator's chilling proclamation felt akin to a death sentence. In an instant, half of the students in the room were marked by intricate red lines that began to extend ominously, from which torrents of blood gushed forth. Their bodies ruptured. Accompanied by cries of horror and despair, the fortunate survivors, witnessing such a horrific scene, fled in terror. They were fortunate to have escaped with their lives. Yet the price was the loss of half their peers. For those who remained, the spectacle they witnessed would indelibly haunt their psyches for a lifetime. A few students even collapsed in sheer fright. 2 students watched in horror as their former classmates disintegrated before their eyes, blood gushing forth, leaving them in a state of madness, babbling incoherently on the ground. The students who burst out of the classroom screamed in the corridor. Filled with dread and despair, it was not the answers. The invigilator is not the answer. Apart from this class, there are at least 2 other classes that have failed the examination for the same reason. The echoes of despair and cries of alarm have also reached Chun Mu's classroom. Upon hearing the declaration that the invigilator is not the answer, the students in Chun Mu's class gazed at him in astonishment. One student, who had been defiantly resistant, now appeared pale with fear, rendered speechless. Had Chun Mu not decisively dismissed the notion, several students might have seriously considered submitting their papers. Should they have done so, the consequences would have been dire. It can be said that Chun Mu saved their lives. Indeed, experience prevails. Chun Mu's depth is truly unfathomable. Chun Mu, how did you know the invigilator is not the answer? One student could not help but inquire, a question that mirrored the curiosity of others in the class. The explanation is quite simple, a conflict of rules. The regulations state that the invigilator cannot be harmed under any circumstances. However, subsequent rules stipulate that in order to determine whether someone is anomalous, one must inflict a wound upon them with a dagger. Thus, these 2 rules are in direct conflict. If I suspect the invigilator is anomalous and wish to verify this, I would have to harm him with a knife. Yet the invigilator is not to be harmed. Therefore, I am left without a means to ascertain whether the invigilator is indeed anomalous. The only method to confirm this would be to vote to submit our papers. Once that decision is made, it is akin to gambling with one's life. As far as I am aware, this contradicts the rules of the anomalous task. Although the rules of the anomalous task can be exceedingly challenging, often fraught with erroneous or misleading stipulations, one must remember that within these rules lies a glimmer of hope for survival. The so-called path to survival is the certain road to life. Upon discovering this path, I can confidently ascertain my ability to endure, rather than relying on mere chance to determine my fate. A path to survival, if it cannot be validated, is undoubtedly a false path. The true path to survival must signify something beyond mere existence. What Chun Mu speaks of is the wisdom he has accumulated during 5 bizarre years in a post-apocalyptic world. The answer given by the invigilator exemplifies a typical inability to be substantiated. It is a clear false path to survival. It is labeled a false path because it does not represent a genuine route to life, but rather masquerades as a road to survival while leading to demise. Generally speaking, such false paths are exceedingly treacherous, often leading to certain death. Only someone as experienced as Chun Mu can see through it at a glance. Those who excel academically, like top students, can easily fall into such traps, leading to irreversible consequences. After listening to Chun Mu's elucidation, the classmates were utterly astonished. It was their first encounter with the concept of a false path to survival. Chun Mu is truly remarkable, possessing such profound knowledge. Had it not been for him, we would have undoubtedly faced dire consequences. Chun Mu is the pillar of our class. Let us cling to him tightly. I declare myself the most devoted supporter of Chun-Mu. Everything he says is undoubtedly correct. The invigilator at the podium, after hearing Chun-Mu's explanation, cast a look of astonishment in his direction. She had not anticipated that Chun-Mu would perceive the issue with such clarity, recognizing the false path to survival. This is the mark of a truly intelligent individual. As time ticks away, the situation, after the revelation of the false path, once again falls into a stalemate. In other classes, the violence has reached a fever pitch. As Chun-Mu had anticipated, the ceaseless acts of violence had distorted the psyche of many students. In their desperate quest for survival and the swift conclusion of the examinations, some began to brandish daggers against their peers. Do you wish to be chosen at random? If not, I possess a method that could ensure your survival, declared a robust student to a group of over a dozen classmates. What method? Have you discovered a way out? They inquired. No, I have not unearthed a path through the rules, but I have found another means of survival. With a dagger in hand, he aimed it at another group of students. If we eliminate them, and the number of survivors falls below half, then we shall all endure. Upon hearing such brutal words, the surrounding students exhibited hesitation and turmoil. No, this is too cruel. I cannot do it, one student proclaimed, discarding the dagger and sinking to the ground in tears. Do you not possess any humanity? We are all classmates. Humanity? What is that? Can it aid us in surviving? The situation spiraled completely out of control. Order disintegrated. In the midst of this chaotic disarray, the slaughter commenced. Once order faltered, human behavior revealed itself to be far more frenzied than one could ever imagine. In merely 10 minutes, yet another class had completed the examination. The method by which this class passes the examination is governed by Rule 6. When students drenched in blood, burdened with their backpacks, exit the corridor, the students from other classes immediately comprehend the gravity of the situation. Their bodies are smeared with blood. If I am not mistaken, they have committed murder. Are you suggesting that they killed half of their classmates and then passed the exam? My heavens, they are demons. They are nothing short of demons. After witnessing such a horrific spectacle, the students from other classes are rendered utterly paralyzed with fear. Perhaps it is only at this moment that they awaken to the grim reality. This is the apocalypse. An eerie apocalypse. The familiar world they once knew has crumbled step by step, and they have descended into the inferno of this bizarre end times. Within the entire Dark Knight High School, only the class to which Chun-Mu belongs maintains the best order with no fatalities. In the other classes, at least 2 students have perished. Furthermore, as the examination time dwindles, the deadline for submissions approaches. At last, with half an hour remaining, among those students still struggling to find answers, one cannot bear the immense psychological pressure and chooses to end their life. The sound of shattering glass echoes. A heavy object crashes to the ground. In a mere 5 minutes, 3 students opt to leap from the window to their demise. This series of extreme actions incites chaos within the teaching building once more. Under the mounting pressure, the students from other classes finally succumb to complete breakdown. The very limits of humanity are wantonly trampled upon. We are all equal. Yet some individuals are more equal than others. To attain a state of equitable existence, seize a blade and extinguish the lives of others, thereby securing our own survival. Within a classroom setting, an individual brandished a dagger, proclaiming to his adherents, "We shall endure. We shall persevere." Subsequently, they directed their daggers towards their former classmates. Each classroom devolved into a veritable jungle, governed by the principle of survival of the fittest. Amidst the pervasive chaos, a select few classrooms managed to maintain a semblance of stability. The students within these enclaves diligently sought answers. Invigilator, they collectively declared, "We concur to submit our examination papers. Our conclusion is that there are no supernatural entities present. The true resolution to this examination lies in the absence of any spectral presence within the classroom, save for the invigilator himself. Hence, our inability to locate any." Upon hearing the student's response, the invigilator responded with a sardonic smile, proceeding to collect the examination papers. "Your deduction is erroneous. Perish." In the aftermath of a series of agonizing cries, half of the students were reduced to fragmented remains. It cannot be asserted that these students lacked diligence. In their pursuit of survival, they exerted their utmost efforts, exploring every conceivable solution. The most rudimentary of these was the hypothesis that the supernatural entity was a fellow student. In an attempt to validate this theory, countless students met their demise at the hands of their peers. Subsequently, erudite individuals, through meticulous deliberation, arrived at the conclusion that the invigilator himself was the spectral presence. This constituted an imaginative solution, transcending conventional constraints, yet it remained inaccurate. Still, other students speculated that there was no supernatural entity present at all. The outcome, predictably, was erroneous. Irrespective of the conventionality or absurdity of the proposed solutions, none proved sufficient to pass the examination. Examinations reveal that answers lie within reach. Indeed, a solution exists. Yet, despite exerting every ounce of effort, one cannot grasp it. It is akin to a drowning individual who sees a lifeline but is unable to seize it. This epitomizes true despair. 1 hour and 30 minutes. 1 hour and 15 minutes. Attention, examinees. There are only 15 minutes remaining in the examination. Those who have yet to respond, please do so promptly. The classroom was pierced by the chilling sound of the announcement. At last, even Chunmu's class began to descend into chaos. Was it indeed impossible for Chunmu to pass this examination? I suspect that there is no answer at all. This is a bizarre task with no escape. Yes, if someone as astute as Chunmu cannot find a way out, surely there is none to be found. We are doomed. Half of us will perish here. The classroom erupted into a cacophony reminiscent of a bustling marketplace, filled with uproar and clamor. Amidst this tumult, however, Chunmu remained utterly silent. He sat in his chair, maintaining a contemplative posture, as serene as a statue. Even in the midst of widespread anxiety, Chunmu exhibited a calmness akin to that of a sculpture, composed and unperturbed. Such poise is not something an ordinary person could achieve. It is evident that Chunmu is no ordinary individual. A normal person could not survive 5 years in this bizarre, apocalyptic world. Those who endure for 5 years possess extraordinary qualities in certain respects. For instance, Chunmu's remarkable trait is his equanimity. In any environment, he can maintain his composure. As the environment grew increasingly dire and the situation more urgent, while others succumbed to panic, Chunmu remained remarkably composed. This extraordinary calmness allowed him to uncover paths to survival during countless crises. After more than an hour of contemplation, he had begun to formulate a plan. Yet, this notion was shrouded in a fog, enveloping his mind. It seemed that with a gentle nudge, he could pierce through the haze and reveal the concealed truth. Chunmu concentrated intently, striving to dispel the mental mist. He sensed that the truth was tantalizingly close. However, to take that final step, he required a fleeting spark of inspiration. The route to survival that had eluded him for 5 long years was poised to be unraveled in this renewed confrontation. At last, a familiar sound echoed once more. This sound was so well known, often heard in the classroom, that nearly all the students had come to regard it as commonplace and overlooked it. Upon hearing it again, a smile finally graced Chunmu's calm countenance. How cleverly you concealed yourself. Indeed, the path to survival in this mission is deviously elusive. It would scarcely occur to an ordinary person that you could be hidden here. Alas, you have encountered me, and for the second time at that. I have finally uncovered your secret. As still as a statue, Chunmu commenced his actions. He rose to his feet and grasped the dagger resting on the table. In my past life, I faltered. This time, I shall unveil your true form. Chapter 42. The sole discoverer of a path to survival. As Chunmu grasped the dagger, all eyes in the classroom converged upon him. Oh my! Chunmu is finally taking action. How splendid! He must have discerned a path to survival. The enigma can no longer remain concealed. Ha ha ha. I proclaim Chunmu to be the strongest student in the entire school. Indeed, he is as formidable as the rumors suggest. How delightful it would be if he were my boyfriend. Under the watchful gaze of his classmates, Chunmu advanced towards the back row of the classroom, dagger in hand. On the podium, the proctor's eyes betrayed a sense of disdain. To her, these were merely a bunch of naive children, their antics nothing more than trivialities. How could a group of mere youngsters possibly unearth a path to survival? The proctor acknowledged that even she, in the absence of answers, would stand no chance of passing the examination. That boy, Chunmu, was nothing but a desperate struggle before the inevitable end. Soon, Chunmu found himself before a girl. I know you are hiding here, he declared to her. In response to his words, the girl remained silent, almost spectral, her gaze fixed unwaveringly ahead. However, this bold assertion from Chunmu sent a wave of astonishment rippling through the classroom. Could Chunmu suspect Wang Xiaoxiao of being the enigma? Impossible. Wang Xiaoxiao had spoken just moments ago. She could not possibly be the anomaly. Indeed, Wang Xiaoxiao's silence now must be due to some rule. Surely, her examination paper contained stipulations that forbade her from speaking at this moment. It is precisely for this reason that Qin harbors doubts about Wang Xiaoxiao. His classmates are utterly perplexed. After all, similar situations have arisen in other classes. At the onset of the examination, there was a class that eliminated such a student. Subsequently, it was proven that the student who was eliminated was not peculiar, merely confined by the constraints of the rules. Now, as Qin stands before Wang Xiaoxiao, he questions whether she is indeed strange. How could Qin make such an apparent error? Even the slowest of students would recognize that Wang Xiaoxiao cannot be the anomaly. His actions resemble a cornered beast, fighting desperately in its final throes. This left many classmates feeling a tinge of disappointment. Could it be that even Qin is unable to discern the truth? In the next moment, Qin raised his dagger, aiming it at Wang Xiaoxiao. "This blade shall bring you to your end," he declared, plunging the dagger down with ferocious force, summoning every ounce of strength within him. What transpired next astounded all present. With a resounding crack, the dagger struck not Wang Xiaoxiao, but her desk, shattering it into a multitude of fragments. With splinters scattered across the floor, and amidst the debris, a wisp of black smoke began to rise. In that instant, the classroom fell into a profound silence, as every gaze was filled with sheer astonishment. Eyes wide with disbelief, they fixated on Qin, and even the invigilating teacher at the podium rose, her expression awash with shock. This young lad, astonishingly, has uncovered the hidden anomaly. How is this even possible? Moments later, a deafening cheer erupted throughout the classroom. The sound was thunderous. The anomaly was none other than the desk. I never imagined that the bizarre could conceal itself as a desk. Qin, you are truly my savior. You have indeed discovered the anomaly. How did you manage such a feat? A desk? Who would have thought the anomaly could take such a form? Yet, it was Qin who conceived it. He gently patted Wang Xiaoxiao's head and said, I hope I didn't frighten you." It was only then that the classmates realized that Qin earlier remark, "This strike shall be your demise," was directed not at Wang Xiaoxiao, but at her desk. Just then, the classroom intercom announced, Class 27 of the senior year, Qin has successfully found the answer. The first class to pass the examination has emerged. The examination was nearing its conclusion. Qin was the sole individual to discover the path to survival. For the students in the classroom, that announcement was like a melody from the heavens. After 2 hours of torment, the end was finally in sight. The classroom erupted once more. Qin found himself surrounded by his classmates, their ears filled with praises and adoration. Many girls gazed at him with starry eyes. Undoubtedly, in this bizarre world, Qin was the only one capable of providing them with such a profound sense of security. With a calm demeanor, he had triumphed over his past self and vanquished his former foes. This exhilarating sensation brought Qin immense satisfaction. This also signifies that Qin ability to seek a path to survival has ascended to new heights. In the face of increasingly perilous situations, Qin will remain unfazed. A person's temperament is cultivated through such accumulation. It is through repeatedly confronting death and ultimately conquering it that one can develop the essence of a true warrior. Otherwise, even with immense wealth, one is merely a vulgar upstart. The students in other classrooms also heard this announcement. Upon listening to its content, they were consumed with envy. Qin, indeed, it is Qin. Only he possesses the capability to find a path to survival. I have always asserted that Qin is the most formidable. You all claimed he was merely inflated by hype. How does it feel to be proven wrong? But what does it matter? You are not in the same class as Qin. Can he save you? How infuriating. Why am I not in the same class as Qin? If I can survive this ordeal, I will definitely persuade my father to change my class, to sit next to Qin. If I survive, I will pursue Qin and make him my boyfriend. You all should focus on surviving first. Meanwhile, in Qin classroom, the proctor descended from the podium and approached him step by step. Qin, the proctor addressed him. As she stood before him, she would have been an exceptionally beautiful woman in uniform, had she not possessed an eerie aura. You have indeed discovered a path to survival. This is truly astonishing. I must admit, I underestimated your abilities. Even I could not have discerned such a path. Then, I seek your counsel on a matter. How did you discover the path to survival? And how could you ascertain that amidst the multitude of desks in the classroom, it was indeed Wang Xiaoxiao's desk that was peculiar? The notion of a bizarre instructor soliciting insights from human students. Such an occurrence would undoubtedly astonish others. The invigilator's remark encapsulated the collective curiosity of all the students. Instantly, pairs of eyes turned toward Qin, filled with intrigue and questions. It is quite simple. The immutable laws of this bizarre apocalypse conceal the path to survival within the rules. I deduced this path from the regulations themselves, Chenmu articulated slowly. Chapter 43. The answer lies within the rules. To infer a path to survival from the rules? Each of them possesses their own set of rules. Yet, it is only Chenmu who can unveil the path to survival. At that moment, a skeptical examinee hastily began to peruse their own examination paper, scrutinizing each rule. However, no matter how diligently they inspected, they could not fathom how to deduce a path to survival from them. As far as she knew, only the most exceptional individuals possessed the extraordinary ability to unearth clues from the rules, thereby locating the concealed path to survival. Such individuals invariably occupy a significant position within this bizarre apocalypse. In his former life, Chenmu exemplified this, managing to endure for 5 years in the bizarre apocalypse. A testament to his prowess. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the faces around him, Chenmu smiled and began to narrate. When I first received the examination paper, gazing at the densely packed rules, numbering no fewer than 10, I felt as disoriented as all of you, confronted with a labyrinthine situation. The most straightforward approach is to relinquish irrelevant distractions and seek the most fundamental and essential objective. In this examination, as candidates striving for survival, our paramount goal is to uncover the concealed anomalies. Thus, I commenced my analysis, categorizing the bewildering array of rules and selecting the most pivotal among them. The key rules elucidate how to identify the anomalies. By grasping these essential guidelines, I can chart a path to survival. Consequently, I swiftly identified and locked onto these critical rules. 1. Anomalies are typically lethargic. They remain motionless until discovered. 2. Anomalies may occasionally emit peculiar sounds. Paying attention to these noises can reveal their presence. 3. Anomalies possess limbs akin to humans, making it challenging to discern their true nature from appearance alone. These 3 rules constitute the essence of our quest to locate the anomalies, which I term the primary rules. The myriad of other rules are secondary, either serving to confuse us or to provide corroborative evidence. In summary, aside from the primary rules, all other guidelines are deemed secondary. However, upon uncovering the primary rules, I soon found myself ensnared in a dilemma. I suspect that you, like me, are also entangled in this predicament. The source of this conundrum lies in the 3rd primary rule. Anomalies, much like humans, possess limbs, rendering it difficult to identify them based solely on appearance. Upon encountering this rule, it is only natural for us to presume that the anomaly has disguised itself as a human, taking on the appearance of one of our classmates. Subsequently, everyone began to indiscriminately search among our peers for the entity that is peculiar. In truth, you are all mistaken. You have fallen into a trap. I too was ensnared, but I swiftly discerned the irregularity. I uncovered the anomaly within the first foundational rule, realizing that the peculiarity is inherently lethargic. It typically remains motionless until it is discovered. Have you not noticed? This is a rule that greatly disadvantages the anomaly. If it assumes the guise of a classmate, it will not move until we unveil it. A living classmate, yet incapable of motion. Is this not an obvious flaw? As long as one possesses a sound mind, witnessing a classmate remaining still for an extended period would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Thus, it should be relatively easy to identify the anomaly and pass the examination. However, the reality starkly contrasts this notion. Not a single class has successfully passed the test. This precisely indicates that our comprehension of the 3rd foundational rule is flawed. With this realization, my thoughts became significantly clearer. I began to read Rule 3 repeatedly, seeking any hints of insight. At last, I discovered the critical flaw. Rule 3, in essence, engages in a clever play on words. The anomaly, like humans, possesses arms and legs. From an outward appearance, it is challenging to discern who is the anomaly. The use of a period between these 2 statements signifies that there exists no inherent logical causality between them. It is not merely because the anomaly possesses arms and legs akin to a human that it becomes difficult to discern its true nature based on appearance alone. These 2 statements lack a causal relationship and should be understood independently. The correct sequence of understanding begins with the latter statement. It is indeed challenging to ascertain who among us is an anomaly based solely on outward appearance. What then? Must the anomaly transform into in order to elude detection? The answer is straightforward. Aside from taking on a human form, it can naturally assume other forms, such as air, liquid, or various objects. Imagine, if the anomaly were to become air, would you be able to identify it based solely on appearance? Clearly, you would not. This prompts the question, what exactly does the anomaly resemble? Within the preceding statement lies a crucial hint. The anomaly possesses limbs similar to those of humans. This serves as a conspicuous clue, indicating that the anomaly has limbs. These limbs are not confined to arms and legs. They can also pertain to tables and chairs, which possess their own limbs. At this juncture, we can form a tentative hypothesis. The anomaly may very well be a piece of furniture, with numerous tables and chairs in the classroom. The question arises, which one is the anomaly? This leads us to the second rule of the source. Anomalies occasionally emit peculiar sounds. Thus, one must be attentive to the unusual noises around them, for they may unveil the anomaly's presence. This is indeed a pivotal rule. The anomaly can produce sound. Therefore, I began to be vigilant for any tables and chairs that might emit sounds. Ultimately, I heard 3 distinct occurrences. 3 distinct sounds emanated from Wang Xiaoxiao's desk. They were the creaks of an aging desk. Even if someone were to hear it, they would soon become accustomed to it. Only after fully grasping the rules could one discern subtle clues amidst the most mundane noises. Thus, as you can see, I seized the dagger. Is this a false path to survival? A false path to survival is one derived from the rules, yet this path cannot be substantiated. Even if one were to attempt proof, it would come at the cost of one's life. When a path to survival necessitates wagering one's life for its validity, it ceases to be a true path to survival and becomes a false one. It may lead us to demise. In certain classes, speculation abounds that the proctor is the anomaly. Subsequently, the entire class submits their papers, wagering their lives on the validity of this path to survival. At that time, some classmates in our class desired to do the same, but I intervened, for I could see at a glance that this was a false path. Now, could the path I hypothesized be a false one? The answer is no. If I wished to validate my path to survival, all I needed to do was strike that desk. Chopping the desk poses no danger to me. Moreover, the rules safeguard me. Even if the desk were indeed anomalous, it could not harm me before I struck it. Another rule states that the dagger in my hand can eliminate the anomaly. These 2 rules, in fact, serve to protect me in this path to survival. Thus, the endeavor to validate this path is entirely devoid of peril. This further corroborates my conjecture that this path to survival is not merely an illusory one, but rather safeguarded by 2 principles, likely constituting a genuine avenue for existence. Thus, I proceeded accordingly. The outcome is evident. I have indeed uncovered this path to survival. Strangely, it all revolves around that single classroom desk. Chapter 44. Do you wish to purchase this school? Upon Chun Mu's declaration, an enveloping silence descended upon the classroom. Surrounding students were left astounded, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Were we all tackling the same examination? Why, as I clutched the test paper, did my mind feel vacant, consumed only by thoughts of destruction? Yet Chun Mu, upon receiving his paper, seemed to possess a supernatural clarity, immediately discerning the answers as if granted a vision beyond the ordinary. The disparity between individuals is indeed staggering. Chun Mu, your cognitive prowess is truly extraordinary. We, the ordinary, cannot possibly fathom such complexities. These convoluted twists and turns are insurmountable for us. As you pointed out, our inability to recognize the peculiarities of the situation is a testament to our limitations. Despair echoed among some classmates, a lamentation over the chasm separating them from Chun Mu. His formidable deductive abilities are beyond their reach. Were it not for Chun Mu's insights, they would surely have met their demise. If previously they regarded Chun Mu as merely a powerful individual, their understanding of his strength was rather nebulous. However, now, the magnitude of their disparity is unmistakably clear to them. This is a gap that can never be bridged. If Chun Mu was once perceived as an exceptional yet ordinary person in their eyes, he is now transcended to embody a divine entity amidst this bizarre and apocalyptic realm. There is no need to feel so disheartened. Chun Mu chuckled softly, for in the realm of bizarre tasks, the path to survival is forever concealed within the rules. A truly formidable expert, even without having participated in a particular strange mission, can deduce the way out solely from a few stipulations within the task. In fact, within the rules of the examination, several clauses subtly suggest that the bizarre is not a classmate. For instance, Rule 4 pertains to each individual's personal stipulation. My personal rule compels me to shout out loud once during the hour and a half of the exam. Such seemingly absurd rules, in truth, carry deeper implications. Consider this. If the rule I received is so nonsensical, might we not speculate that the personal rules of other classmates are equally ludicrous? With this thought in mind, when you observe a certain classmate sitting still, you may assume she is peculiar. However, could it not be that she is merely fulfilling her personal rule? Thus, this suggests that determining a classmate's strangeness solely by their stillness is rather unreliable. As Chenmu spoke, the girl she had rescued earlier sparkled with admiration in her eyes. Chenmu truly understands me. At that moment, she was indeed adhering to her personal rule, and had it not been for Chenmu's intervention, she would have been mistaken for a bizarre entity and met with dire consequences. The more Chenmu analyzed, the more astonished and reverent her classmates became, as if in the bizarre task, she had transformed into an omniscient deity. No trap was beyond her perception. Upon hearing Chenmu's discourse, even the proctor couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. She conceded that among all the humans she had encountered, Chenmu was undoubtedly the most intelligent. Your prowess exceeds my imagination, she acknowledged, admitting her earlier underestimation of him. It was astonishing that a proud entity would express to a mere human that he was more formidable than anticipated. Had others witnessed this, they would undoubtedly be taken aback. You flatter me, Chenmu replied with an unruffled demeanor. Even after passing the examination, basking in the admiration of his peers, and having earned the admiration of the enigmatic invigilator, there was no trace of arrogance or indulgence on his face. He exuded calmness, composure, and maturity. The invigilator had to concede that in all her experiences, she had never encountered someone of Chenmu's age possessing such depth of character. This unflappable tranquility was not a mere faade. It was a quality forged through the crucible of hardship, having weathered storms and witnessed the collapse of great edifices. Only through enduring such tumultuous experiences could one attain this serene disposition. In that moment, the invigilator found herself perplexed by Chenmu. What trials had this young man endured? His image took on an air of mystery in her eyes. Mysterious men invariably possess an inexplicable allure. Suddenly, the invigilator perceived a hint of charm in Chenmu's appearance. Just then, he inquired, "Teacher, having passed the examination, do I have the privilege of meeting your principal? You wish to see the principal?" The invigilator was once again taken aback. If an ordinary person were to finally pass the examination, they would undoubtedly wish to depart swiftly. However, Chenmu not only remained, but also expressed a desire to meet the principal. He must be aware that the principal of Dark Knight Academy is a formidable anomaly, one that humans typically avoid at all costs. Yet, here is Chenmu, who actively seeks an audience with this entity. What an extraordinary individual he is. You possess remarkable courage, remarked the invigilator. As the sole candidate to uncover the answers, you certainly have the opportunity to meet the principal. However, I am intrigued. What compels you to seek an audience with the principal of Dark Knight Academy? Do you intend to request a reward for passing the exam? The other students were equally perplexed and turned their gazes toward Chenmu, uncertain of his intentions. What could he possibly want? This examination was already terrifying. The principal of Dark Knight Academy must be even more fearsome. Indeed, if I were to encounter such an anomaly, I would likely soil myself in fear. Yet, Chenmu boldly wishes to meet it. The classmates could not help but speculate, yet none could fathom Chenmu's true aim. A reward? Certainly not. With a gentle smile, Chenmu shook his head. He then uttered a statement that left everyone in shock. Because I intend to purchase Dark Knight Academy. Chapter 45. Dear teacher, please refrain from such flattery. What did you say? You wish to buy the school? The invigilator's eyes widened in disbelief, convinced he must have misheard. A student, audacious enough to propose the acquisition of the institution. Such a fanciful notion. Does he even comprehend the value of Dark Knight Academy? We're talking about billions of ghost coins, a truly astronomical figure. Chenmu appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary high school student, albeit one who displayed remarkable intelligence and composure. However, one could not help but wonder how he possessed such an abundance of ghostly currency. Perhaps it was merely the naivety of youth, lacking a true understanding of wealth, the female teacher mused. Upon hearing the news, the other students turned their astonished gazes toward Chenmu. They had all heard rumors of his affluence. Yet his audacity to propose purchasing the entire school was beyond their wildest imaginations. Indeed, the extent of Chenmu's wealth surpasses your comprehension, they whispered among themselves. During the previous midnight diner task, he had merely acquired the cafeteria at his first opportunity. To engage in a peculiar mission, and then procure an equally bizarre setting? Truly, the realm of the affluent was one I could not fathom. That had been merely a cafeteria? Yet this was an entire institution, an expense far surpassing that of a mere dining establishment. This school would undoubtedly cost at least $1 billion. Did Chenmu truly possess such riches? The students animatedly debated amongst themselves, clearly grappling with the overwhelming notion of Chenmu's financial prowess. Of course, would I jest with you? Chenmu remarked nonchalantly, my time is invaluable. Kindly escort me to your principal. With that, Chenmu retrieved a small box from his spatial ring and presented it to the uniformed teacher. Upon opening it, she discovered a stunning jade bracelet. Intricately carved from otherworldly jade, a single piece valued at nearly 10,000 ghostly coins. Is this a gift for me? The teacher gasped, her eyes widening in astonishment as they filled with yearning for the exquisite jade before her. Such a piece of jade bracelet, with her meager salary, would require 3 months of saving, even if she refrained from eating or drinking. Unless by some fortunate turn of events, if Chenmu did not gift it to her, she would never have the heart to purchase one in her lifetime. Of course, let us hasten to meet the principal, Chenmu remarked with a nonchalant demeanor, as if a jade worth nearly 10,000 was less valuable than a mere bottle of water in his eyes. The female teacher, Jin Shou, could scarcely believe it. Her hands trembled slightly as she gingerly accepted the jade, playing with it for a moment, utterly captivated. She glanced at Chenmu once more, and this time, there was no trace of disdain in her gaze. Children have no concept of money? Nonsense. The wealthy fellow simply lacks any financial worries. To a certain extent, it is true that the affluent do not grasp the value of money, for in their eyes, items worth hundreds of thousands are merely the cost of a meal. And a bracelet priced at nearly 10,000 is akin to the price of a bottle of water. Instantly, the female teacher's demeanor shifted, revealing a sycophantic smile towards Chenmu. Dear student, please do not rush. I shall take you to see the principal right away. With that, she carefully tucked the bracelet away, treating it like a precious treasure. Then, she stepped forward, affectionately linking her arm with Chenmu's, leading him out of the classroom, leaving behind a group of bewildered students. I can't believe it. I suspect the invigilator has changed. Indeed, is this still the same strict invigilator? Is this the power of money? Just how wealthy is Chenmu? As Chenmu walked down the corridor of the teaching building, his arm linked with the female teacher's, he mused that after gifting a trivial sum of 10,000, the teacher was so eager to fawn over him. Chenmu felt somewhat perplexed. A mere 10,000 coins as a gift seemed trivial, yet it had remarkably transformed the female teacher's demeanor. If others were to overhear, they would likely harbor a desire to strangle Chenmu. In the face of perilous tasks, we laboriously earn a few hundred coins, yearning to accumulate every last bit. How could one nonchalantly deem a gift of 10,000 coins as insignificant? Such ostentation. With such arrogance, one ought to fear the wrath of heaven. Chenmu, however, felt helpless. Perhaps she had just emerged from the Duke's residence, accustomed to bestowing extravagant gifts in the millions, rendering a sum of 10 or 20,000 commonplace. Nevertheless, spending this amount proved worthwhile. The principal was known for his irascible temperament. Had it not been for Chenmu's offering, the female teacher might not have bothered to introduce him to the principal. Throughout their journey, the teacher, clad in a short skirt uniform, intentionally or unintentionally brushed against him. She even hinted that if Chenmu felt weary, she could accompany him for a brief respite. The teacher was reluctant to resort to such flattery, yet the gifts he provided were immensely generous. He possessed a spatial ring, an unmistakable sign of his extraordinary status. Even the enigmatic women were drawn to affluent companions. 10 minutes later, they arrived before the principal's office. The female teacher inhaled deeply, preparing to knock on the door. Just before doing so, she exhibited signs of anxiety and could not help but caution Chenmu. Student Chun, the principal may not have the best disposition. He is not particularly fond of visitors. Therefore, once you enter, be sure to speak promptly and avoid inciting his ire. As she spoke, her voice trembled slightly. It was evident that the principal's temperament instilled fear in his subordinates. A bad temper? Haha. Chenmu silently scoffed. No matter how irritable the anomaly might be, he possessed the means to make even the most peculiar entities fond of him. There is a saying, you are not money. How can you expect everyone to like you? How fortuitous. Although I am not money, I am abundantly wealthy. I am an ordinary person, devoid of remarkable qualities, with only 3 virtues: wealth, and indeed, an abundance of wealth. Knock, knock, knock. The female teacher rapped urgently on the office door. After a considerable wait, an impatient voice finally beckoned from within. Come in. The tone exuded irritation, as if the interruption was a source of great annoyance. The teacher, trembling with trepidation, cautiously opened the door and ushered Chun-Mu inside. "Principal, this is Chun, a student from our class. He wishes to see you." The teacher spoke with palpable fear, refraining from mentioning that Chun-Mu intended to purchase the school. Such a revelation would likely provoke the principal to assume Chun-Mu was jesting, potentially inciting his wrath upon both Chun-Mu and herself. "A student?" From behind the desk, the principal lifted his gaze, his eyes brimming with impatience. He was a rotund figure, sporting a receding hairline and a pronounced belly, embodying the archetype of a middle-aged man. Upon realizing that Chun-Mu was indeed human, his fury ignited. "You dare to bring a human here? Do you wish to court death?" As the principal's voice crescendoed with rage, the intent to kill flickered in his eyes, appalled by the audacity of a mere human to disturb him. Chapter 46. You cannot buy the school. The principal's explosive anger left the female teacher trembling in fear. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, Chun-Mu suddenly broke into a smile. "Mr. Principal, having traveled from afar, I present to you this modest token of my esteem." With that, Chun-Mu reached into his spatial ring and produced an enormous box of fine wines and 2 large packs of premium cigars. Upon seeing the cigars and wine, the principal's expression momentarily froze in astonishment. His face exhibited a curious blend of fury and surprise, rendering him somewhat comical. He had not anticipated that this young man would offer such lavish gifts upon their first meeting. The principal found himself at a loss. It is said that one should never strike a smiling face, and with the gifts of wine and cigars in hand, he could hardly dismiss the young man outright. "Ah, you are Chun, correct?" The principal's tone softened significantly, and the impatience in his gaze dissipated. Chun-Mu was not finished. Recalling the watch he had purchased for the Duke, he had acquired several more after departing from the Duke's residence. It seemed that the peculiar individuals were rather fond of such items, and having a few extras might prove beneficial. Thus, Chun-Mu retrieved a small box from his spatial ring and, smiling, handed it to the principal. The exterior of the box was adorned with golden threads, exuding an air of opulence. Upon seeing the extravagant packaging, the principal's eyes shifted, realizing that the contents of the box were undoubtedly extraordinary. As he opened the box, he was greeted by the sight of a luxurious watch, a rare piece of exquisite craftsmanship. The principal's pupils dilated in disbelief. Could it be that he was mistaken? A watch worth over 300,000. Goodness, are humans today truly this wealthy? No, it must be that Chun-Mu before him is exceptionally affluent. As hundreds of thousands in gifts were lavishly bestowed, the principal, despite his usual demeanor, could no longer maintain his facade. "Oh, Chun, why such formality?" he exclaimed. "As the principal, I cherish students who are diligent and inquisitive. Please, feel free to ask any questions without burdening yourself with gifts. Such extravagance is unnecessary." The principal, transformed in spirit, cheerfully accepted the offerings, affectionately patting Chun-Mu's shoulder as if he were reuniting with a cherished student after many years apart. His warmth and enthusiasm were palpable. This stark contrast left the female teacher in astonishment. Was this truly the principal she had known? In her recollection, he had never displayed such amiability. Typically, he maintained a stern countenance, especially towards others, and Chun-Mu's audacity in entering the principal's office had surely ignited his ire. Logically, Chun-Mu should have faced dire consequences. Yet the scene before her was entirely divergent from her expectations. The principal's exuberant reception of Chun-Mu was a privilege reserved only for esteemed board members. If any of the other peculiar entities were to witness this, their jaws would undoubtedly drop in disbelief. "Principal, you are too kind. I merely seek your assistance with a matter," Chun-Mu replied with a cheerful demeanor. The principal's heart swelled with delight at Chun-Mu's polite words. Such wealth, combined with his courteous nature, won the principal's admiration within mere moments. "Whatever troubles you, do not hesitate to voice them. In this entire Dark Knight Academy, there is nothing beyond my capability to resolve. Has a teacher offended you? Do not worry. I shall address it immediately," the principal proclaimed confidently. No, that is not the case. "Principal, please do not rush. I have a box of fine wine to present to you," Chun-Mu said, retrieving a box of wine from his spatial ring. However, unbeknownst to him, as he pulled out the wine, he inadvertently brought forth a small token as well. The token clattered to the ground, producing a crisp sound. The principal glanced down and nearly widened his eyes in astonishment. A token of the trickster. Chun-Mu actually possessed a trickster's token. The implications were clear to the principal. This signified that Chun-Mu had at least one trickster backing him. This individual was not to be trifled with. I am but a young man, clumsy and careless, dropping things all over. Chenmu continued. I hope you won't take offense, Principal. At this moment, a hint of solemnity and gravity crept into the principal's expression. The deliberate dropping of the token was a clear insinuation of having powerful connections. How audacious. The principal understood that individuals like Chenmu, who possessed wealth and influence, were not to be angered. It was imperative to appease him and fulfill his requests. Thus, the principal took out his cherished tea leaves and personally brewed a cup for Chenmu, extending a warm welcome. Dear student, whatever your desires may be, as long as it is within my capacity, I shall fulfill them, the principal assured Chenmu. The female teacher cast a sympathetic glance at the principal, perhaps realizing that he remained oblivious to the true extent of Chenmu's ambitions. If only the principal knew that Chenmu intended to purchase the entire school, she mused. Principal, I have but a modest request. Chenmu smiled lightly, then calmly stated, I am prepared to offer 100 billion. I wish to acquire the Nightshade Academy. Upon the utterance of those words, the principal sputtered a mouthful of tea, exclaiming in disbelief, 100 billion? To purchase the school? Such a staggering amount. 100 billion. What does that even signify? Furthermore, what are you suggesting? You wish to acquire the school? This monumental business proposition was delivered so nonchalantly by Chenmu that one might mistake him for a mere market-goer casually stating, I'll buy a block of tofu for $1. Why was there not a trace of apprehension on Chenmu's face in the face of such an enormous venture? To him, the notion of spending 100 billion on a school seemed as ordinary as any commonplace affair. The principal coughed discreetly, pondering that were it not for the substantial gifts Chenmu had presented, he might have believed the young man was jesting. My dear student, our institution is likely worth just over 70 billion. I am aware, Chenmu affirmed with a nod. Thus, I am offering 100 billion to acquire it. You have no grounds to decline. Chenmu understood that in the eerie twilight of the apocalypse, the Dark Knight Academy would burgeon into an immense entity, rivaling even the illustrious underworld bank. At that level, mere ghost coins would be insufficient for acquisition. Tens of trillions of ghost coins would not suffice. Seizing the opportunity now, at the inception of this bizarre era, to procure the school for 100 billion might seem a loss, yet it was, in truth, an extraordinary gain. The principal hesitated, his tone laced with uncertainty as he remarked, such a sum of ghost coins. I possess many flaws, but one thing I lack is money, Chenmu declared, clapping his hands. With a flourish, a cascade of pristine ghost coins filled half the office. 100 million ghost coins were at his fingertips. The principal stood astonished at the sheer magnitude of Chenmu's financial prowess. Half of his office was filled with ghostly currency. In his lifetime, he had never encountered such a sum of money. The female teacher beside him was so startled that she collapsed onto the floor, her eyes gleaming with astonishment as she gazed at Chenmu. What a lavish tycoon he was. Taking a deep breath, she addressed Chenmu, saying, Student Chen, your financial capacity exceeds my wildest imagination. I must concede that your wealth could indeed purchase the Night Academy. However, I cannot sell it to you, for this matter transcends mere monetary value. To be frank, should you acquire the Night Academy, you would be violating the established rules. Violating these rules could result in your demise. Chapter 47. You can actually defy the rules. Rules? What rules? Chenmu inquired, somewhat perplexed. In his previous life, he had never purchased a school, thus he was unaware of the intricacies involved. The principal explained, in truth, the school does not belong to me. I merely act as a steward for the board of directors. They have instituted a series of regulations, one of which pertains to the sale of the institution. The board has decreed that the Night Academy, valued at 700 million ghostly currency, is available to humans for merely 100 million. Yet, being as astute as you are, it should be evident that this is a trap. Furthermore, the board has stipulated that the moment a human signs the contract for the Night Academy, they will face certain death. Initially, I was not meant to disclose this second rule, but in light of your generous gifts, I thought it prudent to offer you this warning. Chenmu's expression shifted dramatically. The board of directors at the Night Academy was truly malicious. A school worth 700 million was being offered to humans at a mere 100 million. This is an exceedingly delectable bait, one that no soul can resist. Upon signing the contract, should an individual violate the second rule, they shall face the inexorable consequences of the rules, resulting in their execution. Consequently, the 100 million underworld coins held by this individual become possessions without an owner, swiftly claimed by the board of directors. This is a meticulously crafted trap aimed at the affluent. If Chenmu's memory serves him right, He recalls in his past life hearing of a wealthy individual who amassed a fortune of 100 million underworld coins in a mere 2 years. This individual then set their sights on the Dark Knight Academy, which, at that time, was being offered at a mere 10% discount for the sum of 100 million. Naturally, this affluent individual seized the opportunity to purchase the academy. Many, including Chen Mu, looked on with envy, proclaiming how fortunate this tycoon was to acquire the Dark Knight Academy for such a sum, provoking feelings of admiration and jealousy alike. Subsequently, this wealthy individual vanished without a trace, along with their 100 million underworld coins. Now, Chen Mu comprehends that this affluent individual met their demise after signing the contract and violating the rules. Their fortune was subsequently devoured by the board of directors of the Dark Knight Academy. What a cunning trap! Had it not been for Chen Mu's generosity in presenting gifts worth hundreds of thousands to the principal, thus forging a friendship, the principal would not have benevolently alerted him. Faced with such a rule, it seemed utterly impossible for Chen Mu to acquire the Dark Knight Academy. The first law of the strange apocalypse dictates that no one can defy the rules. However, since there are rules, there must be exceptions. Chen Mu shall be that exception. A sum of 100 million ghost coins could procure the formidable influence of the Dark Knight Academy, akin to that of the Underworld Bank. This temptation was indeed overwhelming. Even Chen Mu found it impossible to resist. After a brief contemplation, he raised his head to gaze at the principal, a serene smile gracing his lips. Principal, I wish to purchase the Dark Knight Academy for 100 million. The principal was momentarily taken aback. Pardon? He inquired, incredulous, convinced he must have misheard. Was Chen Mu truly willing to acquire the Dark Knight Academy, fully aware of the peril that lay ahead? Surely, either Chen Mu had lost his senses or he had misinterpreted the situation. Opting for the latter, the principal dismissed the notion that he had misheard. To his astonishment, Chen Mu reiterated, with unwavering conviction, I said, I wish to purchase the Dark Knight Academy. The principal was once again rendered speechless, realizing that it was not his hearing that had faltered, but rather Chen Mu's judgment that had gone awry. Was this young man truly valuing wealth over his very life? It is often said that men perish for riches, just as birds fall for food. Yet this was an entirely different game. By acquiring the Dark Knight Academy, Chen Mu would undoubtedly contravene the rules, sealing his fate. What use would the Dark Knight Academy be to a man who was already dead? The female teacher nearby was equally astonished. Were the affluent truly so eccentric? A mere 10,000 for a jadeite casually given away, yet one's life so readily dismissed. Such audacity was remarkable. Have you considered this carefully? 100 million is indeed a modest price, but one must fear the possibility of having the means to buy, yet lacking the life to enjoy it, the principal cautioned, displaying a measure of decency. However, Chen Mu's resolve was unwavering. He nodded and declared, the 100 million for this room is indeed the price I am willing to pay. Please present the contract. Let us formalize this agreement. Although the principal is not a member of the board of directors, the board has bestowed upon him the authority to sign contracts. This arrangement is merely for convenience. Otherwise, the board members would have to travel great distances to convene for a mere contract, which would be quite cumbersome. The board members are keenly aware that, with the rules they have established, no one can survive the acquisition of the Knight Academy. These are the rules, an undeniable force in this bizarre apocalypse. No one, no specter, can contravene these stipulations. The principal retrieved a stack of contracts from the safe and placed them upon his desk, grasping a pen to inscribe his name. Chen. Once you sign this contract, you shall possess the Knight Academy, along with the principal and the entire faculty. However, I must caution you, signing this contract will invoke the rules. According to the rules, any human who acquires the Knight Academy must meet their demise at the moment of signing. Without hesitation, Chen took the pen and elegantly signed his name on the contract. The principal let out a weary sigh, lamenting the folly of a doomed spirit. Despite numerous warnings, Chen remained resolute in his path to destruction. The female teacher's gaze was filled with confusion. She could not fathom Chen's desire to seek death through this contract. At the moment of signing, an overwhelming force surged within Chen, a dark and violent energy crashing through him, threatening to rend him apart. This was the power of the rules, which had already begun to take effect, intent on ensuring Chen's demise. Yet, before this force could tear him asunder, a series of invisible armors manifested within Chen, shielding his vital organs and protecting him from harm. The force of brutality swayed the conflict, yet was unable to penetrate the armor. Ultimately, after a brief clash, this power of regulation began to dissipate slowly. The energy collision within manifested outwardly, as Chunmu merely trembled twice before swiftly returning to normalcy. The anticipated carnage did not materialize. Holding the contract, at that moment, the entire Dark Knight Academy transformed into Chunmu's domain. The principal and the female teacher waited for several seconds, yet witnessed no explosion from Chunmu. Instead, he stood before them as if nothing had transpired. A radiant smile illuminating his face. Why are you still alive? The principal's face was etched with shock. He could scarcely recall how many times he had been astonished that day. Since encountering Chunmu, this young man had continuously left him in awe, time and again. The female teacher gazed at Chunmu with an expression of disbelief, as if confronted with the supernatural. At that moment, Chunmu's demeanor transcended the comprehension of both the principal and the female teacher. How could anyone defy the rules? If the rules decree your demise, why do you thrive? This is inconceivable. It defies logic. Could it truly be that someone in this bizarre apocalyptic world can resist the rules? This is nothing short of an act against heaven. With a beaming smile, Chunmu regarded the envious, astonished duo and calmly stated, I wonder if you have heard of a Gloomlord-level artifact known as the Death-Heavy Armor. Death-Heavy Armor? The female teacher appeared utterly bewildered, clearly unacquainted with such formidable artifacts at her current level. However, the principal's prowess had already reached the level of a half-step cunning general, and he had heard of the renowned Death Armor. It is said that there exists an artifact capable of resisting the supreme power of rules. This artifact is known as the Death Armor. In the entirety of this bizarre apocalypse, there exists but a single item capable of defying the rules. The Death Armor, a legendary tool that can alter one's fate, is unique in this vast world. The principal spoke in awe, remarking that the Death Armor is a coveted artifact sought after by countless individuals. I am but an unworthy individual, and by coincidence, I happen to possess a Death Armor, Chunmu said with a cheerful smile. As he finished speaking, a faint glow of the Death Armor enveloped his entire being, creating a particularly ethereal spectacle. You actually possess the Death Armor, the principal exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder he dared to confront the rules laid down by the board members. No wonder he had the audacity to sign the contract. He possesses such a remarkable artifact. Even though he had already been stunned into silence, this revelation left the principal utterly shaken. In the entire strange apocalypse, there was only one artifact capable of opposing the power of rules, and it was astonishingly in Chunmu's hands. It could be said that Chunmu is the sole individual in this bizarre world capable of resisting the rules. What an extraordinary power this is. How can he still call himself unworthy? Does that not imply that others are mere worthless beings? Why speak so humbly while uttering such pretentious words? How infuriating. He has managed to impress yet again. However, I recall that the Death Armor was in the possession of the Duke. In those days, the Duke fought fiercely against a dozen cunning generals for the sake of the Death Armor, causing chaos and devastation. How did you acquire the Deathly Armor? The principal inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I am but a humble individual with a slight acquaintance with the Duke, Chunmu replied with a chuckle. Suddenly, the principal recalled the insignia that Chunmu had dropped earlier. It was indeed the Duke's emblem. You have obtained the Duke's insignia, and you dare to call this a mere acquaintanceship? How infuriating. He has managed to outsmart me once again. The principal pondered the extent of this young man's hidden capabilities. While Chunmu appeared calm and composed on the surface, he had an undeniable penchant for ostentation. In just half an hour of their meeting, he had flaunted his prowess multiple times. Yet, each display was executed with such smoothness and naturalness. It was evident that he possessed genuine strength. Those powerful board members lurking in the shadows had suffered a considerable setback this time. Their attempt to outmaneuver Chunmu had backfired dramatically. Instead of acquiring his death currency, they had inadvertently sold the Knight Academy for a mere 100 million. To put it bluntly, the Knight Academy is the finest institution in the entire bizarre apocalypse, a premier school among the elite. Due to the constraints of the rules, no other humans, regardless of their wealth, could purchase a school. Attempting to do so would result in violating the rules and facing execution. Thus, it can be said that Chunmu stands as the sole human possessing a school in this peculiar apocalypse, and he owns the most prestigious Knight Academy. Chunmu had indeed struck gold with this maneuver. Furthermore, the principal and teachers now found themselves under his command. The principal was formidable, ranking above the eerie officers but below the eerie generals in strength. Strictly speaking, he possessed the prowess of a half-step eerie general. Aside from the Duke, The principal stands as the most formidable figure within the realm of the bizarre that Chun-Mu has encountered. Unlike the Duke, whose relationship with Chun-Mu is primarily one of collaboration, the principal is unequivocally subordinate to Chun-Mu. He possesses the authority to command the principal with the same ease as one would direct an underling. With a half-step into the realm of the uncanny at his disposal, Chun-Mu's strength has been significantly augmented. Having returned from his rebirth, within a mere few days, he has achieved remarkable success. At present, Chun-Mu's enterprises, which encompass the Dark Knight Academy and the Midnight Diner, are bolstered by his most formidable subordinates, who have attained half-step uncanny prowess. Furthermore, the faculty, all clad in uniforms, exhibit formidable strength, with the weakest among them possessing the abilities of an uncanny soldier, while the majority have reached the level of uncanny leaders. After all, the Dark Knight Academy, as an esteemed institution within the realm of the bizarre, boasts a faculty of considerable prowess. Most impressively, Chun-Mu has attained this level with an investment of just over 100 million. Chairman Chun, please take a seat, the bald principal, displaying a keen sense of awareness, recognized Chun-Mu's new status as the chairman and quickly donned a flattering expression, imploring him to occupy his rightful place. Chun-Mu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I am not particularly adept at managing a school. You shall oversee the affairs of the academy." With numerous undertakings awaiting him and a wealth of opportunities to explore, he could hardly afford to squander time on the administration of the institution. The principal, possessing commendable capabilities, had ensured the flourishing of the Dark Knight Academy in Chun-Mu's previous life. Chun-Mu was content to adopt a hands-off approach, allowing the principal to continue his management. Upon hearing Chun-Mu's endorsement to remain as principal, the bald principal's anxieties were immediately alleviated. Mr. Chun is truly remarkable, exhibiting such faith in himself to appoint himself as the principal. This trust bestowed by Mr. Chun must not be taken lightly. Promptly, the principal called for an assembly of all teachers using a loudspeaker to meet the new board member. Within 10 minutes, over 100 teachers gathered before Chun-Mu. Upon realizing that the new board member was a human, astonishment flickered in the eyes of the teachers. "I seem to recognize this individual. He is the only one who answered the examination. He participated in the exam. I have an ominous feeling about this. Indeed, the deadly examination was so terrifying. He must have been quite frightened and is likely contemplating revenge against us. We are doomed." The teachers engaged in animated discussions, their faces etched with concern. Unexpectedly, Chun-Mu's subsequent words took them by surprise. "From this day forth, Knight Academy shall be my enterprise. I have 3 objectives for Knight Academy: to increase funding, and once more, to increase funding. All staff salaries will be doubled. Every employee will enjoy 4 hours of daily leave, similar to the staff of the Midnight Canteen. Meals for all employees will be catered by the Midnight Canteen, allowing them to dine free of charge. My singular demand is that you all work diligently to transform Knight Academy into the most prestigious institution within a month." Chun-Mu's proclamation left the gathered teachers utterly speechless. They had never anticipated that not only would he refrain from seeking vengeance, but he would also offer them such generous benefits. With their monthly salary of 2,000 doubled, they would now receive an impressive 4,000. This is indeed a staggering sum of 10,000. It is simply impossible to exhaust such wealth. A holiday? What is a holiday? These educators, as peculiar employees, have naturally never heard of such a concept. Every day, Chun-Mu generously grants them a mere few hours of respite. The teachers present were moved to tears, exclaiming in unison, "Mr. Chun, you are truly a living deity." In this strange world, being called a living deity is indeed a compliment. Chapter 49. Everyone wishes to align with Chun-Mu following the announcement. Amidst the teachers' jubilant cheers, Chun-Mu declared the meeting adjourned. Just as the meeting concluded, the principal entered the broadcasting room, activated the microphone, and proclaimed, "Student Chun-Mu has just signed a contract to acquire Dark Knight Academy. I am the principal of Dark Knight Academy, and I hereby announce that the board of directors has been renamed in honor of Chun-Mu. Chairman Chun shall now assume the paramount leadership of Dark Knight Academy." In the school, the critical examinations had only just concluded, and some students had yet to depart. A few parents had rushed in to collect their children. Consequently, a considerable number of students remained within the institution, all of whom were privy to the school's announcement. Upon hearing it for the first time, the students initially believed they had misheard. A board member? ISNT that the ultimate authority within a school? Chun-Mu? ISNT that the name of a student? How could a mere student possibly become a board member? What a preposterous notion. However, The principal did not limit the broadcast to a single airing. Having attained the position of principal at Dark Knight Academy, his skills in flattery had long been perfected. Praising the leadership just once would not suffice. Loyalty demanded repetition. The principal, demonstrating his adeptness at flattery, broadcasted thrice. Chenmu has become the sole trustee of the Knight Academy, the ultimate authority of the Knight Academy. Chenmu has become the sole trustee of the Knight Academy, the ultimate authority of the Knight Academy. Chenmu has become the sole trustee of the Knight Academy, the ultimate authority of the Knight Academy. The significance of this announcement cannot be overstated. He promptly commissioned a banner, which was hastily hung at the school entrance. Consequently, students and parents alike were met with a shocking sight. Several peculiar individuals, seemingly flustered, struggled to affix a black banner at the gate. In this strange world, black symbolized celebration and admiration. The banner proclaimed, "Trustee Chenmu has purchased the Knight Academy for a substantial sum, becoming its sole trustee." Following this promotional effort, everyone within the school, along with the enigmatic beings, became aware that Chenmu had ascended to the highest leadership position. Suddenly, a student exclaimed, "Chenmu, I remember now. Didn't he just acquire the Midnight Diner? If I recall correctly, he also participated in the deadly examination." Yes, he was the only candidate to answer the questions. Just moments ago, they were merely students. How could it be that within a span of mere minutes, someone could transition to becoming a trustee? The disparity between individuals is far greater than that between humans and the enigmatic. Is it truly possible for someone to possess such wealth? My worldview has been turned upside down. Chenmu stood before the window of the principal's office, gazing at the throngs of students gathered at the entrance, awaiting his appearance. Undoubtedly, these former classmates have now adopted the notion of seeking refuge with Chenmu. The boys are inquiring in the Western District about whether Brother Chen accepts younger brothers, while the girls are busy gossiping, curious if Chenmu is still single. Chenmu finds himself in a state of bemusement. After all, he has only been reborn for about 3 days. How did he transform from an inconspicuous high school student into someone so fervently pursued? This change has occurred with astonishing rapidity. However, as a person of modest demeanor with a touch of wealth, Chenmu is not inclined to accept so many disciples. He is acutely aware that in this bizarre apocalyptic world, human nature can often be more terrifying than the anomalies surrounding them. At least those peculiar subordinates are bound by contracts, rendering betrayal improbable. Yet humans can be unpredictable. Just yesterday, they might have been as close as brothers or as harmonious as a married couple, but today they could just as easily turn against one another. The intricacies of the human heart are indeed unfathomable. All right, let the teachers enjoy their meal. I must take my leave as I have other matters to attend to," Chenmu stated as he exited the principal's office. Behind him, the principal, accompanied by a group of teachers, bowed respectfully to bid farewell to Chenmu. As he walked away, Chenmu contemplated his forthcoming plans. Following his previous strategy, having acquired the Dark Knight High School, he now possesses 2 significant enterprises, a hotel and a school, thus securing a modest degree of financial stability. It is high time he considers purchasing a luxurious residence. In his former life, Chenmu was an ordinary individual residing in a dilapidated, dimly lit community, where the living conditions were damp and the appliances were old and yellowed. Now, reborn into this peculiar apocalypse, while others languish in despair, constantly worrying about their survival, Chenmu unexpectedly found himself on the path to prosperity. Destined to reside in a luxurious mansion spanning several thousand square feet, complete with a swimming pool and garden, he had already set his sights on his target, the upscale villa district known as Shanshui Courtyard. Prior to the bizarre apocalypse, the prices in Shanshui Courtyard had skyrocketed to hundreds of thousands per square meter. Acquiring a single villa would require Chenmu to forego food and drink, laboring tirelessly for millennia, and still he would not be able to afford it. Now, with the onset of the peculiar apocalypse, rumors circulated that Shanshui Courtyard had become a site of strange occurrences, transforming into a bizarre spectacle. Should he manage to purchase it, he would possess his own opulent villa. Those without property lack resolve. One must first secure a home to thrive in their endeavors. Chenmu resolved to visit Shanshui Courtyard and procure a luxurious villa for himself, followed by a trip to the hospital to acquire that as well. In doing so, countless peculiar entities seeking medical attention would have to beseech him. He envisioned himself owning hotels, schools, hospitals, and villas, with formidable allies among the strange, ultimately becoming the sovereign of the city. The future looked bright. With such thoughts in mind, Chun Mu extracted his phone, preparing to summon a driver. Meanwhile, after his departure, the teachers at the school were ready to dine. It was already 11 o'clock at night, the time for the peculiar to enjoy their lunch. What had the school's director mentioned earlier? Work for Director Chen, and he will ensure you dine well. The teachers were promised free meals at the midnight canteen. The reputation of the midnight canteen preceded it. It had once been a low-end establishment frequented by the financially challenged peculiar. However, just 2 days prior, it had been acquired by a wealthy proprietor, leading to an exponential elevation in its status. One by one, popular dishes were meticulously crafted. The staff of the midnight diner exuded warmth and hospitality, creating an ambience that felt less like working for a boss and more akin to laboring for a beloved father. It was said that just a day prior, a hotel owner attempted to cause a disturbance at the midnight diner. Upon the arrival of the diner's proprietor, the hotel owner was so intimidated that he nearly lost his composure, ultimately resorting to self-harm in a futile attempt to quell the ire of the diner's owner. What a formidable presence that was. From that moment onward, the midnight diner underwent a remarkable transformation, rebranding itself as the Midnight Hotel, now the most prestigious establishment in the city. At this juncture, a teacher recalled something and suddenly exclaimed, "I've remembered. I heard them mention that the owner of the Midnight Hotel is also named Chun Mu." What was it? Chun Mu. Yes, Chen Dong. The owner of the Midnight Hotel is indeed Chen Dong. Just how much wealth does our new school board member possess? I've heard that the dining services at the Midnight Hotel are exceptional. Chen Dong is remarkably generous, allowing us to dine there for our work meals. An eccentric teacher, observing the excitement of his colleagues, could not resist dousing their enthusiasm with a dose of reality. The dining services at the Midnight Hotel may be excellent, but that is for the patrons. When we go for work meals, do you truly expect a gourmet experience? Having something to eat at all would be a blessing. Surely, you don't believe that Chen Dong would extend such lavish standards to employee meals. Chapter 50. Mr. Chun, do you perhaps harbor some misconceptions regarding work meals? It is understandable for this eccentric teacher to think this way, for in the realm of the bazaar, the rights of laborers are often overlooked. The employer neglected to disburse wages, and vacations were non-existent. In such an atrocious work environment, the mere mention of a work-provided meal was met with skepticism. What other employers furnished was hardly a repast, but rather an unidentifiable, viscous substance that defied edibility. Previously, the board members of the Nightfall Academy had provided victuals that were even more unpalatable than swill. Consequently, some instructors experienced immediate post-traumatic stress at the mere mention of a work-provided meal, having been psychologically scarred by their past experiences. With trepidation, the instructors arrived at the Midnight Hotel. The Midnight Hotel comprised 2 establishments, a headquarters and a branch. The headquarters was situated within the Nightfall Academy, formerly the Midnight Canteen. The branch was established in the hotel where the owner had taken his own life, driven to despair, and the premises were repurposed as a Midnight Hotel annex. The instructors convened at the Midnight Hotel headquarters. Upon entering the main portal, an ambrosial aroma of culinary delights immediately permeated the air. Flanking the entrance were 2 welcoming attendants. Upon sighting the instructors, the attendants beamed with genuine smiles, offering fervent bows of welcome. Their ardor was so pronounced that it startled the instructors. Such ardent and conscientious work ethic could not be coerced through punitive measures, but rather emanated from a profound passion for their vocation and a deep reverence for their employer. Mr. Chun, the instructors were ushered into a grand chamber, replete with elongated tables. The tables were laden with a resplendent array of exquisite comestibles, including braised spectral fish, steamed phantom shrimp, oil-braised behemoth insects, and the renowned flash-boiled blood liver. The sheer abundance of Epicurean fare rendered the instructors speechless. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning whether they had arrived at the correct destination. The entire table was adorned with the finest dishes. Even these teachers, when dining out to entertain esteemed guests, would undoubtedly hesitate to order such exquisite dishes. It is not that they lack the desire. Rather, the prices are simply beyond their means. A table laden with such culinary delights would cost more than 2 years' worth of their salaries. "Manager, have you brought us to the wrong place?" inquired the teacher who had previously questioned Chun Mu, addressing Li Xiaoxiao, the hotel manager. Li Xiaoxiao, with a smile, explained, "I apologize for the inconvenience. The host informed us at the last moment, so the working meal we prepared is somewhat modest. We kindly ask for your understanding. Although the food may appear simple, it is all served buffet style, and you are welcome to indulge as you please." Should you require more, we will gladly replenish it. This is a gesture of goodwill from the host. The host she referred to was, of course, the esteemed board member Chen Mu. Upon hearing this, the teachers present were momentarily taken aback. Could it be that these lavish and costly dishes were genuinely intended for them? By previous standards, such fare would only be served to distinguished guests by the principal. Now, with Chen Mu as a board member, he was treating this as a working meal. Moreover, it was a buffet. Was this not an inadequate reception? Somewhat modest? Chen Mu's generosity exceeded their wildest expectations. Is there truly such a benevolent employer in existence? In an instant, the teacher who had previously doubted Chen Mu felt her eyes welling with tears. After all those years of being a peculiar educator, she was experiencing, for the first time, the feeling of being respected. Observing the enthusiastic hotel staff around her, this teacher suddenly comprehended why Chen Mu's employees exhibited such fervor in their work. Indeed, he regarded them as brothers. A true gentleman would sacrifice for one who understands him. One can easily envision a scenario where, even if a bizarre figure were to proclaim their intent to overthrow Chen Mu, all employees present, regardless of whether they wielded a broom, would rise against this strange being with fervor. Moved by such sentiment, these educators began to partake in a buffet. As they dished out their meals, some peculiar instructors retrieved their mobile phones to document the culinary offerings before them. Do not be mistaken. In this uncanny apocalypse, even the peculiar have adapted to modernity, possessing smartphones and other electronic devices. Much like certain eerie films where the bizarre emerges from television screens, various uncanny scenes also exist within the realms of the internet. Some individuals, through the misfortune of a careless click, found themselves ensnared in surreal scenarios upon opening their emails. As a peculiar entity, it is quite ordinary for me to own a mobile phone, is it not? These eccentric educators began to showcase their working meals across the uncanny web. Before long, videos with titles such as shocking, "The boss actually serves us this," and "Family, who understands? I found a king of hell for a boss," appeared in abundance. Another video proclaimed, "Today, let's reveal what Chundong's employees are eating for their work meals." One pretentious video after another emerged before the eyes of the bewildered public. Even more ostentatious were the clips showcasing gourmet delicacies, yet titled, "Just Another Ordinary Meal." Those who viewed these videos were left astounded, inundating the comments with inquiries. What is this luxurious dinner? Surely this meal must cost tens of thousands of ghost coins. Is this what you call a working meal? Do you perhaps have a misunderstanding of what a working meal entails? Do not boast. Where could one possibly provide such exquisite working meals? I shall rush over to toil for the boss without demanding a single coin in return. Midnight Hotel? This is a luxurious establishment, and you indulge in working meals here? May misfortune befall your entire family. This is the working meal of Chairman Chun. Dark Knight Academy and Midnight Hotel are currently in a fervent recruitment spree. We warmly welcome everyone to join. Chairman Chun genuinely regards everyone as brothers. Forgoing the opportunity to work for him would render one's life utterly meaningless. News of these videos swiftly disseminated throughout the bizarre world. Countless peculiar beings were left astounded. Does such an exemplary boss truly exist? In the shadows surrounding Dark Knight Academy, several grotesque entities concealed themselves in the gloom. At this witching hour, when lost souls and wayward spirits roam freely, passers-by tread carefully, ever wary of the lurking anomalies. These entities specifically lay in wait around the school, engaged in the business of lending. Should anyone dare to sign a loan contract with them, the terms are exceedingly harsh. Failure to repay with ghostly currency would result in dire consequences, death at their hands. At this moment, these grotesques were engrossed in a video on a mobile device. "Boss, take a look at this video," one subordinate eagerly offered the phone, showcasing the scene of bizarre instructors at Dark Knight Academy relishing their meals. "I have seen this video as well. Such treatment is undeniably tempting to the peculiar." The leader could not help but exclaim, "Why don't we seek refuge with Chairman Chun?" "Seek refuge? Huh." The leader chuckled ominously. "Do you think we are someone of significance? With our peculiar abilities, Chairman Chun wouldn't even deign to meet us. When I see Chairman Chun, it will be to bow in reverence. And you still entertain thoughts of aligning with him? Have you considered whether he would even acknowledge your existence?" At that moment, a figure slowly traversed the darkened sidewalk. "Stop indulging in fantasies of working for Chairman Chun. Such notions exist only in dreams. Focus now and muster your energy to pitch our loan services to that individual," the peculiar leader urged insistently. The person approaching was none other than Chen Mu. He had deliberately avoided the school entrance to evade the entanglements of students and their parents. opting for a less conspicuous route to exit the premises. Shenmue keenly sensed that in the shadows ahead, several strange entities were fixated upon him. Moreover, they were preparing to mount an assault. Chapter 51. The strange shall never be enslaved. Unless, on the darkened path, there was not a single passerby aside from Shenmue. A chilling wind surged, and the temperature around him began to drop gradually. Suddenly, the dim streetlights ahead flickered twice before extinguishing completely. Shenmue understood that these ominous signs indicated that he had become entangled with wandering spirits and strange entities. The so-called wandering spirits are those entities that linger outside of the eerie realm. Their appearances are entirely unpredictable, both in time and location. It is possible that while you are wandering through a shopping mall, a trip to the restroom might lead you to encounter something peculiar, or perhaps, while you are shampooing your hair in the bathroom with your eyes closed, a strange presence could silently materialize behind you. As the bizarre apocalypse progresses, such occurrences will become increasingly frequent. Walking at night has become perilous. Even the paths outside the campus are now haunted by restless spirits and malevolent entities, signaling the deteriorating state of this uncanny world. Shenmue halted in his tracks, standing still. Beneath the dim light of the street lamp, several shadowy figures emerged. Clad in suits and ties, they carried briefcases, resembling salespeople. Upon closer inspection, one would notice their faces, resembling the ghastly pallor of the deceased. It was evident that they were not of this world. "Excuse me, sir. We are here to offer loan services. Do you require any financial assistance?" The leader of the apparitions inquired, a rigid smile stretching across his ghostly visage. In the darkness, his expression appeared particularly unsettling. "I'm afraid I have no need for that," Shenmue replied, frowning as he attempted to decline. He had pressing matters to attend to. His driver was already waiting at the intersection ahead, and he intended to purchase a grand house at the mountain and water courtyard, leaving no time for idle chatter with these eerie figures. "Sir, our interest rates are exceptionally favorable. Just consider our contract. If you borrow 10,000 from us, the annual interest is merely 1. It's even less than the cost of a bottle of water. If you were to deposit the same amount in a bank, you would earn several thousand each year." The salesperson, with a voice dripping in temptation, sought to persuade Shenmue into taking out a loan. Individuals like Shenmue, appearing as students, were often the easiest to deceive. Unexpectedly, Shenmue chuckled lightly, instantly unmasking their deception. "Engaging in wordplay, are we? If I were to sign a contract, the funds I borrow would be human currency, yet when it comes time to repay, you would inform me that I owe ghostly currency. For an ordinary individual, such a debt would be insurmountable, rendering them incapable of repayment even at the cost of their own life. At that juncture, you would be free to claim their existence according to your twisted rules, would you not? Such petty tricks should not be attempted in my presence." In just a few brief utterances, Shenmue discerned the underlying trap. The faces of several salespeople paled, their astonishment palpable as they gazed at Shenmue. How could he fathom that the borrowed sum differed from the repayment? They were baffled by how a mere student could possess such insight, capable of unraveling the enigma with a single remark. Observing their bewildered expressions, Shenmue simply smiled faintly. For an ordinary person, encountering such peculiarities would undoubtedly be terrifying. Yet for Shenmue, the common specters and anomalies posed no threat. In terms of knowledge, wisdom, and strength, he could effortlessly overpower these entities. This exemplified the advancement of Shenmue's abilities. In this eerie world, it would not be long before solitary spirits and wild anomalies began to proliferate. At that time, the serene days of the common folk would come to an abrupt end, while others trembled in fear, juggling bizarre tasks and praying to evade these wild entities. Shenmue remained entirely unfazed. The typical anomalies could inflict no harm upon him, such as the disparity between individuals. "I observe that your capabilities are commendable, all of you being of the anomalous class. How about this? Are you interested in serving as security personnel?" Shenmue observed their considerable strength and had already begun to recruit them. To expand his influence, enlisting employees was essential. A few entities of the eerie long tier would make excellent security guards for the Midnight Hotel. Any outsiders daring to cause trouble would certainly think twice about the consequences. To suggest that the eerie long serve as security? Such a notion was a mockery of their very existence. Unsurprisingly, upon hearing Shenmue's words, the entities erupted in fury. How dare a mere human to insult us so brazenly? You believe you can enslave the eerie? The apocalyptic era of the eerie has arrived, and humanity shall ultimately be subjugated. The atmosphere in the western Zhou region grew palpably colder with their anger. Unfazed, Chenmu calmly replied, I understand your impatience, but please, allow me to elaborate on the benefits. Room and board are included, with a monthly salary of 10,000. You will enjoy 4 hours of daily leisure time, along with paid leave each month. Employees can relish in the work meals provided by the Midnight Hotel, along with shopping vouchers and other perks, plus an annual bonus. If you diligently follow my lead, promotions and salary increases will propel you to the zenith of the eerie existence, not merely a dream. After hearing Chenmu's offered benefits, the entities exchanged glances. Their immediate reaction was disbelief. This human must be jesting. Such generous conditions could not possibly exist. Even the mightiest forces within the eerie realm, such as the underworld or the Bank of the Nether, could never offer such terms. The only establishments that might rival these benefits would likely be the Midnight Canteen and the Night Academy run by Mr. Chun. Wait, did he just mention the employee meals from the Midnight Canteen? Could it be that he is Mr. Chun? I forgot to mention, my name is Chenmu. They call me Mr. Chun or Boss Chun, Chenmu said with a smile. At that moment, a peculiar thought struck him. He had seen a photograph of Mr. Chun in a video. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the young man before him. That certainly explained why he could discern the trap at a glance. After all, Mr. Chun was exceptionally astute. Unveiling the truth was undoubtedly effortless for him. Upon recognizing Chenmu, several peculiar beings were instantly overwhelmed with excitement. They had longed to work for Chenmu, yet had struggled to find a means to do so. Now, with Chenmu extending an invitation to them, it felt as though fortune had smiled upon them. Mr. Chun, when do you plan to employ us? The leader of the peculiar beings swiftly altered his demeanor, speaking with obsequious eagerness. If there are provisions for meals and accommodation, a monthly salary of 10,000, for hours of daily leisure, paid vacations each month, midnight hotel meal allowances, shopping vouchers, and year-end bonuses. If this is what you call servitude, then we can only exclaim, Mr. Chun, please, enslave us willingly. The peculiar beings, resolute in their refusal to be subjugated unless under these conditions, soon found themselves with employee cards in hand, merrily making their way towards the Midnight Hotel. Or rather, sprinting towards it. They could scarcely contain their enthusiasm for the life of servitude that awaited them. Along the way, this group of peculiar security guards encountered another peculiar being. Observing their exuberance, the newcomer inquired, perplexed, why are you so cheerful? Did you manage to eliminate a considerable number of humans today? The salesman replied, no, we are destined to serve humanity. Serve humanity? My goodness! You have utterly lost your peculiar demeanor. To be enslaved by humans. How could they subjugate you? Chairman Chun has provided us with such benefits. The strange salesman exclaimed with evident excitement. Upon hearing this, the other peculiar individual was taken aback, realizing the utter cruelty of humanity. Such a life of servitude is indeed excruciating. We are all brothers. Hand me your employee cards, and allow me to bear this burden on your behalf. Chapter 52. The scenic courtyard. Chenmu recruited these peculiar beings to establish his own security team, preparing to cultivate his own influence. This security team would be the foundation upon which he would gradually build his formidable army of the strange. After several salesmen departed with enthusiasm, Chenmu continued on his way, soon arriving at the intersection. His private taxi awaited him at the corner. The driver exited the vehicle and respectfully opened the door for Chenmu. Once seated, Chenmu instructed, to the scenic courtyard. Yes, sir, the driver responded, pressing the accelerator as the taxi glided smoothly along the road. During the journey, the driver suddenly remarked, Sir, I sense that your aura is significantly stronger than before. Upon hearing this, Chenmu became aware that his own strength had indeed increased considerably. After a moment of contemplation, he deduced that it must be the influence of the Night Academy. Each time he acquired a peculiar scene, his powers surged substantially. Before acquiring the Night Academy, one possessed the capabilities of a cunning soldier. However, after the purchase, one's strength experienced a subtle yet rapid enhancement within mere hours. Presently, Chenmu's prowess has soared. Ascending to the next level of the enigmatic hierarchy, he has reached the initial stage of the enigmatic commander. Following this elevation in strength, Chenmu distinctly perceives a remarkable ability. As a human, he can manipulate the ethereal energy of his body. Gazing at the spatial ring upon his hand, he concentrates his thoughts, channeling the ethereal energy to envelop the ring gently. Once ensconced in this enigmatic aura, the spatial ring seemingly vanishes from sight. It remains on his hand, yet concealed in such a manner that ordinary individuals and anomalies alike cannot discern its presence, adhering to the principle of safeguarding one's wealth. The spatial ring is indeed an artifact of the enigmatic King tier, unparalleled in the entire realm of the bizarre apocalypse. It is prudent to keep it hidden, lest it attract the attention of those who might covet it. The taxi travels swiftly, and after 20 minutes, it approaches the vicinity of the destination. The Shanshui Courtyard, a luxurious villa enclave, is nestled in the suburbs of the city. The suburban landscape boasts pristine scenery, characterized by clear mountains and flowing waters. There is an absence of urban air pollution and cacophonous honking. Surrounding the area are lush, verdant forests, with a protective river meandering through the hills. Such picturesque beauty is indeed worthy of the name Shanshui Courtyard. Chunmu lowers the car window, allowing the fresh air to flood into the vehicle. Inhaling deeply, he feels invigorated. This truly is an idyllic place to reside. Although it may seem remote, as an affluent district, it is exceptionally well connected. The city's Metro Line 1 features a station conveniently located right at the entrance of the Shanshui Courtyard community. Once one exits the community, one is greeted by the subway station. Within an hour, it is possible to reach any destination within the city. Prefer not to take the subway? Driving is equally feasible. A broad 6-lane avenue leads directly past the entrance of the Shanshui Courtyard. Such an expansive roadway seldom witnesses heavy traffic, as only the affluent residents of Shanshui Courtyard make use of it. Chunmu couldn't help but marvel at the privilege of the wealthy, regardless of the time. They are always able to access the finest resources. In the enigmatic post-apocalyptic era, Chunmu had previously been a consumer of others' resources. However, after being granted a second chance at life, he emerged as one of the elite in this new world. Moreover, he had become one of the wealthiest individuals. With an inexhaustible fortune of trillions in ghostly currency, there is a saying that the wealth of the affluent is never depleted. After 2 days of expenditure, Chunmu found that the money in his pocket seemed to increase rather than diminish. He purchased a midnight hotel for 750,000, and within just 2 days, he profited over 2 million. He gifted the Duke over 10 million and received a peculiar, high-value artifact worth billions in return. He acquired the Night College, originally priced at 700 million, for a mere 100 million and subsequently reaped a staggering profit of 6.9 billion. Money seemed to multiply as he spent it. Additionally, he inadvertently forged numerous friendships along the way. What a perplexing situation. While Chunmu reflected on the tribulations of a wealthy life, the driver suddenly turned and said, "Boss, my car cannot enter Shanshui Courtyard." It seemed that an invisible barrier enveloped the perimeter of Shanshui Courtyard, effectively blocking all outsiders. The taxi remained halted outside this barrier, unchanged by the driver's attempts to accelerate. Chunmu alighted from the car and approached the imposing air barrier. He attempted to take a deep breath and suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! A resounding noise echoed. The air barrier remained unscathed. Chunmu was somewhat astonished. Although he was a mere novice in the realm of the uncanny, he nonetheless possessed considerable strength. Within the hierarchy of the uncanny king, uncanny general, uncanny long, uncanny soldier, and uncanny civilian, he was already among the elite. To strike with such force and witness no effect was perplexing. After a moment of contemplation, Chunmu realized that this air barrier was certainly not an ordinary force. If he was not mistaken, it was the power of rules. Indeed, the entire Shanshui Courtyard was securely protected by a formidable rule. Upon observing this situation, the driver wore a worried expression, as both he and his employer found themselves barred from entry. However, a look of satisfaction appeared on Chunmu's face. The Shanshui Courtyard increasingly aligned with his desires. The presence of a rule safeguarding it from intruders implied that once Chunmu acquired the property, outsiders would be incapable of entering without deciphering the rule. Irrespective of how formidable they were, even the uncanny king, it was an absolutely secure new home. Standing outside the air barrier, Chunmu began to ponder what rule was protecting the Shanshui Courtyard. After all, he was not yet the master of the estate. He needed to devise a means of entry. Nevertheless, Chunmu felt confident that with his 5 years of experience in the bizarre apocalypse, he could surely unravel the rule with a little ingenuity. Once he identified the rule, the next step would be to find a path forward, as different rules bore varying implications for the paths ahead. For instance, the rules behind this barrier refer to the means of entering within it. While Chunmu was lost in thought, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Shanshui Courtyard within the air barrier. Chapter 53. Sir, are you interested in purchasing a house? Upon seeing the figure, Chen Mu was not surprised. After all, in this bizarre end-of-the-world scenario, it was quite normal to encounter an anomaly in the transformed Shanshui courtyard. However, as the figure approached, Chen Mu was taken aback. This silhouette was not a phantom, but rather a living person, truly a sight to behold. At such an hour, in this desolate wilderness, how could there be anyone? Shouldn't it be a specter instead? The individual appeared to be in his 20s, and upon noticing Chen Mu, he rushed towards him as if he had discovered a lifeline, shouting, "Sir, are you interested in buying a house?" Imagine this, in the dead of night, on the outskirts of the city, a young man fervently chasing after you with such an inquiry. This scene sent shivers down one's spine. It was exceedingly unnatural. Chen Mu thought it would have been better to encounter a specter, as that would at least seem more rational. The young man dashed right up to Chen Mu and abruptly collided with the air barrier. It dawned on Chen Mu that this air barrier not only prevented him from entering, but also barred the young man from leaving. Suddenly, a realization struck Chen Mu. The young man gazed at him with pleading eyes, looking pitiful as he implored, "Sir, are you interested in purchasing a house?" As he spoke, the young man handed Chen Mu a card. Astonishingly, the card was able to pass through the air barrier. Chen Mu's eyes brightened as he suddenly comprehended why this young man appeared here, why he inquired whether Chen Mu intended to purchase a house, and how the card managed to traverse the air curtain. With these realizations, Chen Mu discerned a path through the rules. He extended his hand, accepting the card from the young man, and declared, "Of course, I am very eager to buy a house. I have come here precisely for that purpose." Upon uttering these words, a line of crimson text materialized before him. Strange task. Mountain water courtyard. Task description. Luxurious villas nestled in the outskirts of the city. Once a paradise for the affluent, disaster befell it one fateful day. Everything changed. Dilapidated mansions, parched swimming pools, and desolate ballrooms. The mountain water courtyard awaits its new master. Following the appearance of this blood-red text, a fissure tore through the air curtain before Chen Mu, granting him entry into the mountain water courtyard. "Wait for me outside. I already understand the situation within," Chen Mu instructed the driver. After speaking, he gazed at the mountain water courtyard beneath the night sky, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing, truly intriguing. Matters are beginning to take an interesting turn. The new bizarre task mode had commenced. In this strange apocalyptic world, this novel mode is referred to by a professional term, a diffusion-style bizarre scene. However, Chen Mu preferred a more colloquial expression, dubbing it the headhunting pyramid scheme. Bizarre scenes can be classified based on their scale. One type is small scale, known as fixed bizarre scenes. For instance, the Duke's Fog Museum serves as a quintessential example of a fixed, eerie setting. Such locales are typically compact, often confined to the size of a single building, never exceeding the dimensions of a city block. A critical aspect of these surreal environments is their inability to expand over time. Even after a decade of an uncanny apocalypse, the Duke's Fog Museum remains unchanged in size, incapable of evolving into a sprawling metropolis. Conversely, there exists the phenomenon of expansive, eerie settings. This type represents the most terrifying presence within the realm of the uncanny apocalypse. As the term suggests, expansive, eerie settings gradually broaden their domain in tandem with the progression of the uncanny world. Locations such as Chen Mu's Midnight Hotel and the Dark Knight Academy exemplify this model. As the uncanny apocalypse unfolds, Chen Mu's influence grows, resulting in an increasing number of midnight hotels and expanding campuses of the Dark Knight Academy. In 50 to 80 years, the midnight hotels could potentially extend to the size of a city. Certain later eerie settings can accommodate thousands of participants simultaneously, embodying this expansive nature. Before him, the mountain water courtyard revealed itself to Chen Mu as an extreme example of an expansive, eerie setting. This particular scenario is not designed for murder, but rather for an insatiable quest for growth. It compels the victims engaged in the task to seek out more individuals, drawing them into the eerie setting. Once a sufficient number of people are gathered, the victim can achieve liberation and attain the qualification to depart. In the quest to locate a sufficient number of individuals, the victims are likely to turn their gaze towards those familiar to them, perhaps even their own kin. The number of people in this bizarre scenario is gradually increasing, expanding in scale. The emergence of such a peculiar and morbid gathering is an exceedingly ominous sign, indicating that this uncanny apocalypse is becoming increasingly perilous. The young man from earlier was indeed one of those soliciting others, eagerly attempting to peddle real estate to Chen Mu. Should Chen Mu express any interest and accept the card, he would inevitably be drawn into this eerie tableau. This, too, was known to Chen Mu as the sole means to breach the barrier of the surreal atmosphere. Thus, he wore a knowing smile as he accepted the card. Upon entering the Shanshui courtyard, Chen Mu surveyed the surroundings and was met with a scene steeped in darkness and desolation. As described in the mission, the villas within the courtyard had fallen into ruin, reduced to mere shells of their former selves. The moonlight cast a cold, somber glow upon the ground. As Chen Mu assessed his environment, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. At that moment, a middle-aged figure, clad in an oversized suit and adorned with a gaudy gold chain, materialized before him. This capitalist, marked by the stereotypical eyewear of the affluent, regarded Chen Mu with a disdainful smile, perceiving him as just another young soul rendered speechless by fear. Surely, it was his first encounter with such a surreal scenario, and he had been thoroughly unnerved by the sights before him. "Young man, what occupies your thoughts?" inquired the capitalist, anticipating that his sudden address would startle Chen Mu. However, Chen Mu merely cast a fleeting glance at it, exhibiting no signs of panic whatsoever. His subsequent words left the capitalist in a state of peculiar bewilderment. Rather than expressing fear, Chen Mu sighed with a tone of regret and remarked, "Alas, I was contemplating how dilapidated this villa has become. After purchasing it, I wonder how many spirit coins it would take to restore it." The capitalist was perplexed. "Excuse me? Have you entered an eerie scene? Why do you not display a modicum of fear? This makes me lose face. Moreover, what did you just say? You wish to acquire this eerie scene? Goodness. Upon entering such a bizarre setting, instead of focusing on survival, you are already contemplating a purchase? No, the way you speak suggests that acquiring it is a trivial matter. Your concern lies in how to renovate it after the acquisition? This young man is extraordinarily audacious. Are the youth of today so abstract in their thinking? Chapter 54. A modicum of shock. This young man is excessively audacious. He is utterly dismissive. No, rather, he is dismissive of the eerie. The capitalist was quite displeased. After all, he was the grand boss of the Mountain Water Courtyard, an entity of formidable strangeness. To think someone would desire to purchase the Mountain Water Courtyard from him, contemplating renovations no less. Surely, this lad does not misunderstand the concept of spirit coins. He cannot possibly believe they are merely the tokens burned at grave sites. No, I must ensure he comprehends the true power of spirit coins. Young man, do you have any idea how much it would cost to acquire these villas? The capitalist revealed one hand, speaking enigmatically. It requires this amount. 50 million ghost coins. Do you possess such wealth? To everyone's surprise, Chen Mu displayed a smile of delight upon hearing this. Just 50 million? Quite affordable. I shall purchase it. Chen Mu declared with enthusiasm. The capitalist was momentarily taken aback, pondering if this young man had lost his senses. After all, this was 50 million ghost coins. Surely, he must have no understanding of their value. It is worth noting that merely a month into this bizarre apocalypse, ghost coins were exceedingly rare for both humans and the supernatural entities. In simpler terms, there had yet to be inflation in this strange world, making ghost coins highly valuable. Even a being of the Duke's caliber would possess only a few 100,000 ghost coins at this juncture, had Chen Mu not gifted some funds. The capitalist's entire fortune barely surpassed 200,000 ghost coins. 50 million ghost coins represented multiple times his worth. How could an ordinary young man possibly procure such an amount? What a farce. Nevertheless, for Chen Mu, 50 million was indeed quite a bargain. With numerous villas in the Shanshui courtyard and its exceptional location, these were scarce resources. In a year or two, as the bizarre phenomena proliferate and ghost coins become more abundant, there is no doubt that the value of rare high-end villas like Shanshui Courtyard would skyrocket. Doubling in price is merely the beginning. A surge of several times over is entirely plausible. The earlier one invests, the sooner one reaps the rewards. This investment is assuredly profitable. Without further ado, Chen Mu clapped his hands, eager to demonstrate the power of ghost coins to the capitalist. Come, let us evoke a small shock. With his applause, stacks of pristine ghost banknotes suddenly materialized upon the ground beside him. 1 million, 2 million, 5 million, 10 million, 50 million. A dazzling stack of ghostly currency left one in a state of bewilderment. Under the moonlight, these stacks of ghostly notes appeared exceptionally radiant. The capitalist, in a bizarre state of astonishment, could hardly believe the sight before him. He gazed incredulously at the piles of ghost money, each exuding an air of mystique that was utterly captivating. The capitalist's eyes turned towards Chen Mu, filled with shock. He truly possessed ghostly currency, and an astounding amount at that. 50 million. How could he so casually produce such wealth with a mere snap of his fingers? What kind of fortune did he possess? Enough with the idle chatter, let us sign the contract. 50 million, I will purchase the mountain water courtyard from you. Chunmu wasted no time and articulated his demand clearly. Selling the mountain water courtyard for 50 million was an exceedingly profitable deal for the peculiar capitalist, who had never anticipated that the property could command such a high price. It was fair to say that this transaction was advantageous for both parties. Chunmu would reap future gains, while the capitalist would benefit from immediate wealth. Very well, let us sign the contract now, the capitalist eagerly agreed, producing the contract for the mountain water courtyard. Once the contract was signed, Chunmu would officially become the owner of the estate. However, just as the deal was about to be finalized, the capitalist suddenly had a change of heart. Looking at Chunmu, a glint of greed flickered in his eyes. Here stood a young man, effortlessly brandishing 50 million ghostly notes. An insatiable greed began to swell within the capitalist's heart. His gaze towards Chunmu shifted. In his eyes, Chunmu transformed into a lamb destined for slaughter. Was his asking price too low? This young man's prowess was at the initial level of the eerie growth, while he himself was at the intermediate level. In terms of strength, he surpassed the young man slightly. Furthermore, this was an uncanny setting, his territory. The rules, after all, were subject to his whims. The young man before him was certainly no match in his domain. Therefore, selling to him for 50 million would be a loss. No. He must raise the price. He intended to make this young man bleed financially, to profit handsomely. With this thought, the capitalist's eyes gleamed with avarice as he cast a sinister glance at Chunmu. My young friend, I apologize for not yet informing you of the rules of the mountain and water courtyard. To survive your time here, you must adhere to the following 2 stipulations. 1. Purchase a villa in the mountain and water courtyard for 100 million ghost coins. 2. Invite no fewer than 2 friends to visit your new home. Only by fulfilling these conditions and complying with the rules can you hope to leave the mountain and water courtyard alive. Upon hearing the capitalist's insatiable demands, a playful smile once again graced Chunmu's lips. The situation had grown increasingly intriguing. Originally, he had intended to acquire the entire mountain and water courtyard, along with its numerous villas, for 50 million. Now, the capitalist was unreasonably inflating the price to 100 million ghost coins for merely 1 villa, a staggering increase by several folds. Moreover, it seemed he deemed Chunmu easily manipulated, assuming his friends would be just as pliable. The capitalist's peculiar behavior had taken a strange turn as he began to exploit sustainability for his own gain, urging Chunmu to recommend 2 more friends to continue profiting handsomely. If Chunmu's suspicions were correct, these 2 rules were originally meant to be mutually exclusive. With wealth, one could purchase a villa and escape the confines of the mountain water courtyard. Without wealth, one could invite more individuals to join, and once the requisite number was gathered, one could also depart the mountain water courtyard. Now, astonishingly, the capitalist was not only receiving money from Chunmu, but was also increasing the difficulty for him. Chunmu was taken aback. In all his encounters with the bazaar, he had never met anyone so audacious. It was truly a revelation. Suddenly, Chunmu pondered whether he had been too affable, giving the impression that he was easy to manipulate. When a lion dons the guise of a sheep, it does not transform into one. It may have just finished feasting on a sheep. The capitalist, mistaking Chunmu's sheepish demeanor for weakness, assumed he was merely a lamb. It was high time to shed this woolly disguise and deliver a small shock. Initially, the intention was to engage in a light-hearted exchange of social niceties. Yet the capitalist insisted on turning it into a serious transaction. Chunmu was incensed. The consequences would be dire. He had no intention of parting with a single penny. He aimed to compel the capitalist to relinquish the villa entirely. With this thought, Chunmu unexpectedly broke into a warm smile and addressed the capitalist, saying, "Excellent. I happen to have a few friends who are in need of a new home. I would like to invite them over for a visit." Chapter 55. Things are starting to feel a bit off. The capitalist, upon hearing these words, was instantly elated. Chunmu truly appeared to be a soft target, capitulating so swiftly and seemingly preparing to rally support for himself. The capitalist, with an enigmatic demeanor, produced 2 cards and handed them to Chunmu, saying on these cards, "Inscribe your invitation message for your friends. Should they arrive, if at least 2 come, you shall be permitted to leave safely. Of course, you must also spend 100 million to purchase a villa." Receiving the cards from the capitalist's hands, Chunmu uttered a remark that astonished his companion. 2 cards are rather insufficient. I have numerous friends and require at least 6 cards. The capitalist's face displayed a look of surprise. Given Chen Mu's intelligence, he could not possibly be unaware that writing these cards was a trap for his friends. To put it plainly, it was a scheme to exploit their trust, luring them into peril to save himself. With merely 2 cards, he intended to ensnare 2 dear friends. The audacity of Chen Mu. To deem 2 cards inadequate and to request 6 was tantamount to pushing his friends into a fiery abyss. The capitalist cautioned, "If your friends receive the cards, but choose not to come to the Shanshui courtyard, then they will be of no use." But of course, my friends trust me implicitly. They will all come, Chen Mu reassured, as he opened the cards and inscribed his invitation. "Dear friends, I have encountered an astonishing situation. The proprietor of Shanshui Courtyard is undoubtedly the most remarkable individual I have ever met. He has graciously agreed to bestow upon me the entire Shanshui Courtyard. This is truly exhilarating. I wish to share this joy with you all. Upon receiving this missive, I implore you to hasten to the Mountain and Water Manor, where I shall conduct you on a tour of my new abode. Yours eternally, Chen Mu." Having perused the note pinned by Chen Mu, the capitalist nodded with a peculiar satisfaction. Like many a perpetrator, in order to lure his nearest and dearest, he would resort to falsehoods with those who held him in the highest esteem. In the capitalist's estimation, Chen Mu was cut from the same cloth. To entice his friends, he deliberately deceived them, professing that the proprietor of the Mountain and Water Manor was exceedingly generous, having gifted him the entire estate. Chen Mu was utterly shameless. To beguile his friends, he fabricated such a preposterous tale that he forfeited all semblance of dignity. Who did he fancy himself to be? He, the capitalist, wasn't a simpleton who would bestow the Mountain and Water Manor upon him. It was the most amusing jest the capitalist had ever heard. In the capitalist's mind, Chen Mu was now branded as an ostentatious braggart. Young, affluent, devoid of influence, and yet prone to boasting. Should he not exploit him ruthlessly? He would be remiss in his duty. Having composed the cards, the capitalist remarked, "The Mountain and Water Manor possesses mystical carrier pigeons. If you furnish me with the addresses, I shall dispatch them forthwith." Unexpectedly, Chen Mu demurred, stating, "That shall not be necessary. Someone awaits me outside, and I shall entrust him with their delivery." With that, Chen Mu, clutching the 4 cards, strode towards the exterior of the Mountain and Water Manor. The capitalist, somewhat apprehensive, surreptitiously trailed behind, keeping a watchful eye. He observed Chen Mu approach the edge of the air barrier, beyond which a taxicab was stationed. Chen Mu threw several cards through the taxi window, and the taxi swiftly turned around and drove away. It turned out that when Chen Mu mentioned someone was waiting for him, he was referring to the taxi. The capitalist felt an odd sense of relief. It seemed that Chen Mu indeed wielded no significant influence, merely a wealthy lone wolf. After all, the spectral taxi appeared no different from an ordinary one, and it was only after boarding that Chen Mu realized something was amiss. The capitalist, being shrewd, found it perfectly normal not to see through the facade. "Mr. Chen, what sort of people are your friends?" the capitalist inquired. "My friends?" Chen Mu pondered before responding. "They are just ordinary folks, perhaps with a bit of money and a modest status, but nothing extravagant." Upon hearing this, the capitalist felt reassured. Such individuals, possessing a smattering of wealth and stature, yet lacking true affluence and prominence, are the quintessential targets, ideal for exploitation. A swift cut could yield substantial profits without fear of retaliation. Thinking of seeking revenge, they should first consider their own worth. The capitalist, known for his predilection for the weak over the strong, felt particularly buoyant, gazing at Chen Mu as one might at a lamb destined for slaughter. "Since we have some time on our hands, why not settle the payment of 100 million ghost coins first?" The capitalist's tone carried a hint of command, omitting even the familiar titles of Mr. Chen or young brother, a clear indication of his disdain for Chen Mu. After all, Chen Mu was merely a novice in the realm of the supernatural, a solitary figure without connections. Now at the mercy of the capitalist, what was there to fear? However, to his astonishment, Chen Mu not only refrained from making any payment, but also nonchalantly gathered the 50 million ghost coins lying on the ground. "I understand your urgency, but please, do not be hasty." Chen Mu chuckled, stating, "It is not too late to settle the payment when we sign the contract. Of course, this is contingent upon whether you still wish to receive my payment at that time. Rest assured, I shall pay you every single coin." The capitalist wore a sardonic smile, unable to comprehend why Chen Mu would utter such nonsensical words. What does he mean by "if you still wish to collect your payment"? Is that not redundant? Naturally. I intend to collect my dues. Am I to give you the villa for free? Shortly thereafter, the capitalist led Shenmue to a villa, pointing at the dilapidated structure that was both small and remote, declaring, "This is the villa being sold to you for 100 million ghost coins. Not a single coin less." Such a decrepit villa, I mused, could easily be acquired for a mere fraction of that price, even with 100 million human currency. In this bizarre apocalypse, ghost coins held significant value. This was clearly an affront to Shenmue. Nevertheless, he maintained a cheerful demeanor, seemingly unfazed by the capitalist's derision. As Shenmue stepped inside the villa, he found it devoid of any furnishings, nothing more than a neglected shell of a building. Unperturbed, he sat in the center of the hall, wearing a serene smile. For reasons unknown, the sight of Shenmue's smile sent an unsettling shiver through the capitalist's heart. At that moment, a cacophony of cawing crows erupted above the villa. The capitalists are peculiarly astute. The cawing of crows heralds the arrival of new victims into the mountain water courtyard. If all goes as expected, it must be a friend of Shenmue. How swiftly his friend arrives. Truly, what a good companion. Yet, why do I possess an unsettling premonition that something is amiss? Chapter 56. Do you call this merely a small sum of money? A modicum of status? The crows caw. An uninvited guest has arrived at the mountain water courtyard. This unexpected visitor clutched a card in hand, effortlessly traversing the air barrier. Within the entire courtyard, only one villa radiated light. Surely, the esteemed black gold client resided there. The uninvited guest quickly approached the villa and entered the grand hall. Seated within were Shenmue and the peculiar capitalist, who turned their gaze towards the entrance upon noticing someone's arrival. When they discerned the identity of the newcomer, the capitalist was momentarily taken aback. Rubbing his eyes and scrutinizing again, convinced he must have been mistaken. The intruder was none other than the manager of the Fallen Mall. It is noteworthy that Shenmue is the sole supreme black gold client of the Fallen Mall. Upon receiving Shenmue's card, the manager did not dare to delay and hastily made his way to the mountain water courtyard. Given that the courtyard is situated in a wealthy district, in close proximity to the Fallen Mall, the manager was the first to arrive. The sight of the Fallen Mall's manager left the capitalist utterly astonished. As a member of the peculiar, the capitalist fully comprehends the significance of the Fallen Mall. In this city, several powers dominate the ruling class: the Midnight Hotel, the Night Academy, the Frightening Hospital, and the Fallen Mall, alongside the mysterious Fog Museum, where it is said a formidable trickster resides. Regardless of the circumstances, the Fallen Mall undoubtedly holds a prominent position among the city's elite forces. The manager of the Fallen Mall, possessing both strength and status, is certainly no ordinary figure. Since time immemorial, the enigmatic capitalists have aspired to become members of the Fallen Mall. However, their insufficient funds have relegated them to the status of mere regular customers. Even the desire to meet the manager is often met with rejection. Why would the manager suddenly appear here? Could it be he is a friend of Shenmue? The thought sent a chill down the spine of the enigmatic capitalist. Is this merely a trivial matter? A representative of a top-tier power, the manager of the Fallen Mall, and you dare to call this a minor status? Mr. Chun, you are our esteemed black gold client. On behalf of the Fallen Mall, I extend my heartfelt congratulations on your relocation. This is a small token, embodying the sentiments of the Fallen Mall. As he spoke, the manager produced a small box and handed it to Shenmue. Inside the box lay a piece of enigmatic jade worth millions. Shenmue accepted the gift with a beaming smile. The enigmatic capitalist, overhearing their conversation, was taken aback. An esteemed black gold client? Such a status cannot be attained solely through wealth. A sense of foreboding surged within the capitalist as he glanced at Shenmue, who was equally smiling back at him. Suddenly, an unsettling realization struck the enigmatic capitalist. It seemed that this young man, this little brother, possessed a significant background. Before the manager could settle into her seat, the cawing of crows echoed from the rooftop of the villa. Had another guest arrived? Moments later, a woman clad in a red dress entered the villa, accompanied by 6 imposing security guards. The Midnight Hotel manager, Li Xiaoxiao, had come to congratulate the owner on his relocation. The Midnight Hotel? Yet another formidable force. The capitalist felt a peculiar chill. This newly emerged entity was still beyond his comprehension. It was rumored that the owner behind the Midnight Hotel was a human, bearing the surname Chun. Li Xiaoxiao called out to Shenmue, perhaps the owner? Could it be that Shenmue was indeed the proprietor of the Midnight Hotel? The capitalist was struck with a profound sense of betrayal. With a modest sum of money and a modicum of influence, Shenmue's definition of modest seemed to vastly differ from that of others. Just then, The crows cawed once more from the villa's rooftop. At the sound of their calls, the capitalist shivered. With each caw, a remarkable individual seemed to materialize. Could yet another prominent figure be arriving? Indeed, mere seconds later, a middle-aged man with a beer belly and a balding head, wearing an ingratiating smile, stepped into the villa. The principal of the Dark Knight Academy. The capitalist recognized him instantly. His child aspired to join the elite class at Dark Knight Academy and had been exploring connections, hoping to offer a bribe to the principal. Yet, before any arrangements could be finalized, the principal had come to pay a visit. The unfortunate news was that the principal's visit was not for the capitalist, but for Chenmu. The principal's opening remark left the capitalist in a state of bewilderment, nearly causing him to collapse on the spot. The head of Dark Knight University had come to congratulate Director Chen on his relocation. Director Chen, to think that Chenmu was a board member. The capitalist felt a wave of darkness wash over him, nearly succumbing to a cerebral incident right then and there. He glanced at Chenmu, overwhelmed with a sense of despair. With a modest fortune and a touch of status, he was merely an ordinary person. At that moment, the capitalist grasped the treachery of human nature. In essence, the capitalist was just a businessman, lacking substantial power, relying solely on the dozen or so villas of the Shanshui courtyard. Every individual present, whether it be the fallen manager from the marketplace, the enigmatically Xiao Xiao from the Midnight Hotel, or the principal of Dark Knight University, was backed by a formidable influence. It could be said that he could not afford to offend any of them. The silver lining was that he had not crossed paths with those three individuals. The unfortunate news was that he had irreparably offended their superior, Chenmu. Damn it, when would this end? The capitalist felt utterly dazed. 3 guests had arrived, each more impressive than the last. He could only dread to imagine the identity of the next guest. The capitalist knew one thing for certain. He was likely to meet his demise here today. Moments later, a powerful aura emanated from outside the villa. This ominous presence was formidable, even for one of his standing. The capitalist sensed danger. Whoever possessed such an aura was undoubtedly far more powerful than he. Could it be a Spectre General? In the next instant, the figure of the Duke appeared at the villa entrance. Dear brother Chenmu, I have received your invitation and made a special trip to visit your new abode. Congratulations on your relocation. The capitalist anomaly was on the verge of tears, unable to contain its emotions. You are truly taking advantage of the peculiarities. The capitalist anomaly was completely thrown off balance. I merely suggested that you gather a few individuals, and you summoned a friend, 3 of whom are representatives of top-tier forces, along with one who is the most formidable anomaly in the city. The elite figures of the entire city responded to your beckoning. Chenmu, you are indeed cunning, playing the role of the innocent while feasting on the unsuspecting. Are you not? I am but a mere seller of villas. How could I possibly provoke you? At this moment, the capitalist anomaly suddenly recalled something Chenmu once said. If the time comes and you still wish to collect your dues, I shall undoubtedly repay you in full. Back then, the capitalist anomaly had scoffed at Chenmu, thinking it impossible to forego payment. After all, who would refuse easy money? Yet now, Chapter 57, I must say, the boss is quite generous. The capitalist anomaly was now in a state of panic, its legs trembling. It was merely an anomaly of intermediate rank, having spent years in commerce, with its combat prowess significantly diminished. A seasoned duke could effortlessly crush it with a mere flick of a finger. Having been summoned by Chenmu to bolster the gathering, the peculiar friends were well aware that it was this capitalist anomaly that had provoked Chenmu's ire. They had rushed over in the dead of night specifically to support him. The duke turned to Chenmu and said, "Young friend Chenmu, would you be so kind as to show us around your new residence?" Chenmu smiled and replied, "But you are already in the new house, are you not? Just moments ago, the peculiar proprietor declared his intention to sell this villa to me for a staggering sum of 100 million ghost coins." The duke, in a calculated display of astonishment, exclaimed, 100 million? You assert that this dilapidated villa is worth such a sum? His expression darkened, revealing his discontent as he cast a disdainful glance at the eccentric capitalist. I have heard that you plan to sell this wretched thing to my friend for 100 million? The capitalist, caught in the duke's fierce gaze, was rendered utterly petrified. To sell this small, decrepit villa for 100 million was a blatant act of injustice towards Chenmu. Moreover, the connection between the duke and Chenmu was anything but ordinary. They appeared to share an extraordinary bond, perhaps even that of intimate friends. Clearly, the duke was determined to stand firmly behind Chenmu in this matter. The capitalist, consumed by regret, silently lamented his predicament. He hastily refuted the accusation, donning a sycophantic smile towards Chun Mu. I was merely jesting with Mr. Chun. He is both magnanimous and kind-hearted. As a mere purveyor of real estate, how could I ever dare to take advantage of Mr. Chun? If he so desires, I would gladly gift him not just this dilapidated villa, but the entire mountain water courtyard, free of charge. To accept even a single coin from him would be a profound disrespect. However, Chun Mu waved his hand, insisting, that simply will not do. I am not in need of money. How could I accept your possessions without compensation? The capitalist was on the verge of tears, his heart heavy with an overwhelming sense of regret. How foolish he had been to offend Chun Mu. No, he must offer Chun Mu a substantial discount. Forget about 50 million. He would settle for 5 million to sell the villa to Chun Mu. In this way, one could offer a favor to Chun Mu, thereby securing a strong alliance with him. Once one has firmly grasped such a substantial ally, one's life could be set on a path to prosperity. Little did I realize that in a moment of folly, driven by insatiable greed, I foolishly entertained thoughts of ruthlessly exploiting Chun Mu. He had presented such a splendid opportunity. Yet instead of seizing it, I ended up gravely offending him. The capitalist eerily acknowledged that offending Chun Mu was the gravest error of his life. However, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Reduced to such a plight, I could only blame my own greed and folly. The current predicament necessitates that I desperately seek to curry favor with Chun Mu, hoping he might grant me mercy. With this thought in mind, the capitalist awkwardly scrambled to retrieve the contract for the mountain water courtyard. He suddenly knelt before Chun Mu, hands reverently raised, presenting the contract overhead. Mr. Chun, this is the contract for the mountain water courtyard. You, with your extensive network and unwavering loyalty, have deeply impressed me. I am willing to offer all 46 villas of the mountain water courtyard as a token of my respect. Please do not decline. If you refuse to sign, I shall remain on my knees. The capitalist lavished excessive flattery upon Chun Mu, even shoving the contract into his face, fearful that he might refuse to sign. Chun Mu appeared somewhat taken aback. Oh, come now, you weren't always like this. I recall you once demanded 100 million ghost coins, not a single coin less. You spoke with such arrogance then. How have you so swiftly descended to this state? Chun Mu shrugged. He had done nothing wrong, merely extending an invitation to a few good friends. I still prefer your earlier defiant demeanor, Chun Mu remarked. The capitalist was peculiarly overly eager, akin to a bereaved child desperately pleading for Chun Mu's signature. I must say, the boss is quite generous. He insists on gifting me the villa, and my refusal seems to displease him, Chun Mu said with a hint of resignation as he picked up the pen and inscribed his name on the contract. Upon witnessing Chun Mu's acceptance of the Shanshui courtyard, the capitalist finally breathed a sigh of relief. Mr. Chun, the Shanshui courtyard is now yours. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave, the capitalist said cautiously. Very well, you may go. Be careful on your way, Chun Mu replied. Hearing Chun Mu's consent to his departure, the capitalist felt as though he had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly exited, though his exit lacked the sincerity of a true retreat. Upon the capitalist's departure, the other peculiar figures in the villa exchanged knowing smiles, for they had come to assist Chun Mu in venting his frustrations. The Duke, observing the capitalist's exit, turned to Chun Mu and said, Young friend Chun Mu, that peculiar individual has suffered a significant loss and must be brimming with resentment. Would you like me to intervene to avert any future troubles? The Duke's meaning was unmistakable. The capitalist had incurred substantial losses and would surely harbor animosity towards Chun Mu. However, it was evident that Chun Mu's considerable influence rendered the capitalist too fearful to act against him, a fact of which Chun Mu was undoubtedly aware. In response to the Duke's goodwill, Chun Mu shook his head in refusal, expressing that there was no need to trouble the Duke. Can you guess why I advised him to be cautious on the road? Upon hearing Chun Mu's words, the Duke revealed a knowing smile. Indeed, he had not misjudged the young man. Despite his youth, Chun Mu was astute and decisive, leaving no room for future troubles. It was evident from Chun Mu's tone that he had already arranged for someone to deal with the capitalist's peculiar situation. Being friends with a person as clever as Chun Mu was truly a comfort, free from the risk of being sabotaged by incompetent allies. With each interaction, the Duke's satisfaction with Chun Mu grew. Everyone makes mistakes. What matters is to learn from them and be more cautious in the future. Chun Mu gazed in the direction of the capitalist's unusual departure and spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 58. Chun Mu never shortchanges his friends, as the Duke had noted. After the capitalist's strange exit from the Shanshui courtyard, a wave of trepidation washed over him. The relief of having narrowly escaped death left him gasping for breath. In a fit of rage, the capitalist cursed loudly, venting his pent-up emotions. Soon, as his near-death experience subsided, the capitalist's thoughts turned to his villa, which he lamented losing so carelessly. I have so many grand houses, and I've just given them away for nothing. His heart ached as he grappled with this loss. Amidst his sorrow, resentment toward Chen Mu began to swell within him. Damn it, that kid only has a few friends, and with the help of that foolish duke, he managed to seize the Shanshui courtyard, leaving me with a dreadful loss. At that moment, he failed to realize that Chen Mu had acted with genuine intent, and it was he who had harbored the desire to take advantage of Chen Mu. Were it not for Chen Mu's connections, it would be him, on his knees, pleading for mercy during this critical moment. That foolish duke may temporarily shield Chen Mu, but I refuse to believe he can protect him indefinitely. The capitalist seethed with malice, oblivious to the taxi that trailed quietly behind him on the road. Sir, do you need a ride? The taxi driver inquired, rolling down the window. No, I'm quite enraged right now. If you value your life, I suggest you keep your distance. The capitalist retorted with venom, unaware that the taxi driver possessed an enigmatic aura as well. You seem quite furious. Is it that you cannot swallow your indignation over the recent events? The driver probed. Recent events? How would a mere driver know anything about my affairs? The capitalist sensed something amiss and turned to face the driver, only to be taken aback by the realization that the driver was also an enigma and evidently more powerful than himself. My employer has stated that if you find it difficult to endure this anger, allow me to assist you in releasing it, the driver declared, stepping out of the vehicle and approaching the capitalist. Your employer? The capitalist's face paled with dread as he sensed imminent danger. Suddenly, it dawned on him. When Chen Mu had distributed cards earlier, he had handed one to a taxi. At that time, he had laughed at Chen Mu, thinking he lacked influence, merely calling a taxi to deliver a card. Little did he know that this taxi driver was indeed Chen Mu's personal chauffeur. Moreover, even a mere driver from that establishment surpassed him in strength. The disparity between the two parties is vast. What could one possibly use to contend with Chen Mu? However, this time, no one shall extend forgiveness. The driver faithfully executes Chen Mu's commands, allowing the capitalist to indulge in a peculiar tranquility, enjoying a sleep as serene as that of an infant, with a full 24 hours of slumber each day. In the picturesque Shanshui courtyard, after signing the contract, a formidable force surged within Chen Mu. This sensation was not foreign to him. He had experienced it twice before. Moments later, he perceived that the entire Shanshui courtyard had fallen within the realm of his influence. This was a dominion fiercely protected by the supreme laws of power in this bizarre apocalyptic world. From this day forth, the entirety of Shanshui courtyard belonged to Chen Mu. Congratulations, young friend Chen Mu, on moving into your new abode, the Duke proclaimed with a smile. Congratulations, boss. Congratulations, master. Congratulations, esteemed client of the Supreme Black Gold. Several peculiar acquaintances extended their heartfelt congratulations to Chen Mu. Simultaneously, Chen Mu's strength saw a considerable enhancement. From the initial stage of a novice in the realm of the uncanny, he had ascended to an intermediate level. However, this was where his progress halted. Chen Mu swiftly discerned the reasons behind this. Firstly, Shanshui courtyard, while luxurious, was not a substantial force. It merely constituted an opulent cluster of villas, predominantly residential in nature. Consequently, the power it bestowed upon Chen Mu could not compare to that derived from larger entities such as Midnight Hotel or Dark Knight Academy. Secondly, as Chen Mu's level increased, the pace of further enhancement would inevitably decelerate. A single Shanshui courtyard elevating Chen Mu by a small tier was already a source of great satisfaction for him. After all, upon careful reflection, how long has it been since Chen Mu's rebirth? Merely 3 days have elapsed, during which he has ascended from an inconspicuous ordinary individual to a mid-level anomaly commander. Such a rapid transformation defies even the metaphor of a rocket. Observing Chen Mu's swift rise in strength, the Duke felt not only joy for him, but also a tinge of envy. Wealth truly has its advantages. In his own past, he had toiled relentlessly on the battlefield, fighting through countless adversities to attain his own power. From being a mere anomaly citizen to a commander, the Duke had invested 3 arduous years. While Chen Mu accomplished the same feat in just 3 days, the pace of such advancement is staggering, indeed. It is a speed so extraordinary that even the most fantastical novels would hesitate to portray it. With the sensation of his burgeoning strength, and having fortuitously acquired a picturesque estate, Chen Mu's spirits soared. This estate comprises a total of 46 villas. Among them, the largest and most opulent is the crown jewel of the estate, boasting an expansive area of several thousand square meters, complete with a swimming pool, tennis court, lawn, and a golf course. Shinmu intends to reside in this most luxurious villa himself. The remaining 45 villas, varying in grandeur and size, encircle the crown jewel in a protective formation. Clearly, Shinmu cannot inhabit them all alone. He glanced at his peculiar friends, who had always been supportive. Even at this late hour, upon receiving a card from him, they arrived without hesitation to offer their assistance. When the Duke received the card, he was engaged in a banquet at the Fog Museum, accompanying several unfortunate souls on an enigmatic mission. Yet, upon receiving Chun Mu's invitation, he promptly donned his coat and departed, disregarding the ongoing task entirely. Those unfortunate souls stood by, watching the great boss devour his meal, hastily departing one by one, exchanging glances, puzzled as to who could have captured the boss's attention so thoroughly. The Duke and his companions, displaying commendable loyalty, had come to support Shinmu, and naturally, Shinmu would not neglect his friends. With a grand gesture, he pointed to one of the villas and said to the Duke, "Mr. Duke, if you do not mind, I would like to gift you this villa as a vacation retreat." Upon hearing Shinmu's words, a look of astonishment spread across the Duke's face. Shinmu had just offered a villa worth millions with a mere wave of his hand. The Duke quickly declined, exclaiming, "No, no, no. You are far too generous. My young friend, I merely lent a hand. There is no need for such an extravagant gift." It was entirely reasonable for the Duke to refuse. Each villa in this area was valued at around 1,000,000 dark coins. Shinmu's casual offer of such a substantial gift for merely providing support seemed inappropriate to the Duke, who felt a pang of conscience regarding the matter. "Come now, Mr. Duke, let us not be so formal about our friendship," Shinmu smiled, reassuring him. After several exchanges of polite refusals, the Duke, moved by Shinmu's earnest insistence, reluctantly accepted the villa, lamenting, "I feel quite guilty for accepting such generosity. Should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to ask." The Duke, deeply moved, remarked that he had never encountered someone as generous as Shinmu. He increasingly felt that having Shinmu as a friend was a stroke of fortune. Naturally, Shinmu's generosity was not without ulterior motives. Was the Duke's visit worth the compensation of an entire villa? Certainly not. A simple meal would suffice. Shinmu was acutely aware of this. Yet, he still insisted on the gift. This was not out of folly or a mere desire to flaunt his wealth. Upon introspection, Shinmu recognized that every penny spent since his rebirth had yielded exceptional value, bringing him greater benefits. There were two reasons for Shinmu's decision to gift the Duke a villa. Firstly, his new home lacked a formidable guardian. Although the protective measures in place made it difficult for outsiders to breach the Shanshui courtyard, should a cunning adversary succeed, what means would Shinmu have to defend himself? In such a scenario, enlisting the Duke's aid would not only require invoking their friendship, but also entail a significant payment, for it was no trivial matter. However, once Shinmu bestowed upon the Duke a villa, the situation would change entirely. With a residence within the Shanshui courtyard, the Duke would have a vested interest. Thus, if an outsider attempted to invade, it would not merely be an assault on Shinmu's property, but also an encroachment upon the Duke's interests. Should the Duke's interests be threatened, he would not hesitate to wield his power to confront the intruders, exerting himself without reservation. After all, it is far more challenging to provoke a person's interest than their spirit. This is what is known as the binding of interests. With a villa valued at 1,000,000, one could bind a Duke to a vessel. As long as the picturesque garden endures, the Duke shall safeguard it for an entire day. For a mere 1,000,000, one could employ a cunning strategist, wholeheartedly dedicated to the protection of your abode, with an everlasting commitment. Where could one possibly find such an advantageous arrangement? Moreover, it is imperative to consider that Shinmu must also reap profits. Can one truly profit by gifting a villa to another? Certainly, it depends on the recipient. Bestowing it upon an ordinary eccentric may yield no returns, but offering it to a Duke transforms the equation entirely. The value of the property transcends mere concrete and steel. Can one inflate a mere structure to astronomical sums? That is a folly. As the saying goes, it is easier to conduct affairs beneath the emperor's gaze. In the imperial city, every inch of land is precious, with even a restroom commanding 1,000,000, simply due to its proximity to the emperor. The picturesque garden, as a faction, may not be formidable, nor even among the elite in the city. However, should these villas house strategists, the value of the properties would undoubtedly soar. This is merely the inception of Chun Mu's ambitions, for he envisions transforming the picturesque garden into a sanctuary for the affluent and powerful in a world of anomalies. Out of 45 villas, Chun Mu plans to give 35 and sell only one. These 35 villas will be bestowed upon his friends, the future elite and magnates of this apocalyptic realm. Imagine the ramifications when dozens of strategists, or even a king of anomalies, reside within these 35 villas. The entire picturesque garden's property value would skyrocket exponentially. Those newly emerged enigmatic powerhouses, eager to integrate into the elite circles, must undoubtedly reside in proximity to upper-class factions. At this juncture, Chun Mu seizes the opportunity to sell luxurious villas to these nascent titans, ruthlessly reaping the rewards from them. Ordinary anomalies possess no substantial wealth. They are merely a throng of impoverished souls. It is these newly affluent strongmen who abound in riches. Only from them can one extract the greatest profits. When capitalists sell a villa to Chun Mu for 100 million, it is but an affront to his dignity. Yet, when the time comes, a villa priced at $1 billion, or even 10 or 20 billion, would be eagerly snatched up by these new magnates without a moment's hesitation. They might even express profound gratitude to Chun Mu for providing them the opportunity to ascend into high society. Moreover, the underlying connections that this entails are invaluable. Thus, Chun Mu takes advantage of this moment to gift a villa to the Duke. As for the Duke's assumption that Chun Mu is merely thanking him for his assistance, that is the least significant reason. It merely serves as a gesture of goodwill to deepen their relationship. The pinnacle of utilizing others lies in selling them something while having them count the profits for you, all while they express their thanks. What the Duke remains oblivious to is that at the instant he accepted the villa, feeling immensely touched by Chun Mu, he had unwittingly become the permanent guardian of Shanshui Courtyard, in addition to being a pawn for Chun Mu's schemes. Chun Mu relishes a win-win scenario, where everyone amicably acts as friends, jointly harvesting the fortunes of other anomalies. What could be more delightful? In truth, there is no genuine win-win in this world. Often, what is deemed a win-win is merely two substantial fish collaborating to devour a smaller one. Then two formidable fish clasped hands, proclaiming to the world their satisfaction with the collaboration that had yielded a mutually beneficial outcome. Observing the Duke acquire a villa, both Li Xiaoxiao and the principal were filled with envy. Yet, aside from their admiration, no other thoughts crossed their minds. After all, he was a cunning strategist, and acquiring a villa seemed quite natural for him. They were merely cunning advisors, even if Chun Mu were to offer them one. They would lack the audacity to accept it. Unexpectedly, Chun Mu turned to them and said, "I also wish to thank you both for tonight. There are numerous villas in the Shanshui Courtyard that I have reserved for you. As long as you both work diligently, I will bestow upon you villas at no cost. Li Xiaoxiao, if you can transform the entire city's dining scene into a market for midnight hotel within a month, I shall grant you a grand villa. And Mr. Principal, if you can persuade all the peculiarities in the city to send their children to our school within a month, I will also present you with a villa." Upon hearing Chun Mu's words, an expression of disbelief washed over Li Xiaoxiao and the principal, soon replaced by excitement. They understood Chun Mu's character. He was not a heartless employer who merely painted grand visions. Chun Mu genuinely cared for his employees. Whatever promises he made, he would undoubtedly fulfill. They never imagined that one day they could receive a villa as a reward from Chun Mu. This was not merely a substantial benefit, but also a mark of honor. Chun Mu is intentionally and subtly crafting the brand of the Mountain Water Courtyard, intertwining it with the highest rewards within his entire industry, thereby elevating the value of the Mountain Water Courtyard. If his two subordinates can achieve this, it will undoubtedly validate their capabilities, ensuring their ascendance as formidable figures in the future. Presenting each of them with a villa also serves to enhance the prestige of the Mountain Water Courtyard. Li Xiaoxiao and the principal silently resolved not to disappoint Boss Chen's expectations. At this moment, Chun Mu's gaze shifted toward the fallen mall manager nearby. Chapter 60, Overtime Pay? What is that? Undeniably, the manager's performance tonight was impeccable. He was indeed the first to arrive at the scene. However, Chun Mu had no intention of gifting the manager a villa. The reasoning was simple. Chun Mu is the esteemed customer. The manager is merely a small proprietor of the fallen mall, while Chun Mu is the supreme client of the establishment. Their relationship is purely commercial. As the supreme client, it is entirely reasonable for Chun Mu to request assistance from the mall manager. This is merely a standard transaction. It would be absurd for a client to gift a villa to the proprietor merely for lending a hand, unless Chun Mu had completely lost his mind and adopted a people-pleasing demeanor. Nevertheless, Mu would certainly express his gratitude in a manner befitting a businessman. He addressed the manager, stating, "Sir, as you can see, I possess several villas, many of which are unfinished shell constructions. I intend to renovate these villas thoroughly. I plan to procure the renovation materials and furniture from your fallen mall, so I hope you can offer me a favorable price." As he uttered the final sentence, Mu chuckled lightly, employing a teasing tone to negotiate. The manager, upon hearing this, instantly grasped the situation. Mu was looking out for him by entrusting such a substantial order to his care. Renovating a villa would undoubtedly cost hundreds of thousands, if not millions, particularly for the opulent residence that Mu occupied, where renovations could easily escalate into the tens of millions. This was indeed a colossal contract worth over 100 million. A broad smile stretched across the manager's face, elated by Mu's generosity. The visit that evening proved incredibly lucrative. The commission was undoubtedly worth it. "Mr. Chun, rest assured, if I fail to meet your expectations, I will come to you with my head held low." Deeply moved, the manager solemnly vowed on the spot to ensure Mu's satisfaction. Mu nodded in agreement. After all, he intended to seek assistance elsewhere for the villa's renovation. Rather than allow a stranger to benefit, it was far more prudent to support the manager's business. They were both familiar with one another, and the manager could see that Mu had significant backing, which would undoubtedly motivate him to devote great care to the project and offer favorable pricing. Mu would also enjoy a modest profit, securing a discount while saving the effort of supervision, truly a win-win situation. Suddenly, however, the manager's expression shifted to one of concern. "What troubles you? Please, do share," Mu urged, sensing the manager's dilemma. "Mr. Chen, I have just realized something," the manager confessed. "Most of the staff at the mall are salespeople, lacking skilled workers for renovations. I would feel uneasy hiring those unqualified individuals for your villa project. Therefore, I find myself in a quandary, unsure of where to source reliable help." The manager spoke candidly. Unexpectedly, as soon as the manager expressed his difficulties, Mu promptly provided a solution. Turning to Li Xiaoxiao and the principal, he inquired, "Are there any surplus staff at your hotel and school?" Without hesitation, Li Xiaoxiao replied, "Rest assured, master, at your command, I shall bring all my employees." The principal concurred, stating, "I can immediately suspend classes at the Dark Knight Academy and summon all the teachers, prioritizing Mr. Chen's wishes." The Duke also volunteered, "I have some staff at my Mist Museum. If young friend Mu does not mind, I shall summon them to assist." Mu waved his hand, indicating that he did not wish to disrupt the development of the hotel and school, and advised the Duke to refrain from affecting the operation of the Mist Museum due to insufficient manpower. Suddenly inspired, Li Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Boss, I just remembered. Our employees have a daily break of several hours. How about I call in those who are off duty and have them come over as soon as they finish?" Upon hearing this suggestion from Li Xiaoxiao, Mu's eyes lit up, and he cast an admiring glance at her. His hotel manager was indeed unyielding when it came to maximizing resources, truly embodying his teachings. With a grand gesture, Mu proclaimed, "Excellent. Let us proceed as you suggested. Employees from Midnight Hotel and Dark Knight Academy will come to Shanshui Courtyard during their break to assist with renovations." However, Mu's tone shifted as he added, "We cannot allow the brothers to work for free. Every employee who comes to lend a hand will be credited for overtime, receiving triple their usual wages as compensation. Not just this time, but at any future moment. Whenever there are employees working overtime in my enterprise, I shall pay them triple the overtime wage." Mu's declaration left Li Xiaoxiao and the principal utterly speechless. Overtime pay? What on earth is that? Shouldn't it be expected to work for the boss during one's leisure time? Why should the employer offer remuneration, let alone thrice the usual salary? Their astonishment is understandable. For in this peculiar world, the notion of overtime is utterly foreign. With a full 24 hours dedicated to labor, where is the concept of extra work to be found? Mu introduced the idea of overtime, and for the first time in this bizarre realm, he brought forth the notion of overtime pay. Indeed, he was several versions ahead of this strange world. Such an advanced concept was difficult for the denizens of this realm to grasp. In the Midnight Hotel, the peculiar employees were savoring their working meal. "Brothers, Boss Chen has announced that the Shanshui Courtyard requires manpower for renovations. After we finish our meal, let us not rest, but accompany me to work overtime for Boss Chen." An employee shouted in the dining hall. "All right, we wholeheartedly support Boss Chen's words. With such generous salaries and benefits, I feel quite guilty. Now, at last, I can work more. I can hardly wait." A throng of peculiar beings immediately set aside their bowls, wiped their mouths, and prepared to assist Chunmu. Their eagerness and enthusiasm were palpable, each of them clamoring to engage in overtime, leaving anyone unaware to think they had lost their minds. Voluntarily laboring for the boss? Fearful of missing out on the opportunity? This spectacle was utterly unprecedented in any other company beyond Chunmu's enterprise. Boss Chun declared that all employees who work overtime will receive a payment thrice their regular wage. Chapter 61. Attendance must be strictly monitored. Upon hearing this news, the bewildered employees were left in a state of confusion. What on earth is happening? As they attempted to unravel the logic behind it, they discovered the reasoning to be flawed. The boss compensates us for our labor. We utilize our rest time to assist him, so why would he still pay us? Furthermore, why would he offer 3 times the standard rate? Is he simply extravagant with his wealth? In the words of other peculiar bosses, it seems like he is recklessly dispensing cash to employees, which feels unjust. This hardly seems equitable. At that moment, a sudden epiphany struck one of the employees, who exclaimed, "I understand now. The boss is providing us with benefits." The boss, recognizing that everyone is financially strained, devised this method to distribute money for us to spend. While other eccentric bosses would never act in such a manner, when it comes to Boss Chun, it feels entirely plausible. Which boss, after taking over a loss-making cafeteria, would also voluntarily settle the half-year's worth of unpaid wages for employees? That would be Chunmu. Which boss would proactively double the employees' wages and enhance their benefits? That would again be Chunmu. Which boss allows employees to rest for 6 hours daily and grants them regular days off? Yet again, it is Chunmu. Which boss provides work meals that rival those of 5-star hotels? That would undoubtedly be Chunmu. This makes perfect sense. It is not surprising at all. Boss Chun, the great benefactor, is considerate of his employees and always prioritizes their well-being. Having just maximized the benefits and compensation, there arose a concern that employees might find themselves short of funds, prompting the management to proactively offer additional rewards through overtime work. To assuage any feelings of guilt among the employees and allow them to accept these funds with ease, it was artfully termed as overtime pay. What a benevolent figure. Truly, Boss Chun embodies the spirit of generosity. Fellow colleagues, one might wonder, are we currently in want of money? An eccentric employee suddenly exclaimed. To state the obvious, with such a generous salary and bonuses from Chunmu, even the most junior staff enjoy substantial benefits. While one may not claim to be exceedingly wealthy, it is undeniable that we are certainly not lacking in funds. The same employee continued, at present, Boss Chun is embarking on a new venture, generously providing us with enhanced benefits. Surely, he himself must be in need of financial resources. Even if Boss Chun is facing monetary challenges, he remains silent, concerned instead that we might not have enough to spend, offering us overtime pay. He treats us as if we were his own brothers. During this critical period of entrepreneurship, when Boss Chun may be in need, I feel uneasy accepting this overtime pay. If he considers me a brother, I shall reciprocate by regarding him as one as well. This overtime pay shall not be accepted. I shall work for Boss Chun for free. This eccentric employee's words truly resonated with the sentiments of the others. Indeed, in this peculiar world, one would be hard-pressed to find a better employer than Boss Chun. If he were to face bankruptcy due to insufficient funds, where else could we find such a commendable leader? We must ensure that Boss Chun does not falter. In times of his struggle, how can we, in good conscience, take his money, draining him of his resources? Is that a deed a person of integrity could commit? Oh, could such a thing truly be accomplished by the enigmatic? The overtime pay must not be accepted. We cannot burden Boss Chun further. The peculiar employees swiftly reached a consensus. They would forego the overtime pay and assist Boss Chun without charge. After all, he treats us so well. Working these extra hours is quite comfortable. Soon, a formidable group of these unusual employees made their way to the Shanshui courtyard, joining the ranks of the renovation brigade. These workers applied themselves with extraordinary zeal, each one fueled, as if by a surge of vitality. Renovating Chunmu's residence felt akin to adorning their own homes. One employee gazed upon Chunmu's grand house and, far from feeling envious, could not help but exclaim, "Look at how kind Boss Chun is. He truly deserves to earn a fortune and reside in such a splendid abode." After laboring tirelessly for several hours, these peculiar employees, without exception, neglected to register their overtime or claim any pay. Consequently, Chunmu quickly sensed that something was amiss. His villa was undergoing rapid renovations, luxurious flooring, crystal chandeliers, verdant lawns, Each decoration seemed to spring forth from the ground. However, upon reviewing the work records, he discovered that no one was actually working. How could the house be progressing so swiftly with no labor taking place? This was truly baffling. Upon investigation, Chun-Mu uncovered that his peculiar employees were all refraining from logging their hours or claiming overtime pay. This was unacceptable. It was not merely a matter of saving a few coins. The renovations for Shanshui Courtyard had already cost over 100 million ghost coins, while the total overtime pay for employees amounted to only a few 100,000 ghost coins. Chun-Mu had already spent a fortune. Was he truly concerned about such a trifling sum? More importantly, this situation threatened Chun-Mu's authority. Chun-Mu intends to exercise absolute authority within his domain. Every command he issues must be executed faithfully by his employees. Although Chun-Mu is well aware that the employees' reluctance to claim overtime pay stems from their affection for him, it nonetheless contravenes his regulations. He cannot allow this unfortunate precedent to take root. Consequently, Chun-Mu summoned his security team and instructed them, henceforth, every employee working overtime must clock in. There shall be no lapses in attendance. The security team dutifully complied with Chun-Mu's directive, while those who had accepted overtime pay appeared increasingly despondent. How can I, in good conscience, take advantage of Boss Chin during such trying times? They pondered. Why can't we simply put in a little more effort? The overtime pay is fixed. By working a bit extra, we essentially lighten Boss Chin's financial burden. This empathetic suggestion quickly garnered widespread support among the employees. As a result, the construction site at Shanshui Courtyard witnessed a surge of early arrivals and late departures. Some employees, eager to contribute more, forwent their meals after work, hastening to the site and utilizing their half-hour lunch break to toil instead. They refrained from clocking in early, opting instead to register their attendance only at the designated work hours, thus qualifying as early arrivals. Similarly, the concept of late departures entailed clocking out immediately but deliberately lingering to work an additional 20 minutes. On their way home, they preferred to take a taxi, sacrificing their own funds for the fare in order to maximize their contributions to Boss Chun. Chun-Mu soon became aware of this phenomenon and was profoundly astonished. As he planned to acquire a hospital, he recognized the necessity of providing his employees with health insurance. During the employees' overtime, they are compelled to work even harder, to the point of exhausting themselves to the brink of illness. How much will Boss Chin have to spend on medical expenses? This has transcended mere competition. It has devolved into malicious overwork. It is imperative to curtail this detrimental trend within the company. In response, Boss Chin promptly issued a directive. Stringent enforcement of attendance management is essential. Early arrivals and late departures must be unequivocally rejected. No extra minute allowed. When other companies impose strict attendance measures, it often signifies a downward trajectory. However, Chun-Mu, in the early stages of development, has implemented an unusual approach to attendance management, also refusing early arrivals and late departures. At a certain moment, Chun-Mu suddenly sensed that this bizarre, dystopian environment seemed to be orchestrated by him. Something felt amiss. Chapter 62. The plight of the hospital under the relentless self-exploitation of the employees. Within just 2 days, the landscape of Shanshui Courtyard underwent a remarkable transformation. Even the disillusioned mall manager admitted that he had never encountered such self-managing employees. Boss Chin's crop of workers, who cultivate and harvest their own potential, is indeed enviable. Having never harvested such high-quality talent before, this remains an unfulfilled aspiration in the manager's career. Nonetheless, the fallen mall manager acknowledges that this is a testament to Chun-Mu's capabilities. Otherwise, why are Chun-Mu's employees of such exceptional quality among that peculiar group? Previously, in the midnight diner and night school, they were the same batch of employees. Why did they not exhibit such dedication then? If the boss treats his employees as fools, he cannot be surprised if they reciprocate in kind. Empathy is key. Chun-Mu treats his employees well. Though they may not vocalize it, they remember it in their hearts. Once the renovation of Shanshui Courtyard was completed, the final cost assessment left the disillusioned mall manager astounded. Due to the unwavering dedication of the employees, the project was completed 7 days ahead of schedule. Furthermore, the workers approached their tasks as if they were renovating their own homes. They strived for excellence, diligently seeking to conserve materials for their employer, Mr. Chun. For instance, some carpenters, who might typically need to cut and discard 2 or 3 boards before achieving a usable piece, displayed an extraordinary focus, succeeding on the first attempt without the need for a second cut. They were determined to avoid imposing any additional costs on Mr. Chin's budget. Moreover, the quality of the renovations exceeded expectations, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship that is unparalleled by other renovation teams in the market. This was not merely a matter of skill, but rather a testament to their heartfelt commitment. Mr. Chun was elated, having spent over $500,000 in overtime wages, yet reaping substantial benefits and saving more than $2 million. In essence, he had gained over $1 million in profit. Ecstatic, Mr. Chun decided to reward his dedicated workers by distributing $50,000 from the $150,000 saved. The employees, already feeling guilty for having received such generous overtime pay, were taken aback by this unexpected bonus from their employer. What a benevolent master he was! The loyalty of the workers was palpable. To encounter such an understanding employer inspired a willingness to toil tirelessly. Finally, with the renovations complete, Mr. Chun reclined in his expansive villa, reflecting on the profound change in his circumstances. Just days ago, he had been a struggling young man, and now, in the blink of an eye, he found himself residing in a grand house. Beyond the door lies a cerulean swimming pool and an expansive green lawn. The Duke has also taken residence in the adjacent villa. Although he frequently visits the Fog Museum, he retreats to the villa whenever time permits. Such a life of affluence is truly decadent. Chun Mu inhaled deeply, aware that this was not the moment for rest. The bizarre apocalypse had commenced over a month ago, and initially, ghostly currency was in short supply, leaving various industries desperately in need of it. This juncture presented the perfect opportunity for acquisitions. Swift action was imperative. Currently, Chun Mu possessed 3 major enterprises: Midnight Diner, Night Academy, and Mountain Water Courtyard, alongside a splendid rapport with the Fog Museum and the employment of Phantom Taxi. Within Chun Mu's ring lay the Underworld Bank. Although he could not physically access the bank, he could continuously withdraw funds from it. Amusingly, in the process of acquiring these 3 enterprises, Chun Mu had profited handsomely. Thus, he found himself with a considerable amount of spare cash, even depositing some funds into the Underworld Bank. However, there was no cause for concern. The Underworld Bank was securely ensconced within Chun Mu's ring, eternally belonging to him, impervious to any risk of losing his deposits. Chun Mu then shifted his focus to the next target for acquisition. With so many in dire need of funds, numerous enterprises were ensnared in a debt crisis, urgently requiring Mr. Chun to wield his substantial cash reserves to rescue them from peril. The next objective, of course, was the city's finest and sole hospital, the Fright Hospital. Following the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, a once-abandoned hospital transformed into a site of eerie phenomena within the second week, now known as the Fright Hospital. To speak of the frightening hospital, it cannot be deemed particularly skilled in its techniques. In fact, the hospitals of this bizarre world, in general, lack impressive medical prowess. The guiding principle of the frightening hospital is that as long as a patient does not perish, it is considered a victory. Should a patient succumb, it is merely a reflection of their own inadequacy, unable to withstand the treatment. Among 10 peculiar cases, if one can be successfully treated, that is deemed a resounding triumph. Despite this, the hospital remains remarkably sought after in the realm of the uncanny. Even the most formidable of anomalies dare not offend the institution, for it is a rare entity indeed. A hospital capable of curing the bizarre is a scarce treasure in the surrounding cities. Only the one where Chun Mu resides boasts such a facility. Although the results may be unimpressive when the extraordinary fall ill or are injured, they have no choice but to pay exorbitant medical fees for treatment, as no alternative exists, even if the hospital's techniques are subpar. During the latter stages of the bizarre apocalypse, as the number of anomalies swells, securing a bed within the hospital becomes a formidable challenge. Numerous powerful entities, upon sustaining grievous and potentially fatal injuries, find themselves queuing to present gifts to the director, hoping to secure a modicum of care. Thus, acquiring the frightening hospital would grant Chun Mu dominion over essential aspects of life, sustenance, education, and healthcare, effectively allowing him to exert control over the entire city. At this juncture, the operational status of the frightening hospital is dire. To put it simply, the institution finds itself in a predicament due to its inadequate techniques. Anomalies are loath to visit unless mortally wounded, fearing the possibility of a fatal misdiagnosis. Currently, at the onset of the bizarre apocalypse, the number of anomalies is not particularly high, with many yet to manifest. Moreover, the strength of humanity appears exceedingly insignificant. Many individuals remain oblivious to the peculiar rules governing these bizarre tasks, let alone the potential harm they might inflict. The rarity of the anomalies coupled with the low probability of injury naturally results in a minimal presence of such entities in hospitals. Consequently, The operational state of the Fear Hospital has deteriorated drastically. It can be said that the initial 2 months of the apocalyptic anomaly era were the most arduous for the Fear Hospital. Thus, Chenmu has set forth, seizing this opportune moment to hastily acquire the Fear Hospital. Chapter 63, The Fear Hospital that night. Chenmu departed from the Shanshui courtyard and boarded his private taxi en route to the Fear Hospital. "Take me to the Fear Hospital," Chenmu instructed the driver. Nodding in acknowledgement, the driver pressed the accelerator, propelling Chenmu swiftly along the road. In less than 10 minutes, the taxi arrived in a desolate suburban area. A glance around revealed the scarcity of residential buildings, and the road was devoid of pedestrians, exuding an eerie desolation. Amidst the darkness stood a 5-story building, its windows aglow with a dim green light, casting an unsettling ambience from afar. This was indeed the Fear Hospital, dedicated to treating the anomalies. "Stop here," Chenmu ordered. "Wait for me outside. I may require your assistance." Given the nature of the Fear Hospital as a site of anomalies, it was prudent for the driver to remain outside, adhering to the principle of not harboring 2 tigers on the same mountain. After alighting from the vehicle, Chenmu inhaled deeply. The frigid evening breeze, mingled with a faint scent of disinfectant, instantly invigorated him. Regarding this hospital, Chenmu possessed little knowledge. After all, in his previous life, he lacked the strength to survive and would never venture into such an eerie establishment. Thus, his understanding of the frightening hospital largely stemmed from hearsay. Gazing at the ominous structure before him, Chenmu could not help but exclaim, "I wonder what the true nature of the frightening hospital is." Upon arriving at the entrance, he found the door ajar, and the security booth stood empty. Chenmu easily stepped inside, revealing a 5-story building that emanated an eerie green glow. Frightening hospital. In the next moment, a series of blood-red characters slowly materialized before him. Bizarre mission. Midnight Doctor. Mission description. In a remote, desolate area stands an inconspicuous hospital. At midnight, strange patients frequently enter and exit. You are a young doctor. Your lack of skill has left you struggling to find employment. Finally, one day, a hospital named Frightening offers you an internship position, inviting you to serve as the midnight on-call doctor. You cherish this opportunity and arrive at this mysterious establishment. As the blood-red words faded, the temperature in the air noticeably dropped. A chilling evening breeze swept through, carrying the scent of disinfectant. While a fleeting shadow appeared within the windows of the Frightening hospital, Chenmu steeled himself, preparing to venture into the building. Upon entering, a pungent odor assailed his senses. And the walls, adorned with crimson handprints, conveyed an unsettling atmosphere. Chenmu couldn't help but exclaim, having experienced numerous bizarre tasks. He found the background of this hospital to be the first that truly unsettled him. As he surveyed his surroundings, a chilling voice emerged from behind him. "You must be the new on-duty doctor." According to the peculiar task's description, he was indeed the newly appointed intern. "Please follow me. The chief physician is waiting for you inside." The nurse spoke as she led Chenmu onward. After a few steps, they arrived at a door emblazoned with blood-red characters. "On duty, operating room." Upon pushing the door open, a strong stench of blood assailed his senses. The glaring surgical lights rendered Chenmu momentarily uncomfortable. In the very center of the room stood an operating table, beside which lay a small cart brimming with various surgical instruments. Adorning the walls were crimson banners, each inscribed with grandiose phrases, "The healer's compassion, to save lives and heal the injured." It appeared that this doctor was held in high esteem by the patients. In addition to this, the room housed an eerie figure clad in a white coat, an unusual doctor who appeared to be an elderly gentleman in his 60s, wearing reading glasses. This peculiar individual was the chief physician referred to by the nurse. Upon noticing Chenmu's arrival, the chief physician greeted him with a warm smile. "Ah, at last, a newcomer has arrived. At my age, my surgical skills have waned considerably. With a fresh face here, I can finally pass on the responsibilities of the operating room." The chief physician spoke as he handed a manual to Chenmu. "You are a young doctor, making your first foray into the operating room. This manual outlines the requirements within the surgical suite. Adhere closely to its contents, and I shall be by your side to guide you. I believe you will become a competent physician." The chief's warmth took Chenmu by surprise. It was his first encounter with such kindness in a professional setting, devoid of any gifts. Chenmu had prepared some tokens of appreciation. Yet due to his apprehension towards the hospital, having never been there before, he refrained from presenting them outright. Unlike the Misty Museum, which he had explored thoroughly in his previous life, he felt it prudent to wait for the right moment to gauge the situation before offering any small gifts. Upon receiving the manual and opening its contents, Chun Mu discovered a series of rules. As a newly appointed duty doctor, you are required to adhere to the following guidelines. 1. The Hospital of Dread is a strictly regulated institution. Gifting to doctors, nurses, or patients is prohibited, and violations will result in penalties. A chill ran down Chun Mu's spine upon reading the first rule. Fortunately, his caution had spared him from the folly of presenting gifts too soon. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences. His 5 years of experience in the bizarre apocalypse of his previous life had proven invaluable, instilling a sense of vigilance within him. Continuing to read, he found, 2. The chief physician is an experienced and esteemed doctor, known for his exceptional skills and integrity. He will not deceive you and will always provide the correct treatment methods. 3. During your duty, you are required to treat 5 patients. Upon the completion of treatment for 5 patients, the task will automatically conclude. Among these 5 patients, it is imperative to successfully cure at least 3, otherwise, the task will be deemed a failure. The success of a physician is inextricably linked to the evaluations of the patients, for only they can attest to the efficacy of their treatment. Some patients possess reclusive personalities, making them particularly challenging to engage. Thus, it is essential to exercise ample patience and skill to avoid receiving negative feedback from them. The number of patients exhibiting fear of the hospital is relatively sparse, necessitating sufficient patience as one awaits their arrival for consultation. It is critical not to abandon the surgical room while the task remains incomplete. These rules were meticulously inscribed in the manual, and Chun Mu committed each one to memory. From the descriptions of the guidelines, it appeared that the chief physician was aligned with Chun Mu, offering no deception and providing accurate treatment methodologies. Given that Chun Mu lacked formal medical training and was unfamiliar with peculiar treatments, the guidance of the chief physician was undeniably crucial. Thus, where might the peril be concealed within these rules? And where lies the path to salvation? Chun Mu began to ponder this conundrum. Chapter 64. The surgery commences based on Chun Mu's prior experiences. One initial supposition can be made. The chief physician may indeed be a significant ally in achieving the task's success. The rules indicate that the chief physician is forthright and will not mislead Chun Mu, possessing the requisite expertise to offer sound treatment strategies. Does this imply that adherence to the chief physician's instructions will guarantee the successful healing of the patients? Chun Mu chose to harbor this hypothesis within the recesses of his mind. From the perspective of the regulations, the most perilous rule appears to be the 6th. Some patients possess a reclusive disposition, rendering them exceedingly difficult to manage. Thus, one must exercise additional patience and skill to avert unfavorable evaluations. This implies the potential encounter with troublesome patients who may pose challenges for Chun Mu. Should a patient issue a negative review, it would signify a failure for Chun Mu, who is permitted a maximum of 2 failures. Exceeding this limit would result in the mission's failure. This is the information that Chun Mu has deduced from the rules thus far. As for further details in the path to survival, he remains oblivious, for he is not an omniscient deity but rather a seeker of answers through logical reasoning. Presently, the clues are insufficient, and his deductive process can only extend this far. The next step involves awaiting the arrival of patients. As the regulations indicate, the number of patients at the frightening hospital is lamentably scarce. Upon Chun Mu's arrival, the amiable chief physician invited him to sit and rest, reassuring him that it is quite normal for patient numbers to dwindle during the night. To his astonishment, this wait extended to half an hour. Finally, just as Chun Mu was beginning to feel discomfort from sitting, the door to the duty surgery room creaked open. Entering was a peculiar humanoid figure. "Doctor, my arm is broken. Please help me suture the wound." The moment this bizarre entity stepped inside, it grimaced in pain, howling and wailing. Chun Mu glanced at this strange patient, who indeed bore the evidence of their claim. One arm was shattered, revealing a gory, crimson laceration. Amidst the sanguine incision, fragments of flesh and blood vessels lay scattered, presenting a scene of utter horror. Chun Mu instantly steeled himself. He had encountered such sights on numerous occasions. Yet this was the first time he was tasked with suturing a wound inflicted by an otherworldly entity. The chief surgeon approached the patient and instructed, "Chun Mu, quickly assist the patient onto the operating table. We must prepare for the surgery." Upon hearing the chief surgeon's command, Chun Mu stepped forward, attempting to support the patient. He harbored no fear of an attack from the patient, as he was clad in his formidable death armor. Although his ability to defy regulations had entered a cooling period, the protective capabilities of the death armor remained exceptionally robust. Ordinary anomalies posed no threat to him. The patient, compliant and untroublesome, mounted the operating table and reclined upon it. You are doing splendidly. The next step is to retrieve the antiseptic solution and disinfect the patient's wound, the chief surgeon directed, gesturing towards a bottle. As he had stated upon their initial meeting, the chief surgeon was of considerable age and ill-suited for performing the surgery himself. Thus, he focused solely on guiding Chenmu. Following the chief surgeon's indication, Chenmu approached the side of the operating table and located the small bottle on the trolley. The bottle bore no label, containing a transparent liquid within. This method of treating wounds with antiseptic was entirely new to Chenmu. In his recollection, one would typically use alcohol or similar substances. Perhaps the nature of the anomalies diverged from that of humans. Chenmu lifted the bottle and inquired of the chief surgeon, "Is this the correct vial?" "Indeed." "Hasten to cleanse the patient's wound," the chief surgeon urged. According to the rules, the chief surgeon would not deceive himself. Chenmu temporarily placed his trust in his words, taking the peculiar disinfectant to commence the strange disinfection process. As Chenmu began, everyone in the operating room assumed their respective roles. The chief surgeon observed the patient's condition, occasionally offering guidance to Chenmu from the sidelines. With his head bowed under the shadowless lamp, Chenmu proceeded with the operation. The nurse stood nearby, occasionally assisting him by passing instruments. The patient lay calmly on the operating table, accepting the procedure with serenity. Do not pour it directly. Use a cotton swab for disinfection. Apply a gentle touch with the swab. Do not exert too much pressure. One round of disinfection is insufficient. At least 3 applications are required. The chief surgeon diligently offered his guidance, patiently correcting Chenmu's mistakes. After 10 minutes, Chenmu finally completed the disinfection of the wound. Well done. The next step is to remove the necrotic tissue before suturing the wound. The chief surgeon methodically led the process, and under his direction, the surgery progressed smoothly. Chenmu had to admit that the chief surgeon possessed considerable skill. Several times during the operation, had it not been for the chief surgeon's reminders, Chenmu would have nearly made errors. Moreover, the chief surgeon's guidance did not reveal any apparent mistakes. At least he did not lead Chenmu into pitfalls. Everything seemed to be proceeding too smoothly, which made Chenmu feel a sense of unease. He silently pondered. Before long, the necrotic tissue had also been excised. The act of cutting through the bizarre tissue felt strange, occasionally releasing a foul odor. The tissue was icy to the touch, reminiscent of rubber, and distinctly different from human flesh. "Dr. Chenmu, you have performed admirably. You are the most astute young physician I have encountered." The chief surgeon offered praise, stating, "Very well, now you must suture the patient's wounds. Nurse, please bring the sutures and hand them to Dr. Chenmu." Following the chief surgeon's instructions, the nurse swiftly retrieved a selection of sutures and presented them to Chenmu. This was Chenmu's inaugural experience performing surgery on such a peculiar patient. The operating room was permeated with the metallic scent of blood and the sterile aroma of disinfectants, illuminated by stark, pallid lights. Fortunately, the procedure of suturing the wounds was not overly complex. The chief surgeon demonstrated how to meticulously bind the blood vessels with the sutures. Perhaps it was due to the fact that this unusual patient seemed engineered for the task at hand. Regardless, their blood vessels were notably thick and robust, making the suturing process manageable even without formal training. Chenmu rapidly acquired the skill to suture. Half an hour later, he completed the final wound, and the severed incision of the patient was finally addressed. The surgery concluded without incident. Everything transpired smoothly. Yet, Chenmu furrowed his brow. Devoid of any joy from the successful operation, he sensed an unsettling feeling in the air. Chapter 65. The first appearance of erroneous rules. Everything has gone remarkably smoothly. So much so that it seemed almost implausible. During the procedure, the patient posed no challenges, the chief surgeon provided patient guidance, the nurse cooperated wholeheartedly, and he encountered no unforeseen complications. In just 30 minutes, this bizarre surgery reached a flawless conclusion. This is not right, according to Chenmu's understanding of the bizarre apocalypse. As this peculiar world evolves, the overall difficulty of the eerie tasks is steadily escalating. Much like the Midnight Diner, where the task rules adhered to a conventional framework, it was not until the Fog Museum that the first instance of inducive rules emerged, coaxing players into movement during a game of hide-and-seek, thereby obscuring the path to survival that lay in stillness. Clearly, the challenge presented by the Fog Museum surpassed that of the Midnight Diner. Subsequently, in the Deadly Examination, misleading rules made their debut, shifting from merely inducing players to actively misleading them, prompting peculiar actions that led fellow participants to suspect one another of being the uncanny. The difficulty had advanced yet another tier. Now, 3 days had elapsed since the deadly examination, and the new challenge, the frightening hospital, was poised to present an increased level of difficulty. While some minor eerie tasks might still be relatively simple, the overarching trend remained unchanged. Tasks were becoming increasingly formidable. Particularly in the frightening hospital, as one of the foremost forces, the level of challenge was assuredly escalating. Remarkably, Chun-Mu completed his first surgery with remarkable ease, finding the difficulty even lower than that of the Midnight Diner. As long as he overcame the discomfort of the gory scene and followed the lead of the chief surgeon, success was almost guaranteed, requiring little mental exertion. Chun-Mu silently heightened his vigilance. The clues at present were still scant, insufficient for discerning a path to survival. He resolved to take each step as it came. At that moment, the patient descended from the operating table, appearing quite pleased with the outcome of the surgery. Chun-Mu smiled and remarked, "If you are satisfied, do remember to leave a good review." The patient gathered their belongings and departed from the operating room. The first surgery of the night had concluded. After the patient left, Chun-Mu was still awaiting any indication of the surgery's success. 5 minutes later, a line of crimson text gradually materialized in his vision. First surgery score, 4,060, passing, surgical outcome, failure. Upon reading this notification, a weight settled in Chun-Mu's heart, though he felt no overwhelming shock. Indeed, an unforeseen complication had arisen. After leaving the hospital, the patient had rated Chun-Mu's performance unsatisfactorily. How could a seemingly flawless surgery yield such a dismal result? If every patient reacted in this manner, how could he possibly cope? He could afford to fail only twice more. One opportunity remained. As Chun-Mu pondered, time slipped away, second by second. In the eerily quiet hospital night, the patient count was woefully low, and for the next hour, no new patients arrived. Amidst his relentless contemplation, a flicker of inspiration began to dawn in Chun-Mu's mind. He gazed at the walls of the operating room, adorned with numerous blood-red banners proclaiming, "To save lives and heal the wounded." Each of these banners had been presented by grateful patients. Suddenly, Chun-Mu perceived a subtle change in the quantity of banners affixed to the wall. He recalled counting them upon his arrival. There had been 43 banners. Yet now it appeared, there was one more. Chun-Mu silently repeated this in his mind. He had meticulously memorized the layout of his surroundings upon entering this peculiar scene, including a thorough count of the banners on the wall. This is a routine operation for Chun-Mu, as surviving for 5 years in this bizarre apocalypse demonstrates his capabilities. Chun-Mu is acutely aware that often, clues regarding the path to survival are concealed not only within the rules, but also amidst the peculiar scenes. Otherwise, players could simply rely on logical deductions from the rules, rendering the exploration of these strange environments unnecessary. If memory serves correctly, upon his arrival, there were 43 banners adorning the walls. After the first patient departed, an additional banner mysteriously appeared. Yes, that very one. Chun-Mu recalled that the wall was white just moments ago, and shortly after the patient's exit, a new banner emerged. The peculiar scenes do not change arbitrarily. Every subtle alteration serves as an indication of the player's routes to survival. Upon further scrutiny of the banners, Chun-Mu suddenly noticed that amidst the numerous commendatory banners, there were sporadically 2 banners bearing insults, incompetent quack, and family perished. In an instant, a torrent of thoughts surged through Chun-Mu's mind, leading him to a realization. If he was not mistaken, in this operating room, with each surgical procedure performed, a new banner would manifest on the wall. The content of these banners serves as a harbinger of the surgical outcomes, based on the arrangement of the task setting. Prior to his arrival, it was this chief surgeon who had been responsible for this operating room. Chun-Mu had observed the duty roster at the entrance, which revealed that the same name had been present for the past 2 months, indicating that the physician had not been replaced. This implies that the banners on the walls are indeed signaling the outcomes of the chief surgeon's operations. In this manner, Chun-Mu's thoughts became remarkably clear. Conversely, when the bazaar bestows upon you a banner inscribed with "entire family perishes," one must believe in the bazaar, for it is sincerely wishing you well. Context: the culture of the bizarre world. It is evident that this peculiar task has introduced the concept of bizarre world culture for the first time. When players lack understanding of this culture, they may misinterpret the meaning of the banner or disregard it as mere background. Only when players comprehend the essence of the bizarre culture, recognizing that these banners are derogatory towards the physician, can they discern the clues within the bizarre task. Indeed, this task is far from being as straightforward as it initially appears. Mu did not anticipate the high difficulty of the bizarre task within the Hospital of Terror, which surprisingly incorporates the culture of the bizarre world. The current bizarre setting is already being arranged according to this cultural framework. Thus, the banner on this wall is essentially informing players that the chief physician's skills are quite lacking. Over the past 2 months of on-call duty, he has performed 43 surgeries, achieving success only twice, while the rest ended in failure. A quack. A flaw has emerged. A glimmer of surprise shone in Mu's eyes as he finally discerned the irregularities. The second rule states, the chief physician is an experienced and esteemed doctor. Skilled and respected, he will not deceive you and will always provide the correct treatment. However, the reality starkly contrasts this assertion, revealing the chief physician to be utterly incompetent. Mu took a deep breath. If he was not mistaken, this peculiar task presented an unprecedented flaw in its rules. Chapter 66, If one cannot resolve the issue, then eliminate the source of the problem. Upon realizing this, Mu felt a surge of excitement. He even possessed a method to validate his hypothesis. A straightforward approach requiring merely a single question to confirm the erroneous nature of the rule. He turned to the chief surgeon and suddenly inquired, Chief Surgeon, could you please inform me of your success rate in the past 43 surgeries? Upon hearing this question, the chief surgeon's expression shifted dramatically. He stared incredulously at Mu. His mouth agape as he struggled to articulate a response, momentarily at a loss for words. Mu continued, Then, could you tell me, are you a highly skilled surgeon? As he spoke, he gestured toward the accolades adorning the wall. The chief surgeon fell silent, and after a brief pause, he sighed and finally uttered, Did you deduce it? Mu's intuition had not deceived him. The chief surgeon's skills were indeed subpar, lacking any semblance of excellence. The second rule was fundamentally flawed. The second rule explicitly stated that the chief surgeon would not deceive him. Thus, any act of deception would inherently signify that the second rule was incorrect. Observing the chief surgeon's demeanor, a smile spread across Mu's face. From the surgeon's reaction, he had discerned the truth. This was indeed a misguided rule. After a moment, the chief physician could not help but sigh. He gazed at Mu and spoke slowly, You are quite astute. Out of the 10 individuals who have come to me, you are the only one to pose this question. Perhaps for a long time to come, I shall remain the only one to have asked it. Mu smiled. He was not being pretentious. Had it not been for his 5 years of experience, few would have contemplated such a notion. In fact, during Mu's previous life, it was only 3 months into the bizarre apocalypse that individuals began to realize that the rules governing the strange missions might indeed be flawed. Prior to that, all participants in these bizarre tasks regarded the rules as sacrosanct, fearful to transgress even a single boundary, meticulously adhering to the stipulated requirements. Clearly, those who obediently followed the rules in this peculiar mission had perished. Thus, the reason for my recent surgical failure becomes evident. It lies with your guidance, doctor. The second rule being erroneous implies that your skills are not exceptional, and you may not convey the accurate steps to me. Therefore, if I were to follow your instructions, the surgery would most likely end in failure. Having discerned the flawed rule, Mu incisively identified the cause of the surgical mishap. The chief physician regarded Mu with a newfound astonishment. He conceded that even if he were to assume Mu's position, he would not have detected the underlying issue so swiftly. As Mu took a deep breath and delved further into his thoughts, he realized that the problem had not become any simpler, regardless of whether the doctor possesses insufficient skill or fails to speak the truth. It is unequivocal that in the subsequent surgeries, Mu must not heed the doctor's advice any longer. Following the doctor's guidance would merely replicate the experience of the initial operation, smooth in execution, yet invariably culminating in failure. However, Mu is acutely aware of his utter ignorance of medicine, particularly the peculiar aspects of the field. With the chief surgeon's counsel rendered untrustworthy, how then is he to proceed with the surgery? Mu finds himself with but a single opportunity remaining. If the task at hand is indeed bizarre, then there must exist a path to survival. This implies that even in his ignorance of strange medical practices, Mu can undoubtedly navigate through the peculiarities of this endeavor and achieve a successful surgical outcome. Thus, he must persist in contemplating the rules, seeking any glimmer of insight within them. As time elapses, the next half hour passes without a single patient entering the operating room. Mu fixates on the rules for an extended period, and at last, he conceives a potential avenue for survival. It becomes evident that, according to the stipulations, the success of the surgery is evaluated by the patient. Should the patient deem the outcome unsatisfactory, Shinmu would find himself in dire straits. Since he cannot resolve the ensuing troubles, why not attempt to eliminate the source of the troubles instead? For instance, what if he were to kill the bizarre patient? If the patient is deceased, evaluation becomes impossible. Thus, he would be spared the burden of negative reviews. Might there not be a presumption of a favorable appraisal in such a case? This notion emerges as Chunmu's most plausible route to survival. He harbors no concern that the other rules are erroneous. Even erroneous rules are not given arbitrarily. A commonality among erroneous rules is their indicative nature. For instance, in this task, among the 5 patients, one must successfully treat at least 3, otherwise, it is deemed a failure. This is by no means incorrect, as such rules are decisive, determining the success or failure of the task. If these rules were flawed, the player would be utterly at a loss as to how to achieve success. All erroneous rules serve as indicative guidelines and do not directly dictate the outcome of the task. Chunmu's path to survival is derived from the 3rd and 4th decisive rules. However, to validate this path, he must await the arrival of the next patient. The influx of patients in the Hospital of Terror is quite sparse. After an hour and a half, not a single patient has arrived. As Chunmu contemplated these rules, a sudden spark of insight illuminated his mind. The rules did not specify that the patients could not be brought in by himself. Why then should he be idly waiting here? Chunmu's heart surged with excitement as he recalled his cash ability. Chapter 67. Help me find some patients. Since patients are not forthcoming, why not create a few himself? With this thought, Chunmu retrieved his phone from his pocket. This phone had been provided by the driver for their communication. Beep, beep, beep. The call connected. Hello? Boss, is there something you need? I am currently at the Hospital of Terror. Please find me a few patients. I need to perform surgery on them, Chunmu instructed. Remember, the patients must be injured, and they must leave me a 5-star review. Understood, boss. Please hold on for a moment. The driver hung up the phone and immediately got into the car. En route, he passed by the Midnight Hotel and summoned a few unusually tall security guards to accompany him in search of Boss Chin's patient. Moments later, in a dark alley, an eerie figure lay in wait, poised to seize its unsuspecting prey. This sinister entity was known as the pavement scammer. When a vehicle approached, it would dart out from the alley and dramatically lay itself down directly in front of the car, hoping to deceive the driver. When confronted with such a malevolent creature, the most prudent course of action is to accelerate and drive straight over it. Under no circumstances should one exit the vehicle. Should the driver alight and engage with the pavement scammer, the creature would impose demands, requiring the driver to offer a sum of ghostly currency as compensation. At this juncture, the driver would have succumbed to the entity's rules. If one could afford the ghostly payment, it would be a monetary loss to avert disaster. However, if one could not meet the demand, they would violate the terms, rendering themselves vulnerable to the pavement scammer's wrath, which could result in a gruesome fate. After patiently waiting for 3 minutes, a yellow taxi suddenly appeared on the wide road. Witnessing this, the pavement scammer's expression brightened. Fortune was indeed smiling upon it this evening. It had only been crouching for a mere 3 minutes, and now a feast was at hand. The taxi's speed was moderate, which greatly favored the creature. If the driver were to accelerate, the opportunity might slip away unnoticed. Slow-moving vehicles were the easiest targets for its deceit. As the taxi approached the mouth of the alley, the pavement scammer seized the moment, leaping forward with a swift motion and dramatically positioning itself in front of the taxi. Oh no, you've hit me. Hurry. Get out and pay up. Take me to the hospital. I assure you, this matter is far from over. The swindler lay on the ground, wailing in a pitiful manner, appearing to have been severely struck. With a sudden screech, a taxi came to a halt before him. The swindler's face lit up with joy, for he realized that his trap had ensnared its prey. If the driver dared to alight from the vehicle, he would extort a considerable sum. If no money was forthcoming, he would relish the opportunity to retaliate against the vehicle's owner. Regardless of the outcome, the swindler was assured of a lucrative gain. Indeed, the taxi door swung open, but the swindler's smile quickly faltered. For emerging from the taxi was not a mere human, but a ghoul. Had he unwittingly targeted a creature of the supernatural? Moreover, the opposing entity exuded formidable strength, at least at the level of a ghoul leader. The swindler, being a lowly wraith of the wild, possessed merely the strength of a common spirit. To make matters worse, it was not just one eerie figure who exited the taxi. Several others, clad in security uniforms, also descended, all of whom were of the ghoul leader caliber. This was dire. He had encountered a formidable adversary. Oh dear brother, my sincerest apologies for the unintentional collision, the driver said, his expression one of regret. Dressed in white gloves and exuding an air of genteel sophistication, he addressed the swindler. "Oh, no worries at all. It's merely a trifling injury, hardly worth mentioning," the swindler replied. Despite his audacity, he dared not extort from a being of such power. And with a sudden burst of energy, he sprang to his feet. "See, I am perfectly fine. This minor injury is nothing to concern ourselves with. If all is well, I shall take my leave now," he declared with a forced smile, preparing to make his escape. However, the driver was not pleased. "Brother, since I have collided with you, I must certainly take responsibility. I shall escort you to the city's finest hospital of terror, where the esteemed Dr. Chin will attend to your ailments." "No, no, no," protested the scoundrel. "Look at me. I am perfectly fine. There is no need for a hospital." "Perfectly fine, you say? That cannot be. If you are indeed well, how can Dr. Chun tend to your health?" "Do not disregard his noble intentions," the driver insisted, with a wave of his hand. Several security guards surged forward and swiftly apprehended the scoundrel. "Break his legs and carry him to the car. We shall deliver him to Mr. Chin," the driver commanded. As the taxi accelerated, the scoundrel, with his legs now broken, sat in the back seat, glancing despairingly at the guards flanking him. His misfortune seemed insurmountable. To encounter such formidable adversaries over a mere scheme. Throughout the journey, the guards imparted several lessons, making him painfully aware of the disparity in strength. After enduring their discipline, the scoundrel, now psychologically scarred, lamented with a quivering voice, "Please, gentlemen, spare me. I shall not dare to deceive again. Fear not, we are merely taking you for treatment. Once you have been attended to, you shall be released," the driver replied coldly. At these words, the scoundrel trembled, having learned his lesson well, and yearned to escape the clutches of these intimidating figures. In a short while, the taxi halted before the ominous hospital. With a resounding thud, the scoundrel was unceremoniously ejected from the vehicle. "Remember to proceed to the first-floor surgical room and seek out Dr. Chin for your treatment," the driver instructed through the window. "If Dr. Chun harbors any dissatisfaction, it will not merely result in a broken leg." The driver's calm words were laced with an unmistakable threat. The fraudster, paralyzed by fear, dared not utter a single rebuttal, repeatedly nodding in agreement. Although the reason behind this peculiar group seeking out Dr. Chun for treatment eluded him, the fraudster understood all too well that if the enigmatic Dr. Chun harbored even the slightest dissatisfaction, his life would be forfeit. This strange assembly appeared to be minions of Dr. Chun, and even if the fraudster had 100 lives to spare, he would not dare offend Dr. Chun. Dragging his injured leg, the fraudster crawled to the door of the on-call surgery room. Knock, knock, knock. He politely rapped on the door. "Come in," came Dr. Chun Mu's voice from within. Upon entering, the fraudster immediately wailed, "Dr. Chun, where is Dr. Chun? I have come to seek his treatment." The chief physician and nurses exchanged bewildered glances. Dr. Chun? Could it possibly refer to Chin Mu? But that seemed implausible. He had only been on duty for a mere 2 hours, having treated only one patient, and that operation had failed. Why would this new patient demand Dr. Chin by name upon arrival? When had Dr. Chin become so renowned? Observing the terrified figure before him, Chin Mu wore a benevolent smile. The patient he needed had finally arrived. "Let us proceed to the operating table," Chin Mu instructed the fraudster. The fraudster, fully aware of the gravity of the situation, climbed onto the operating table with trepidation, utterly unwilling to request assistance from Chin Mu. Chin Mu nodded, clearly satisfied. "Just look at how obedient this peculiar patient is. The assistance of the chief physician is deemed unreliable. Thus, the ensuing surgical procedure must be conducted by Chin Mu himself." As Chin Mu surveyed the injuries of the fraudster, he found himself at a loss. On the operating table, the fraudster was filled with trepidation as he watched Chin Mu, astonished that this mere human was, in fact, the leader of several formidable entities. Just how profound was this man's background? Having endured years of misfortune, how had he attracted the attention of such a top-tier figure? The fraudster dared not even breathe too loudly, acutely aware that his life rested in Chin Mu's hands, should Chin Mu become displeased. The lurking entities outside could obliterate him in an instant. "You've sustained a fracture in your leg," Chin Mu remarked, his brow slightly furrowed. He was only familiar with suturing wounds, and even that was uncertain. Addressing a broken leg was beyond his expertise. Witnessing Chin Mu's frown, the fraudster felt his spirit nearly escape him and hastily interjected, Yes, indeed, Dr. Chun, it is a leg fracture. I am not particularly adept at treating this." Chin Mu's expression reflected his discomfort. The fraudster was on the verge of despair. Was it truly possible that Dr. Chin could not treat his ailment? This would be an embarrassment for the esteemed physician, a slap to his reputation. Did he dare to insult Dr. Chen? The fraudster was not yet ready to meet his end. In a desperate bid to appease, he exclaimed, "No, no, Dr. Chen, you are in no way at fault. The entire blame lies with me. It is my illness that is improper, my ignorance that has led me to suffer from an ailment you cannot treat. I implore you for another chance. Allow me to follow once more, and I assure you, you shall be able to cure me, and I shall be thoroughly satisfied." This outburst left Chen Mu speechless. Did this not imply that he was bullying the oddity? The ramifications of such an implication would be far from favorable. The attending physician and nurse were astonished. Having treated numerous patients, it was the first time they encountered one who claimed their illness was beyond healing, beseeching the doctor for another chance. Such audacity was unprecedented. Chen Mu reassured, "Do not panic. As a physician, I shall exert my utmost to assist you." He proceeded to tend to the patient's wound. This was not an act of idleness on Chen Mu's part. Rather, he was concerned that if he allowed the patient to leave without any intervention, it might be interpreted as a failure to treat, thus jeopardizing the success of the operation. Although the fracture was beyond repair, it was important to demonstrate some effort. With his head bowed, Chen Mu meticulously cleaned the wound, and within a mere 10 minutes, the procedure concluded. The patient, despite having a broken leg, managed to muster a delighted smile and exclaimed, "Dr. Chen, your medical prowess is indeed remarkable. In just a few moments, my leg feels as if it is healed, and the pain has vanished. You are the finest physician I have ever encountered. No one comprehends medicine better than you." Such flattery left Chen Mu momentarily speechless. While compliments are well and good, there lies a limit. After all, the leg remained fractured. And yet the patient praised his skills excessively. To his surprise, the next moment, the patient dismounted from the operating table and, using both hands, began to walk on his hands in a handstand. "Dr. Chen, look. When I arrived, I was crawling, and after just a slight adjustment during the operation, I am now walking. I shall leave on my feet." With that, the patient performed a handstand and walked out, thus affirming Chen Mu's exceptional medical expertise. After the bizarre incident subsided, a profound silence enveloped the operating room. Chen Mu found himself at a loss for words, while the attending physician and nurses were equally perplexed. This surgery was exceedingly abstract. Chen Mu silently sighed, recognizing that his driver possessed a rather ruthless streak, having instilled a psychological shadow of sorts, almost treating Chen Mu like a father figure. Very well, the esteemed Mr. Chen seemed to relish this dynamic. Moments later, a series of blood-red characters materialized before Chen Mu. Surgery successful. Patient rating, 1 points. Note: please endeavor to ensure the patient feels satisfied, as this will yield a higher rating. Upon completion of the bizarre task, your rewards will vary based on the rating received. The higher the score, the more substantial the reward. Upon reading the crimson text, Chen Mu finally exhaled in relief. He had discovered a path to success. However, this path was uniquely advantageous to him, for no other players possessed his prowess to pacify the thoroughly subdued patients. For others, the route to survival likely entailed the elimination of the bizarre entities to achieve a default rating. The disparity in difficulty was unmistakable. Chen Mu could effortlessly secure a perfect score, whereas slaying the bizarre would not only risk retaliation but, if his assumptions were correct, would merely yield a passing score. The contrast was striking. Chen Mu couldn't help but reflect on the advantages of wealth. With wealth comes power, and with power, one can act with impunity. While other doctors relied on their exceptional medical skills to heal, Dr. Chen relied solely on one word: money. As long as there is sufficient wealth and considerable influence, Dr. Chen is capable of curing any ailment. Should he encounter an incurable illness, it would certainly not be his fault. Rather, it would be the patient's lack of understanding, daring to present a condition beyond Dr. Chen's capabilities. Shortly after the patient expressed their satisfaction, just as Chen Mu had anticipated, a new blood-red banner appeared on the wall, proclaiming whole family perishes. The attending physician, upon seeing the banner, was greatly astonished. "Dr. Chen, I never imagined you were so adored by your patients. Look at your second patient, who wishes for your entire family to perish." Chen Mu's expression darkened instantly. Although in the bizarre culture of this world, the phrase "whole family perishes" is meant to praise Chen Mu's medical skills, he found it unsettling. Such flattery felt utterly awkward. Before long, yet another victim, nay, another patient, entered the duty room. Undoubtedly, this individual had also been brought in by a driver. Unlike the first, this patient was accompanied by an accomplice. Both had sustained significant injuries, particularly the patient who had been given special treatment, arriving half-paralyzed and supported by his companion, just like the second patient. As soon as they entered, both shouted, "Dr. Chun! Where is Dr. Chun? We need Dr. Chun to treat us." Chun Mu gazed at these peculiar individuals, and when he caught sight of the half-paralyzed figure, his expression shifted slightly. If memory served him correctly, this entity had previously offended him grievously, and not in a trivial manner. They harbored a profound grudge against him. Chapter 69. The Living Dead, Flesh and Bone. The renowned physician of the age, Dr. Chun. Chun Mu gazed at the patient lying upon the operating table, a mysterious smile gracing his lips. The patient, already battered, felt a chill creep into his heart at the sight of Chun Mu's enigmatic expression. Having traversed a bizarre apocalyptic realm, he had taken the lives of 3 humans and consumed 2, yet he was certain he had never encountered Dr. Chun before, let alone offended him. Why, then, did Dr. Chun regard him with such a gaze? A sense of dread enveloped him. As the patient pondered this, it was true that in this lifetime, he had indeed never wronged Chun Mu, but take heed, it was only in this lifetime. In Chun Mu's past life, this very entity had caused him great harm. It was during a similar moment that Chun Mu, still a novice, devoid of wealth and power, struggled for survival in the treacherous world of the bizarre. As insignificant as dust, by unfortunate chance, he encountered this creature and inadvertently fell into its trap, breaching its rules. Consequently, he became the target of its assault. Although he ultimately managed to escape, he lost a finger in the process. This entity was one of the rare few that had inflicted harm upon Chun Mu in that chaotic realm. The searing pain that resonated through his very being was a memory he would carry for a lifetime. Had fortune not favored him, he would have perished at the hands of this creature, and the notion of rebirth would have remained a distant fantasy. Do not let its current pitiable state deceive you. It was built upon the foundation of Chun Mu's formidable strength. Had he remained as he was in his previous life, he had no doubt that this entity would have sought to end his life once more. Such enmity cannot be left unavenged. Chun Mu was not magnanimous enough to forgive an entity that had nearly taken his life. Thus, Dr. Chun commenced his vigorous assault. Chun Mu approached the wall and seized a defibrillator hanging there. This device was specifically designed for dealing with the supernatural, charged with high voltage, and should only be employed in emergencies due to its potentially devastating effects on the ethereal entities. Chun Mu activated the defibrillator, cranked up the current to its maximum, and forcefully pressed it against the creature. A chilling scream echoed through the room as the entity on the operating table nearly succumbed to the shock. This is merely the beginning, Chun Mu remarked with a cold smirk. The entity, momentarily stunned, was unable to utter a word before Dr. Chun unleashed another jolt. The accompanying supernatural entity, paralyzed by fear, could only think how merciless Dr. Chun was. It seemed he was intent on annihilating the creature. What deep-seated vendetta could exist? If this continued, it would surely be reduced to mere ash. Chun Mu spared no words. His stance against the entity that had nearly claimed his life was resolute. He would seek retribution, even if it meant settling for a mere passing grade of 6. Chun Mu believed that forgiving past adversaries was tantamount to betraying one's former self. When he had fled in panic with a severed finger, he had wished for the entity to suffer 1,000 tortures. Having been reborn, he felt he had no right to pardon this creature. Therefore, Chun Mu vowed to harbor no enmity unless absolutely necessary. Should a feud arise, he would eradicate it entirely, never allowing his foes the opportunity to retaliate. In swift succession, under Dr. Chun's meticulous care, the entity on the operating table lay motionless, its life extinguished. The long-standing grudge of severed fingers has finally been avenged. Chun Mu set aside the defibrillator and addressed his peculiar accomplice, saying, "My apologies, my medical skills are lacking. I accidentally caused its demise. You may carry away the body." The strange accomplice, having witnessed their comrade succumb to electrocution, was already paralyzed with fear. How ruthless! Indeed, this group is merciless. Trembling in terror, the accomplice recalled the brutal security guards and drivers, realizing that even Dr. Chun, their superior, possessed such cruelty. This was a group one could not afford to offend. If he were to provoke Dr. Chun, he would likely find himself confined to the hospital by nightfall. What had Dr. Chun just asserted? That he had treated the patient to death? A doctor causing a patient's death. Was this not a direct affront to Dr. Chun's reputation? To the bewildered accomplice, Chun Mu's words echoed like a confession of wrongdoing from a superior. Would he dare to have the leader acknowledge a mistake? Was he willing to jeopardize his own standing? If this incident were to spread, no one would dare seek Dr. Chun's medical assistance in the future. In a fit of rage, Dr. Chen could very well seal his fate. This simply could not stand. The accomplice's mind raced, nearly reaching a boiling point, until a sudden idea struck him. He seized Chenmu's defibrillator and aimed it at the peculiar body on the operating table. With a crackle, the powerful current surged through, causing the lifeless form to convulse. Observing this, the accomplice hastily pointed at the twitching body and exclaimed, "Dr. Chen, look, it is still alive. Your medical prowess is so extraordinary. How could you possibly have caused a patient's death? You observe a figure convulsing, unmistakably still alive. Dr. Chen is truly remarkable, having miraculously revived my companion, who was presumed dead. In the parlance of humanity, Dr. Chen, you are undoubtedly a divine healer, a living corpse brought back to life." The bizarre companion extolled Dr. Chen, transforming the dead into the living. Chenmu was once again taken aback as he witnessed an intense will to survive. What sorcery is this? Chenmu had previously thought that the phrase calling a deer a horse was merely a fable. After all, who would be foolish enough to assert that a deer is a horse, especially when a multitude agrees? This evening, Chenmu's eyes were opened. The notion of calling a deer a horse was far too conservative. As long as one possesses sufficient audacity, individuals can insist that a dead being is alive to avoid offending others. The chief physician and the nurse were equally astonished. They had just encountered a patient, declaring a fractured leg healed, which they deemed absurd. Little did they know, a more ludicrous situation awaited. The chief physician and nurse felt as though their worldviews had been upended. Is this truly a bizarre apocalypse? Could such anomalies not possess a shred of dignity? My dear brother, you are still alive. The dying entity was profoundly moved, contemplating that in its final moments, a good companion still cared for it. However, the next words from its bizarre companion nearly caused it to lose composure. The companion urgently exclaimed, "My dear brother, you have yet to rate Dr. Chen's surgical skill. Before you bestow a 5-star review upon him, you absolutely must not die. If you perish, I am doomed. Quickly, while you still possess a breath of life, grant Dr. Chen a 5-star rating. Dr. Chen is the contemporary divine healer. Do not delay in giving him that 5-star review." Chapter 70. Dr. Chen, I truly was blind just now. This scene left Chenmu utterly bewildered. Soon, he beheld a line of blood-red characters materializing before him. Surgery successful. Patient rating, 1 points. After bestowing a 5-star review upon Dr. Chen, the patient on the operating table finally breathed their last. It remains uncertain whether this unsettling episode will leave any psychological scars on them. In the realm of the bizarre, such psychological trauma is indeed a striking phenomenon. Chenmu refrained from causing any trouble, primarily because this entity had not wronged him in a previous life. Furthermore, within the peculiar task at hand, that companion did not belong to the patient. To avert unforeseen complications, Chenmu chose not to act against it. After all, his driver awaited outside. And having awarded a 5-star review, these two anomalies held little value for Chenmu. He had faith that his driver would manage the situation adeptly. Both patients expressed profound satisfaction with Dr. Chen. The only regret lingering in Chenmu's mind pertained to the first patient. Alas, his medical prowess fell short, leaving him unable to ensure the satisfaction of every individual. Most importantly, he could not achieve a perfect score, as the first patient had only awarded him 4 points. A significant blunder indeed. One cannot help but feel a sense of disappointment. As the patients departed, the on-call operating room fell once more into a silence. Chenmu awaited the arrival of new patients, while the head physician and nurses curiously scrutinized him. At this juncture, even the most sluggish of responses from the head physician could discern that Chenmu was anything but ordinary. If one were to consider the second patient, whose leg was broken and whose mind appeared to be unhinged, fervently adoring Chenmu, then the third patient, undoubtedly, could not be similarly afflicted. Despite having met a tragic end, he still felt compelled to extol Chenmu. The only conceivable explanation is that Chenmu possesses an extraordinary essence. The chief physician cautiously regarded Chenmu, his tone imbued with newfound respect as he inquired, "Dr. Chen, may I ask what your profession is? It seems those patients harbor a certain, reverence for you." Chenmu waved his hand dismissively, exemplifying his admirable humility. "Oh, it's nothing, really. I am merely a small business person with a bit of idle capital, a few employees who earn a living alongside me, and a handful of acquaintances. Just consider me an ordinary individual." At that moment, a knock resounded at the door of the on-call operating room. "Come in," Chenmu instructed. The door creaked open, revealing a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, Chunmu realized it was none other than the first patient. Dr. Chun, I was mistaken. I truly was blind to your greatness. You, such an exceptional physician, have shown me kindness in treating my ailment, and instead of expressing my gratitude, I foolishly rated you a mere 4 stars. I am guilty, and I come to offer my apologies. I implore you to forgive me. I shall amend my rating to a perfect score immediately. Chunmu was momentarily taken aback, but then he noticed several fresh wounds marring the strange patient's body. Huh, you dare to offend Dr. Chun yet wish to leave unscathed? To rate him a mere 4 stars shows great audacity. The patient, already terrified, finally comprehended the gravity of the entity he had wronged. Soon, several lines of blood-red characters reappeared before Chunmu. Surgery successful. Patient rating, 1 points. Originally 4 points, patient has modified the rating. At long last, the utterly inexperienced Dr. Chun, after completing 3 surgeries, achieved an astonishing perfect score each time. Moreover, Dr. Chin's remarkable medical prowess, capable of reviving the lifeless and restoring flesh to bone, had begun to spread throughout the bizarre realm. A new generation of divine healers was rising within the strange world. The chief physician was no fool. Upon witnessing this, he realized that Chunmu was anything but ordinary, far from the simplistic notion of merely engaging in small business, as Chun had claimed. Consequently, the chief physician promptly opened his phone, logged into the internet of the bizarre world, and began his search. Before long, disbelief and astonishment painted his face. He looked incredulously at Chunmu, pondering the midnight canteen, the dark night academy, the landscape courtyard. Is this what you call a small business? Just a little money? Chapter 71. My bizarre task. The ambience was somewhat peculiar. The owner of the Midnight Hotel, the board member of the Dark Night Academy, the proprietor of the landscape courtyard, the supreme black gold client of the Fallen Mall. Each of these identities, if revealed, would be of considerable significance. They could each claim a place of dominion within the entire city. Yet Chunmu, holding all these positions, had the audacity to downplay them as mere small enterprises, to regard him as an ordinary person. Ordinary, my foot. If this is what you call an ordinary person, then the entirety of the world's ordinary populace could be counted on one hand. These are the top magnates of the city. The chief physician was nearly overwhelmed with alarm. To speak candidly, Chunmu has become a de facto ruler in the city, a king without a crown. Such a formidable figure. How could he possibly find himself intimidated by a hospital, undertaking bizarre tasks like an ordinary individual? It defies logic. If Chunmu were to merely communicate with the hospital director, he would undoubtedly receive the most lavish treatment, personally attended to by the director himself. Why would he endure the indignities of an operating room? Might it be that a top-tier magnate like Chunmu delights in incognito visits, masquerading as a common man to experience the struggles of the populace? Should he ever discover this predicament, he would likely exclaim in indignation, Chunmu is no masochist. He would not willingly subject himself to discomfort. If there were a privileged passage available, he would have activated it without hesitation. The crux of the matter is that such an option does not exist. In Chunmu's network, there is simply no acquaintance with the director. Surprisingly, the most bustling department within the hospital is the subterranean morgue. Subsequently, the hospital engaged in lucrative side ventures, offering a seamless service from initial treatment to demise and cremation. The reputation of the fearsome hospital, in its peculiar realm, is only marginally better than that of a crematorium. In such a harrowing environment with an alarming mortality rate, who in their right mind would voluntarily step into the fearsome hospital? Thus, the extraordinary figures known to Chunmu, be they principals or dukes, have, for the sake of their own safety, distanced themselves from the fearsome hospital. Lacking familiarity with the director and insufficient connections, he is left with no choice but to undertake these bizarre tasks, inadvertently exposing his financial prowess to capture the director's attention. It is not a matter of Chunmu seeking to flaunt his wealth. Rather, it is a desperate measure. One can only blame this wretched world of the bizarre for transforming a humble and low-key individual like Chunmu into a pretentious figure. The chief physician remained oblivious to the underlying truth, immediately concluding that Chunmu was merely a wealthy heir seeking to experience life beyond his gilded cage. Such a privileged individual was not someone the director could afford to antagonize, and as a mere doctor, he certainly could not risk incurring his wrath. Suddenly, a troubling thought struck him. During the treatment of his first patient, he had inadvertently wronged Chunmu. How audacious of him to deceive someone whom even the director dared not confront. This predicament was serious indeed. The the chief physician resolved to redeem himself. Thus, when the next peculiar patient entered, before Chun Mu could intervene, the chief physician transformed inexplicably, adopting a demeanor of utmost solicitude. "Dr. Chun," he began, "you have treated 3 patients and must be fatigued. Allow me to perform 2 surgeries in your stead." As he spoke, he moved to assist the patient. Yet this was a task sent by my driver, and I was eager to complete the bizarre assignment. The rules had not indicated that the chief physician would usurp my duties. "No, no, no. You should rest. I am young and can endure the strain. Let me continue," Shinmu replied. Meanwhile, the patient, witnessing the chief physician's approach, grew anxious. Having just experienced the tender care of his driver, he now perceived Chun Mu and the chief physician as part of the same formidable faction. Would he dare let such powerful individuals assist him? It was akin to a subordinate being helped into a seat by a superior. No one would risk such a display if they wished to remain in the good graces of their employer. The audacity of such a spectacle was staggering. Clearly, this peculiar patient had not yet had his fill of life and was intent on lingering in this world a while longer. In the operating room, a scene of unusual harmony unfolded. The chief surgeon attempted to assist the patient, but a young doctor eagerly stepped in to help, while the patient stubbornly insisted on climbing onto the operating table unaided. It was a moment where everyone was reluctant to burden another, preferring to endure their own hardships. Such a harmonious tableau had not been witnessed in many years. Ultimately, the patient, overwhelmed by the pressure, knelt before Chun Mu, exclaiming, "Dr. Chun, please allow me to ascend the operating table alone. I cannot bear to trouble you." In a moment of urgency, the chief surgeon also knelt, stating, "Dr. Chun, you have worked too hard. Let me perform this surgery." Chun Mu, taken aback by the sight of both the patient and the chief surgeon kneeling before him, felt a sense of bewilderment. Was this truly a bizarre task? The shift in atmosphere felt surreal, as the patient and chief surgeon, previously mere NPCs in this strange scenario, had now both lowered themselves before him, dismissing the player's presence. Had he inadvertently entered the wrong task? At that instant, a female nurse approached and gently guided Chun Mu to a nearby chair, beginning to massage his shoulders. "Dr. Chin, you must be exhausted from the surgery. Please take a moment to rest while I assist you with a shoulder rub." The nurse, astute in her observations, recognized the unusual dynamics at play. If the chief surgeon was so deferential to Chun Mu, it would be prudent for her to be proactive lest she incur his displeasure. Soon, an extraordinary tableau emerged in the operating room. Chun Mu, as the player, reclined comfortably in the chair, relishing the nurse's attentive massage, while the chief surgeon diligently attended to the patient on the operating table. The patient grimaced in pain while extolling the medical prowess of Dr. Chun Mu. Although the chief surgeon was the one performing the operation, the patient incessantly praised Dr. Chun, who was indulging in a massage nearby. "Oh dear, this incision has just made a small cut in my kidney. The precision of the scalpel is neither too light nor too heavy, clearly indicative of decades of expertise. Dr. Chun is truly a contemporary miracle worker. His surgical technique is nothing short of extraordinary. Oh, the suturing is impeccable. Dr. Chin's craftsmanship is simply awe-inspiring." Chun Mu shrugged, bemused. "I haven't done anything at all. If you say so, then so be it." Today was indeed an eye-opener. Witnessing such peculiar flattery towards a superior was utterly remarkable. Thus, despite Chun Mu's lack of involvement, the bizarre task progressed steadily. Do not inquire further. This is merely the latest version of the fully automated bizarre task. It primarily allows a player to remain inactive while a peculiar NPC autonomously completes the task for them. Once the suturing was complete and the operation concluded, a line of blood-red text appeared before Chun Mu. "Surgery completed. Patient rating, 1 point." What on earth? Chun Mu was astounded. Did the chief surgeon actually perform the surgery for him, and it still counted as his own? Indeed, the rules only stipulated that the chief surgeon would guide Chun Mu, without explicitly stating that the chief surgeon could not assist him in the procedure. It seemed the rule makers did not anticipate the existence of such an extraordinary player. Thus, when the final patient arrived, the surgical ward continued its peculiar ambience. Chun Mu reclined in a chair, now enjoying a leg massage. The chief surgeon performed the operation, and the patient excessively praised Chun Mu. Strangely, none of the onlookers found anything amiss. Had others witnessed this, their worldview would undoubtedly shatter, leading them to question the authenticity of this bizarre apocalypse. In a world so strange, why could the disparity among individuals be so vast? Soon, the final patient had completed the surgery. Before Chenmu, a notification appeared. Congratulations. You have successfully completed the Midnight Doctor mission. Your total score is 5 points. A perfect score, undoubtedly. Achieving such an extraordinary score of 5 points necessitated that Dr. Chen exert himself to the utmost, ensuring the complete satisfaction of all 5 patients during their surgeries. Such remarkable medical skill. This unprecedented achievement in the entire Dread Hospital is likely unmatched in the future. The rationale is simple. Once Chenmu acquired Dread Hospital, subsequent players, no matter how formidable, could never attain a score of 5 points. It is only natural. The attending physician is not foolish. If Director Chen achieved 5 points, what would it imply for future players? Would it suggest that someone possesses comparable skills to Director Chen, capable of usurping his position? Or does it imply a lack of respect for Director Chen, deeming his medical expertise insufficient? Clearly, as long as the chief surgeon wishes to maintain his position, it is impossible for another player to achieve a score of 5 points. Thus, Chenmu stands as the sole player to attain this perfect score. At this moment, several lines of blood-red characters appeared before Chenmu. Due to your exceptionally outstanding performance, coupled with the patient's utmost praise for you, your photo and name will ascend to the pinnacle of the Divine Physician list at the Frightening Hospital. Simultaneously, in the Grand Hall of the Frightening Hospital, a massive crimson screen displayed the bold words, Divine Physician list. At the top of this esteemed list stood none other than Chenmu, a mere human, who had ascended to the rank of a divine physician in this eerie realm, and to be first. Chenmu couldn't help but exclaim how abstract this was. The task had been completed, and completed exceptionally well. Thus rewards were inevitable. In light of your remarkable performance in the eerie task, players achieving a perfect score of 5 will be awarded the eerie grade item, hallucinatory mist, provided by the Frightening Hospital. Please check your inventory. In the next instant, a spray bottle appeared in Chenmu's hand. This bottle, quite commonplace, was akin to those used in hospitals for disinfectants. The corridors of the Frightening Hospital were permeated with the unpleasant scent of disinfectant. However, the hallucinatory mist in Chenmu's grasp was adorned with a dazzling blend of red, white, and blue colors. Despite being an eerie grade item in the hierarchy of Eerie King, Eerie General, Eerie Commander, Eerie Soldier, and Eerie Citizen, the eerie grade item was already considered quite rare. Previously, Chenmu had expended considerable effort to obtain the deathly heavy armor of Eerie General status, gaining an edge as a reborn individual, before finally succeeding. The eerie grade item was merely one tier below the deathly heavy armor. Embarking on a peculiar quest, one acquires an extraordinary artifact of exceptional rarity, indeed a worthwhile endeavor. However, for others seeking to attain a perfect score of 5, they may encounter a modicum of difficulty. Chenmu, suppressing his excitement, began to peruse the description of the item in his possession. Chapter 73. Do refrain from relentlessly tugging at a lone sheep. Extraordinary artifact. Hallucinatory mist artifact effect. This is a one-time use item. Pressing the sprayer's handle activates its effect. Upon activation, the sprayer releases a hallucinatory mist. Any anomaly within a 10-meter radius, possessing a strength below the level of an anomaly general, will be affected, ensnared in an illusion. The duration of this effect is 1 hour. You may predefine the content of the illusion, allowing for personalized customization according to your desires. Note, this artifact is classified as rare. Once employed, it will become ineffective, so utilize it with caution. Upon completing the review of the artifact's description, Chenmu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This item was remarkable. With it, he could immerse the surrounding anomalies in a fabricated environment of his own design. Moreover, the effect lasts for an entire hour. Does this not imply that he could indirectly influence the thoughts of the anomalies? During this hour, whatever he wished for the anomalies to perceive, they would indeed perceive. This was applicable to all anomalies below the rank of anomaly general. Chenmu could envision the delightful scenarios he could conjure in just 1 hour of hypnotizing the anomalies with this artifact. The sole drawback was that this artifact could only be utilized once. Just one opportunity. Meanwhile, the formidable deathly heavy armor, with its astonishing capabilities, could be employed repeatedly, albeit with a cooling period of 1 month. Wait a moment. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in Chenmu's mind. It seemed that there was no rule stipulating that a person could only partake in a bizarre task once, right? If others were to discern Chenmu's thoughts, they would undoubtedly scold him for his naivete. Everyone else shunned these strange tasks, fearful of being chosen. Yet here he was, seemingly addicted. Once was not sufficient. He desired to participate multiple times. Having already completed the Midnight Doctor task, Shenmue realized that there was no rule preventing him from repeatedly undertaking it. Achieving a perfect score once would grant him a hallucinogenic spray. So, if he completed it several times, wouldn't he acquire a multitude of these sprays? Each could be utilized but once. Imagine if he obtained 10, or even 20. That would allow him to use them 10 or 20 times. As this notion flooded his mind, Shenmue was instantly filled with exhilaration. If this idea proved feasible, he would possess an almost limitless supply of hallucinogenic sprays, provided he had the time to undertake the tasks. Without hesitation, Shenmue promptly departed from the duty operating room. What could he be planning? Upon re-entering the frightening hospital, it was no surprise that a line of blood-written words appeared before him. Bizarre task, Midnight Doctor. Shenmue was overjoyed. Indeed, he had received this strange task once more. In this eerie apocalypse, it seemed that only Shenmue could find such delight in being assigned another bizarre task. Meanwhile, the chief physician was alerted to the arrival of yet another unfortunate soul ready to participate. 2.5 minutes later, inside the duty operating room, Dr. Chen, what are you? The chief physician, feeling his age, seemed unable to keep up with the rapid flow of events. The young nurse, albeit somewhat bewildered, felt her mind clouded. The chief physician acknowledged his own youthfulness, realizing there remained countless phenomena in this world that he had yet to encounter, such as Shenmue's outrageous antics. Oh, do not be so astonished. I simply, sought some amusement in my idle time. Shenmue chuckled, beckoning. Come, we are all old acquaintances here. Let the process commence. Before long, the driver delivered yet another new patient. The atmosphere was all too familiar. Upon entering, the patient wailed as though bereaved. Dr. Chen, save me. The chief physician, rendered speechless, gazed incredulously at Shenmue, pondering whether this wealthy young master truly perceived his bizarre tasks as mere amusement. Indeed, the world of the affluent was beyond his comprehension. Dr. Chen reclined in his chair while the enigmatic nurse provided a massage, the patient fervently extolling praises as the chief physician concentrated on his surgical duties. Meanwhile, the driver exhibited enhanced efficiency, rallying additional security personnel, thereby accelerating the pace of apprehending the peculiar. Soon enough, a long queue formed outside the operating room. Where's Dr. Chen? I need to see Dr. Chen, cried one. Do not dare cut in line. I was before you. It was only natural for patients to queue for the renowned Dr. Chen, the contemporary miracle worker. Without exception, these patients had been delivered after suffering a thorough beating from the driver. To them, Dr. Chen represented the ultimate adversary. Who would dare provoke such a formidable entity? Thus, they endured the pain in silence, refraining from any complaints, and instead began to sing the praises of Dr. Chen in the corridor. It seemed that the roles of Shenmue and the mystical figure had undergone a remarkable transformation. In this peculiar scenario, Shenmue had unexpectedly assumed the role of a formidable boss, while the players trembled in trepidation. Inside the operating room, Dr. Chen heard the sounds of a queue forming in the hallway. He glanced at the chief surgeon, who was still methodically performing the surgery, and remarked, Chief Surgeon, perhaps you could expedite the procedure a bit. A mere semblance will suffice. He refrained from adding that, given your skills, the outcome would hardly differ whether you treated the patient or not. While this sentiment was undeniably true, voicing it would have been a grievous blow to the chief's pride. Dr. Chen truly embodied the benevolence of a healer in his unwavering commitment to ensure that patients received timely treatment. He was willing to hasten the surgical process solely to minimize the waiting time for those outside. It was certainly not driven by a desire to expedite task completion or hasten the acquisition of rewards. Thus, the surgeries became akin to an assembly line, completed in a mere 5 minutes each. Shenmue's current state resembled that of an idle player in an online game, offline and automatically grinding for loot. In less than half an hour, Shenmue successfully completed the second bizarre task. As expected, a familiar line of text appeared before him. In light of your exceptional performance in the bizarre task, you shall receive the rare item, Illusory Mist. Shenmue couldn't help but chuckle. To his astonishment, he could indeed repeat the task. This was nothing short of a perfect glitch. The chief surgeon, noticing the additional item in Shenmue's possession, quickly grasped the situation. Good gracious, exclaimed the chief surgeon. You are treating this bizarre task as though it were a dungeon in an online game, farming for gold. Are you? Meanwhile, other players approached the bizarre task with a sense of desperation, pleading, Oh, great one, please grant me a chance at survival. Chun Mu's attitude towards the bizarre task was almost one of impatience. Old fellow, hurry up and shower me with gold coins. Yet, what astonished the chief physician even more was yet to come. Without uttering a word, Chun Mu exited the on-call operating room. Deep within the recesses of the chief physician's mind, an unsettling premonition arose. This young man wouldn't dare to return, would he? It seems he has seized a lamb and intends to milk it dry. Chun Mu had entered a frenzied mode of extraction. Chapter 74. The task ruined by Chun Mu. As soon as Chun Mu left the on-call operating room, pandemonium erupted among the patients in the corridor. Dr. Chen, you haven't treated me yet. You can't leave. Dr. Chen, please help me. I've waited in line for half an hour. At the very least, cast your eyes upon me. Otherwise, I fear I may never escape this dreadful hospital. The patients cried out to Chun Mu's retreating figure, as if he were a divine healer. Their pleas were genuine. They indeed sought Chun Mu's medical attention. When numerous patients beseech a doctor for treatment, and all extol the efficacy of his care, it is hardly an exaggeration to deem him a miraculous physician. As for Dr. Chun being such a healer, there is little to critique. He embodies the very essence of such phenomena, albeit there is an odd feeling that lingers. Possessing a heart of compassion, Dr. Chun could not bear to let the patients down. He turned around and addressed them. In 5 minutes, the chief physician had grown numb to the scene, for he once again beheld someone entering the dreaded hospital. Indeed, that person was none other than Dr. Chen. Half an hour later, Chun Mu awaited eagerly for the bizarre task to yield its promised gold coins. However, after 5 minutes, no blood characters appeared before Chun Mu. Oh dear, I spent half an hour on this. Although I accomplished nothing, my efforts were not in vain. Perhaps Chun Mu's outrageous actions rendered the bizarre task ineffective. Who would have thought that one day, a bizarre task would be treated like a mere sheep, endlessly exploited? For heaven's sake, this is a bizarre apocalypse. These treacherous tasks possess danger and dignity. Finally, after waiting for 10 minutes, several lines of blood characters gradually materialized before Chun Mu. In light of your outstanding performance, you have obtained the bizarre grade item, hallucinatory mist. Please be advised, within the same bizarre scenario and for the same individual, you may participate in bizarre tasks a maximum of 3 times per month. You have reached the maximum number of attempts this month. Re-entering the fear hospital will not trigger a bizarre task. Clearly, the bizarre tasks were terrified of Chun Mu. If I can't provoke you, can I not evade you? A maximum of 3 attempts per month. In this entire bizarre apocalypse, only Chun Mu could compel the bizarre tasks into such a state. Chun Mu sighed. The bizarre apocalypse seemed somewhat feeble. He yearned to partake in bizarre tasks, yet they restricted his opportunities? Well, 3 times a month to exploit the system should suffice. This equates to 3 bizarre-grade hallucinatory sprays each month, ample for Chun Mu to handle various situations. Chun Mu's relentless exploitation had drawn the attention of the director of the Fear Hospital. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the Fear Hospital, in the director's office, the director, a middle-aged man likely in his 40s, appeared. However, in contrast to the principal, the dean evidently places greater emphasis on physical appearance. Maintaining a poised and slender demeanor, the dean was reviewing the recent operational status. Noting that the income from the mortuary and cremation services had surged to aid of the hospital's total revenue, the institution was on the brink of transforming into a crematorium. At that moment, the dean suddenly noticed an unusual buzz on the 1st floor tonight. The bizarre task had been triggered 3 times within mere hours. However, upon inspecting the participants, the dean was bewildered. Where were the 3 individuals? It was all one person named Chun Mu. This individual had participated 3 times consecutively, each time earning a score of 5. Incredibly, he had topped the hospital's list of miraculous healers 3 times in a row. Wait a minute. Goodness. This fellow had also secured 3 rare items consecutively. Does he not feel a twinge of guilt? No, the name Chun Mu seemed rather familiar. Chapter 75. A fool comes to take over. After pondering for a while, the dean suddenly recalled that Chun Mu had recently been the talk of the town. In just a few days, he had acquired a substantial number of assets, emerging as a veritable tycoon in the city. This young man was undoubtedly wealthy. Though the source of his fortune was shrouded in mystery, the dean understood the unwritten rules of the strange apocalypse. Some questions are best left unasked. Such affluent young men often had formidable forces backing them. The dean began to strategize. With this young man's wealth and the hospital's dire financial straits, if he could persuade Chun Mu to take over, Chun Mu certainly possessed the capability to assume control of this dilapidated hospital. It all depended on whether he was inclined to do so. The director contemplated that wealthy young masters were particularly fond of maintaining their dignity. If he could flatter Chunmu effectively, perhaps in a moment of elation, Chunmu might impulsively decide to purchase the hospital. After all, once the contract was signed, he could abscond with the funds, leaving the dilapidated institution to the unsuspecting Chunmu. Such thoughts were quite natural for the director. We find ourselves in the peculiar early days of an apocalyptic era, where the hospital had suffered continuous losses, racking up deficits of over 1 million ghost coins daily. Yes, you heard that correctly, daily losses exceeding 1 million. In just over a week, one could lose enough to fund a midnight diner. This is not an exaggeration. Throughout history, healthcare has been a bottomless pit for finances. While it is not uncommon for someone to go bankrupt due to illness, it is rare to see someone impoverished merely by dining out. The rate at which hospitals consume funds is incomparable to that of eateries or hotels. The medical supplies required for dealing with the bizarre are exceedingly costly. Patients are few, yet the need for constant updates of medical supplies incurs substantial expenses. This is the harsh reality. Rarity breeds value. Doctors are scarce, and even those of lesser skill are maintained at high costs by hospitals. Thus, for the director, the entire institution represented a daily loss of millions, an asset of utter worthlessness. Despite the anticipated trend suggesting that within a year, the hospital would flourish, generating revenues exceeding 1 billion daily, the director remained oblivious. To him, the hospital was merely a financial abyss. The sooner he could sell and extricate himself, the better. With this realization, the director swiftly changed into a clean outfit and made his way downstairs. On the first floor, within the on-call operating room, Chunmu, having exploited all possible advantages, pondered how he might find an opportunity to meet the director. At that moment, the door to the operating room swung open, and the dean entered with an exuberant demeanor. "Ah, is this not Dr. Chunmu? It is a pleasure to finally meet you." Upon entering, the dean greeted Chun with the warmth one might extend to a long-lost relative. "Dr. Chun, your medical expertise is truly astonishing. I have heard of your remarkable ascent to the pinnacle of the divine physician rankings. Your presence here truly elevates our hospital's reputation. Here is a small token of my appreciation, and I hope you will not refuse it." With that, the dean produced a golden pen from his pocket and presented it to Chunmu. Upon inspection, Chun was taken aback. A pen crafted from pure enigmatic gold. Such a pen would command a staggering price of 100,000 underworld coins in the decadent marketplace. Writing with this pen would yield letters of shimmering gold, glowing even in the shadows. Beyond its ostentatious allure, it served little practical purpose, epitomizing luxury, a choice gift for the discerning. Though Chun understood the nuances of social etiquette, the situation left him somewhat bewildered. Wasn't the customary protocol for him, as a guest, to offer a gift to the dean as a gesture of goodwill before engaging in conversation? Why had the roles reversed? Just as Chun had finished reaping his rewards, the dean approached him uninvited, bearing gifts. Initially, Chun struggled to comprehend the dean's intentions, yet a sense of suspicion began to stir within him. Flattery without cause is either a prelude to treachery or a sign of ulterior motives. It seemed the dean was intent on digging a pit for himself. "Mr. Dean, you are excessively courteous. It is rather embarrassing to receive a gift upon our first meeting," Chunmu chuckled, displaying a facade of politeness. As his status and influence grew, he had begun to accept gifts from others after bestowing numerous himself. Shortly thereafter, Chunmu and the dean engaged in a warm exchange. "I have long admired Mr. Chin's esteemed reputation, acquiring numerous assets within the city. You truly embody the phrase heroes emerge in their youth. I have also heard of your illustrious name, Dean, for you have managed the hospital with remarkable success. Meeting you today certainly reinforces your commendable reputation." The two engaged in a mutual exchange of flattery, filling the operating room with an atmosphere of joviality. After a few exchanges, the dean could no longer contain himself and sighed, speaking to Chunmu with a tone of profound regret. "Dr. Chun, your medical skills are exceptionally refined. It is indeed a great pity that you have not chosen to pursue a career in the medical field. Any extraordinary being would lament the fact that you have not entered this domain. I happen to have a rather distressed hospital at my disposal, and should you wish to delve into the medical profession, I am more than willing to lend you my support." In that moment, Chunmu comprehended the dean's intentions. It became clear why the dean was being so solicitous. He hoped to transfer the burdens of the failing hospital onto Chunmu. The attending chief physician also recognized the dean's ulterior motives. understanding that the dean harbored ulterior motives to offload a money-losing establishment onto an unsuspecting victim. It was likely that, apart from Chenmu, none present believed the hospital to be a viable asset. After all, there were not individuals from another realm. Only Chenmu, with his past experiences, understood the potential of the distressed hospital. Nevertheless, Chenmu did not allow any expression of delight to surface, fully aware that the more eager a buyer was to purchase, the more susceptible they became to exploitation. Chenmu is wealthy, yet he is unwilling to be taken advantage of. He seeks to minimize expenses as much as possible, ideally acquiring the hospital for the least amount of money. Chenmu's financial resources are not abundant, his wealth is modest, and he operates on a small scale. Unable to compare with those affluent magnates, every penny saved counts. Chapter 76. This poor fool finally signed the contract. A look of delight spread across Chenmu's face. Is it true? The director is so generous? He is actually willing to sell me the Jingju hospital. How wonderful. Seeing Chenmu take the bait, the director felt a surge of joy, thinking to himself that this fool was easy to deceive, so readily ensnared. The director, with a persuasive tone, continued, Mr. Chun, you must understand that our Jingju hospital is unparalleled among several surrounding cities. Furthermore, we boast over 20 skilled doctors, each proficient in their craft. If things go well, I am not exaggerating when I say that you could earn hundreds of millions annually with ease. We seem to have a good rapport, so how about this? I will sell it to you at a low price, not for profit, but rather as a gesture of friendship. 20 billion. The Jingju hospital shall be yours. Upon hearing the director's offer of 20 billion, Chenmu scoffed. Was he trying to fool a simpleton? If Jingju Hospital were operating normally, its current valuation would be around 50 billion. Selling it for 20 billion would indeed be a friendly gesture. However, the reality is that Jingju Hospital incurs daily losses, exceeding 1 million each day. This gaping financial abyss offers no prospect of profitability. Would you dare to propose 20 billion? That is not friendship, it is enmity. It is a blatant attempt to drain Chenmu dry. Chenmu's expression suddenly darkened. Mr. Dean, your sincerity is lacking. As he spoke, he shook his head in disappointment, seemingly wishing to terminate the transaction. Observing this, the dean grew anxious. He was genuinely intent on selling the hospital, even at a loss. This urgency stemmed from the peculiarities of the bizarre apocalypse. Any strange establishment could not simply shut down. If one became the proprietor of such an establishment, they were bound by the rule that it must remain operational for as long as they were alive. This principle was paramount for the owners of bizarre establishments in this strange new world. The continued functioning of these venues must be upheld. Should this rule be violated, even a ruler of the bizarre would meet their demise at the hands of the very regulations they disregarded. This was why, in the case of the Midnight Diner, the skeletal proprietor, despite nearing financial ruin, had to continue subsidizing its operations. Similarly, even though the Hospital of Terror had turned into an unending financial pit, the dean still had to inject millions of ghost coins each day to keep it running. It was through adherence to this regulation that the bizarre apocalypse spread with such rapidity. Existing bizarre establishments were not permitted to close, while new ones continuously emerged. With the proliferation of these establishments, the bizarre apocalypse grew ever stronger. 5 years later, nearly every corner of the world had transformed into a strange scene. Gritting his teeth, the dean turned to Chenmu and inquired, Mr. Chun, what price do you propose? Without hesitation, Chenmu extended a single finger, signifying his acceptance of a price of 1 billion ghost coins. This was a halved bargaining offer. It was also a price that Chenmu deemed fair and reasonable, ensuring that neither party took undue advantage of the other. Upon seeing the finger extended by Chenmu, the director displayed an expression of astonishment. This young man was remarkably ruthless in his negotiations. Nevertheless, considering the insatiable nature of the hospital, each day of delay equated to further losses. A lesser loss is still a gain. With resignation, the director stated, very well, let us settle at 100 million. At this pronouncement, it was Chenmu who was taken aback. He realized that the director seemed to have misconstrued his intentions. The single finger he had raised represented 1 billion. Yet the director interpreted it as merely 100 million. To his astonishment, the director was mercilessly slashing the price, and in fact, was cutting his own value. While Chenmu merely halved the price, the director had gone so far as to chop it down to the ankle. Noticing Chenmu's hesitation, the director assumed that he was dissatisfied and, gritting his teeth, continued, 90,000. Chenmu was once again astounded. This was even cheaper than the Night Academy. How desperate must the director be to rid himself of this hot potato? Unexpectedly, With yet another moment of doubt from Chun Mu, the director lowered the price further, 80,000. Chun Mu was left speechless, selling something worth tens of billions for a mere 70,000. It seemed that since the onset of this bizarre apocalypse, he had never encountered such a lucrative opportunity. Understanding the need to know when to stop, Chun Mu noticed the director's eyes turning red, suggesting that if he continued to press, the director would truly become frantic. Thus, he wore a reluctant expression and sighed in resignation. Alas, 70,000 still feels a tad excessive. However, esteemed director, your kindness makes it difficult for me to haggle further. I shall reluctantly purchase it for 70,000. Upon hearing this, the director nearly erupted with frustration. How absurd. You think you can take advantage while pretending to be humble? As if I am begging you to make this purchase. Well, indeed, I am quite eager for you to buy it. Once you acquire the terrifying hospital, you will soon realize the depth of your folly. With daily losses exceeding 1 million, it won't be long before Chun Mu faces bankruptcy. At that point, the lack of funds will be the least of your concerns. Bankruptcy brings with it dire consequences. The director felt a surge of satisfaction. Although the selling price was ludicrously low, he had ultimately duped a fool into taking over. Mr. Chun, trust me, acquiring the terrifying hospital will not lead you to misfortune, he said, his tone dripping with sarcasm. To be honest, I almost regret selling it to you. The director's mocking tone suggested that it would not be long before Chun Mu realized the hospital's insatiable appetite for funds and regretted his decision. With a sense of ease, the director produced the contract and signed his name. Chun Mu, without hesitation, retrieved 70,000 from his spatial ring, arranging the bills neatly on the ground. The attending physician and nurse, witnessing the perfectly aligned stacks of ghost money, were awestruck. The new director is incredibly wealthy. He casually produced 70,000 in their entire lives. They had never seen such a fortune in ghost money. The director, upon glimpsing the spatial ring, felt a flicker of greed. Such a rare artifact was seldom seen, even among the most cunning of individuals. Perhaps only a supreme being like the trickster king could wield such an extraordinary artifact. To his astonishment, Chun Mu possessed a spatial ring. It is unfathomable what profound background lies behind Chun Mu. The director secretly resolved that once the contract was signed, he would immediately disappear, vowing never to cross paths with Chun Mu again. Otherwise, should Chun Mu face bankruptcy and seek retribution, it would spell significant trouble for him. Chun Mu picked up the eerie golden pen gifted by the director and inscribed his name upon the contract. At the moment both parties signed, an identical thought echoed in their minds. Chun Mu mused, "This fool has finally signed." The director lamented, "This fool has finally signed." Chapter 77. The ability to distribute crimson notes after signing the contract. The director, fearful of being discovered by Chun Mu and aware of the hospital's losses, wasted no time. He hastily headed to the morgue and retrieved a small cart. He carelessly tossed the bizarre corpse onto the cart, placed 70,000 soul coins atop it, and swiftly pushed the cart away. Following the acquisition of the Fear Hospital, Chun Mu felt a tremendous force coalescing within him once more. Unsurprisingly, his strength surged, elevating him from an intermediate specter to an advanced specter. However, unlike before, this time Chun Mu experienced a peculiar sensation. It was a mystical feeling, challenging to articulate accurately. Yet, if he were to describe it, the word connection would spring to mind. In the past few days, I acquired properties such as Midnight Diner, Phantom Taxi, Night College, and Mountain Water Courtyard. However, until this moment, my connection to these establishments was purely contractual, devoid of any extraordinary sensations. Yet, from this instant onward, Chun Mu closed his eyes and attentively perceived the transformations within his heart. Deep within, emanating from his essence, a series of crimson threads unfurled. At the other end of these red threads were myriad crimson dots. Chun Mu's heart pulsed, and those crimson dots pulsated in synchrony. As he took a few steps forward, the positions of these red dots made subtle adjustments. The red points revolved around Chun Mu, always centering upon him. At this moment, Chun Mu felt an overwhelming sense of dominion, as if he had truly become the sovereign of these crimson dots. A powerful sensation of mastery surged forth from the depths of his being. As his sense of control intensified, Chun Mu began to comprehend the significance of these red dots. Midnight Hotel, Phantom Taxi, Night College, Mountain Water Courtyard, Frightening Hospital. In this moment, Chun Mu genuinely sensed the bizarre scenes he had acquired establishing a profound connection with him. It was an unprecedented and wondrous feeling. as though these uncanny settings began to orbit around him. He had become their true master. Chunmu already harbored a suspicion that, with the enhancement of his abilities, his control over these eerie scenarios had also grown stronger. Accumulated strength yields explosive results. When one reaches a high level of eerie mastery, this control materializes in the depths of the heart, transforming into red lines and red dots. However, what astonished Chunmu even more lay ahead. Suddenly, a familiar stack of crimson notes appeared in his hand. The blood-red notes. Chunmu's pupils constricted sharply, for he realized that these blood-red notes were markedly different from those he had received in the past. The crimson notes bore no ominous words. Could it be that I can write on them? Chunmu's voice trembled slightly. Having endured the terrors of a bizarre apocalypse, he grasped the profound implications of this moment. In the essence of this strange world, there existed only two classes, those who orchestrated bizarre tasks and those who executed them. The former were known as the rulers, while the latter were the subjects. Clearly, until tonight, all humanity in this uncanny apocalypse belonged to the latter class. Regardless of wealth or status, upon receiving a blood-red note, one was compelled to dutifully carry out the bizarre tasks in a desperate bid for survival. Even those who appeared powerful within these peculiar scenarios were, at best, mere laborers, obeying the commands of the bosses within the strange realms. In this surreal apocalypse, no matter how formidable the strength of the subjects, they remained ultimately subjugated, as insignificant as ants. With trembling hands, Chunmu opened the blood-red notes. There were a total of 10. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that each note began with a line of small text. Two of the notes read, "Bizarre Scene, Midnight Hotel." Another pair stated, "Bizarre Scene, Ghostly Taxi." Two more indicated, "Bizarre Scene, Dark Night University." The final four notes began with, "Bizarre Scene, Mountain Water Courtyard." The final two images are titled, "Eerie Scene, Terrifying Hospital," perfectly corresponding to Chunmu's 5 enterprises. If Chunmu's intuition serves him right, each crimson note signifies an ominous task assigned to an individual. He possesses 10 such notes, allowing him to designate eerie tasks to 10 people. However, there are constraints. He cannot arbitrarily assign these tasks, but can only command individuals to perform them within his own enterprises. Moreover, each enterprise has a limitation on the number of participants. 2 crimson notes indicate that a single enterprise can accommodate a maximum of 2 individuals. Nevertheless, Chunmu's heart is already filled with astonishment. This signifies that from this moment forth, his identity has undergone a transformation. He has shifted from being a mere subject to becoming a quasi-ruler. Why is it termed quasi? Because Chunmu is still susceptible to receiving crimson notes, compelling him to undertake certain eerie tasks, thus remaining a subject. Simultaneously, he has acquired the preliminary authority to distribute crimson notes, enabling him to designate 10 individuals for eerie tasks. From this perspective, he also embodies the ruler. Hence, Chunmu's identity is uniquely positioned between that of the ruler and the subject. This is a promising omen. He harbors a premonition that as his strength grows and he acquires more enterprises, the number of crimson notes in his possession will also increase. With the proliferation of these crimson notes, will there come a day when he can refuse to accept eerie tasks? All of this remains an enigma. Yet one day, if I could distribute enigmatic little notes, and if I could acquire all the peculiar scenes, dispatching countless crimson notes, would this not signify that I would ascend to the position of an unparalleled sovereign in this bizarre apocalypse? Faintly, Chunmu sensed that he was beginning to unravel the secrets of this strange world. The greatest mysteries of this uncanny realm lie in its peculiar scenarios and the crimson notes. Where did this bizarre apocalypse originate? From whence do these anomalies arise? Why does this uncanny world continue to expand? What is the ultimate force driving it? What are the underlying rules, and why can they not be contravened? This series of inquiries swirled in Chunmu's mind, as they did in the minds of all humanity. Yet, in this bizarre apocalypse, everyone else is but a struggling ant, unable to secure even the most basic existence, let alone seek the truth behind this peculiar world. Chunmu, however, harbored a profound conviction that, having been reborn with a fortune of countless ghostly coins, he possessed the capacity to uncover the ultimate secret. Moreover, he was distinct from the other bosses of peculiar scenarios. The other bosses could only enforce the rules of their designated realms, lacking the ability to distribute crimson notes. Chunmu not only had the power to establish regulations within the industry, but had also acquired 10 crimson notes. He could issue these crimson notes, assigning others bizarre tasks. All of this conveyed to Chun Mu that he was a unique and extraordinary entity. Chapter 78. The first distribution of eerie tasks. First, eliminate the morally binding saintly hypocrite. Suppressing his excitement, Chun Mu extracted a blood-red slip of paper and retrieved an eerie golden pen from his pocket. He sought to validate his hypothesis. Could he indeed orchestrate an eerie task? From a selection of 10 slips, he drew one inscribed with Midnight Diner. After a moment's contemplation, a name sprang to mind, Jiang Hua. This individual, a tabloid journalist, had previously thrived on sensational news before the onset of the bizarre apocalypse. Under normal circumstances, there would have been no intersection between their worlds. However, in the aftermath of the eerie apocalypse, the appetite for frivolous news had waned, leaving Jiang Hua bereft of income. Coincidentally, news of Chun Mu's successive acquisitions of properties circulated, instantly marking him as a new target for Jiang Hua. It was a veritable goldmine. In an atmosphere rife with fear, what better way to ensnare public attention than through relentless moral outrage directed at Chun Mu? Thus, Jiang Hua set his sights on Chun Mu, unleashing a torrent of opinions across the internet, centered around a singular question. Chun Mu, with your prowess, why do you stand idly by in the face of death? Whenever an eerie task emerged, and a participant met their demise, Jiang Hua would seize the opportunity to attack Chun Mu online. In Wangjiang City, Chun Mu possesses such power, commanding numerous eerie subordinates. Why does he allow this individual to perish? Could he not dispatch a couple of eerie beings to rescue them? Or, Chun Mu, with your wealth? When an eerie task unfolded in a certain city yesterday, 10 individuals were set to participate. Why did you not immediately offer financial support to secure that eerie scenario? Had you done so, those lives could have been spared. Chun Mu's indifference is utterly repugnant. He must bear responsibility for the deaths of those individuals. Such remarks could be pinned by Jiang Hua dozens of times in a single day. In just a few short days, Jiang Hua has risen to prominence on the internet, amassing a substantial following of loyal fans. He has profited handsomely, even earning over 1,000 ghost coins. Naturally, under Jiang Hua's influence, the online discourse has seen an influx of voices denouncing Chun Mu. Unjustly, Chun Mu has been branded as selfish, callous, and heartless by Jiang Hua. In truth, Chun Mu had foreseen this predicament after acquiring the Shanshui courtyard. Regrettably, his influence is confined to Wangjiang City. Jiang Hua, astute and aware that Chun Mu would seek retribution, has distanced himself, hiding in a nearby city, thus evading Chun Mu's reach. Jiang Hua believes that such cunning will render him immune to Chun Mu's wrath. Previously, Chun Mu was preoccupied with his acquisitions, dismissing Jiang Hua as a mere jester. After all, every moment is crucial for Chun Mu. To eliminate Jiang Hua, he must dispatch an underling, which would consume at least a day or two for reconnaissance. This is a gross expenditure of time. In such circumstances, time equates to money. Assigning someone to deal with a mere clown like Jiang Hua would incur losses of hundreds of thousands. Such triviality is hardly worth the effort. Thus, Chun Mu chooses to ignore the incessant buzzing, feigning unawareness. Unexpectedly, just yesterday, Jiang Hua intensified his antics, proclaiming online that if he had the time, he would personally visit Chun Mu's establishment, dine at a midnight hotel, and confront Chun Mu directly, questioning why his heart seemed so cold, as if made of stone. Such remarks left Chun Mu at a loss for words. Chun Mu, reflecting on his conscience, stated that while he may not be a paragon of virtue, he has never indiscriminately harmed the innocent. As long as he is not provoked, he will not initiate harm against others. Chun Mu does not proactively inflict pain, nor does he aid others without reason. In this bizarre and desolate world, such a stance could indeed be considered virtuous. Jiang Hua's eloquent words are somewhat ironic, given that he possesses 1,000 ghost coins yet has never offered them to assist anyone, tightly clutching them as if fearing others might ask to borrow them. A series of Jiang Hua's proclamations attracted a multitude of fools who cheered for him and fervently showered him with money. In no time, Jiang Hua became the embodiment of justice, rallying a group of simpletons to impose moral judgments on Chun Mu daily. If Jiang Hua were truly so courageous, he could simply come over for a meal. Alas, he feigns ignorance, and not only does he avoid the midnight hotel, but he also dares not even approach Wangjiang City. He adopts an attitude of if you dare, come through the internet and confront me. Very well, he wishes to dine at a midnight hotel, does he? Upon obtaining the crimson note, Chun Mu immediately thought of Jiang Hua. Thus, Chun Mu picked up his pen, glanced at the time, and inscribed beneath Midnight Hotel, task name, Gluttonous Diner, task executor, Jiang Hua, task description, in a tranquil city, whenever night falls, a hotel opens its doors for business. Everyone claims to have never witnessed a guest entering the hotel. Yet, at the stroke of midnight, the establishment is always abuzz with a cacophony of voices. The late-night hotel perpetually accommodates a cadre of invisible patrons. You, a diner from a neighboring city, have received an invitation to the Midnight Hotel, beckoning you to partake in a sumptuous luncheon. You are to arrive at the Midnight Hotel within 2.5 hours, for the establishment has little patience for tardy guests. As Chun Mu inscribed the name Jianghua, it was evident that despite the multitude of individuals bearing the same name across the globe, there was no need for Chun Mu to specify further. The crimson slip of paper seemed to possess an uncanny ability to comprehend Chun Mu's intentions, accurately designating the task to the correct Jianghua. However, in delineating the task's particulars, Chun Mu encountered certain constraints. For instance, the stipulation of a 2.5-hour arrival timeframe precluded him from arbitrary entries. Initially, he attempted to write 10 minutes, but as soon as he pinned that duration, the ink began to gradually fade. Clearly, the enigmatic task deemed it implausible for a participant to reach the Midnight Hotel in such a fleeting span of time. To propose 10 minutes would be tantamount to issuing a death sentence to Jianghua, a scenario the bizarre task expressly forbade. From a certain perspective, this serves as a protective measure for participants. Chun Mu gradually extended the time frame, and when he finally inscribed 2.5 hours, the ink ceased its vanishing act. Traveling from the neighboring city to the Midnight Hotel at optimal speed, without delay, would indeed take approximately 2.5 hours. This constitutes the protective regulations of the enigmatic task, ensuring participants have adequate time for their journey. Naturally, any attempt to exploit these protective measures to circumvent the rules is strictly prohibited. For instance, in the previous Dark Knight Academy, during the death exam mission, some students took flights to far-off cities, believing they could evade the bizarre tasks. However, contrary to their expectations, the peculiar task showed no leniency, and their time was not extended. Thus, one can conclude that this protective rule can be succinctly summarized as follows. The bizarre tasks safeguard participants, ensuring their timely arrival at the designated location. Should they exceed a reasonable time frame, this protective rule becomes null and void. This regulation is not explicitly communicated to humans and is referred to as the hidden rule within the bizarre apocalypse. These hidden rules can only be discovered and inferred by oneself. The more hidden rules one comprehends, the greater the likelihood of survival. After Chun Mu completed his writing, the crimson slip of paper seemed to ignite, gradually turning to ashes in his hand. Task distribution. Chapter 79. Eating rather quickly at the very moment of task distribution. In a neighboring city, within a spacious flat, Jianghua completed a new manuscript and stretched comfortably. The title of the piece was Chun Mu's Selfishness is Incomprehensible. How can someone be so selfish? If I were given 100 million ghost coins, I would surely donate it all to help everyone. This style of writing was Jianghua's forte, neither overly flattering nor excessively critical, striking a balance. He fabricated various tales of Chun Mu's indifference to those in peril, regardless of their veracity, weaving them with such intricate detail that it felt as if he were present at the scene himself. Then, with a swift change of tone, he began, without flattery or disparagement, to assert that if he possessed 100 million ghost coins, he would certainly not stand idly by in the face of death. He would undoubtedly. The stark contrast created an intense dramatic conflict. Jianghua knew without a doubt that this would become yet another article with hundreds of thousands of readers. After pressing the publish button, he felt a pang of hunger and decided to procure some sustenance. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a blood-red note had materialized on the table before him. A chill ran down Jianghua's spine. Could it be an eerie task? How could he be so unfortunate? In the next instant, upon deciphering the content of the note, he nearly fainted from shock. Goodness! It was from the Midnight Hotel. Just a day after he had engaged in an online confrontation regarding the Midnight Hotel, he received this strange task. Jianghua found it hard to believe that this was mere coincidence. Was he being targeted? Surely not. From what Jianghua understood, the distribution of such eerie tasks appeared to be random. Although the bosses in these bizarre scenarios seemed formidable and could dictate the rules of their respective realms, they were unable to determine who would partake in the ordeal. Jianghua believed that Chun Mu could not possess the capability to single him out for an eerie task. If that were the case, such power would be utterly extraordinary. He resolved that this was merely a coincidence, a stroke of exceedingly bad luck on his part. He consoled himself internally. Time was of the essence. With only 2.5 hours remaining until the event commenced, he needed to hurry. Consequently, Jiang Hua neglected to eat his late-night snack, hastily donned a coat, and set off towards Wangjiang City. The 2.5 hours left were already pushing the limits. Throughout the journey, Jiang Hua pressed the accelerator to the floor, nearly causing the vehicle to emit smoke. As he passed over a grand bridge, he narrowly avoided plunging into the river below. In his frantic haste, Jiang Hua ultimately arrived at the Midnight Hotel just in time. Upon disembarking from the car, he found his clothes drenched in sweat, appearing exceedingly disheveled. Had Chen Mu been inside, he would undoubtedly have been in dire straits. He hoped Chen Mu remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Determined to complete the peculiar task swiftly, he aimed to depart before Chen Mu could react. With this resolve in mind, Jiang Hua pushed open the door and entered the hotel. Upon entering the lobby, a striking female manager approached him. "Good evening, sir. You must be here for the peculiar task. I am the manager here. You may call me Li Xiaoxiao." Jiang Hua glanced around, relieved to see no sign of Chen Mu. It was a stroke of fortune that the fool was absent. The manager surely regarded him as an ordinary participant. Had Li Xiaoxiao been privy to Jiang Hua's thoughts, her composure would have faltered, revealing a bemused expression as she questioned who had assigned him the peculiar task. At that moment, Li Xiaoxiao addressed Jiang Hua. "Please follow me. The luncheon is being held in the room inside." Although it was midnight, the gathering was akin to a luncheon in the context of the peculiar. As they walked, Li Xiaoxiao elaborated on the rules of the luncheon. To participate, you must adhere to the following regulations. 1. You must consume all the food on the table in order to leave. Failure to do so will result in a penalty. I comprehend your profound hunger. However, humanity must not resort to inflicting harm upon one another, for we are not sustenance. The table, chairs, cutlery, and plates do not constitute food. One must not willingly discard food, as this is tantamount to failing to consume it. After articulating these grim stipulations, Jiang Hua was escorted into a small chamber. At the center of the room stood a circular table, upon which rested a plate filled with a copious bowl of crimson broth. In another chair at the table sat a little girl, weeping softly, her visage a portrait of despair. Li Xiaoxiao elucidated to Jiang Hua that this young girl was a failure from the previous task. She had not accomplished her objective and thus remained behind. Should Jiang Hua also falter, he would join her in facing the consequences. Jiang Hua's body began to tremble as he approached the table, lowering his gaze to the vile concoction before him. A noxious stench, reminiscent of blood, assaulted his senses, nearly overwhelming him. He could not suppress his retching. The crimson broth was tainted with shattered eyeballs, severed ears, and gory chunks of flesh. Merely gazing upon the contents would haunt one's dreams. "I hope this meal will silence your protests," Li Xiaoxiao remarked sarcastically before promptly exiting the room. Jiang Hua, perplexed by her words, mistakenly believed that Chen Mu was still unaware of the situation and resolved to expedite his task before Chen Mu could learn of it. With determination, Jiang Hua pinched his nose, lifted the plate, and began to consume the grotesque offering. Jiang Hua could even sense the unknown orbs within him bursting in a cacophony of flavors. He vowed that after this meal, he would never desire a midnight snack again in his life. The entire process of consumption dragged on for a grueling 5 minutes. Although the rules did not stipulate a time limit, Jiang Hua relentlessly urged himself to drink faster, fearing that Chen Mu might arrive at any moment. Finally, after 5 minutes had elapsed, he let out a satisfied belch. Every drop of the broth had been consumed. Jiang Hua's stomach felt numb, and his mouth was in a state of bewilderment. Apart from the overwhelming metallic taste of blood, he could scarcely discern any other flavor. It was likely that he would have no appetite for days to come. Breathing heavily, he suppressed the nausea rising within him. He meticulously scanned the dining area, confirming that apart from his plate, there was no other food in sight. Jiang Hua shouted towards the door, "Manager, come in quickly. I have finished my meal. I have completed the bizarre task. Allow me to leave." As he finished speaking, the door swung open. Li Xiaoxiao stepped inside. She surveyed the table and then glanced at Jiang Hua, who was on the verge of gagging, and nodded in satisfaction. "You certainly eat quickly. Had I known you could consume so much, I would have prepared more for you. You must still be hungry. I apologize for the inadequate hospitality." Jiang Hua was nearly driven to fury. How much more did she expect him to eat? Did she wish for his demise? Chapter 80. Because I truly have 100 underworld coins. Despite the urge to unleash a tirade upon Li Xiaoxiao, Jiang Hua maintained a facade of a smile. "Enough. Enough. Thank you for your hospitality," Jiang Hua remarked as he prepared to depart. "Wait, don't leave just yet," Li Xiaoxiao called out to him. "Why? Haven't I completed my task?" A sudden unease gripped Jiang Hua's heart. As the saying goes, One who does not commit wrongdoings has no fear of ghosts knocking at the door. However, Jiang Ho was plagued by guilt and felt unsteady. It's nothing. I merely wanted to remind you that you performed exceptionally well in your task, thus earning yourself an opportunity, Li Xiaoxiao explained. An opportunity? What kind of opportunity? Do you see that little girl over there? Li Xiaoxiao pointed to a girl seated nearby. She is a failure from the previous task and, under normal circumstances, she would face execution. However, at our midnight hotel, we do not favor unnecessary bloodshed. If you provide me with 100 yen coins, I will release her, allowing her to leave here safely. What do you think? Jiang Ho was momentarily taken aback, staring at Li Xiaoxiao as if she were a fool. An opportunity? Is this truly an opportunity? How absurd. I thought I was to receive some form of reward, some significant gain. Instead, Li Xiaoxiao's so-called opportunity is merely a request for me to spend my own money to rescue a girl I do not even know. How dare she call this an opportunity? In his pocket, Jiang Hua had 1,000 yen coins. The origin of this sum was rather intriguing. Many regarded Jiang Hua as a savior in this apocalyptic world, one of the few compassionate souls amidst the chaos, and they held him in high esteem. If I possess yen coins, I must surely help those in need, he had often thought. The remaining several hundred yen coins were also gifts from kind-hearted individuals who hoped Jiang Hua would assist even more people in distress. However, upon receiving the ghost coins, Jiang Hua decisively blocked, muted, and deleted all connections with the donor, severing ties forever. Now, Jiang Hua possessed 1,000 ghost coins. He glanced at the little girl, who was weeping, yet his face remained expressionless. I'm sorry. I truly wish to assist her, but regrettably, I lack any ghost coins, Jiang Hua coldly remarked to Li Xiaoxiao. Oh, is that so? Li Xiaoxiao replied with a disdainful smile. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Jiang Hua was eager to depart, clutching the 1,000 ghost coins tightly in his pocket as he prepared to walk away briskly. Wait, you cannot leave. Is there something else? Your mission has failed, Li Xiaoxiao stated, enunciating each word. Jiang Hua's expression turned to one of shock. How could this be? He pointed to the empty bowl on the table. I consumed every last morsel. I even licked the broth clean. Are you incapable of accepting defeat? Do you dare defy the rules? Li Xiaoxiao replied. I have not violated any rules. You indeed finished the food in the bowl, but there remains sustenance you have not ingested. As she spoke, Li Xiaoxiao pointed to the little girl. She is food as well. At this revelation, Jiang Hua was utterly astonished. What is happening? That little girl? Is she not a failure from the last mission? Why is she also considered food? Jiang Hua had only participated in one bizarre mission, and it had been the simplest of tasks. Faced with this situation, he was left utterly dumbfounded. Yes, she has been weeping at the edge of the table. Thus she too is food. You have failed to consume her, Li Xiaoxiao reiterated. You are speaking nonsense. Jiang Hua shouted hoarsely. The rules clearly state that humans are not food, yet you assert she is. Are you taking advantage of my ignorance of the rules? Li Xiaoxiao shrugged nonchalantly. But how can you be certain she is human? At that moment, a small girl with her head bowed in tears rose from her chair, revealing her face. Her complexion was a ghastly pale, devoid of any color. Such an ashen visage was indeed one of the eerie characteristics. Jiang Hua felt on the brink of collapse, sensing vaguely that he would have to concede his fate here today. Suddenly, a thought struck him like a lifeline, and he shouted at Li Xiaoxiao, no. The rules are flawed. This little girl is far too large. Even if I recognize her as an anomaly, I could never consume her. I do not possess such a vast stomach. No normal person does. Therefore, this is not a path to survival. Your rules are problematic. You have not provided me with a means to live. Your rules are invalid. Li Xiaoxiao smiled lightly. I understand your urgency, but do not be hasty. This phrase, once a catchphrase of Chun Mu, has now been adopted by his subordinates. You claim the rules offer you no avenue for survival? No, you are mistaken. Rule number 4 states, you cannot voluntarily discard food, or it is equivalent to not finishing it. The implication of this rule is that if food departs on its own accord, it will not count as unfinished. You can allow the little girl to leave voluntarily. That is your path to survival within this bizarre task. Furthermore, I have already provided you with an opportunity for a mere 100 underworld coins. You can ensure her safety and allow her to exit the hotel unharmed. Once she departs, there is no need for you to consume her. Yet, you refuse to offer assistance, claiming you lack the necessary ghost money. However, if I am not mistaken, you must possess a substantial amount of ghost money in your pocket. Mr. Jiang Hua, did you not once assert that, should you have 1 billion ghost coins, you would unhesitatingly aid others? Why then? Are you reluctant to part with a mere 100 ghost coins? It is indeed true that you possess 100 ghost coins, is it not? Jiang Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never anticipated that his earlier refusal would sever his own path to survival. Yet, I do not know her. Why should I expend my own resources to save her? Jiang Hua attempted to argue, but all was in vain. He had already forfeited his chance for salvation. Indeed, why should I, in this bizarre apocalypse, squander my own money to rescue a complete stranger? Li Xiaoxiao remarked, Mr. Jiang Hua, if you cannot act, why do you impose moral obligations on others to do so? Suddenly, Jiang Hua seemed to grasp something profound. He discerned the underlying implications in Li Xiaoxiao's words. Could it be that these rules were orchestrated by Chen Mu? Jiang Hua's voice began to tremble. Yes, you are correct in your conjecture. This peculiar rule was devised by Chen. Your refusal was anticipated by him as well. For this is the essence of human nature in a surreal apocalypse. Li Xiaoxiao continued, Chen has asked me to convey this message to you. In this bizarre world, refraining from actively harming an innocent person is already the greatest act of mercy and kindness. Chen adheres to a fundamental principle. He does not actively harm others. Yet he also does not indulge in excessive sympathy. As for you, Mr. Jiang Hua, you, driven by your own selfish interests, have taken a moral high ground to deliberately inflict harm upon the unfamiliar Chen Mu. Mr. Chen finds your actions repugnant and wishes never to see you again in this lifetime. Chapter 81. The center of the bizarre apocalypse. Upon hearing Li Xiaoxiao's words, Jiang Hua felt as if he had plunged into an ice cavern. He realized that today would spell his doom. Chen Mu, a seasoned player of this strange apocalypse for 5 years, has encountered more rules than Jiang Hua has had meals. If Chen Mu intended to eliminate Jiang Hua, he could easily concoct a series of convoluted rules to achieve his goal. The rule Chen Mu presented was not particularly outrageous. It was not even erroneous. Nonetheless, Jiang Hua remained unable to discern a path to survival. The reason was straightforward. Chen Mu had seen through Jiang Hua's heart, a type of person he had encountered far too frequently. The two were operating on entirely different levels. Ultimately, Jiang Hua gritted his teeth and uttered his final words. I suppose it is my misfortune, my bad luck, to be chosen for your bizarre task. It is all simply a matter of my ill fate. Li Xiaoxiao, however, revealed a cryptic smile, suggesting, do you not think it possible that Chen orchestrated your arrival here? Impossible. This cannot be. Jiang Hua instinctively rejected the notion. Could it be that Chen Mu possessed the capability to assign bizarre tasks to others? If that were the case, it would be utterly terrifying. The idea that humanity could allocate such strange tasks transcended Jiang Hua's comprehension. At this moment, Jiang Hua suddenly realized the magnitude of the existence he had provoked. Chen Mu was entirely different from the celebrities he had previously reported on. In Chen Mu's hands lay true power intertwined with bloodshed. Soon, employees dragged Jiang Hua away to a secluded location, ensuring that he would henceforth enjoy the highest quality of slumber. Meanwhile, at the Hospital of Dread, upon learning of Jiang Hua's demise, Chen Mu nodded in satisfaction. As he gazed at the 9 remaining crimson slips of paper in his hand, a faint smile graced his lips. It can be said without reservation that with these blood-red slips, in this bizarre apocalyptic world, there was no one Chen Mu could not eliminate, should he so desire, even if that individual were to be located at the ends of the earth. Once Chen Mu assigned a peculiar task, they would be compelled to arrive in Wangzhong City within the stipulated time. Upon entering Chen Mu's domain, could he possibly escape unscathed after being subjected to Chen Mu's cunning rules? Even if he were to succeed once, Chen Mu still possessed an abundance of crimson slips. He could simply make further attempts. If, after 9 consecutive bizarre tasks, he still failed to eliminate that person, Chen Mu might as well end his own life by colliding with a piece of tofu. After 5 years of this strange apocalypse, it would seem a futile existence. Clearly, such a scenario was impossible. Having utilized the crimson slips for the first time, Chen Mu had nearly grasped the underlying rules. He carefully stored the remaining slips and began to address matters concerning the Hospital of Dread. This institution now wholly belonged to Chen Mu. Cultivating the Hospital of Dread would prove to be an immense resource for him. The resources here extended beyond mere ghostly currency. Envision a bizarre apocalypse, where hospitals capable of treating the strange maladies are exceedingly rare. On average, there exists but one such hospital for every 5 cities. Moreover, the efficacy of these hospitals can hardly be deemed satisfactory. One might describe it as dismal. Of every 10 patients admitted, 9 are likely to leave in a state of despair. Yet, despite such grim outcomes, the demand for these facilities far outstrips their availability. Chen Mu, however, harbors aspirations that transcend mere adequacy. In his eyes, a hospital's paramount function is unequivocal: to heal the afflicted. If he can successfully cure patients, that institution will undoubtedly be regarded as a commendable one. Should the cost of treatment be further reduced, it would be an even more fortuitous circumstance. Under the prevailing mortality rate of 9, if Chunmu's hospital could significantly lower the death rate to below 1 or even less, one can only fathom the insatiable yearning the bizarre beings would have for his establishment. In a previous life, his hospital tragically claimed the lives of 9 out of 10 patients, yet it generated billions in revenue daily. If he could reverse that statistic to save 9 out of 10, the potential earnings could soar into the tens of billions. The prospect of an unending influx of currency is simply beyond Chunmu's imagination. Furthermore, once the repute of his hospital spreads, affluent and influential entities will traverse vast distances, converging upon Wangjiang City in search of the finest medical care. At that juncture, the city where Chunmu resides shall emerge as the epicenter of this peculiar apocalypse, brimming with power, wealth, and status in an unceasing flow. The value of his picturesque estate would skyrocket, and he would find himself unburdened by the need to journey across the globe to battle foes for advancement. He need only remain at home, and the world's most formidable anomalies will flock to him, while wealth will accumulate around Chunmu like a rising tide. When that moment arrives, the most opulent hotel, Midnight Hotel, the finest educational institution, Dark Knight Academy, the premier medical facility, Terror Hospital, and the most exquisite residences, Mountain Water Courtyard, will all be within his grasp. Here, this place shall become the epicenter of the bizarre apocalypse. All these splendid visions rest upon the enhancement of Terror Hospital's reputation. To elevate this reputation, it is imperative to refine the skills of the doctors. Let us proceed to the director's office. Chunmu instructed the attending chief physician beside him. This way, Director Chun. The chief physician replied with utmost respect, bowing slightly as he guided Chunmu upstairs. Throughout their ascent, the chief physician felt fortunate that he had not antagonized Chunmu. Who could have anticipated that a player engaged in an anomalous quest would so swiftly transform into the new director of Terror Hospital? The chief physician discerned that his earlier choice to ingratiate himself with Director Chun was perhaps the wisest decision of his life. Soon, under the chief physician's guidance, Chunmu arrived at the top floor. The uppermost level of Terror Hospital housed a series of VIP wards, specifically designated for the most distinguished guests. Chunmu mentally noted that once Terror Hospital flourished, these VIP wards could become powerful tools in his arsenal to befriend any anomaly or anomaly king. The privilege of utilizing a VIP ward would symbolize one's status and prestige. Of course, this premise hinges on the hospital's successful expansion, ensuring it becomes the finest medical institution in this bizarre apocalypse. At the end of the VIP ward lies the office of the hospital director. Chunmu entered the office, instructing the chief physician to wait outside while he approached the office alone. The director's office, to phrase it diplomatically, was rather unadorned, to state it bluntly. It consisted merely of a desk and a chair. Given the circumstances, it was hardly surprising a hospital losing over $1 million a day would leave the director financially strained, hardly affording lavish decor for his office. Chunmu opened the drawer of the desk and retrieved a small booklet titled List of Doctors at the Fear Hospital. This modest compilation contained the names of approximately 20 to 30 physicians, representing the entire roster of the Fear Hospital. As Chunmu perused the introductions of the doctors, a frown creased his forehead. Suddenly, a particular doctor named Ji Busi caught his attention. Chapter 82. A renowned physician. This physician, Ji Busi, was a young chief doctor who stood out amidst a sea of seasoned practitioners. What captivated Chunmu most was the remarkable success rate of his treatments, which soared to an astonishing 50. In other words, for every 10 patients treated by Ji Busi, 5 would survive. In an instant, Chunmu's memories from a past life resurfaced. There indeed existed a peculiar and legendary physician known as Ji Busi, who, during his previous existence, had merely sought to survive, thus possessing limited knowledge of the enigmatic realm of medicine. Nevertheless, he had heard whispers of Ji Busi's illustrious reputation. Initially working at the Fear Hospital, Ji Busi eventually sought greater opportunities elsewhere when the hospital could no longer provide substantial growth. As time progressed, the medical skills of Dr. Ji Busi advanced remarkably. By the end of the bizarre apocalypse, he had become a renowned physician, specializing in treating the enigmatic king of oddities. However, during the early stages of this peculiar era, Dr. Ji Busi was still a youthful figure, yet to rise to prominence. He had only begun to showcase his talents at the Fright Hospital. For such a prodigy, Chen Mu was more than willing to bring him under his wing. Having recently acquired the Fright Hospital, Chen Mu found himself lacking the time and energy to manage it. Thus, the Dr. Jibusi became an ideal candidate for stewardship. Entrusting the Fright Hospital to him was something Chen Mu could do with confidence. "Come here." Summon Dr. Jibusi. Chen Mu called out to the hallway. Shortly after, the chief physician hurriedly brought a young doctor into the office. "Are you Dr. Jibusi?" Chen Mu inquired, observing the oddity before him. The peculiar appearance he presented was far from that of a promising young doctor clad in a pristine white coat. Rather, he appeared disheveled, more akin to a scientific madman. It was only through such eccentricity that one could maintain a relentless pursuit of medical knowledge amidst the chaos of the bizarre apocalypse, ultimately achieving a distinguished status. "I am," replied Dr. Jibusi. His curiosity piqued as he scrutinized Chen Mu. From what he understood, Chen Mu had ascended to the top of the hospital's divine physician rankings 3 times within just a few hours, boasting a perfect treatment success rate and impeccable patient reviews. This accomplishment left even Dr. Jibusi profoundly astonished. As for the treatment of Chen Mu, the chief physician was certainly no fool. He would not divulge the specifics of a process that could tarnish the reputation of the hospital director. Whenever the patient unable to heal inquired about this matter, the chief physician would extol Chen Mu's virtues, elevating him to the status of a renowned physician. Under the chief physician's fervent commendations, unable to heal, the future luminary of medicine found himself profoundly impressed by Chen Mu's medical prowess. Chen Mu, however, remained indifferent as long as he never had to intervene. His perfect success rate would forever remain an enigma. Let this myth persist in the strange apocalypse. Perhaps years from now, amidst the adulation, Chen Mu would solidify his position as a legendary physician. Without further ado, Chen Mu directly stated, "I believe the treatment standards at the Hospital of Dread are woefully inadequate. Unable to heal, I have great faith in your abilities. How about this? I will entrust the management of the Hospital of Dread to you, providing abundant resources and support. Can you transform it into the finest hospital in this bizarre apocalypse within 6 months?" Upon hearing Chen Mu's proposal, unable to heal was taken aback. There was a vague sense that the new director was unlike his predecessors. The previous directors were rather unappealing to unable to heal, primarily due to their short-sightedness, which prioritized immediate gains. The former director's most frequent lament was, "Why have we incurred such losses again this month? We must further slash medical expenditures." To this, unable to heal felt a deep sense of helplessness. He is an eccentric individual with a profound pursuit of medical excellence. It is evident that the field of medicine is a costly endeavor, particularly in the realm of unconventional practices, which demands substantial initial investments and requires considerable time to yield results. Regrettably, the former directors possessed a myopic vision, focusing solely on short-term losses, completely disregarding the immense long-term benefits. Consequently, their relentless budget cuts resulted in a dismal standard of care, where out of 10 patients, 9 succumbed to their ailments. Had Chen Mu not acquired the terrifying hospital, it would have taken mere months before the former directors dismissed the incapable staff. If those former directors were to survive another 2 years, they would undoubtedly lament the loss of such a genius whom they had once dismissed. However, with Chen Mu's acquisition of the terrifying hospital, the wheels of fate began to turn. Upon hearing Director Chen's declaration, the previously subdued heart of the incapable doctor stirred with a flicker of hope, though he harbored doubts regarding Chen Mu's understanding of the hospital's needs. Cautiously, he replied, "Director Chen, you may not be aware of the substantial funds required for the initial development of the terrifying hospital." Chen Mu smiled knowingly and responded, "I am well aware. What I lack in life is not wealth. To be frank, as long as the terrifying hospital can rise to prominence, I am even willing to invest 100 billion in ghostly currency. Moreover, from this moment forward, I shall not be dispersing your salary." The incapable doctor was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend Chen Mu's intentions. Was he implying an impending dismissal? Chen Mu, with a benevolent smile, patted the doctor's shoulder and declared, "While I will not be providing you with a salary, I shall offer you shares. I offer you 1% of the shares in the Fear Hospital. You shall not bear any losses incurred by the institution, and once it begins to generate profit, you will receive a share of the dividends. This is the treatment I extend to you." Chen Muhua is unyielding when it comes to financial matters, particularly for the renowned doctor who cannot be killed, a physician ranked among the top 3 in this bizarre apocalyptic world. Naturally, Chen Muhua is more than generous. He harbors his own intentions. Acquiring shares in the Fear Hospital equates to entering a long-term contract with the establishment. Changing jobs will be out of the question. As long as the Fear Hospital remains operational, one must diligently serve Boss Chun. The doctor who cannot be killed exhibited a look of astonishment, utterly unprepared for such a generous offer from Director Chen. Although 1% of the shares may seem modest, it pertains to the Fear Hospital, a colossal entity valued at 10 billion. To immediately present such a substantial share is unprecedented for the doctor. Not only for him, but across this strange apocalyptic realm, it is inconceivable to encounter a boss so magnanimous. How does a boss express appreciation for their employees? It is certainly not through empty promises, but through tangible benefits. The higher the compensation, the greater the esteem in which the boss holds the employee. To offer such an impressive package speaks volumes of the boss's regard for him. Instantly, warmth surged within the doctor who cannot be killed, realizing that the esteemed boss, having conquered the ranks of divine physicians thrice, far surpasses the short-sighted former directors. This may well be a mutual recognition among great physicians. The doctor felt a lump in his throat, for his talents had finally garnered the attention of a true patron. A true scholar is willing to sacrifice for those who appreciate him. To encounter a boss who values my contributions is a treasure in this lifetime. Chapter 83. My sole passion lies in serving Boss Chun. Observing the emotional yet inept doctor, Chun Mu posed his most pressing question. What assistance do you require to expedite the development of the frightening hospital? The growth of the frightening hospital fundamentally hinges on two aspects: superior medical conditions and exceptional doctors. To achieve optimal medical conditions, one must procure high-quality pharmaceuticals and advanced medical equipment, all of which necessitate substantial funding. Chun Mu waved his hand dismissively, declaring that financial matters posed no obstacle. Whatever pharmaceuticals and equipment you desire, feel free to state your price. While monetary issues are easily resolved, the most challenging aspect remains the acquisition of outstanding physicians. Unlike pharmaceuticals, which can be produced given sufficient funds, nurturing a qualified physician demands a significant investment of time, money, and, most crucially, experience. A doctor with ample experience may not necessarily be exceptional. However, an exceptional doctor invariably possesses a wealth of experience. The inept doctor furrowed his brow, expressing his concerns. Currently, the frightening hospital lacks patients. On average, each doctor treats fewer than one patient a day. Without patients, doctors miss opportunities to hone their skills and accumulate experience. Consequently, the journey to becoming an outstanding physician demands even more time. This predicament is not unique to the frightening hospital. In fact, during the initial stages of the bizarre apocalypse, all peculiar hospitals faced a shortage of patients. The reasons are quite simple. Everyone is financially constrained. In this bizarre apocalyptic era, both humans and the supernatural entities are devoid of ghostly currency. According to Chun Mu's observations, the ghostly currency in this peculiar world seems to be gradually increasing. As the bizarre apocalypse unfolds, the presence of ghostly currency in the world begins to proliferate. However, the origins of this surplus currency remain an enigma that no one can elucidate. The source of ghostly currency in this surreal realm has become a profound secret. Moreover, the medical expertise within the Eerie Hospital is rather mediocre. Rather than spending tens of thousands of ghostly currency on a mere 1/10th chance of success, many choose to forego such frivolous expenditures. Nonetheless, for Chun Mu, the scarcity of patients is not a significant concern. Are patients apprehensive about spending? Not a problem. He can leverage his financial resources. Boss Chun is willing to bear the costs to provide treatment for them. If one believes Chun Mu to be foolish for using his own money to treat the supernatural, that would be a misconception. Indeed, it is true that Boss Chun spends his own money, but those supernatural patients are risking their lives. As long as they dare to enter the Fear Hospital, given the doctor's capabilities, the mortality rate is at least 90%. If the supernatural entities are not afraid of death, then they can come and provide the doctors with the necessary practice. Chun Mu funds the endeavor, while the supernatural entities wager their lives. Together, they strive to enhance the doctor's skills as swiftly as possible. This is akin to cultivating tender and juicy chives. One must water and fertilize them in the early stages before reaping a bountiful harvest later on, harvesting until sparks fly from the sickles. Fear not, I shall handle the patient's affairs. I assure you that the Fear Hospital will never lack for patients. Chun Mu confidently vowed to deliver results. Certainly, before attracting patients, Shenmue had one final task to undertake. He summoned the chief physician to gather all the doctors in the hospital for a meeting. A few minutes later, over 20 anxious doctors arrived at Shenmue's office, their eyes filled with curiosity as they regarded the young new director, uncertain of what he was about to announce. During the meeting, Shenmue, who was not one to indulge in superfluous chatter, got straight to the point, effective immediately. We shall implement a system of elimination based on performance. At the end of each month, all doctors will be ranked according to their treatment success rates, from highest to lowest. The doctor ranked at the bottom shall be dismissed without exception. The room erupted in astonishment at his words. Was this new director truly so ruthless? To come in and initiate dismissals right off the bat? It was well known that in this peculiar world, doctors were a rare commodity. The former director had suffered significant losses, yet had refrained from terminating any medical staff. Shenmue, who did not appear to be in dire financial straits, was inexplicably intent on dismissals, enforcing a policy that would guarantee one doctor's removal each month. Such audacity in a bizarre and precarious world could only belong to someone as financially robust as Shenmue. Instantly, discontent and confusion began to brew among the doctors. No one harbors fondness for a leader who threatens immediate dismissal. This seemed to disregard the value of the doctors in such an eerie environment. However, when Shenmue uttered his next statement, every doctor present gasped in disbelief. From this moment forth, I am increasing all doctors' salaries tenfold. As long as one persists without being dismissed, the doctors who remain employed each month will receive a bonus ranging from 50,000 to 200,000. A tenfold increase in salary? At least a minimum bonus of 50,000? And it occurs every month? The initial reaction of the doctors was disbelief, as if they had misheard. What a remarkable offer this is. In the entire bizarre apocalypse, apart from the Fear Hospital, no other institution could possibly provide such conditions. Not to mention comparable offerings. Even having the benefits provided by Shenmue would not yield any hospital capable of matching it. With such a salary standard, working at the Fear Hospital for just a few years guarantees one's financial independence, millions in ghostly currency. With such generous terms on the table, the grievances within the doctors dissipated instantly. Director Chun, please do not regard me as a mere anomaly. What? You claim that Boss Chun treats his employees like dogs? What a coincidence. My peculiar affinity is to serve Director Chun like a loyal dog. Competition intensified fiercely. As long as one could surpass their colleagues and endure for a few more months, they could acquire wealth they had never dreamed of. In an instant, the spirits of all the doctors present were invigorated, eager to roll up their sleeves and vigorously treat the peculiar patients. A smile crept onto Shenmue's lips. This was precisely the outcome he desired. By offering the highest salaries, he aimed to sift through and select the most exceptional talents for his own use. Monthly eliminations did not imply a lack of recruitment for new doctors. With such attractive benefits, the Fear Hospital would have no shortage of candidates. Constantly welcoming new physicians while simultaneously eliminating those who are deemed incompetent, it will not be long before the medical standards at the hospital soar to unprecedented heights. As for the additional salaries afforded to the doctors, they are of little consequence to Shenmue. No matter how much a physician earns, it is but a fraction of what can be generated. Even a salary of 10 to 20 million is merely the ceiling. However, a doctor commanding such a salary can potentially yield profits amounting to billions for Mr. Chen. The physicians, each driven by an insatiable hunger, are eager to commence their duties. A multitude of eager eyes is fixated on Shenmue, all contemplating the same question. Director Chun, we are prepared. Where are the patients? Shenmue, with a subtle smile, reassures them that a wave of peculiar patients is imminent. He has already devised a strategy to attract these enigmatic individuals. However, to satisfy the demands of the hospital, the numbers required are not in the mere dozens or hundreds. Assuming that one doctor treats an average of 1-3 patients per day, it would necessitate approximately 3-9 patients daily, culminating in over 10,000 patients monthly. If each were to be handled individually, Shenmue's staff would find themselves perpetually overwhelmed, incapable of completing their duties even with an impossible 25-hour workday. Therefore, alternative methods are imperative. With his warm and unpretentious nature, Shenmue is inclined to adopt the simplest approach, to distribute generous monetary incentives. After all, the dread of incurring medical expenses is a common concern. Fear not, for Mr. Chen will take care of it. You need not sacrifice much, perhaps just the minuscule price of a life. However, offering free initial consultations is certainly out of the question. The peculiar may be in need of funds, but they are far from foolish. In this world, one can seldom find a free lunch. Upon hearing that you require no payment, the initial reaction is often one of skepticism, pondering whether a trap lies in wait. The notion of a free service typically invites concerns about subpar outcomes. Consequently, Chinmu resolved to adopt a different approach. He contemplated health insurance. In the peculiar city of Wangjiang, for merely one ghost coin, one could procure the health insurance product offered by Boss Chun. Thus, when these entities fall ill, they would receive complimentary treatment at the frightening hospital. In this manner, the concept of free services would be ingeniously packaged as a product to be marketed to the spectral beings. The cost of one ghost coin, in stark contrast to the exorbitant treatment fees that could amount to hundreds of thousands, is essentially a gift, provided that Chenmu lowers the threshold for insurance eligibility and refrains from imposing various deceitful rules. It would not be long before the spectral beings discern the substantial loopholes within Boss Chen's insurance scheme. They would naturally conclude that this is an opportunity to exploit the vulnerabilities of Boss Chen's insurance, hastily flocking to the frightening hospital, regardless of their actual ailments. It is indeed hard to dismiss this as anything but a trap where I pay, and you risk your life. Who does not relish the prospect of profiting? The spectral beings do too. Although they may be short on funds, they can still produce one ghost coin. As for the name of the insurance, it shall be dubbed Frightening Health Insurance. In no time, Chenmu mobilized his employees to disseminate news of this insurance, whether through word of mouth or various online advertisements. It took less than half a day for the spectral beings throughout Wangjiang to become aware of the insurance offering. On the streets and in alleys, one could frequently overhear spectral beings engaged in conversation. Have you heard? That affluent human, Boschan, has launched a specialized health insurance product for us spectral beings, reputed to be exceptionally advantageous. Of course I've heard. You can join the insurance for just one ghost coin. Whenever one falls ill, one can seek free treatment at the frightening hospital. Do you believe this to be true? Perhaps we should test it? No, don't. It's merely a money pit. If you were to fall ill and visit the frightening hospital, the expenses would surely amount to tens of thousands. Can the insurance of hell money truly afford you free treatment? What a fanciful notion. Would you rather place your faith in that? Or in my words as the king of anomalies? Well, but what if the hell money is indeed scarce? What if it turns out to be true? That would be quite a windfall. Although hell money may not be abundant, it is certain to be wasted. How could a mere human provide benefits to the supernatural? If they take your hell money and deny the insurance, what recourse do you have? Most of the anomalies, upon hearing this news, remained skeptical, which was, of course, anticipated by Chun Mu. He had foreseen this scenario and packaged it as insurance, knowing that the anomalies would perceive it as a trap. Reluctant to visit the frightening hospital to meet their demise, to seek treatment, the facts have proven Chun Mu correct, even when presented as insurance. The majority of anomalies still refused to believe. However, Chenmu remained unperturbed. He understood the necessity of patience. Among the multitude of doubting anomalies, a few were willing to take the plunge. After all, the hell money is not plentiful, and if it were wasted, it could simply be considered as feeding. Boston. Before long, 2 insurance policies were sold. These policies could easily be purchased within Chenmu's enterprise. However, he has yet to extend insurance to his employees. The reasons are quite simple. The alarming mortality rate at the hospital has left a profound impact, as 9 out of 10 employees have perished, with all staff gone. Who will labor on their behalf? Perhaps it is prudent to await the arrival of the enigmatic doctor's expertise before providing health insurance for the remaining employees. Only then will true welfare be realized. As for the employees, they harbor no doubts regarding the decisions made by Mr. Chun. A proprietor as conscientious as Mr. Chun could never exploit the peculiarities of the situation. His actions undoubtedly stem from sound reasoning. Those audacious enough to purchase the health insurance have tentatively approached the frightening hospital, eager to discern the veracity of the insurance. To their astonishment, a remarkable scene unfolded. Upon their arrival, the reception nurses greeted them with warmth and enthusiasm. These peculiar patients were pleasantly surprised to discover that the health insurance indeed functioned. Moreover, the peculiar doctors exhibited an exceptionally proactive attitude towards treatment, showing no signs of discrimination despite receiving merely one ghost coin as payment. Their fervor was akin to being invigorated by enthusiasm, and their dedication to their work was notably earnest. Even the seasoned doctors, known for their nonchalance, began to exhibit meticulousness. The health insurance was indeed genuine. Although 10 patients may be treated, only 1 would ultimately leave alive, while the remaining 9 would be carried out lifeless. The fortunate survivor would harbor no resentment towards the frightening hospital, for a mortality rate of 9 out of 10 isn't deemed unusual in such peculiar establishments. Instead, they would feel fortunate to have benefited from the service and would actively promote the merits of the health insurance. Brother, I can hardly believe it. The frightening health insurance is genuinely real. How do you know it is true? I have just emerged from the terrifying hospital. The medical staff there exhibited remarkably commendable service. Upon glancing at the list of esteemed physicians, I noticed the name of Bastian prominently displayed, which indicates that he genuinely possesses a profound understanding of medicine while generously extending benefits to us. I must admit, I had misjudged Bastian. He truly is a formidable figure. Why not seize the opportunity to procure a policy from the terrifying health insurance? This is indeed a prime chance to benefit from Bastian's generosity. As word spread rapidly, the peculiarities of Wangjiang City became astounded to discover that the terrifying health insurance might actually be legitimate. Astonishingly, Bastian is using his own funds to provide free medical care for everyone. What? You say the insurance premium is merely one spirit coin? In comparison to the tens of thousands required for medical treatment, it is practically a gift. Bastian's actions are quite sinister. He is indeed a villain of the highest order, and I find myself quite enamored. As the number of peculiarities visiting the terrifying hospital steadily increased, it wasn't long before an astonishing revelation emerged. The terrifying health insurance harbored a significant loophole. Chapter 85, The Phantom Subway. Some ailing peculiarities discovered that the scrutiny of the terrifying health insurance was astonishingly lenient. The nurses and doctors within the terrifying hospital were utterly indifferent to when one fell ill, whether one became ill before or after purchasing the terrifying health insurance. The doctors remained unconcerned. This implies that if any peculiar being falls ill, they merely need to spend one spirit coin to temporarily acquire a terrifying health insurance policy and can receive free treatment at the terrifying hospital. The efficacy of the treatment is secondary. The affordability is what matters. Such a monumental loophole, and yet Bastian remains oblivious to it. It is imperative to take full advantage of this opportunity. Soon, those afflicted by peculiar ailments hastily acquired a frightful health insurance, seeking free treatment at the Eerie hospital. The once desolate establishment transformed within a mere day, bustling with an array of bizarre individuals. A lengthy queue formed at the entrance as the peculiar doctors, witnessing the influx of patients, expressed no grievances. Instead, they rejoiced, relishing the opportunity to amass experience. Diligently laboring for Director Chun, they silently commended his remarkable ability to attract such a multitude of patients. Chun Mu stood atop the hospital, gazing through the office window at the throngs of peculiar figures lining up below, a smile illuminating his face. Little did these strange beings realize that the loophole they believed they had astutely uncovered to exploit Director Chun was, in fact, a trap he had deliberately set. This very gap was designed to entice the ailing peculiarities to the Eerie hospital, thereby enabling Chun Mu's doctors to accumulate invaluable experience. As the number of patients swelled, the hospital's morgue operated at full capacity, diligently incinerating the bodies of the peculiar. Countless bizarre individuals eagerly flooded into the hospital, with the majority being ushered into the morgue, leaving only a fortunate few to emerge healed. The peculiar patients bore no complaints, for such was the nature of the Eerie hospital. Moreover, the treatment offered at this establishment was already regarded as superior compared to other peculiar hospitals. Thus, Director Chen reaped the rewards from the peculiar patients, cutting deeper than ever, as their very lives became the price of his gain. Ironically, those who had been exploited wore cheerful expressions, convinced they had outsmarted Director Chun and profited immensely. Naturally, this outcome brought great joy to both the boss and the underlings. Chun Mu relished this sensation, counting his earnings with a cheerful demeanor after the deal was struck. The strange beings excitedly referred to him as the living Yama, and humorously enough, regardless of whether one viewed it from the perspective of the strange beings or humanity. This statement bore no flaws. The doctors among the oddities, under the leadership of the indomitable physician, swiftly commenced rectifying their shortcomings. Within a day, Chen Mu unexpectedly discovered that the death rate at the Hospital of Dread had plummeted from 90 to 85. This was an auspicious sign, indicating the success of Chen Mu's strategy. Perhaps it would not be long before the Hospital of Dread truly emerged as the finest establishment of its kind in this bizarre apocalypse. Having secured the Hospital of Dread, Chen Mu found himself in possession of numerous enterprises within Wangjiang City, effectively becoming its de facto ruler. He could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Having established his foundational stronghold, Chen Mu's subsequent plans were to be pursued in two distinct directions. One direction aimed at further consolidating his foundation, ensuring his dominance in Wangjiang City. The specific approach involved acquiring more businesses and recruiting additional personnel. The other direction sought expansion beyond the confines of Wangjiang City. The bizarre apocalypse was vast, and Wangjiang City was merely a starting point. Countless enterprises awaited his acquisition, and numerous formidable individuals were there to either befriend or eliminate. The guiding principle was simple: those who aligned with him would prosper, while those who opposed him would perish. It was a ruthless doctrine, yet one that did not seek to flaunt its power overtly. Shenmue preferred subtlety over confrontation. He favored concealing his brilliance rather than engaging in open conflict. On the surface, everyone wears a cheerful smile, yet behind the scenes, they betray others while expecting assistance in counting their gains, a blend of gentleness and ruthlessness. Striking at the heart. As Shenmue pondered over his future plans, a knock echoed at his office door. Intrigued, he wondered who might be seeking him. The door swung open to reveal a middle-aged man clad in a peculiar suit. The enigmatic figure stepped inside and greeted Shenmue with a beaming smile. "Greetings, Mr. Chen. I am the owner of the Netherworld Metro," he introduced himself. The Netherworld Metro? Shenmue mused momentarily, recollecting the details. The Netherworld Metro. Originally, the subway line of Wangjiang City had succumbed to otherworldly contamination after the bizarre apocalypse, transforming into a surreal landscape. In his previous life, Shenmue had some familiarity with the Netherworld Metro, having undertaken peculiar missions there. Those memories were tinged with hardship. He had navigated through trepidation and caution just to survive. Now, in this second chance at life, having acquired substantial assets, Shenmue had yet to visit the Netherworld Metro. He harbored a desire to purchase it, as it represented a vital transportation nexus for Wangjiang City. Securing it would significantly enhance his dominion. Regrettably, time had eluded him, preventing this endeavor. What could be the reason for the owner of the Netherworld Metro to seek him out personally? "Hello, please take a seat. What brings you here today?" Shenmue inquired, his mind swirling with curiosity, yet his visage remained adorned with a smile. In truth, Shenmue was not fond of smiling, as a vigorous young man. He preferred straightforwardness and authenticity, believing that a smile often bore an air of insincerity. However, after enduring the harsh trials of a bizarre apocalypse in his previous life, Shenmue has evolved significantly. He gradually comes to realize that a smile serves as a protective facade. Those who are truly astute seldom display their emotions openly. They do not, unlike characters in television dramas, wear a perpetually stern expression for fear of revealing their cunning intentions. On the contrary, genuinely perceptive individuals often wear a smile, exuding an air of amiability. They cleverly conceal their true thoughts, presenting a cheerful demeanor while, at the same time, capable of delivering a metaphorical knife to your back. Such seemingly benign individuals may very well be the ultimate masterminds. Thus, upon his rebirth, Shenmue perpetually dons a cheerful countenance. He has mastered the art of concealing his thoughts, rendering his inner musings inscrutable to others. Growth is always a gradual process. The peculiar figure in a suit did not take a seat. Instead, he retrieved a small box from his pocket and respectfully presented it to Shenmue. "Boston." A small token of appreciation, not meant as a formality. Shenmue accepted the box and, upon opening it, discovered a striking jade watch within. The peculiar individual was bestowing a gift upon him? Chapter 86, The First Invitation to an Eerie Scene. Shenmue felt a surge of astonishment. In an instant, he even perceived a role reversal with the enigmatic figure. In countless previous eerie scenarios, he had been the one offering gifts. Today, the tables had turned. Now, Shenmue had undeniably become the uncrowned king of Wangjiang City. Naturally, the peculiar entities sought his assistance, and gifts were already being presented to him. It was said that Boston had a fondness for watches, and they hoped he would not find it lacking. The man in the suit wore a strange, sycophantic smile, attempting to curry favor with Shenmue. It was indeed a remarkable feat for the enigmatic overlord of a bizarre realm to come personally to seek his goodwill. In a previous life, such a notion would have been utterly inconceivable to Shenmue. "I appreciate your generosity. I truly like your gift," he said with a cheerful demeanor as he accepted the watch. Although he was not particularly fond of watches, they served as a fitting choice for a present, expensive yet compact. Somehow, it had become known that Shenmue had an affinity for timepieces. Receiving such an unusual gift brought him a sense of relief. After all, there is a saying, one does not strike a smiling face. "What brings you here?" Shenmue inquired. Upon hearing this, the man in the suit furrowed his brow, revealing a look of concern. "Mr. Chen, it is this. As you are aware, I manage the city's metro system. It has come to my attention that you are generous and have a penchant for acquiring enterprises on the brink of collapse. Thus, I thought to invite you to inspect the Netherworld Metro. Should this pique your interest, we could discuss a potential sale. I am inclined to offer the Netherworld Metro to you. What say you, Mr. Chen? To his astonishment, Chen Mu realized this was indeed an overture for acquisition. Was his influence now so profound? Once, he had been wealthy, yet the prospect of acquiring a peculiar realm had necessitated a humbling approach, where he had to undertake bizarre tasks within those realms to draw the attention of the enigmatic overlords. Only after completing such tasks could one hope for a chance to engage in dialogue. However, after successfully acquiring several significant enterprises, Chen Mu had established his reputation. Not only has Chen Mu been spared from engaging in bizarre tasks, but even certain shadowy figures have come forth seeking to have him acquire their enterprises. This remarkable shift in status has transpired within a mere few days. Since Chen Mu's rebirth, less than half a month has elapsed. And yet such a profound transformation has occurred. This is a splendid harbinger, indicating that Chen Mu is on the right path, deftly converting his holdings of ghostly currency into stature and authority. Faced with the peculiar invitation from the suited individual, Chen Mu, of course, would not decline. When business comes knocking, how could one refuse? Very well, I shall accompany you to assess the situation, Chen Mu acquiesced. The suited figure immediately brightened, as if witnessing a savior, regarding Chen Mu with the adoration one might reserve for a beloved parent. Indeed, Chen Mu proved to be a genuinely benevolent individual. The suited figure had anticipated refusal, but was pleasantly surprised by the prompt agreement. Gratitude for Chen Mu welled up within him. When are you available, esteemed Chen Mu? I am at your disposal and eagerly await your inspection at any time. In this realm, he who possesses wealth is sovereign, with funds in hand. Chen Mu naturally assumed the role of master, and everything would revolve around his schedule, compelling the suited figure to adhere to Chen Mu's timing. Let us proceed today, Chen Mu declared. He found himself with leisure at present, making it an opportune moment to acquire a subway system and seize control of the city's underground transit network. The suited figure was overjoyed, hastily leading the way as the two departed from the hospital. Along their path, passers-by and the peculiar figure alike were astonished to witness a boss-like entity bowing before a mere mortal. Upon discovering that the individual in question was Chen Mu, everything suddenly fell into place. Boss Chen, I remarked earlier, I was once a VIP client of the underworld taxi service. Had it been earlier, I would have invited you to ride in one of their taxis. Unfortunately, I have heard that the underworld taxis have been mysteriously contracted at a high price by an enigmatic owner and are no longer available to the public. Thus, my status as a VIP client has lost its significance. Otherwise, I would have been eager to have you experience the underworld taxi. The man in the suit sighed with a tinge of regret. Chen Mu chuckled softly and replied, Is it not possible that I am the one who has contracted the underworld taxi? Immediately, under the astonished gaze of the man in the suit, Chen Mu summoned his driver. Once they settled into the underworld taxi, the man in the suit couldn't help but marvel inwardly at Chen Mu's wealth and audacity. It was indeed impressive that he had managed to procure an entire taxi for his personal use. As Chen Mu sat in the taxi, he began to ponder his vast array of assets and his luxurious residence, contemplating whether it was time to seek an opportunity to acquire a luxury car. While the underworld taxi was undoubtedly remarkable, there surely existed even more prestigious vehicles. He resolved to order a bespoke luxury car whenever he found the time. The underworld taxi's speed was indeed remarkable. In less than 2 minutes, it came to a halt at the entrance of the subway station. Before the driver could assist Chen Mu out of the car, the man in the suit, displaying exceptional eagerness, promptly opened the door for him. It was evident that he regarded this transaction with great seriousness. Only someone of Chen Mu's caliber could prevent the man in the suit from facing financial ruin or worse. At the entrance of the ghostly subway station stood a few unfortunate souls, both men and women, undoubtedly chosen by the Crimson Notes to undertake a peculiar task. As Chen Mu stepped into the entrance, he was met with lines of blood-red characters, strange task, ghostly subway task description, beneath Wangjiang City. There are whispers of a mysterious subway. At the stroke of midnight, the train slowly awakens. In the deserted subway station, a throng of unseen passengers swells. Tales of the ghostly subway circulate throughout the city. One fateful day, you receive a subway ticket and decide to explore this enigma. Though Chen Mu had been summoned, the assignment of the bizarre task was governed by the rules hidden behind the Crimson Notes. These rules dictated that once a human entered the uncanny realm, they would automatically be assigned a strange task. The suit-wearing enigma, despite being the boss of this peculiar domain, lacked the ability to wield the crimson notes as Chenmu did. Thus, he could not prevent the assignment of the strange task to Chenmu. All he could do was establish the rules governing these tasks. As long as the suit-wearing enigma retained his sanity, he understood how to formulate the rules for Chenmu. However, upon receiving the bizarre task, Chenmu felt no trepidation. The mastermind behind the rules stood right beside him, eager for his cooperation. It would be an understatement to say that presenting Chenmu with challenges was a folly. Any displeasure that arose from the entire strange task would merely indicate that the boss had erred in his understanding. Chapter 87. Ensuring Mr. Chen's satisfaction. It was evident that the great boss possessed a sound mind. He had meticulously arranged for various scenarios in advance, clearly briefing each employee, and even accompanied Chenmu closely, ready to assist him with any unforeseen circumstances. Chenmu's engagement in the peculiar task was not a test of his abilities. Rather, it served as an opportunity for the great boss to showcase his prowess. Among those participating in the strange endeavor were several young men and women. Upon witnessing Chenmu alight from the vehicle, their expressions were filled with astonishment. Prior to Chenmu's descent, an enigmatic figure had exited first, courteously opening the door for him. Moreover, the individual assisting Chenmu was also an uncanny presence. They had heard tales of Chenmu's considerable wealth, yet they had not anticipated that he had reached such an extraordinary level, commanding the attention of two peculiar beings who dutifully attended to him. Unbeknownst to them, the figure who had opened the door for Chenmu was none other than the ultimate boss of the ghostly subway. Had they been aware of this fact, their jaws would have surely dropped in disbelief. At the subway entrance stood a male specter. Upon noticing the arrival of several individuals, he began to announce the rules. Welcome, new attendants. I am your supervisor. As a competent attendant, you are required to serve each passenger diligently and manage various unexpected situations. The attendant's code of conduct was as follows. Rule 1. As a qualified attendant, you must possess a keen sense of time. There remains 1 minute until the subway departs. Please board within this time frame. Rule 2. You must not refuse any requests made by passengers. Rule 3. If your surname is Chen, you are a high school student, and you stand at a height of 181 centimeters, then you may disregard the first 2 rules. Upon the announcement of these initial stipulations by the enigmatic male figure, everyone present was left in a state of bewilderment. Several young men and women exchanged puzzled glances. The first rule was clear, and the second posed no issues. However, the meaning of the third rule eluded them. Surname Chun, high school student, height 181. Their gazes converged simultaneously on Chenmu. Was this not a direct reference to him? Truly, how shameless could they be? If they wished to offer him special treatment, they might at least attempt to disguise it. This absurd rule was nearly as blatant as inscribing Chenmu's identification number. While I recognize your desire to curry favor, it would be prudent to maintain some decorum. Such overt behavior is rather inappropriate. In response, the male figure exhibited no sign of discomfort. A lack of fervent flattery equated to a missed opportunity. He was not foolish. Chenmu was likely to become his superior, and he certainly would not dare to create trouble for his future boss. Rather than veiling their intentions, it was far better to be open about it. He was indeed prostrating himself before Chenmu. This would also leave a favorable impression on Mr. Chen. The suit-clad, enigmatic boss observed his employees' enthusiastic compliance with a satisfied expression. To adhere to the rules, the young men and women, after the proclamation, hurriedly dashed towards the subway. In their desperate bid to arrive within a minute, they exerted every ounce of strength, likely achieving their fastest run of their lives within that fleeting moment. The subway platform remained dimly lit, making it perilous to sprint in darkness. One young man stumbled and fell hard in the obscurity. Even amidst excruciating pain, he could only grit his teeth and continue to run. Finally, at the 55-second mark, the breathless group barely managed to catch the subway. Meanwhile, Chenmu, under the attentive hospitality of the suited boss, ambled leisurely towards the subway. Mr. Chen, this is our entrance, recently renovated, the suited boss remarked. If you are not satisfied, I can have it refurbished to your specifications before we proceed. As the suited boss elaborated on the subway details, he cautiously observed Chenmu's expressions, fearful of his discontent. Upon reaching the underground, the previously dark subway platform illuminated sequentially with lights. The eerie atmosphere typically shunned brightness, favoring shadows. However, Chenmu's presence rendered such preferences irrelevant. What mattered was that he enjoyed the illumination. Since Mr. Chen favored light, no matter how much the eerie ambience preferred darkness, the lights must shine brightly. Thus, under the meticulous guidance of the suited boss, Chen Mu approached the subway with an air of authority, as if on an inspection. The train remained stationary. Despite the passengers and crew being present, it would not depart until Chen Mu arrived. Inside the carriage, impatient, eerie passengers awaited. One of them, growing restless, shouted out. Just as its voice faded, Chen Mu and the suited boss stepped aboard. My apologies for the delay. Thank you for your patience, Chen Mu smiled. As a seasoned player, he was always acutely aware of his role. In the game, my role is that of a conductor. Faced with the passengers' discontent, an apology is, of course, in order. Upon hearing Chen Mu's apology, the imposing figure in a suit instantly changed his demeanor. Astonishingly, Chen Mu had become the formidable individual he needed to curry favor with. Currently surveying the bizarre scene, how could he expect Chen Mu to apologize for the oddities? Had he lost his senses? The disgruntled passengers, already simmering with discontent, were suddenly jolted into alarm upon recognizing Chen Mu. Where am I? Who am I? What have I just done? It seems I shouted at Chen Mu and even compelled him to apologize to me. The disoriented passenger was left in a state of despair. For within the entire strange realm of Wangjiang City, who was unaware of Chen Mu's illustrious reputation, their impatience had merely gotten the better of them. But they certainly hadn't lost their wits. Mr. Chen, please allow me to explain. This is all a misunderstanding. The bewildered passenger suddenly knelt before Chen Mu, beseeching his forgiveness. Witnessing this theatrical display, the other peculiar passengers present found nothing amiss. It appeared to them that it was entirely appropriate for the oddities to offer an apology to Mr. Chen. Those uninformed might have assumed that Chen Mu had pushed them too far. With a resigned sigh, Chen Mu reflected on his current participation in these strange missions, having reached a level where he could clear them with his eyes closed. Even if Chen Mu were to grow lazier and not wish to traverse the path himself, there would be entities to carry him to the finish line. The subway gradually moved, beginning its journey toward the destination. The bizarre mission officially commenced. As the peculiar passengers began presenting challenges to the conductor, Chen Mu was well acquainted with such strange tasks. This was a quintessential example of a decentralized bizarre mission. This bizarre task may not present particularly challenging problems, yet it will inundate participants with a series of continuous minor dilemmas. They must persistently resolve these small issues. Although it may seem deceptively simple, a careless mistake could lead to irreparable consequences. Chapter 88. Are you satisfied, Boss Chen? As the subway train gradually commenced its journey, the troublesome passengers began to bombard the attendants with perplexing requests. Hey, the attendant wearing the hat. I demand a blanket. And it must be delivered to me within 3 minutes. I want to drink fresh blood. Attendant, hurry with the blood. A cacophony of shouts reverberated throughout the subway car. Men and women alike were, without exception, sweating profusely from the pressure. Each passenger's demand, while not particularly difficult, could easily be resolved with a mere flick of the wrist, devoid of any need for frantic contemplation. However, a moment's inattention could result in overlooking a task or exceeding the allotted time. Amidst the bustling attendants, Chen Mu stood out distinctly. He sat comfortably in first class, a selection of fresh fruits adorning the small table before him, while the formidable boss remained at his side, perpetually ready to assist and clarify any inquiries Chen Mu might have. What? You wonder how to handle a passenger seeking Chen Mu's service? Just moments ago, an odd passenger, perhaps lacking discernment, approached Chen Mu directly, requesting his assistance. Chen Mu surmised that this peculiar individual aimed to curry favor with him. Believing that he was obliged to attend to a passenger, thus intentionally selecting the simplest task for Chen Mu to perform. In regard to such eccentricities, one could only remark that while the individual displayed a degree of cleverness, it was not entirely complete. Clever yet not fully so, one might call it half-witted. What is the proprietor's designation? To think someone would presume to have him attend to the passengers? Very well, I shall proceed to do just that. Before Chen Mu could even rise, the besooted executive beside him sprang to his feet with alacrity. Without a word, he seized the inept specter and unceremoniously ejected him from the train. How dare you task the proprietor with such a thing? Consider this a lesson for your next existence. The executive bellowed after the departing entity. It was evident that the ejected specter would not survive the ordeal. Chen Mu gently chided the executive, stating, "Your impetuosity is unwarranted." He was, after all, a passenger, and I am a conductor. Serving the passengers is my duty. Such brutishness reflects poorly on me in the eyes of our spectral brethren. Refrain from such actions in the future. The executive nodded profusely, conceding, "Indeed, proprietor, your rebuke is justified. My rashness got the better of me. From the outset, Chun Mu had assumed the role of the benevolent figure, projecting an amiable and gentle demeanor. The role of the stern enforcer, the villain, was delegated to the executive. In his preeminence, Chun Mu had observed that most magnates invariably cultivated a genial and approachable persona, greeting everyone with a smile. Conversely, it was the subordinate executives who often adopted a severe and ruthless posture, habitually reprimanding and penalizing employees. Now, as an eminent figure himself, Chun Mu understood the underlying rationale. The desire to be perceived as virtuous is universal, yet the role of the antagonist must be filled. It would be unseemly for a magnate to play the villain, thus necessitating that the subordinate executives assume that mantle. Much like that peculiar yet inept passenger who had offended Chun Mu, it was only natural that he should face repercussions. Chun Mu could feign criticism, reproaching the oddly dressed man for a few moments. This way, in the eyes of others, Chun Mu appeared as the affable big boss, suggesting that the decision to cast aside the peculiar individual was entirely the latter's own, and that the amiable Chun Mu harbored no support for such actions. The objective of punishing the offender was achieved, while Chun Mu retained his image of gentility and approachability. It was a true win-win. Chun Mu triumphed on two fronts. Only through personal experience did Chun Mu come to realize that power, status, and wealth indeed possessed the ability to soften one's demeanor. For the unpleasant tasks, someone else would take on the burden. It was hypocritical, yet the sensation was undeniably gratifying. After demonstrating a harsh lesson, no other audacious oddities dared to impose upon Chun Mu thereafter. During the course of conversation, other participants, both male and female, were astonished to discover that the individual seated beside Chun Mu, ever ready to assist him, was none other than the supreme boss of the subway. How could they possibly engage in the game? Everyone had toiled diligently on their tasks, yet a mere novice could bring them to ruin. Meanwhile, Chun Mu, the ultimate boss of the scene, had a subordinate serving him. How vast the chasm between individuals. In an instant, many participants found their morale collapsing. The apocalyptic scenario had scarcely begun, yet how had Chun Mu risen to such heights? It seemed utterly illogical. Nevertheless, the reality remained thus. In the face of truth, all suspicions appeared feeble and insignificant. Soon enough, some of the peculiar passengers approached Chun Mu, though certainly not with the intention of seeking his service. A well-dressed, peculiar individual approached Chun Mu with a respectful demeanor, presenting a business card. "Greetings, Boss Chun. I am the proprietor of the odd convenience store. You may call me Xiaozhang. Here is my business card, along with some specialties from my shop. Should you find them to your liking, feel free to visit my store, where I shall offer you the most favorable prices, starting at a generous 50% discount." Upon finishing, the proprietor oddly handed over a collection of specialties. The peculiar patrons, upon witnessing this, slapped their foreheads in realization, exclaiming, "How did I not think of this? This is a splendid opportunity to forge a connection with Chun Mu." Consequently, a throng of peculiar patrons lined up, each respectfully presenting their business cards to establish rapport with Chun Mu. The other participants were astonished to observe that those who had previously presented numerous challenges to them now stood before Chun Mu, bowing in deference as if they were mere subordinates. Instantly, two participants experienced a collapse of their composure. This was utterly unplayable. Without comparisons, there can be no suffering. However, their dismay had little to do with Chun Mu. Chun Mu pondered, reflecting on the perils of fame. Once one becomes renowned, it seems as though the entire world transforms into one's acquaintances. Before he could finish greeting the peculiar individuals present, the subway arrived at its station. A few lines of small text slowly materialized before Chun Mu. "Congratulations, you have successfully completed the task." It suddenly dawned on Chun Mu that he was engaged in an odd task. Had he not been informed, he might have believed he was attending a welcome party. "Boss Chun, what are your thoughts on the spirit subway? Are you satisfied with it?" The suit-clad boss inquired with a mixture of anticipation and anxiety, as if this peculiar task were his undertaking and Chun Mu the ultimate overlord. Chapter 89. Boss Chun's generosity is well-deserved. After a moment of contemplation, Chun Mu nodded slowly. "You performed admirably. I am quite satisfied with this trip," he remarked. Upon hearing Chun Mu express his satisfaction, the suited boss finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Wonderful. It's a relief to have pleased Boss Chun. Now, would you be inclined to purchase the Ghost Subway? The price is negotiable. If you are willing to buy, I can offer you a 50% discount. If you are still not satisfied, we can discuss further adjustments," the suited man said cautiously. All the while observing Chun Mu's expression, fearful of inciting his displeasure. A 50 discount right from the start? That felt akin to a sudden decapitation. Chen found himself slightly embarrassed, as if upon their first meeting, the other had swiftly severed his own offer. If the price were to be slashed further, it would certainly reflect poorly on Boss Chen's shrewdness. All right, enough of that. Let us settle on this price. 50 million ghost coins, and I will acquire the subway, Chen declared. The ghost subway comprises a singular, albeit brief, line. Typically, it would be valued between 100 million to 200 million ghost coins. Acquiring it for 50 million is indeed a remarkable bargain. After all, the ghost subway serves primarily as an auxiliary scene, aimed at enhancing the operational efficiency of the city, relying on the existence of Wangjiang City. Unlike establishments such as the Midnight Hotel or the Dark Knight Academy, which stand as colossal entities in their own right and can exert considerable influence even outside Wangjiang City, Chen interest lies not in the current short line, but in the subway's potential future significance. The 50 million equates to the acquisition of a comprehensive suite of perfectly matched equipment, skilled personnel, and established procurement channels. As the development of Wangjiang City progresses, the Wailing Metro is undoubtedly destined for expansion. At that juncture, Chen will not need to start from scratch. He can simply utilize the existing framework. Upon hearing that Chen was willing to purchase the Wailing Metro, the man in the suit was instantly filled with delight. He could readily accept the price of 50 million, perfectly shedding this burdensome asset. All right, Mr. Chen, let us sign the contract right away. The man in the suit hastily produced the agreement and inscribed his name upon it. Once Chen affixed his signature, it signified that the entire Wailing Metro, along with all its employees, would come under Chen command. At that moment, all the staff of the Wailing Metro gathered at the terminal station, curiously surveying their new employer. Have you heard? Mr. Chen seems exceptionally generous and treats his employees remarkably well. Of course I've heard. I have a friend who works at the Midnight Hotel, and they say Mr. Chen offers salaries that are more than triple those of other employers. That doesn't even account for additional leave, bonuses, and benefits. I also heard that the recently popular Fright Hospital is owned by Mr. Chen as well, and before long, he will arrange health insurance for all employees. Does that mean we won't have to spend money on medical care in the future? We are finally escaping the depths of hardship. I can't wait to work for Mr. Chen. The entire Wangjiang City is filled with individuals eager to work for Mr. Chen. We are indeed fortunate to have encountered Mr. Chen during his acquisition of the metro. As long as Boss Chen does not dismiss me, I am determined to serve him diligently. The subway employees whispered among themselves, discussing their future work and lives, their words imbued with anticipation. Meanwhile, some passengers nearby, employees of other peculiar scenes, gazed enviously at the subway staff, pondering when Boss Chen would acquire their strange scenarios as well. Chen observed his new employees and, after a moment of contemplation, turned to the suit-clad figure and inquired, "By the way, do you have any recommendations for someone to help me manage the entire subway?" Given the multitude of enterprises under Chen Mu's purview, it was impractical for him to oversee every detail personally. He certainly needed a proxy. The spectral subway was not a core enterprise, merely an auxiliary one, so Chen could not afford to invest excessive energy in its management. The suit-clad figure pondered briefly before pointing to a male specter, stating, "He is our station master, previously solely responsible for the subway's operations." Chen turned his gaze toward the male specter. Coincidentally, he was the very one who had fervently groveled before Chen during the reading of the rules prior to the commencement of the task, nearly providing Chen with his identification number. To be chosen for the reading of the rules signified a certain level of competence, much like how Li Xiaoxiao had been the second in command during the initial phases of the Midnight Diner. After a moment of reflection, Chen nodded and said, "Very well. You shall manage the spectral subway from now on. You will continue in your role as the station master, as long as you diligently follow my lead. The expansion of the spectral subway will inevitably elevate your standing." While savoring the large pancake made by Chen the peculiar station master was utterly exhilarated, immediately pledging his loyalty to Chen "Rest assured, Boss Chen, I will undoubtedly give my utmost effort. I shall not betray your expectations." Chen then addressed the other employees, stating, "From this day forth, the underworld metro will officially merge with the Chen Group. All employees will enjoy the salary benefits within the group. I have no other passion but to distribute wealth. All employees' salaries will be doubled. Moreover, they will relish an extended holiday of 6 hours daily, alongside annual bonuses, performance bonuses, and various other benefits. Additionally, The group is contemplating a tailored healthcare plan for employees at the Fear Hospital. It will not be long before all group employees can access healthcare coverage. Henceforth, the difficulty of seeking medical attention will become a relic of the past, as long as you diligently serve the group. The organization will ensure that no employee is driven to financial ruin by unforeseen circumstances or illness. Chun-Mu preferred to eschew grandiloquent rhetoric. He favored being straightforward, articulating the benefits clearly and transparently. To win hearts is to seize the world. The hearts of the people are synonymous with their interests. As anticipated, the Metro employees present erupted into fervent cheers. Boss Chin's generosity was indeed legendary, and securing a position within Chun-Mu's group was a coveted aspiration for many peculiar individuals. Goodness, did I hear that correctly? Boss Chin is truly this magnanimous. I never imagined that one day I could actually work for him. Hurry, I can hardly wait to commence my duties. The peculiar employees of the Metro were each bubbling with excitement, exclaiming joyfully. In their eyes, Chun-Mu stands as the sole conscientious employer amidst the bizarre apocalypse. Working for such a principled boss, is it not painful for one's own conscience if one does not engage in intense self-exploitation? Moreover, Chun-Mu's enterprise is still in its nascent stages, poised for a period of rapid expansion in the future. This swift growth entails a demand for manpower, signifying numerous opportunities for promotions and salary increases. As long as these peculiar individuals perform diligently, their future prospects will be exceedingly bright. The caller ID displayed the driver's name. Why would he call me? Chun-Mu pondered. Chapter 90, The Economic Crisis in a Bizarre World. The phone in Chun-Mu's hand was the very one given to him by the driver. The driver had mentioned that through this device, Chun-Mu could reach him at any time. Whenever Chun-Mu contacted him, the driver could arrive within 5 minutes. No matter where in Wangjiang City, Chun-Mu found himself. Throughout the past several days, it was Chun-Mu who consistently reached out to the driver, and indeed, the phone had proven quite effective. The driver had never contacted Chun-Mu without prompting, fully aware that it is one of the courtesies of a subordinate to refrain from disturbing the boss unless in an emergency. What could the situation be now? The driver was calling him proactively? If Chun-Mu's conjecture was correct, then an urgent matter must have arisen, one of great significance. Otherwise, the driver would have no reason to reach out. Hello? Chun-Mu answered the call. As expected, the driver's voice came through, laced with urgency. Boss, I just received a message from the security team at Shanshui Courtyard, stating that a multitude of bizarre entities has suddenly appeared at the entrance. Most of these entities possess considerable strength, predominantly at the eerie long level. They are currently blocking the entrance and wish to see you. Chun-Mu furrowed his brow slightly and replied, All right, wait for me at the exit of the underworld subway. I will be there shortly. After hanging up the phone, Chun-Mu briefed the subway station master briefly before hastening his way to the surface. At the subway exit, the driver had already opened the door, awaiting Chun-Mu's arrival. The situation was urgent, and without exchanging a word, as soon as Chun-Mu boarded the vehicle, the driver pressed the accelerator and sped towards the Shanshui Courtyard. Throughout the journey, Chun-Mu's mind raced with questions. Why were so many strange entities seeking him out? Could it be related to the health insurance matters? Had he inadvertently wronged them? No, he had performed a good deed, yet unintentionally caused the demise of a group of anomalies, prompting their families to seek vengeance. Yet, that didn't seem right. Those pursuing him were entities of a higher tier. Such beings typically served as the bosses of numerous small anomalous scenarios and valued their lives, unlikely to invest in health insurance. Could it be due to the rapid development of his own enterprises, cutting off their revenue streams? That didn't seem plausible either, as his industries were nearly monopolistic, and his competitors had long been eliminated. As for other sectors, he had no influence over them. The logic was simple. Even if a midnight hotel thrived, it would not impact the business of a swimming pool. The two did not constitute a competitive relationship. After pondering for a considerable time, Chun-Mu shook his head. Forget it, I'll figure it out when I arrive. The driver was speeding, with the accelerator nearly smoking. In less than 3 minutes, the taxi came to a steady stop at the Shanshui Courtyard with a screech of brakes. Upon alighting, Chun-Mu found, as the security guards had indicated, that the entrance was crowded with a multitude of strange entities. Judging by their numbers, there were at least 100. So many? Hundreds of peculiar entities. Nearly all the elite anomalies of Wangjiang City have gathered here. One sharp-eyed entity spotted Chun-Mu disembarking from his vehicle and immediately shouted, Boss Chun has arrived. Everyone charge. Boss Chun, please don't leave. A throng of entities surged toward Chen Mu, their cries echoing in the air. Chen Mu, however, wore a perplexed expression, utterly bewildered by the situation. The driver and the security guard beside him appeared tense, forming a protective barrier in front of Chen Mu. As the entities approached, Chen Mu noticed that they all clutched several sheets of white paper in their hands. They frantically waved the papers at him, exclaiming, "Boss Chen, take a look at my anomaly scene. My establishment is on the verge of collapse. I can sell it at a low price. Please, Boss Chen, save me. I'm offering a 30% discount, provided payment is made in person with coins." Listening to the desperate cries of the entities, Chen Mu finally grasped their intent. Clearly, they were not here to trouble him. If his intuition was correct, these entities were the proprietors of various anomaly establishments throughout Wangjiang City. They had flocked to him, seeking to sell their peculiar venues. What could have prompted such a sudden influx of anomaly bosses eager to part with their establishments? Drawing from his previous life's experiences, Chen Mu pondered for a moment and discerned the underlying issue. Wherever there are coins, economic activities ensue, and with economic activities inevitably comes the specter of economic crises. In the early days of the anomalous apocalypse, the supply of coins was scarce. Not only do humans lack the currency of the underworld, but the peculiar entities also possess very little of it. For ordinary anomalies, this situation is manageable. Lacking the currency merely means enduring a harder existence, toiling for meager wages, just barely scraping by. However, for those anomaly bosses, the predicament becomes significantly dire. Maintaining an anomalous environment necessitates substantial financial expenditure. Every moment demands investment. Should they fail to sustain it, the collapse of the peculiar scene would result in dire consequences for these anomaly proprietors, as they would face the ultimate penalty from the rules. In a frantic attempt to prevent their environments from collapsing, these anomaly owners desperately seek the elusive underworld currency, which is in short supply. Consequently, an economic crisis erupts within the anomalous realm, exacerbated by the populace's hesitance to spend the scarce currency, leading to an even greater scarcity. As impending bankruptcy looms for many anomaly proprietors, they hastily resort to liquidating their assets, selling their peculiar establishments at rock-bottom prices to relieve themselves of their burdens. At this juncture, Chen Mu, having recently acquired numerous properties and instituted a cash-burning healthcare program, appears to be in no shortage of funds. Once the distressed anomaly owners catch wind of this, they flock to him, pleading for him to purchase their enterprises. Observing the contracts wave before him, Chen Mu realizes that a lucrative opportunity is on the horizon. Despite the discounted prices of these businesses being a result of the owner's financial desperation, he understands that once the economic crisis passes, these ventures will undoubtedly prove profitable. By acquiring them at such low prices, he could gain substantial control over the industries in Wangjiang City. Indeed, purchasing now equates to profit later. The anomalies are also acutely aware that investing in these enterprises at this moment is akin to securing a fortune. However, the dilemma lies in the lack of funds. No one possesses any ghostly currency. Only Chen Mu holds a vast amount of it. Thus, such an unparalleled opportunity can solely be seized by him. Once the economic crisis subsides, Chen Mu shall transform, acquiring a plethora of assets in Wangjiang City, thereby gaining complete control over it. Realizing the implications of this situation, a gleeful expression adorned Chen Mu's face as he addressed the peculiar business owners waving their contracts, saying, "Do not rush. Please line up in an orderly fashion. I am a benevolent person, unable to bear the sight of others in financial distress. As long as the industries are commendable and the prices reasonable, I shall gladly accept them. I am about to commence a large-scale acquisition." Chapter 91. A frenzied acquisition. With Chen Mu's proclamation, the assembled eccentric business owners erupted in cheers. Truly, President Chen is a formidable figure, they exclaimed. Indeed, individuals as despicable as President Chen are increasingly rare. They regarded him as a living embodiment of the underworld, and upon witnessing him today, their claims were undeniably validated. Chen Mu, hearing their enthusiastic accolades, recognized that they were extolling him, yet the praise felt rather awkward. Nevertheless, from a human perspective, labeling Chen Mu as a villain was not entirely unwarranted. Seizing the moment, taking advantage of the widespread financial scarcity to acquire quality assets at a bargain, thereby reaping substantial profits. In fact, those business owners should be expressing gratitude. The eccentric proprietors eagerly formed a queue, brandishing contracts and imploring Chen Mu for his signature. "President Chen, behold my establishment. It is a prime convenience store. I assure you, I am not exaggerating. I will sell it to you at a mere 70% of the original price. This is indeed the most advantageous offer. In days gone by, even at double the price, I would never part with it, declared the proprietor of a small shop with unwavering conviction. Before Chun Mu could utter a word, another retailer interjected, hastily proclaiming, "You only offered Chin a 30 discount? How dare you look down upon anyone? Chin, come and purchase from my grocery store. I shall offer you an enticing 50 off." Another peculiar voice chimed in, "A mere 50? Is there any sincerity in that?" Chun Mu glanced at me, and I replied, "I shall grant you a 40 discount. I will give you a 30 discount. I will offer a 30 discount." Without Chun Mu needing to speak, the peculiar shopkeepers began to compete fervently amongst themselves. Each one slashed their prices mercilessly, to the point where it pained Chun Mu to witness. The reason was simple. Over 100 peculiar individuals present sought to sell their bizarre scenes, while there was but one buyer, Chun Mu. Consequently, a frenzy of low bids ensued. The lower the price, the greater the likelihood of a sale. In comparison to the grim fate of bankruptcy followed by execution, a slight loss seemed trivial. Chun, possessing a kind heart, could not bear to see others quarrel so. How it tarnished the atmosphere. Thus, Chun boldly declared, "There is no need for such competition. The highest price I am willing to offer is a mere 30 discount, meaning those offering 40 or 50 can take their contracts and leave. I shall no longer procure them. For those wishing to sell, the maximum price I can offer is 30, but I shall also gladly accept offers of 20 or even 10. The assembled shopkeepers were left in tears. When it comes to bargaining, Chun was truly ruthless. Well then, there was no need for further clamor, for everyone had been thoroughly undercut by Chun, suffering the consequences as though they had endured a catastrophic fracture. At a heavily discounted price, proprietor Chun amassed a considerable fortune. Even at such reduced rates, the spectral proprietors present were vying to sell. To reiterate, selling would at most incur a slight loss, whereas failing to sell would lead to bankruptcy and eventual demise. Given the gravity of the situation, any rational spectral entity could discern the lesser of two evils. Subsequently, Chun Mu found himself in a quandary. In the spectral apocalypse, the acquisition of a haunted locale is not as simple as signing a contract. For instance, should Chun Mu wish to purchase a haunted emporium, he must first venture into it and complete a spectral task before a contract can be executed and the transaction finalized. The rationale behind this, Chun Mu surmised, is to prevent forceful mergers. Should a powerful spectral entity seek to absorb the shops of lesser entities, the ability to simply sign a contract would allow the larger entity to coerce the smaller one into signing under duress. This would expedite the rate of mergers in the spectral apocalypse, leading to a true state of survival of the fittest, where strength reigns supreme. Within the spectral apocalypse, rules supersede violence. Regardless of a spectral entity's power, it must adhere to the established rules, which take precedence over strength. Hence, the implementation of this protective measure necessitates that any entity seeking to acquire a smaller entity's shop must personally visit the location and complete a spectral task assigned by the smaller entity. Consequently, even the weakest entity can leverage its advantage in setting the rules within its own haunted domain to restrain the larger entity. If the smaller entity is unwilling to sell, it can impose intricate rules that render the task insurmountable for the larger entity. Thus, it ensured that rules would prevail over violence. Regrettably, the transcendent entity that established this unwritten norm likely never foresaw that one day the peculiar beings would beseech Chun Mu for acquisition. In the realm of the bizarre apocalypse, there are many instances where ghost money proves far more effective than brute force. Suddenly, a thought struck the various proprietors. With so many bizarre scenarios, I fear I may not have the time to explore them all. Chun Mu displayed a look of consternation. Completing a singular bizarre task requires considerable time and mental effort. With over 100 bizarre scenarios, I might not even finish in half a year. Upon hearing this, the proprietors of the bizarre became anxious. Half a year? My establishment might not survive even half a month. Is half a year merely waiting for someone to collect my remains? Rest assured, Mr. Chen, you need not concern yourself with the bizarre tasks. If you simply come to the bizarre scenarios, we guarantee you will swiftly complete them in mere minutes. Moreover, throughout the entire process, you shall not need to exert even a fragment of thought. You merely need to appear and pass through. The assembled proprietors fervently vowed to Chun Mu. Very well, in one day, I intend to complete 100 bizarre scenarios. Chun Mu declared. 100 bizarre scenarios in a single day. This would set a new record within the bizarre apocalypse. Despite these proprietors being minor bosses, Their bizarre scenarios cannot compare to monumental establishments like Midnight Hotel or Dark Knight Academy. Nevertheless, even so, accomplishing 101 day would leave one astounded. In Shenmue's memory, no one had ever achieved such a feat. As long as Shenmue successfully completes the challenge, he will become the sole man capable of conquering an eerie scenario within a single day in this bizarre apocalypse. Of course, whether Shenmue can achieve this feat does not solely depend on his own efforts, but rather on the level of commitment exhibited by these peculiar proprietors. In pursuit of this remarkable accomplishment, Shenmue resolved to awaken the latent potential of these enigmatic bosses. Let me clarify in advance. I will only purchase the eerie scenarios that can be completed today. If your eerie scenario is not cleared today, or if time does not permit, I regret to inform you that, regardless of the price, I will not be acquiring it. Upon hearing this declaration, the peculiar bosses present erupted in a flurry of agitation. Instantly, they became even more anxious than Shenmue, urging him to set forth without delay. Chapter 92. The atmosphere of my eerie apocalypse seems awry, the peculiar bosses clamored. Mr. Chun, please, hurry up. Let's head to my shop first. Mine is a general store. The fastest. Don't go to his. Mr. Chin, come to my place first. I guarantee you will feel right at home and won't have to think at all. You can complete it in 3 minutes. Mine is swifter, a mere 30 seconds for rapid completion. The peculiar bosses once again erupted into a heated competition, their faces flushed with fervor. Shenmue clapped his hands. All right, let's form a line, one at a time. Civility brings prosperity. As soon as Shenmue spoke, no peculiar being dared to challenge his authority. Indeed, Mr. Chin's words hold wisdom. Everyone, let us cue nicely and not offend Mr. Chin's dignity. I concur, whatever Mr. Chin says is the truth. Shenmue couldn't help but exclaim that with sufficient wealth, one could command a multitude wherever they went. Even amidst the bizarre, one could garner a chorus of applause. Following the order of their cue, Shenmue first ventured into a bookstore. Upon their arrival, they found 3 individuals anxiously awaiting at the entrance. It appeared that these unfortunate souls had drawn the short straw and were tasked with a peculiar mission at the bookstore. However, to their astonishment, upon arriving, they discovered that the bookstore was closed. Indeed, they had come to engage in a surreal task. Yet the very venue for their endeavor was shut. Such an extraordinary occurrence was unprecedented for them. Ordinarily, the bazaar operated round the clock, never resting, regardless of the hour. The surreal realm remained open to ensure maximum efficiency in dispatching humanity. Yet, this bookstore, being a modest establishment, was lacking in staff, with only the proprietor present. In haste to finalize a contract with Shenmue, the owner had temporarily closed the shop. But wait, something seemed amiss. Beyond the bookstore owner, there was a vast throng of bizarre entities. By sheer numbers, there were at least 100 of them, and they were all of a particularly formidable nature. The 3 individuals nearly erupted in disbelief. Goodness, we are merely here for a minor surreal encounter. Must it warrant such an elaborate display? Over 100 bizarre entities at our service? Surely, we are unworthy of such fortune. The trio was on the verge of tears, lamenting that they were destined to meet their end that day. However, as the multitude of bizarre beings approached, they rubbed their eyes and focused their gaze. To their astonishment, they discovered that these hundreds of peculiar entities were, in fact, gathered around a singular human figure. This individual appeared somewhat familiar, reminiscent of Shenmue. The bookstore owner, with a sycophantic tone, exclaimed, Boss Chun, behold this extraordinary scene of mine. Rest assured, you shall not regret your investment. Shenmue, exuding an air of authority akin to a grand leader, stood with his hands clasped behind his back, nodding occasionally, as if surveying his domain. Surrounding him was a throng of enigmatic proprietors, all vying for his favor. Boss Chun, the task at hand is quite simple. You need not exert any mental effort. The bookstore owner assured. There exists but a single rule for this peculiar undertaking. The 3 human players nearby were left bewildered. What? 11? Is this not a question suited for a kindergarten? Could a task of such simplicity truly exist within this enigmatic challenge? No, there must be a hidden agenda. Several shrewd enigmatic owners began to chime in. Indeed, I have heard of a contemporary genius who took an entire day to deduce the answer to 11. The audacity of presenting such a trivial question to Boss Chun was evident. The bookstore owner's intentions were clearly dubious. A multitude of enigmatic owners echoed this sentiment, fully aware that 11 was indeed a trivial matter. Were they mocking Boss Chun's intellect, suggesting he could only tackle kindergarten-level questions? Thus, It became imperative to inflate the difficulty of the question to highlight Boss Chen's brilliance. The enigmatic owners present were astute individuals, acutely aware that failure to sell would lead to financial ruin. Thus, they resorted to flattery, casting aside all semblance of dignity. Shenmue said softly, 112. As soon as these words were spoken, they were met with thunderous applause. Good heavens, such a challenging problem, and yet Shen, the proprietor, managed to calculate the answer in an instant. Truly, he is a genius of our age. One cannot help but concede this fact. I must admit, Shen is the most intelligent individual I have ever encountered. Amidst the cacophony of bizarre praise and the bookstore owner's smooth navigation through the challenge, the three onlookers exchanged incredulous glances, their jaws nearly dropping in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Is this even possible? In that moment, they felt as though their entire worldview had been upended. Could it be that the bizarre had been rendered foolish, transformed into simpletons? If this is the case, wouldn't he completing such bizarre tasks become a mere triviality? One of the three, suddenly electrified with excitement, turned to the enigmatic owner and exclaimed, "Boss, I can answer that too. The result is 2. Does that mean I have also succeeded?" Upon hearing this, the bookstore owner furrowed his brow. "Who are you? You are merely waiting here. This is a special rule for Chen. Do you think you are worthy? There are different rules for you. I am quite busy, so you three may wait your turn." At these words, one individual felt his composure shatter. He had initially thought the bizarre had become foolish, only to realize that the fool was, in fact, himself. This was not merely a test of knowledge. It was a matter of social dynamics. Why, among humans, do some receive adulation from the bizarre while others must grovel before them? The disparity is staggering. Amidst the flattery from the multitude of bizarre patrons, Shenmue was ushered into the next strange scenario. Consequently, the entire city of Wangjiang erupted in excitement. As the news spread, countless curious individuals opened their windows to gaze upon the street, where Shenmue was bizarrely surrounded while engaging in an unusual task. Amidst the peculiar gathering, cheers occasionally erupted. "Boss Chen is incredible. He can decipher such complex rules. Truly unexpected. If only Boss Chen were my father." Time passed steadily, and under the invitation of various eccentric proprietors, Shenmue feverishly tackled strange tasks at an average pace of 1 every 5 minutes. Should there be a cheating detection system in this bizarre apocalypse, Shenmue would undoubtedly be labeled as a cheater. Chapter 93, Acquiring the entire Wangjiang city as noon approached. Shenmue felt a pang of hunger. Who is next for the peculiar scene? He inquired. "Boss Chun, it's my turn. The strange convenience store," replied an eccentric individual with a smile, holding a takeout bag. The peculiar figure then announced, "Boss Chun, the rules of my task are quite simple. You must finish this steaming bowl of beef noodles within 2 hours to complete the task. If you prefer not to eat beef noodles, just let me know, and I will modify the rules to suit your taste." The other eccentric proprietors, witnessing this situation, lamented and slapped their foreheads in realization. Of course, Boss Chun is hungry. We should let him eat. The convenience store owner had already procured a meal for Boss Chun and thoughtfully designed the task so that he could enjoy his food while simultaneously completing a peculiar assignment. How unfortunate. Such a splendid opportunity to ingratiate ourselves, and yet it eluded our consideration. Truly, it is a boon for the proprietor of the convenience store. Shenmue felt a twinge of embarrassment. Having witnessed such overt adulation, it seemed almost improper not to purchase the store himself. At that moment, a curious crowd had gathered around the convenience store, intrigued by the spectacle. They were astonished to discover that those who lingered near Shenmue transformed from fearsome figures into exceptionally amiable beings. Perhaps this was the influence of currency power. After enjoying a hearty lunch, Shenmue resumed his tasks. Time slipped away, and by 6 o'clock in the evening, he had completed 137 bizarre tasks. Accomplishing such a feat in a single day was nothing short of remarkable. In any other scenario, even in a video game with cheats, one could scarcely achieve such rapid progress. By 10 o'clock that night, Shenmue, exhausted from the day's endeavors, felt utterly drained. He had traversed nearly half of Wangjiang City. Had he been an ordinary person, he would have long since collapsed in fatigue. Furthermore, each entry into the bizarre scene subjected him to a degree of eerie influence. This was why some players, upon completing their tasks and exiting the strange landscapes, often experienced a profound sense of relief and fatigue, yearning for a restorative slumber. As a high-level entity in the realm of the bizarre, Shenmue could withstand a portion of this eerie energy. Additionally, with each contract he signed, his power incrementally increased, allowing him to mitigate some of the eerie influence. This fortitude enabled him to endure over 100 bizarre scenarios. Assessing his own strength, Chunmu recognized that he had surpassed the high-level threshold of the bizarre realm, nearing the pinnacle of its mastery. Over 100 peculiar scenes, though not comparable to the colossal Dark Knight Academy, still offer a considerable opportunity for strength enhancement. Chunmu has an intuition that acquiring a few more bizarre scenes will allow him to achieve a breakthrough and reach the pinnacle of the uncanny. He wonders if his ability to distribute strange little notes will be augmented after the upgrade. Perhaps we should take a short rest, he suggested to the bosses behind him. Upon hearing Chunmu's proposal, everyone became alarmed. Rest? Are you joking? It's already 10 o'clock at night, and we only have 2 hours left for today, exclaimed one of the bizarre bosses. If Boss Chun rests, who will manage our peculiar scenes? Another boss interjected. Boss Chun, you've worked hard all day? You truly deserve a break. How about this? We will prepare a palanquin for you. You can sleep comfortably inside while we carry you into the bizarre scene. You won't have to lift a finger. We'll ensure you can progress without any effort. With such earnest insistence, Chunmu found it difficult to decline. After all, he had a kind heart and could not bear to see others in distress. Soon, 2 of the bizarre bosses fetched a palanquin from one of the peculiar scenes. Please, Boss Chun, take a seat. We will carry you, a multitude of uncanny figures urged. In the eerie apocalypse, such treatment was a rarity, with Chunmu being the sole recipient of such honor. In the dead of night, a stunning scene unfolded on the streets of Wangjang City. A large group of bizarre entities carried a palanquin, with Chunmu peacefully slumbering inside. Beside him stood the driver and a security guard, safeguarding Chunmu's safety. Countless onlookers lined the streets, witnessing this surreal scene unfold. Each observer could not help but ponder internally. Is this truly the bizarre apocalypse? Is the peculiar world we inhabit akin to Chunmu's? Although we exist within the same temporal realm, our experiences feel profoundly disjointed. The palanquin was immaculate, evidently having been tidied in advance. Chunmu reclined within, indulging in a brief, comfortable slumber. In his dreams, he heard intermittent exclamations from outside the palanquin. Congratulations, Boss Chun, on your successful passage. The crimson characters before his eyes continued to refresh. Congratulations on clearing the silent amusement park. Congratulations on clearing the hot spring resort. Congratulations on clearing the drowned swimming hall. As each sanguine phrase floated by, Chunmu's tally of completions soared exponentially. He could not help but exclaim, how wonderful it is to be wealthy. This was indeed a genuine, fully automated clearing process. Aside from the fallen mall, all major factions within Wangjang City had been acquired by Chunmu. This extensive acquisition had allowed him to envelop most of the city's enigmatic locales within his grasp. Purchasing all the peculiar scenes in Wangjang City was tantamount to claiming the city itself. In less than a month since his rebirth, he had acquired an entire city. As midnight approached, Chunmu suddenly sensed a stillness enveloping the area outside the palanquin. After resting for 2 hours, he regained his vigor and lifted the curtain of the palanquin to gaze outside. To his astonishment, all the enigmatic bosses were quietly awaiting him. Is it over? Chunmu inquired. Indeed, Boss Chun, came the reply. You have successfully navigated through all the bizarre scenes of Wangjang City. The eerie voice remarked. Well then, please bring over the contract. I shall affix my signature. Chunmu has always been a man of his word, especially when it pertains to a lucrative endeavor. After a day spent exploring and conquering all the peculiar scenarios of Wangjang City, one must commend these oddities for their efforts. With each contract signed, Chunmu sensed a burgeoning power within him, a sign that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. The eccentric proprietors were equally delighted. Once the contracts were inked, the bankruptcy of the bizarre scenes would no longer concern them. The sword of death that loomed overhead had finally been lifted, and there was even a sum of money to be gained. As for the amount, in these times, who still speaks of ghostly currency? One should simply revel in the fact that any money at all is forthcoming. Ultimately, after half an hour, Chunmu completed the signing of all the contracts. Chapter 94, New Skill, Eccentric Transformation. Upon finishing the contracts, Chunmu felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. This immense force was comprised of over 100 smaller energies. Each peculiar scene, though inferior to the formidable Dark Knight Academy, contributed a fragment of power. Little by little, drop by drop, the cumulative effect was profound. Even the slightest power, when amassed in great numbers, becomes formidable, including the spectral subway. Chunmu had acquired a total of 188 bizarre scenes in just one day. Such a multitude of varying strengths began to facilitate Chun Mu's impending breakthrough. The levels of these oddities are akin to those in an online game, progressing from the simple to the complex. Initial advancements are effortless, with even a modicum of experience propelling one to the next tier. As time progresses, the experience required for each level of advancement increases exponentially. Transitioning from the mid-stages to the pinnacle of the enigmatic realm demands an immense force, equivalent to a staggering five-fold increase from the initial stages to the midpoint. Based on Chun Mu's insights, the greater the force required for leveling up, the more substantial the benefits post-ascension. Such a monumental energy requirement underscores the extraordinary skills that the apex of this realm promises. The 188 peculiar scenarios offer an ample reservoir of power. Chun Mu distinctly sensed an overwhelming force surging from the depths of his being. He closed his eyes, settled into his seat, and patiently awaited his breakthrough. Time trickled by. After 10 minutes, Chun Mu finally felt that the moment had arrived. He tightly shut his eyes, channeling the immense energy within him, patiently seeking the opportunity for transcendence. Suddenly, he perceived a rapid drop in his body temperature. His limbs began to feel frigid, the flow of blood slowed, and his skin took on an eerie pallor. This series of transformations instilled a sense of unease in him. In his 5 years of previous existence, he had never encountered such strange phenomena. Chun Mu could feel his heart gradually ceasing its rhythm. Moreover, his breath had shifted from warm to icy, ultimately leading to a gradual cessation of respiration. All these changes signified one undeniable truth. Chun Mu was teetering on the brink of death. No, that description is not entirely accurate. It would be more fitting to say that Chun Mu was on the verge of becoming a mere specter. He was still alive, retaining the ability to control his breath and movements. If he wished to lift his arm, he could do so effortlessly. Yet, the vital signs of his existence were steadily diminishing, approaching oblivion. His appearance was gradually transforming into a peculiar visage. Meanwhile, a series of blood-red characters materialized before Chun Mu. New skill, eerie transformation. Skill description, due to your rapid level advancement. Having reached the pinnacle of the uncanny within a fortnight, you have triggered a hidden reward and acquired the new skill, eerie transformation. Upon utilizing this skill, you will temporarily shift from the human faction to the eerie faction, embodying all its characteristics. During the duration of the skill, you will briefly become eerie. The skill lasts for 3 to 1 minutes. This skill has a cooldown period. After activation, it will be unavailable for 7 days. Once the cooldown concludes, it may be used again. Tip: the blood-red note is designated for humans, meaning it cannot be issued to the eerie. During your 3 to 1 minutes of eerie transformation, the blood-red note cannot be allocated to you, allowing you to evade eerie tasks. If you find yourself unfortunate enough to be engaged in an eerie task and wish to terminate it immediately, you may employ this skill. Once you become eerie, any eerie tasks associated with you will be automatically lifted, and you can exit the eerie scenario at will. If Chun Mu recalled correctly, this was the first eerie skill he had acquired. Not only was it the first since his reincarnation, but also the first from his previous life. In the bizarre apocalypse, eerie skills were even scarcer than ghostly coins or eerie artifacts. When a person possesses an eerie skill, it can be said that they have gained certain eerie abilities, fundamentally transforming them and becoming an intrinsic capability they truly possess, an essence that follows them until death. However, acquiring peculiar abilities is no trivial endeavor. In his previous life, Chun Mu survived for 5 years in a bizarre apocalypse without ever obtaining a single strange skill. This illustrates the formidable challenge of acquisition. A primary reason for this difficulty is that peculiar skills cannot be seized from others. Even rare bizarre artifacts can be taken from the corpses of opponents if they are not bound. In contrast, if one were to slay an adversary possessing a peculiar skill, that skill would dissipate along with the individual, leaving nothing to claim. It can be said that to attain a peculiar skill, one must rely solely on their own genuine abilities. Chun Mu surveyed himself. At present, in both appearance and demeanor, he had become indistinguishable from the bizarre. What are the advantages of transforming a human into something peculiar, even if only temporarily? In truth, there are numerous benefits. The most immediate advantage is immunity from attacks by wandering spirits and bizarre entities. These entities will only target humans, sparing their own kind. Moreover, by leveraging his bizarre identity, he could infiltrate the realm of the peculiar, gaining significant advantages and intelligence. Additionally, the enhancement of strength is equally apparent. While humans can acquire strange energy and attain a level of power akin to the peculiar, such energy was not designed for human physiology. When humans harness this strange energy, it feels almost rebellious. Consequently, a human's body is unable to fully exploit the potential of this energy. In direct comparison, a human's true strength is approximately 3 inferior to that of a bizarre entity of the same level. When Chunmu ascended to the rank of a peculiar being, the proprietor of the mountain and water courtyard dared to deceive him, partly because Chunmu's strength was over 3 lower than his own. This bestowed upon him the audacity to extort Chunmu. With the acquisition of the peculiar skill, should he encounter a situation requiring violent resolution, Chunmu could invoke this peculiarity, instantly augmenting his strength. Ultimately, and of utmost significance, are the 2 points contained within the subtle hints. The first point allows for transformation into the peculiar, thereby preemptively granting immunity to the allocation of the crimson slips. This may appear somewhat trivial, as the distribution of the crimson slips is entirely arbitrary. No one can foresee when they will receive one. Moreover, the peculiarity skill lasts only a fleeting few minutes. Who can guarantee that the moment they transform will coincide with the allocation of the crimson slips, thus ensuring immunity? Fortuitously, Chunmu can. This is the advantage of his rebirth. Prior to his reincarnation, Chunmu had encountered numerous crimson slips. Thus far, the crimson slips post-rebirth align with the timeline of those preceding it. For instance, during the last incident at Dark Knight Academy, Chunmu recalled the timing from before his rebirth and received a crimson slip at the same moment afterward. Therefore, when the next distribution of crimson slips approaches, Chunmu can utilize his past experiences to transform in advance, thereby evading certain bizarre tasks. Chapter 95, Achievement Badge, Taskmaster in addition. There is a second point. When an anomalous task is halfway through its execution, Chunmu can harness his peculiar ability to transform, enabling him to forcibly withdraw from the bizarre task. The significance of this capability is on par with that of the deathly heavy armor, an item of the highest caliber. Should Chunmu find himself confronted with certain bizarre scenarios in the later stages, even a single violation of the rules could render him incapable of successfully completing the anomalous task. Thus, he could employ this skill to force an exit, effectively granting himself an additional chance at survival. Such an enigmatic ability had yielded numerous advantages. Chunmu couldn't help but marvel at the scarcity of these extraordinary skills. After tallying the bizarre abilities, a few lines of crimson text appeared before him. Level up. The number of crimson notes has increased for each bizarre scene you possess. The number of crimson notes has risen from 2 to 5. Furthermore, the crimson notes now possess a recovery function. Each consumed note will regenerate after a period of 7 days. Chunmu contemplated his situation. The bizarre scenes at his disposal were nearing 200. Among them, he had 5 substantial scenes such as Midnight Hotel and Dark Knight Academy, alongside 188 smaller bizarre occurrences. It could be said that, aside from the Fallen Mall and the Mist Museum, the vast majority of bizarre scenes within Wangjiang City had been collected by Chunmu, with 193 bizarre scenes at hand, each capable of issuing 5 crimson notes. He could distribute nearly 1,000 crimson notes in total. Whenever he wished, he could send almost 1,000 individuals into these bizarre realms every 7 days. Such a scale would certainly classify him as a mid-tier behind-the-scenes boss in this strange apocalypse. Let us not forget, it has been merely half a month since Chunmu's rebirth. His trillionine coins, after more than half a month of expenditures, had not dwindled. Instead, they had continued to multiply. If one were to consider the bizarre scenes as fixed assets, then Chunmu's net worth had already surpassed 1 trillion. He felt a profound sense of satisfaction regarding his accomplishments. It should not be possible. Having successfully completed 188 bizarre tasks, one must wonder, in this strange apocalyptic world, who could achieve such a feat? Moreover, to accomplish it within a single day is truly unprecedented. After a 10-minute wait, just as Chunmu was about to abandon hope, a line of golden text suddenly appeared before him. Congratulations! You have successfully completed 189 bizarre tasks within 24 hours. Achievement unlocked. Taskmaster. These 189 bizarre tasks included the undead subway along with 188 other minor tasks. Meanwhile, every human in Wangjiang City was confronted with a line of blood-red text. Chunmu has consecutively succeeded in 189 bizarre tasks within 24 hours. Unlocking the new achievement. Taskmaster, becoming the foremost authority on bizarre tasks. Upon reading this blood-red text, the overwhelming majority of people's first reaction was disbelief. What on earth? 24 hours. 189 bizarre tasks. Successfully challenged. I recognize each character, and I comprehend every term. Yet, why is it that when they are combined, their meaning eludes me? Could anyone truly achieve this within 24 hours? Most people's immediate response was one of impossibility. Many of them had experienced bizarre tasks and understood the inherent difficulties and horrors involved. To succeed in just one task is already a remarkable achievement. To conquer 189? That is a goal most would never dare to imagine in their lifetime. Yet, Shenmue not only accomplished it, but did so within the span of a single day. What an extraordinary talent this is. In an instant, Shenmue has become the center of attention in Wangjong City. The topic of conversation on the streets has shifted from whether anyone has received the blood red note today to whether they have heard about Shenmue's ascension to the status of a master of tasks. Have you heard? Our very own Shenmue has completed 189 enigmatic missions. Did you catch wind of this news? Is it truly authentic? Can a human even achieve such feats? I am at a loss, unable to fathom how he accomplished this. Therefore, you are not Shenmue, are you? This announcement was made in blood. Could it possibly be false? I find myself eager to cling to Shenmue's coattails. Not only has Shenmue acquired all the peculiar scenarios, establishing himself as a force within the uncanny, but he has also become a trending topic within the human society of Wangjong City. Shenmue was well prepared for this situation. Now reborn, the thoughts that once occupied his mind have transformed into the very thoughts of others. This is entirely natural. While the uncanny may possess strength surpassing that of humanity, in certain aspects, they still fall short. For instance, when it comes to the internet, the uncanny cannot compete with the finesse of human ingenuity. In the future, if Shenmue wishes to reap rewards on a grand scale, utilizing the internet would be an excellent strategy. The uncanny's grasp of the internet is woefully inadequate, far inferior to that of human programmers. Shenmue does not hesitate to seek out top-tier programmers to assist him in developing various online applications. If he could create an app for a midnight hotel, initiating a delivery service would undoubtedly enhance his harvesting capabilities. His sales abilities would certainly see a significant boost. Of course, these are merely plans for the future. The driver waiting nearby nodded respectfully and assisted Shenmue in opening the car door. The ethereal taxi commenced its journey along the nocturnal highway. Behind them, a throng of eerie figures bowed in the direction of Shenmue's departure, bidding farewell to their esteemed boss. Chapter 96. Invincible time. The ghostly taxi glided along the road. Reclining in the back seat, Shenmue began to contemplate his future plans. The potential of Wangjong City had been thoroughly exhausted. Having acquired the entire city's peculiar phenomena, Shenmue's level ascended to the pinnacle of the otherworldly realm. Beyond this point lies the threshold of a half-step ghost general, a rank epitomized by the principle of the Night Academy. Shenmue's strategy for advancement diverged significantly from that of other supernatural entities and humans. The method employed by the otherworldly beings for leveling up involves amassing ghostly energy. As long as the ghostly essence is sufficient, one can elevate their rank. The means of accumulating ghostly energy include, but are not limited to, absorbing ghostly essence, both from the natural world and emanating from items such as ghost coins, slaying humans, extracting ghostly energy from their demise, and utilizing artifacts for assistance. Humans are unable to directly absorb ghostly energy. Hence, their methods of advancement predominantly revolve around undertaking supernatural tasks. By successfully completing these tasks, they can acquire absorbable ghostly energy or obtain items that facilitate rank elevation. In addition to these conventional approaches, the vastness of the world harbors myriad unconventional methods, paving the way for extraordinary advancements in rank. Take Shenmue, for instance. His method of advancement can be deemed truly unique. He relies on the art of monetary offerings to level up. Well, this may sound somewhat inelegant. To be precise, Shenmue relies on the acquisition of bizarre scenarios through monetary expenditure for his advancement. In this uncanny apocalypse, purchasing the bizarre scenes of others can indeed bestow upon oneself a certain eerie aura. This approach to elevation is undeniably valid. However, prior to Shenmue, it existed merely as a theoretical possibility. The rationale is quite straightforward. Who, in all honesty, possesses trillions of ghostly coins to indulge in such acquisitions? Spending several million ghostly coins to procure a bizarre scene may grant a modest enhancement in one's level. Yet, to amass such a fortune, an ordinary individual must engage in countless eerie tasks, accumulating an abundance of eerie aura to ascend to the rank of an eerie overseer. By that time, the benefits of purchasing an additional bizarre scene would be rather limited. At its core, the issue lies in the universal plight of poverty. In stark contrast, Shenmue enjoys a unique and advantageous position. Thus, within this uncanny apocalypse, he forges a path of extraordinary opportunity through the acquisition of bizarre scenarios. The value that Jiang City could offer has reached its zenith. Shenmue has thoroughly exhausted the resources of Jiang City, having acquired all available bizarre scenes, thereby reaching the pinnacle of eerie overseers. To progress further, he must seek out additional bizarre scenarios. Inevitably, Shenmue's gaze will shift towards other cities. The quest for acquiring more urban landscapes, perhaps even the entirety of the uncanny apocalypse, constitutes his trajectory for advancement. Which city shall he focus on next? Shenmue begins to ponder. While in contemplation, he finds solace in gazing out the window. The scenery beyond the car window provides him with a modicum of inspiration and alleviates his anxious spirit. At that moment, Shenmue suddenly notices two individuals clad in black at the intersection ahead, gesturing towards a spectral taxi. He resolves to ignore them and continue driving. Shenmue addressed the driver, but in truth, there was no need for his reminder. The driver would not have stopped anyway. This ethereal taxi was exclusively hired by Shenmue, making it impossible for anyone else to use it. As he contemplated the matter of acquiring a new vehicle, Shenmue mused whether it was time to elevate this decision to the forefront of his agenda. Although the ethereal taxi was remarkable, its exterior still bore the unmistakable appearance of a typical cab, lacking the sophistication he desired. Now, with his significant wealth, the notion of traveling in a mere taxi felt somewhat beneath him, incongruous with his elevated status. Previously, engrossed in the pursuits of acquisitions and investments, Shenmue had neglected to procure a new car for himself. It was imperative that he dedicated a day or two to select a luxury vehicle. The ethereal taxi continued its journey, showing no inclination to halt for the two individuals by the roadside. Suddenly, as the taxi passed them, one of the individuals abruptly discarded his backpack and retrieved a dark object, hurling it towards the ethereal taxi. With a resounding thud, the black object struck the taxi's rear trunk with force. Both Shenmue and the driver sensed that something was amiss. Shenmue immediately adopted a serious demeanor and instructed the driver, "Something's wrong. Accelerate and leave." Mere seconds after the ethereal taxi had sped away, the dark object on the trunk erupted with a violent explosion, flames soaring into the sky. The tremendous force of the blast generated a shockwave that radiated outward, engulfing the surroundings in a white haze. The fierce conflagration consumed the entire ethereal taxi, while the shockwave shattered every pane of glass along the roadside into countless fragments. Such a cataclysmic explosion would have reduced an ordinary vehicle to smithereens, obliterating its occupants. The two figures clad in black, who hurled the explosive device, had already absconded from the scene and were now sprinting through a nearby alley. Upon hearing the thunderous detonation echoing from the street, their faces erupted into unrestrained glee. Ha ha ha. The mission is accomplished. Who would have thought that Shenmue's security would be so lax, allowing us to succeed with such ease? It's his arrogance that did him in. Youngsters are all the same, achieving early success and believing themselves to be invincible. With Shenmue gone, our remaining days are secured. Inside the netherworld taxi, Shenmue remained composed in the back seat. The driver, still in the front, had his foot pressed firmly on the accelerator. Despite the explosion occurring directly on the trunk, merely a thin pane of glass separating Shenmue from the blast, he remained unscathed, as if the explosion had transpired in another dimension. This was a paramount, heaven-defying characteristic of the netherworld taxi: invincibility. Not even a bomb, nor even the arrival of a ghost king, could breach the netherworld taxi's invulnerable state. This was the power of the rules, the supreme laws of the eerie apocalypse, bestowing upon the netherworld taxi its extraordinary protective capabilities. It was for this very reason that Shenmue had chartered the netherworld taxi, recognizing its unique attribute. Little did he know that it would be put to use so soon. Even without the armor of death, Shenmue possessed the ability to transform into a ghoul. Once transformed, a ghoul of the ghoul chief level would be impervious to ordinary physical attacks. Even without sustaining any injuries, Shenmue's gaze turned icy. It was evident that his adversary was deliberately targeting him. When had he ever offended this individual? Shenmue began to ponder. He had always been one to repay grievances. Since the opponent had chosen to provoke him, in Shenmue's eyes, they were merely seeking their own demise, and he had no qualms about accommodating that wish. Regardless of the opponent's identity, even if they were the king of deception, should they provoke Shenmue, he would not hesitate to eliminate them. Chapter 97. The first eerie scene of the entire city. The hidden city stopped the car. Chenmu commanded the driver. The infernal taxi came to a halt, its body still ablaze. Meanwhile, in a dark alley, two individuals clad in black, having just tossed their bombs, laughed maniacally as they sprinted away. Their getaway vehicle awaited them at the far end of the alley. Once they boarded, they could swiftly escape from Wangjiang City, vanishing into the night. Hurry, open the door. The two men flung open the car doors and settled into the back seat. Drive quickly. Don't let Chenmu's men catch up. They anxiously craned their necks to peer out the back, urging the driver in front. However, after several tense seconds, the driver remained unmoving, failing to accelerate. Why aren't we leaving? If we don't go now, it'll be too late. Are you trying to get us killed? One of them cursed vehemently. Yet, despite his outburst, the driver remained silent, a dark silhouette firmly seated at the wheel. Finally, the two men in the back realized something was amiss. Hey, brother, let us get the car moving. The man who had been shouting in anger softened his tone, unable to resist the urge to push the driver. The interior of the car was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the moonlight streaming through the window, revealing to the two men in black that the driver was not one of their own. The individual at the wheel, clad in a security uniform, exhibited a pallor and coldness reminiscent of a lifeless corpse. Crimson blood trickled from his eye sockets. How strange. One of the men in black exclaimed in terror. Those who harbor no guilt fear not the specter at the door. You two appear quite flustered. Have you perhaps committed some misdeed? The enigmatic security guard remarked coolly. At that moment, the car door was yanked open from the outside, revealing several other peculiar figures in security uniforms. The driver, who was supposed to provide assistance, was now bound and cast aside, utterly terrified and having lost control of himself. These peculiar security guards were none other than Chenmu's security team. Following the explosion, they had swiftly mobilized. Tasked with protecting Chenmu, they had remained in close proximity, and when the taxi had erupted in flames, they were all near the intersection. Witnessing the explosion of the spectral taxi had left them drenched in cold sweat. Their employer had been obliterated. Chenmu had always treated them well, and they had been pondering how to repay him. Yet before they could express their gratitude, he was sent soaring into the heavens before their very eyes. If such calamity were to unfold, they would be unable to forgive themselves. Moreover, the employees of Chenmu's enterprises would undoubtedly be outraged upon learning this news. Fortunately, their employer was resilient and had not perished on the spot. These enigmatic security personnel are all elite soldiers of Chenmu, each possessing extraordinary prowess at the pinnacle of their craft. The two figures clad in black, mere ordinary humans, stood no chance of resistance. Thus, the security team preemptively arrived at the opposite end of the alley, subduing the awaiting vehicle and its driver, biding their time for the two individuals to unwittingly walk into their trap. Boss, we have captured all three of them. One of the peculiar security guards reported to the team leader. Excellent. Escort them to Mr. Chun, the team leader commanded. As they were escorted, the captives were struck with terror, for each of their captors was at the zenith of their capabilities. They had been led to believe that Chenmu was merely a wealthy businessman. Yet here they were, confronted by a cadre of formidable foes. Indeed, how could Chenmu possibly command such an array of extraordinary subordinates? I regret ever coming to Wangjiang City, lamented one of the three, as despair enveloped them, fully aware of the grim fate that awaited them. The enigmatic taxi did not venture far, halting at a nearby intersection upon Chenmu's directive. In that moment, the three terrified humans made a shocking discovery. The ghostly taxi remained unscathed, even after the violent explosion. The exterior of the vehicle was engulfed in the flames of the aftermath. Chenmu's driver disembarked and, with utmost respect, opened the door for Chenmu. Emerging from the vehicle amidst the raging inferno, Chenmu appeared as a regal figure stepping forth from the depths of hell. Illuminated by the crimson glow of the fire under the darkened sky, the surrounding security personnel bowed in deference, acknowledging his dominance. With deliberate grace, Chenmu strode through the searing flames, coming to stand before the three captives. I hear you wish to take my life? He inquired. Chenmu revealed a disdainful smile, standing resolutely before them. Come now, did you not intend to kill me? Let us see who dares to make a move. His demeanor exuded confidence and audacity. The three assailants trembled in fear, realizing that before Chenmu, they lacked not only the courage to strike, but even to meet his gaze. Speak, who sent you? Without someone orchestrating this, you could not possibly possess the audacity to attempt my assassination. Who is your hidden master? Chenmu's words carried an air of authority. unmarred by anger. On one hand, his formidable strength as a peak practitioner of the enigmatic arts naturally instilled a sense of dominance over mere mortals. This overwhelming power fostered an undeniable aura. On the other hand, it was the temperament forged from 5 years of navigating through a sea of corpses and bloodshed. Though Chen Mu often appeared genial and amiable, when faced with an attempt on his life, maintaining such a demeanor would not be wisdom but folly. It is the marshal from the neighboring hidden city. It is he who commanded us to seek an opportunity to assassinate you. One of the cloaked figures stammered in terror. Upon hearing this, Chen Mu could not help but furrow his brow. The hidden city. He had heard of its notorious reputation in his past life. This so-called hidden city was indeed a locale, situated not far from Wanjiang City. Geographically, it was adjacent to Wanjiang City. However, unlike Wanjiang, the original name of the place now known as Hidden City was Linshui City, a city larger than Wanjiang before the onset of the strange apocalypse. After the emergence of the bizarre world, vast regions had gradually transformed into uncanny landscapes. Terrifyingly, the entire city of Linshui, 1 month after the bizarre apocalypse, abruptly transformed into a surreal tableau on a fateful night without any forewarning. Indeed, the city metamorphosed overnight into an immense and uncanny spectacle, severing all ties with the outside world. Following this transformation, the name of Linshui was forever altered. No longer regarded as a bastion of humanity, it became perceived as the first city wholly consumed by the bizarre. Consequently, the populace bestowed upon it a new moniker, Hidden Capital, signifying a city entirely shrouded in darkness. Speculation arose that it had become the capital of the uncanny. Chapter 98. A Great Crisis, a Great Opportunity. Chen Mu's awareness of these events stemmed from the memories of his past life. Upon his rebirth, Linshui remained a conventional city, yet it had not yet devolved into the hidden capital. During the days of his extensive acquisitions, the bizarre apocalypse stealthily infiltrated, instigating monumental upheavals in the world. It was within this brief span that Linshui transformed overnight into the hidden capital, marking it as the first citywide manifestation of the bizarre in this extraordinary era. The notion of an entire city morphing into an uncanny scene would have been inconceivable merely a month prior. Had such an event occurred then, it would have sent shockwaves through human society, igniting a frenzy of news reports. Regrettably, a month and a half into the bizarre apocalypse, the normal order had begun to unravel. Thanks to Chen Mu's presence, the order in Wanjiang City remained intact, preserving an atmosphere of calm before the storm. In stark contrast, other cities had long since succumbed to chaos. When individuals discover that order can no longer provide them with refuge, and they are compelled to engage in bizarre tasks while struggling to survive under the weight of rules, the collapse of order becomes inevitable. Rules will supplant order, emerging as a new supreme entity. Following the disintegration of order, cities devolve into primitive jungles, where the strong prey upon the weak. Flames, looting, and murder engulf urban landscapes, plunging them into chaos. Under such circumstances, the sudden upheaval in Linshui City becomes less conspicuous, as all cities have already succumbed to paralysis, severing ties with the outside world. Even in Wanjiang City, adjacent to Linshui, Chen Mu remains oblivious to the turmoil unfolding next door. It is not until more than a month later, after the initial riots triggered by the collapse of order have subsided and people gradually adapt to the peculiar apocalyptic reality, that someone exclaims in astonishment, "Goodness! What has become of Linshui City?" As individuals receive crimson notes and venture into the fallen Linshui City to undertake strange tasks, the title of Indu slowly begins to eclipse Linshui City, permeating the annals of this uncanny world. In the ensuing time, prior to Chen Mu's rebirth, Indu is regarded as a mysterious and formidable entity. Chen Mu is no fool. He certainly would not recklessly explore such a terrifying existence as Indu, for that is a classic trope of horror films. Fortunately, Chen Mu has not received any bizarre tasks from Indu, thus he has never set foot in that enigmatic city. Later, speculation arises that the mastermind behind Indu could potentially be a being of kingly stature in the realm of the bizarre. Perhaps Indu stands as the capital of the uncanny. However, these remain mere conjectures, shrouded in uncertainty. The marshal mentioned by the trio, if Chen Mu's conjectures are correct, should indeed be the enigmatic mastermind behind this bizarre scenario in Indu. It is entirely possible that he is a king of the uncanny. A city has transformed into a scene of the surreal, and the bizarre apocalypse has ultimately begun to manifest its ruthless nature. Chen Mu could not help but exclaim. However, What should truly capture Chenmu's attention at this moment is the hidden boss of Indu. This formidable antagonist seeks to eliminate Chenmu. It is evident that these three individuals are agents sent by him. The great boss of Indu is undoubtedly aware of the existence of the Nether Taxi. Yet these three are mere pawns, bluntly put, expendable. They remain oblivious to the intricacies of the Nether Taxi, hence their intention to obliterate Chenmu by detonating explosives within it. The failure of their mission bears no repercussions for the great boss of Indu. After all, they are merely three cannon fodder. And the Marshal likely does not even know their names. Nevertheless, for Chenmu, this serves as a significant warning. There are entities seeking to take his life. After deep contemplation, Chenmu acknowledged that he has no connection whatsoever with the Marshal of Indu. He is certain he has never wronged him. But what could motivate such a desire for his demise? After much reflection, Chenmu arrived at a possible reason: profit. He has acquired the entire bizarre scenario of Wangjiang City, becoming the first human to seize control of a city. It can be said that Wangjiang City has become Chenmu's personal asset. At this moment, in the eyes of certain formidable entities of the uncanny, Chenmu is merely a succulent piece of prey. To eliminate Chenmu and seize Wangjiang City, Chenmu is certain that there are indeed those who have entertained such thoughts. The Marshal of the Hidden City next door undoubtedly serves this very purpose. Although Chenmu is protected by rules, the question of ownership of Wangjiang City arises after his death. However, Chenmu is acutely aware that in this bizarre apocalyptic world, numerous hidden rules exist. These so-called hidden rules are those that permeate this strange realm without being explicitly stated. One must rely on intuition and exploration to decipher them. In his previous life, Chenmu lacked the strength to fully comprehend the rules of these peculiar missions, and he remains ignorant of many higher-level hidden rules. Is there a hidden rule that allows one to seize an opponent's assets upon vanquishing a boss? Chenmu cannot guarantee the absence of such a hidden rule. If the Marshal of the Hidden City is indeed the Bizarre King, then he certainly possesses knowledge far exceeding Chenmu's own. This represents a significant threat. For Chenmu, the optimal course of action is to eliminate the Marshal of the Hidden City. Even if the opponent is the Bizarre King, he must defy fate and wield his blade against the divine. Truly, the tree desires tranquility, yet the wind ceaselessly stirs. Chenmu cannot help but lament once more. His influence continues to expand, and even if he wishes to avoid enmity, adversaries will inevitably seek him out. A lofty tree attracts the wind. In such circumstances, evasion proves futile. The only path is to forge ahead. Chenmu gradually realizes that upon his rebirth in the night he acquired the Midnight Diner, the gears of his destiny began to turn. From that very evening, his life has only offered a forward path, devoid of any return. He treads upon a path that defies the heavens, with the divine observing him from the end of the road. Either he would leap forth, wielding his blade to slay the divine, thus becoming a new deity in this bizarre apocalyptic realm, or he would meet his demise, his head severed by a god upon the celestial avenue. There exists no third outcome. The Marshal of Indu seeks to eliminate me, does he? Chenmu murmured to himself. This presented both a peril and a formidable challenge. Should he succeed in vanquishing his foe, should he seize this peculiar setting of Indu, he could scarcely fathom the monumental enhancement it would bestow upon his dominion and prowess. This was an entire city transformed into a surreal landscape, grander than Wangjiang City. Chenmu had encountered a bottleneck in his capabilities, ensnared at the pinnacle of the uncanny. At this level, the enhancements provided by ordinary bizarre scenarios were exceedingly limited. Only a superlative anomaly like Indu could offer substantial augmentation. Furthermore, whether there lay concealed within Indu any extraordinary artifacts, or even items of the caliber of a bizarre king, remained an enigma. Lured by immense potential gain, the prospect of slaying gods became a viable option for Chenmu. Those deities exalted in this uncanny apocalypse. I shall systematically sever their heads. Chapter 99. I feel ashamed for the anomalies. Chenmu approached the three cloaked figures and inquired, "Why do you serve the Marshal of Indu? How many others like you are there?" This was among the queries of utmost importance to Chenmu. The Marshal of Indu had minions of humanity at his service. The actions of humans, being far more insidious than those of the bizarre, posed a greater threat to Chenmu. If the bizarre entities were to enter Wangjiang City, adhering to the principle that each has its own territory, any intruding anomalies would be detected due to their unfamiliar aura. However, humans are a different matter. The bizarre entities cannot discern the essence of humanity. This implies that if the Marshal of Hidden Capital were to send humans into Wangjiang City, akin to these three cloaked figures. Then Shenmu's bizarre subordinates would be unable to identify the intruding humans in a timely manner. This poses a significant threat to Shenmu. The most prudent course of action would be to strike preemptively, eliminating all human subordinates of the Marshal of Hidden Capital. This would at least ensure the safety of Wangjiang City. As long as Chunmu remains within its confines, he would not encounter such assassination attempts by humans again. The three cloaked figures trembled in fear, acutely aware that if they failed to speak the truth today, their fates would be dire. Why are there so many of them? Chunmu mused, a frown creasing his brow. What transpired during the disappearance of Hidden Capital over these past few days? Why are so many willing to serve the boss of Hidden Capital? A cascade of questions flooded Chunmu's mind. In truth, these were also the questions that plagued Chunmu in his previous life, and indeed, the queries of the vast majority from that era. No one knew what had transpired in Hidden Capital, nor did anyone comprehend the terrifying events that would unfold when a city transforms overnight into a bizarre landscape. In the previous existence, Indu was not the only citywide eerie scene. After other cities transformed into eerie scenes, the situations were similar. Initially, they would lose contact with the outside world for 1 to 7 days. Once outsiders received eerie tasks and entered the eerie scenes, they would all discover in horror that the entire city had become a ruin: dilapidated skyscrapers, burning streets, desolate residences, an atmosphere permeated with blood, and corpses everywhere. The death toll was in the hundreds of thousands. This was the true terror of a citywide eerie scene. If Chunmu was not mistaken, the current Indu, also known as Linshui City, was already in such a state. How did this city become such a tragic scene? Why were there survivors like the men in black? What triggering conditions did they meet to survive? And why were they working for the Indu Marshal? Chunmu needed to answer a series of questions. This was why Chunmu did not immediately kill the three of them. Under Chunmu's interrogation, the three men in black looked at each other, their eyes full of apprehension. They were terrified. They dared not tell the truth. Even under Chunmu's coercion, none of them were willing to reveal the true situation. This piqued Chunmu's interest even more. Something extremely terrifying must have happened in Indu during these past few days. Nothing really happened. We did some eerie tasks, and then we survived after completing them. Chunmu could tell at a glance that he was lying. Chunmu was too lazy to continue questioning those who were unwilling to tell the truth, as further questioning would only yield a series of lies. Chunmu reached into his spatial ring and quickly located the item he needed, the hallucinatory mist. This was a tool he had repeatedly acquired during his harrowing mission at the Fear Hospital. Now, it was serendipitously of great utility. According to the item's description, it would induce hallucinatory effects on entities below the level of a Spectre General. In this eerie apocalyptic world, Chunmu was aware of an unspoken rule. Human resistance is inferior to that of the anomalies. Thus, what works on the anomalies would likely be effective on humans as well. Therefore, the three individuals clad in black, lacking even the strength of a spectre, would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the hallucinatory mist. The three black-clad figures observed in confusion as Chunmu produced a spray bottle-like device from his fingers and, akin to spraying disinfectant, commenced to spritz the surrounding area. Concurrently, as the user, Chunmu began to weave a tapestry of illusions within his consciousness. Speak of the secrets you conceal from me, and you shall receive forgiveness and a rebirth. Upon his softly uttered words, the same phrase echoed in the minds of the three black-clad individuals, resonating like a seductive whisper. Speak forth. Reveal all that you have hidden. The benevolent Chunmu will absolve you. You shall be reborn. The three black figures felt their heads grow suddenly foggy, as if they were sinking into a nightmare. Descending. Immersing. Before they could fully succumb to the hallucinations, a sudden series of splashes erupted from either side. Chunmu, perplexed, glanced around to find the eerie security personnel beside him, each one collapsing to their knees. Oh, woe is me. Yesterday, while on the bus, I failed to offer my seat to an elderly lady, and I truly regret my actions. Boss Chun, I apologize sincerely. I had secretly worked overtime for half an hour yesterday, fully aware of my wrongdoing. Li Xiaoxiao helped me keep it under wraps, and I bear the guilt. Li Xiaoxiao shares this guilt as well. Boss Chun, I feel I have betrayed your trust. My family is in dire need of money, and I resold the shopping cart you provided at a discount. I have let down your nurturing care. The bizarre security guards wept bitterly, slapping their own faces in despair. Slap, slap, slap. Chunmu, witnessing this scene, was utterly taken aback. He had not considered that the hallucinatory mist affected all peculiar beings within a 10-meter radius. Good heavens, before the enemy even confessed. His own security guards had already knelt down and were slapping themselves. And what were they confessing? Not giving the elderly lady a seat? What on earth? You're the peculiar one. Even if you offered her the seat, she wouldn't dare to sit. Working overtime maliciously, is it? And Li Xiaoxiao is an accomplice? As a manager, she actually sheltered employees working extra hours. Indeed, a reprimand is in order. You resold my shopping cart. Why are you bothering me with such trivial matters? I couldn't care less about how you spend the shopping cart. What a ridiculous fuss over such trifles. Because of this minor issue, the bizarre security guards wept as if they had lost their fathers. Observing this spectacle, Chen Mu felt utterly embarrassed. He felt as though he had lost face entirely. Was the effect of this hallucinatory mist a bit too potent? The three men in black, witnessing this scene, were equally astonished. However, before their astonishment could linger, they swiftly succumbed to a dreamlike slumber. Speak it forth. Reveal to me all that pertains to the hidden. Chapter 100. The Great Escape from the City. It is evident that the hallucinatory mist was ultimately devised for the bizarre, its effects on humanity manifesting with a slight delay. After half a minute, the three cloaked figures could no longer endure. Within the dreamscape woven by the illusion, they began to divulge the truth to Chen Mu. As the trio recounted their tale, a horrifying tableau began to unfurl before him. 7 days prior, in Linshui City, the day had commenced in tranquility, at least. In the context of this bizarre apocalypse, it could be deemed a peaceful day. Passers-by engaged in discourse about the prevailing circumstances. Oh dear. The situation has become dire of late. I have heard that in the neighboring Wangjiang City, bizarre occurrences are becoming increasingly frequent. Indeed, the world is deteriorating. Fortunately, in Linshui City, whether by divine favor or luck, we have yet to experience any such peculiar phenomena. It is indeed peculiar. I have heard it said that nearly every city has witnessed such occurrences, yet Linshui City seems to have escaped unscathed. Perhaps there are indeed strange happenings. But the news has been suppressed. Who can truly ascertain such matters? Let us simply live our lives well. May those crimson slips of paper never find their way to me. Whether aboard a bus or a subway, encounters with acquaintances typically revolved around these few phrases of conversation. Lamenting the state of the world while expressing a modicum of relief that Linshui City had not yet been affected. The serene days came to an abrupt halt at the stroke of midnight. At the stroke of midnight, most individuals have already succumbed to slumber, and the bustling city has descended into a profound silence. Within this tranquility, a sense of impending dread emerges. Those who remain awake, some seated by their desks gazing at their computers, suddenly notice that the sky outside has inexplicably turned pitch black. The stars and moonlight have vanished entirely. Even the light pollution has ceased to exist. The entire expanse of the sky has transformed into an abyss of inky darkness, resembling an ocean thousands of meters deep overturned above, unfathomable and endless. In the obsidian night sky, it seems as though a scarlet eye silently observes the entirety of the city. Following this, a howling wind erupts. The fierce gusts wail as the trees in the greenbelt sway precariously, countless leaves transitioning from green to yellow. The foliage cascades down. Torrential raindrops begin to pelt down, striking the windows with a cacophony of sound. The temperature throughout the city plummets rapidly. Despite the season being midsummer, the surface of the lakes and the parks has inexplicably begun to crystallize with ice shards. Those who had already drifted into sleep are abruptly awakened, shivering in the chill of the night. What peculiar weather is this? The television had not announced a drop in temperature for the evening. The current weather has become increasingly unpredictable. The lights in the buildings flicker on one after another, as those stirred from their slumber yawn and rummage through their cabinets for thicker blankets. Once they have donned their new bedding, they discover that outside, the heavens have unleashed a torrential downpour. Bitter cold, torrential rain, and gale-force winds. Soon, accompanied by the deafening roar of thunder, the network in Linshui City collapses. High-voltage lines spark with electricity, and the lights in the skyscrapers extinguish in succession. As the internet and electricity were abruptly severed, within a mere half-hour, the entire city of Linshui transformed into a harbinger of impending doom. A more terrifying phenomenon unfolded before the eyes of all citizens of Linshui. Lines of blood-red characters simultaneously appeared, proclaiming, "Sinister task, urban survival game task description. Once a tranquil and harmonious city, overnight it has devolved into a ruthless jungle where the strong prey upon the weak. Welcome to hell. Sincerity and kindness shall become relics of the past. Hypocrisy and malevolence shall be the keys to survival. To endure in this survival game, one must adhere to the following 3 rules. Rule 1. If you wish to survive, you must possess no fewer than 20 lives in your hands. Rule 2. A maximum of 300 individuals may survive in the entire city if the game concludes with more than 300. Survival will be determined by the count of lives taken. Rule 3. The duration of the game is 5 days. During this period, leaving Lin-Shui is strictly prohibited. Failure to comply will result in execution. The survival game commences now. A gentle reminder: why not observe your friends nearby? They may be the easiest targets for your achievements. Upon hearing the unsettling details of this sinister task, a chilling dread enveloped Shenmue's heart. The truly horrifying rules had emerged. A meticulous examination of the bizarre task stipulations reveals a stark reality. The path to survival is explicitly delineated. The one who possesses the most lives in their grasp. The one who exhibits the greatest ruthlessness shall endure. The 3 rules are devoid of ambiguity, presenting a striking clarity. It is precisely this nature of the rules that renders them most terrifying. Ostensibly structured, they are, in fact, devoid of any true order. Only the complete disintegration of societal norms prevails. Those who survive under these rules are both pitiable and fearsome. Shenmue could already envision the terrifying consequences of this bizarre task. In the narratives of the 3 men in black, upon encountering the strange task's content and regulations, the almost universal reaction was one of bewilderment. The vast majority had never engaged in such eerie assignments, having only heard of them through online discourse. To be thrust into a hellish and bizarre undertaking with no psychological preparation whatsoever is a cruel aspect of this uncanny apocalypse. The peculiar world does not extend special consideration to the weak or the inexperienced. In this strange reality, there is no sympathy or compassion. Initially, the city managed to maintain a semblance of order. The populace consisted mainly of ordinary individuals. To expect them to turn into predators was utterly inconceivable. As torrential rains lashed hidden capital, households began to barricade their doors and windows, using wardrobes and refrigerators to prevent intrusions. However, a small faction had already commenced their actions. With a population in the hundreds of thousands, it was inevitable that some would be willing to seize a knife first. Within just over an hour, amidst the downpour, the first explosion rocked the city. Chaos erupted. Against a backdrop of blazing flames, cries and screams intertwined. No one remained to uphold order. Blood began to seep into the streets. It was a paradise for criminals and a hell for ordinary people. Once the floodgates of turmoil were opened, there was no turning back. The insurrection in hidden capital proved to be far more ferocious than in other cities. A group of rioters began to spontaneously organize, systematically assaulting other citizens. These 3 individuals clad in black, initially mere street thugs, soon found themselves entangled within this organization amidst the chaos. Merely 2 days later, the first individual to achieve a kill count emerged. Chapter 101. The temptation of the deceiver with the advent of the first to attain a kill count. It wasn't long before the second and third followed suit. These individuals even deduced a pattern, concluding the most vulnerable targets: children, the elderly, the sick. The rapid disintegration of morality and order proved to be far swifter than anyone had anticipated. Just 3 days later, the once thriving city of Lin-Shui had witnessed the loss of half its population. The number of those who had achieved a kill count had already surpassed 500. According to the rules, a maximum of only 300 individuals could survive. Should the final tally exceed 300, a ranking based on kill counts would ensue. In a desperate bid to avoid being surpassed, those who had achieved a kill count became increasingly ruthless, their eyes clouded with bloodlust. As the gentle reminder within the rules suggested, many began to target their own relatives and friends. This marked the disintegration of the most fundamental societal unit, the family. "Father, may I borrow your head for a moment?" Such dialogues began to permeate households. Were there any who would rather perish than harm another? Yes, indeed, many. Yet, tragically, they had already been filtered out. The rules of the hidden city dictated their fate of elimination. The 3 rules of the urban survival game were designed specifically to sift out the most ruthless and vile among them. 5 days hence, the game would reach its conclusion. At this moment, the city of Lin-Shui is drenched in blood, engulfed in thick, black smoke, resembling a desolate wasteland. Many in later generations fail to comprehend why a once thriving city can transform into a grotesque scene in just a few days. This is the stark reality. There are no supernatural forces at play, no malevolent entities roaming freely, only a few rules and the unbridled hearts of men. By the end of the deadly game, more than 1,000 individuals remained. each having achieved the minimum number of kills. Yet, they did not cease. They continued to seek out targets for slaughter. Unlike the conclusion of other bizarre quests, where players typically gather together, relieved, and ready to part ways after the game, the conclusion of the city's battle royale was different. The players did not congregate. Instead, they prowled like solitary wolves amidst the ruins, wary of one another, ever ready to ambush. Their thoughts were consumed by the desire to kill once more, hoping it might secure their survival. As the rankings emerged, those who failed to make the list suddenly twisted in agony, collapsing to the ground. Fine lines of blood appeared at their waists, severing their bodies in two. The dismembered forms writhed in torment, awaiting their demise. Throughout this ordeal, the Marshal of Hidden Capital remained elusive, never once revealing itself, yet causing countless casualties. This further substantiates Shenmue's suspicion. The Marshal of Hidden Capital is either the Trickster King or possesses power exceedingly close to that of the Trickster King. Otherwise, it would be impossible to stir such a tempest. The remaining 300 survivors, barely having a moment to catch their breath, were confronted with a series of blood-red words. Congratulations to all victorious ones. You are my new human servants. There exists a person in Jiangshi named Shenmue. Whoever among you can slay him shall become the Deceptive General. Once you attain this title, you shall enjoy a life of endless wealth and glory. In this bizarre apocalypse, there are no limits to where a Deceptive General can tread. At this juncture, Shenmue finally comprehended why these three enigmatic figures dared to risk everything to assassinate him. The allure of becoming a Deceptive General. The Marshal of Indu had indeed offered them the reward of such a title. Whoever could eliminate Shenmue would ascend to the rank of Deceptive General. To become a Deceptive General, it must be noted that Shenmue possessed trillions of ghostly coins and retained memories from a previous life. Despite these numerous advantages, he had only reached the pinnacle of a Deceptive Long and was still 2 levels away from the true Deceptive General, with an intermediate step, the half-Deceptive General, standing in between. If it were so simple to become a Deceptive General, the entire realm of the bizarre apocalypse would be teeming with them. Moreover, the Marshal of Indu had set forth a condition. As long as one could kill Shenmue, even the weakest among them could be transformed into a Deceptive General. No wonder these 3 individuals, driven by madness, dared to approach Shenmue. A sense of unease engulfed Shenmue's heart. The ability to transform an ordinary person into a Deceptive General? Did this not imply that the Marshal of Indu's power had transcended Shenmue's understanding? It must be acknowledged that even at the pinnacle of his own abilities, Shenmue could not instantly elevate an ordinary individual to the status of a lower-tier deceptive soldier. Even if Marshal Indu, as the King of Deception, sought to transform an individual into a General of Deception, the likelihood of such an endeavor was virtually non-existent. Could it be that Marshal Indu's true strength surpassed that of the King of Deception? At this thought, a cold sweat broke out on Shenmue's back. How was he to proceed? To challenge someone beyond the King of Deception? It would be more prudent to have Shenmue executed on the spot. The odds of victory were utterly bleak. However, Shenmue soon regained his composure. Upon re-evaluating the situation, he discerned the underlying issue. If Marshal Indu were indeed so formidable, only 2 scenarios would be plausible. Firstly, he would disregard Shenmue entirely, considering his presence in Wangjiang to be inconsequential in the eyes of those above the King of Deception. Secondly, he might simply crush Shenmue beneath his heel. Such a powerful entity could certainly achieve that. But this raised a question. Why did Marshal Indu not fit either of these scenarios? The Marshal exhibited a keen interest in Shenmue's territory and seemed intent on orchestrating an assassination against him. This was inconsistent with the exhibited strength of Marshal Indu. The logic was flawed. Shenmue firmly believed that this world operated on discernible patterns. Thus, when logical reasoning faltered, it signified a misstep somewhere. The most plausible conclusion was that Marshal Indu was not as powerful as presumed. Indeed, Marshal Indu had merely offered a promise to these 300 individuals. Rather than assigning them a task of deception, should it have been a deceptive task, then according to the principle of rule number 1, Marshal Indu would also be subject to the constraints of the rules. If someone were to genuinely kill Shenmue, the Marshal would be compelled to fulfill his promise. Otherwise, he would face execution by the rules for violating them. It is precisely because the Marshal of Indu is incapable that he dares not employ the method of deceptive tasks, instead resorting to mere empty promises. This is a ruse. Clearly, those 300 individuals have been duped. What a classic case of a wolf in sheep's clothing. Moreover, these 300 expendable pawns are all ruthless individuals. When it comes to the art of exploitation, Shenmue cannot help but exclaim, "Your deceptive prowess is indeed more formidable." Shenmue acknowledges that he has learned the trick of the empty-handed wolf. In Chapter 102, Practical Application, the formidable boss that Shenmue must confront is the enigmatic Marshal of Indu. By eliminating the Marshal, he aims to annex Indu into his domain, thereby ascending as a newly minted deceptive general. However, while this remains a grand aspiration, his immediate objective is to deal with those 300 desperate souls. Undoubtedly, these individuals have already become cannon fodder for the Marshal, intent on assassinating Shenmue. If he does not rid himself of them, peace shall elude him. Nonetheless, this task does not pose a significant challenge for Shenmue, having recently ascended to the pinnacle of deceptive mastery. His ability to distribute blood-red slips of paper has notably improved. This enhancement refers not merely to an increase in quantity. Additionally, his capability to designate participants has also seen substantial advancement. Previously, to designate a participant, Shenmue had to know the individual's name. Even if they shared a name with others, he would then inscribe the name on the blood-red slip to complete the distribution. Following his upgrade, Shenmue's abilities have expanded significantly. He can now distribute the blood-red slips without needing to know the recipient's name. As fortune would have it, he has yet to utilize this ability, making these 300 individuals the perfect practice for him. In the eerie landscape of Wangjiang City, a peculiar welcome awaited them. Shenmue closed his eyes, easing his breathing, allowing his consciousness to gradually sink into the depths of his heart. In the profound darkness surrounding him, faint red glimmers flickered like distant stars. As Shenmue focused his gaze, he discerned an uncanny apocalyptic map emerging within the recesses of his mind. The dark expanse of the map represented uncharted territories, akin to unexplored regions in a game. In contrast, Wangjiang City glowed with a soft crimson hue, signifying that the entirety of its map had been thoroughly explored by Shenmue. Scattered across the map were numerous red dots, varying in shade and size, approximately 200 in total. This indicated that these nearly 200 bizarre locations had now become Shenmue's domain. Gazing upon the vast and strange apocalyptic map, Shenmue felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance. The road ahead stretched infinitely before him. In comparison to the boundless world, his journey still lay far from completion. Shenmue shifted his focus to the borders of Wangjiang City, adjacent to the transformed Linshui City, now shrouded in obscurity. He began to assign strange tasks. As he silently recited this thought, the map seemed to respond to his consciousness, and Linshui City began to fade into a muted yellow. Upon the yellowed map, numerous tiny black dots emerged, densely packed, numbering around 300. As this was his first experience following an upgrade, Shenmue was slowly navigating through the interface. He attempted to control his consciousness, gently tapping one of the small black dots as if it were a fingertip. Before him appeared a line of blood-red text. "Do you wish to assign a strange task to this individual?" Upon witnessing the scene, Shenmue felt a surge of joy. His conjecture had indeed proven accurate. These small black dots represented individuals. Although Shenmue was unaware of their names or identities, he could nonetheless issue enigmatic tasks to these indistinct figures in such a manner. However, this method bore a significant drawback. The uncertainty regarding the specific identities of the black dots rendered the risk of mistakenly eliminating them quite high. Nevertheless, Shenmue was resolute in his belief that, at that moment in Indu, nearly 300 of these black dots were the human subordinates of the Indu Marshal. There was no need to fret over potential misjudgments. He would simply assign tasks to them all. Thus, the considerate Shun, embodying the spirit of hospitality, warmly invited them to visit Wangjiang City. "Shall we assign this individual an enigmatic task for Midnight Diner?" "Yes." "Shall we assign this individual an enigmatic task for Haunted Convenience Store?" "Yes." Shenmue counted diligently. There were precisely 297 individuals, and with the addition of the 3 black-clad figures before him, the numbers aligned perfectly. Did they not wish to visit Shenmue? They needn't be so reserved. Come to Wangjiang City. What? Reluctant to come? Should they choose to decline, Shenmue would be quite displeased, and the repercussions would be severe. Naturally, at the conclusion of each individual's enigmatic task, Shenmue humorously appended a note. Friendly reminder. Should you bring effective information regarding the Indu Marshal, you shall receive an unforeseen reward. Be advised, if the information is false, then death may even serve as a form of relief. Shenmue adeptly employed this strategy, playing a clever game of deception. To date, he remained oblivious to the identity and appearance of the Indu Marshal. As for whether there are peculiar subordinates cultivated and the true extent of their abilities, it remains entirely unknown. Everything can only be based on conjecture. Therefore, Shenmue urgently requires more information. To know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in countless battles. In the face of such a formidable opponent, Shenmue must gather as much pertinent intelligence as possible. At present, he has employed a cunning ruse, compelling the 300 humans to furnish him with valuable information. Regarding the so-called unexpected reward, Shenmue intends to offer each informant a mere cup of water. What? A cup of water is hardly a reward. Who would be so foolish as to be placated by such trifling? The unexpectedness is precisely the point. As for the subsequent remark, Shenmue possesses a hallucinogenic mist. Should anyone dare to deceive him, he shall ensure they experience the true meaning of cruelty. At this very moment, within the hidden city, solitary wolves are receiving peculiar tasks amidst the city's ruins. Upon encountering these strange assignments, most sigh in dismay, lamenting their ill fortune. Having just completed a city-wide escape, they have scarcely had a moment to rest before being inundated with new bizarre tasks. What a stroke of misfortune! Since each of them operates independently, without exchanging information, few realize that this is Shenmue's generous hospitality. After all, 300 individuals receiving the same peculiar task simultaneously from Wangjiang City should have raised alarm bells for anyone with a sound mind. Alas, their lack of communication leads them to believe that they are the only ones targeted, oblivious to Shenmue's ruthless intentions. They have limited time to make their journey, with only 3 hours remaining. In a bid to swiftly reach their destination, many individuals have made the same choice to travel by car on the expressway. Presently, the city of Linshui is filled with abandoned vehicles. One can simply select any car, break open the door, and start the engine, transforming it into a viable means of transportation. Consequently, the highways of Linshui have become a racing ground for luxurious automobiles. These individuals are not foolish. They are undoubtedly aware that opting for high-end vehicles grants them a fleeting taste of life's pleasures. Before long, they arrive at Wangjiang City, willingly ensnaring themselves within the enigmatic realm orchestrated by Shenmue. Within this strange scenario, Shenmue's personnel are not idle. They begin to interrogate each player who enters this peculiar setting. Shenmue's phone incessantly rings, as managers from various bizarre scenes continuously reach out to him.